And we're going to see if we can bring people on the call. Let's give it a try and start the call. Okay, we're going to see if I... Okay, Skype is working. That's a good start. Let me check the screen. Okay, we are live.
Okay.
Yeah, great, wonderful. I'm so glad, and I'm going to try and bring other people on. Aristides and Brendan Zogid, of course. Let's do that. And... hit Ari first because I was able to find him. Let's press the add button again. Peter just went mute, so I presume he's doing something and multitasking.
I was just putting on putting on the channel so I can read the chat room.
Oh, great. Oh, great. Wonderful. Good man. Good man. I'm so glad. That helps immensely. I'm just going to see if Nemo responds because I want to test something here. If he doesn't respond, that's fine too. Brendan Zogit, thank God, has joined us, as well as Aristides. Now, do me a favor, gentlemen. All of you say hi. I want to see if you all register on the online broadcasting software, okay?
Hello. Hello.
Excellent.
Hello, everyone.
Excellent.
Yes, greetings. I'm here's one.
Excellent. I am so glad you came, Brendan, because with you and Aristides, it's complete. I can really talk about the subject that I want to talk about. And I'm going to start off with just a few minutes. Eric Cradle says loud and clear. Eric Cradle, God bless you. I love you. Hugs to Eric Cradle. Thank you so much. And feel free to tell us if you wish where your location is at generally so that we know where we're being heard from in the United States or in the world. And that's always appreciated. And of course, we look forward to input by other individuals as well, whoever is listening. So yesterday was the death day of my mother, the 13th commemorative day of her death. And I was the 13th year, commemorative date in memoriam to the year that she died in 2017. And these are always hard times for me. Of course, I spent time in communion with her, as is the Asian way per honor of our ancestors. And then, of course, today was a national holiday in Japan. So I spent quite a bit of time just dealing with all of the social obligations. And some prayers were sent out to some other people in need as well. This included the boyfriend, or for lack of a better word, of Amy Como, who was kind enough to appear on our show and had some feminine energy a few episodes ago, not too long ago. And T-Tank Berry says, all four loud and clear. Thank you, sir. And that's right here in my California, my Golden State Nation. So thank you so much, T-Tank Berry. And of course, the numbers are going up as we progress into the transmission. So this is what I want to bring up right now before it escapes my memory. First, of course, I want to credit some contributors. As people know, I'm in need at all times to make the rent. And once I make it, I start working towards making next month's rent. And just before I forget, I do want to certainly check into PayPal and credit a few people who have made some contributions. One of them was ЄôSTARA, and ЄôSTARA made a contribution of 100 United States dollars, deeply, profoundly appreciated. As well, of course, we have another individual who's less well known to me, and he made a 100 United States dollar contribution. And this is so profoundly important, and it helps immensely. Now, instead of aiming for $400, really, probably what I need is just $200, but I'm definitely going to aim for people to contribute $300 because I do need to make some supply runs, and it's just, you need that security buffer. So I have 134 United States dollars in my One Productions account, and this is thanks to a 100 United States dollar contribution from a wonderful individual at the first of the month, which I did not even notice until yesterday or the day before. And this individual is not asking for anonymity, so I will give his name, Edmund Kuntz, in the United States. So This is Edmund Kuntz. I can safely say he's in California because California is enormous and no one will be able to find him through that. So, Edmund Kuntz. I don't know if he has any relation to the author Dean Koontz, but that would be interesting. Name seems to be spelled the same way, K-O-O-N-T-Z. We got a what I would call a kind of automated recurring payment from Brooke Hagberg. God bless her for that. Love her deeply. And of course, February 28th, the very last day of last month, we had a payment from our brother from another mother, Stephen Myers, of 75 United States dollars, as well as an individual who, just let me check, those of course went towards last month's rent and supply runs, but definitely want to make certain that they're not forgotten. And they're not asking for anonymity in this case either. So Robert Binda, well, he didn't put that into the, he didn't put oh my god. All right. So anyhow, I didn't even see that note until they've reframed the template. Okay, so you didn't hear that. They reframed the template for how the notes are displayed. Holy shit. Oh my god. Well, he's safe anyway. He's got nothing to worry about. Blessings are upon you. And aside from all of that, I want to thank one other person from last month, Sammy Romero, of course. God bless him. Now, going back to the other PayPal account, just so people understand the situation. All of this will be added, of course, towards what little I have left in my wallet, and we should be able to make rent. But I just wanted to get that out of the way because oftentimes I'm so overwhelmed with everything else I have to deal with. I forget to really give people the credit they deserve, and they do deserve it. We had, of course, a wonderful contribution from the lovely Victoria Lauren Hobbs of 10 United States dollars, Goddess bless her, and a wonderful individual named Ian Verkouterin in the United States, in a, I don't even know what state this is. ME? Does anyone know what that acronym is for? ME? Maine. Jesus Christ. Lebanon, Maine. Yes, and so wonderful individual, and God bless you all. Okay, aside from that, is there anyone else that I've forgotten? Oh, how could I forget Nolani Bouchard, a Pacific princess in Hawaii, who sends her blessings with 30 United States dollars. Last month, there was a wonderful individual, let me check, February 29th on a leap day, and doesn't seem to ask for anonymity. Nicole D. Donato gave half 100 United States dollars. And that may be a female. So, yeah, I believe it is a female. Nicole D. Donato, female icon. So, Goddess bless her. And then, of course, you know, she didn't get enough credit. So, Nicole D. Donato, I love you. Half 100 United States dollars from her last month. All these immediately went towards expenses, but the other $100 donations will go towards this month's expenses. And then, of course, there was the hideous Trampus Nicholson, who sent $27 and then filed a claim against it, just attempting to ruin my PayPal score. And of course, this is what the enemy does. And yeah, he did exactly what James and Reese did, the same thing. So this is obviously a pattern of theirs. And no doubt they would do it more often and crash my PayPal account completely if they weren't so fucking cheap. So thank God for the fact that they are so fucking cheap, you know, and that brings another opportunity to hit at Mark H, simply because he's the only person I know of all Team Dietrich, aside from maybe Aristides, who has a career, but Mark H is the only guy I know who has always consistently been employed the entire time he knew me, and has never once contributed a dime that I consciously remember. And the only reason that that matters, because as I've said before, there's plenty of people who can't afford to support me fiscally, but at least support me morally. And he has made certain to not support me morally. I gave him 3 strikes and you're out. 3 chances to redeem himself after he pulled what he pulled. And each time he just proved himself too chicken shit to stand up for anything. And if you don't stand up for, you're going to fall down. And he's fallen, as far as I'm concerned. You be thee either hot or cold, but if thou art lukewarm, I will spit thee out. And I assure you, Mark H., being expurgated by Lucifer brings you no closer to God. Now, back to where we were with Brendan Zogit and Aristides. Both of these individuals were witness to something that I wish they had told me about sooner. Oh my God, it may be, we can only speculate, this may not be the case, but it may be what led to Brooke Gibson blocking me, because we do know for a fact the enemy has been actively calling her. And of course she suffers from a cult siege. And so it could be that she suffered enough recently where she feels that I'm the source of her problems, as of course, in a very real sense, I am. At least a certain amount of them. And so has blocked me. The last time this happened, I called her daughter, who responded right away and intervened in the situation and made certain communications, was reinstated. This time she has not responded. So in this case, her daughter has obviously either been extremely busy or has decided that it is better that her mother not speak to me, which is pretty alarming considering I'm one of the few normal people in Brooke Gibson's life. And so such being said, this is something that happened, Peter, that I was not told about until the last episode. And I assure you, I was shocked. I had been wondering whether I had been too hard on Brendan Zogit. And the other day, a number of females came on the show. I can't remember exactly what the lineup was. Maybe these gentlemen can help me. It was a few episodes ago. But one of them was Amy Como. And I think that was the last episode she was on. And then, recently. And then Brooke Gibson showed up for the first time in a long time. And when I told her what I had confronted Brandon Young about, she, of course, thinks of him as a brain damage victim. And I've always emphasized what happened to him has happened because of myself, but I was doing my best to make the case he may be brain damaged, and it may exacerbate the psychosis, but he is baseline psychotic, and he's I'm just had to confront the fact that at this point I suspect he may be reporting back to Peter Levinda what I learned from the last episode from both Aristides, cross-referenced and confirmed by Brendan Zogit, confirmed such. And had I known that, I never would have talked to him in such a diplomatic manner, never would have had this kind of debate with Brooke Gibson. I would have told her what he had said, and I'm sure she would not have defended him at all. So this is, and I would have just banned him off the show, as soon as I had learned of what he said, but, oh my God. So both of you gentlemen, help me out here, because
Douglas, you need to speak into the microphone a little more closely.
Oh, okay. All right. Am I sounding distant?
Yes, but
Okay.
now too.
Okay, but just to make sure, am I sounding distant to everyone, or is this just to Peter Moon? Aristides, Brendan Zogit, help me out here. Please report on the quality of my voice.
I think it's okay.
Okay. How about you, Brendan? How about you?
You are
No,
audible,
it's not
but
okay. It's not okay because
you're audible, but
comes
it's
through
not
loud and clear.
like it usually is.
Okay. So I'll try and bring the mic closer then.
It actually, I don't think it's coming through the Yeti is what's happening.
You don't think
Sounds like.
you don't think it's coming through the Yeti? Let me check.
It
Okay.
sounds kind of distant, like the laptop. Yeah.
Okay, that's so weird. Well, the Yeti's registering. So how's this? Is this? How's this?
No, it's no, and Aristides sounds fine.
Okay. So, all right. So, definitely, Aristides, relate the story of what Brendan Zogit said about about this porno film made.
Wait, I didn't say it. I didn't say it, Douglas. It was Brandon Young.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. You see, the enemy does this, and they keep calling Brandon Young Brendan Zogit, and then after a while it catches on, and for some reason it's their names are hard to to, I don't know why. It's just the Brendan and the Brandon makes it difficult. I'm so sorry, Brendan. Yes, that's doing Brendan dirty. But Brendan heard it. But Aristides, relate what Brandon Young started saying about this quote unquote porno film. And he said it in such a way, he claimed there was a link to this as well. I mean, tell the story, please.
Did you guys go? I did not go back and listen. Did you guys go back and listen?
Brendan Zoget heard it. He definitely heard it all. He heard it.
Yeah, as far as I recall, I mean, it was just like, just some kind of, he was just kind of babbling in his, in his like toneless way where you can't really tell. And, but then he started saying that, and that's when I started perking up, like, okay, this guy's like, this isn't real. Like, I mean, we've heard some crazy shit on this show, but that one I did not believe. And it was said, it was porno something. I'm like, really? Yeah. And so I don't remember every exact word, but there was allegedly some link or something. I was going to download it or upload. I'm like, I'm trying to get him to give details, but that was basically it. It was just, and then he went on with other.
But what did he say?
Yeah, Aristides, don't be shy. Tell Peter that.
I mean, what's the point of saying anything?
Yeah, no, that was there was no details.
No, he said that Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson made a porno film together, and he had a link to it because it was online.
Yeah, that's basically it. And there were no further details, but at that point, I just kind of realized this has got to be bullshit, whatever he's talking about.
Oh, it's completely crazy.
Of course, I never believed it for a minute.
No, but I'm saying I've never even seen her.
Right.
Yeah.
But that is completely crazy.
Yes, right. But no, that's beyond crazy. He's trying to incite a flame war in basically my world, and he's trying to burn my world down. I had no idea how malevolent she truly was. So Brendan Zoget, what were the other details you might remember concerning this situation? Brendan, please help us out here, and because he heard it, and Brendan pointed out that Brandon Young did this only after Brendan had left. Brendan had been there, and then Brendan had left, and the moment Brendan left, it was only then that Brandon Young went into this, what would you call it? A malevolent campaign of agitation propaganda, what you'd call agitprop. So Brendan, please confirm what other details you have heard and the fact that he did this.
Yeah, it was that night I was very tired, so I was like on 4 hours of sleep, but he was saying, oh, I have the sex tape recording and I posted it online and all this stuff. Like I said, I have to go back or what I told you guys is I have to go back and listen to it and just confirm where I was. But I'm almost certain I was out for the count.
No, you definitely were. No, it was after you left.
Because I was just hearing it and I couldn't intervene, like for, whatever I was like closing up at work or whatever I was doing. Ooh. So it was just like, and by the time you mentioned it to me, it like we never had a chance to talk between those 2 points. So I was going to mention it. But that, like you said, that could be the reason why it's just like, it was designed to get Brooke, and Pete upset at you, essentially.
Yes. Yeah. And not only, go on.
Which is unnecessary and just superfluous, and he knew it. I mean, obviously.
Well, I've got something to say about it.
Yeah. Go on.
Self-destructive.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect us in any way, shape, or form because it's a complete fabrication. It's a complete lie. But it's so damaging to himself. And this is the mindset of these people. It completely discredits him.
Yes.
It makes him, it's not like saying, I'm crazy. It's like putting your hand over your heart and signing the certificate.
Yes.
What does it hurts him. It doesn't hurt us because nobody's even falling for it. Because there's nothing to fall for.
This is what I believe happened. I know for a fact, based on what Brooke said, that she was contacted multiple times by Trampas Nicholson. So since Trampas Nicholson was working in tandem, coordinating with Brandon Young, we know that Brandon Young has certainly called her and told her this. And or told her what he told her, from what I can get from the constant harassment from Trappist Nicholson, who has, as I've shown Brendan Zoget, sent me emails since that point in which he has literally cut and pasted emojis from communications sent to me by Brendan Zoget. Trappist Nicholson has cut and pasted emojis that Brendan Zoget identified as a specific line of emojis he sent myself, literally cut and pasted and sent via the communications thereafter sent to me by Trappist Nicholson. Brandon Young has called Brooke Gibson and told her I said this on air. This is why she has blocked me after not yet carrying out a promise that she had intended to keep. And so this is what we're dealing with. This is the malevolence we're dealing with at this point. So in that sense, it does hurt us. It is.
I don't think it does. I think it helps, because I think having her cut off is a really blessing.
I understand your perspective. I understand your perspective.
And it's also objectively true, as you'll hear as we go into the night. We don't need this crap in our world, because that's what she is.
Well,
she's certifiable.
Well, she certainly stood up to the enemy. That's
she is an enemy.
Well, I understand that why you would feel that way.
She is an enemy of yourself. And she even threatened to kill you.
She did do that.
I'm trying to bring in better energy, and this is not good energy. What she brings, there's no way she's going to bring in good energy. She can bring in some money, maybe, but that's not good energy.
I understand. She has, in all fairness, yes, helped me make rent a couple of key times, and but I understand your perspective, and
there's nothing good about her.
She
is an attack dog.
Ooh, look, the two of you really don't like each other, and I can see.
It's not that. I don't dislike her. I don't dislike her at all. She is an attack dog.
Yeah, but I will certainly.
And she will attack you again.
Yeah, God, I hope not.
She will.
Well,
she will give you money to disarm you. This is what all these people do. It's like Sid coming back and saying, "Oh, here's your $27."
Now that's simply. I understand what you're saying.
The difference between her and him is that she makes money. He does not.
Yeah. In all fairness, to prove what Peter Moon is saying, to validate and verify what Peter Moon is saying, this sort of thing has happened. Where this is what Jameson Reese did, was set $5 and then filed a claim on it. And beyond that, Richard K. Cole Jr. has sent money in the past under an alias, where he then tried to insinuate himself as a half-black African-American, half-Japanese woman. Talk about cross-dressing and transvestiture in terms of identity. And he did this at a time that, of all things, ironically, Jameson Reese exposed this because of the nature of RKC's, Richard K. Cole's communications under that alias. These things do happen, exactly as Peter Moon says. There is a stratagem that is employed in this regard. What I would say is that what chaos Brooke Gibson has caused is more of an independent rogue nature than the nature of the agents of chaos who worship chaos as a collective pantheon of entities. But I appreciate what Peter Moon is saying.
And remember, the money she sent you, the amount of the check, or whatever it was, had the gematria of the anti-gods.
It had the gematria of death in Asia, which was her intent, and of course I always take that.
But also the anti-gods.
There's an element, I suppose, of that in everything. Look, no point in debating that, but yeah, I get you. Look, Pete, I get you.
What I'm trying to do here is we're going to go into an upgrade. And these people, herself included, she is not an upgrade in any way, shape, or form. at her very best, she is not an upgrade.
Well, you know, in all fairness, just so people understand, she did stand up to the enemy multiple times when they called her.
But she is not an upgrade.
And I can understand Peter's perspective, his experience.
She is not. She's not an upgrade. She's not an upgrade. She is, you know, she's just not. So we want to give you an upgrade. This is why I met with Donda yesterday.
Yeah, and that's definitely appreciated. So let's dive into that. But before we do that, let's get something straight with both Aristides and Brendan Zogit. Aristides, you shouldn't let these situations intimidate you, and you've done so much. I want people to know Aristides truly has sacrificed sleep, and I've got to stop exploiting him in such a way that he sacrifices too much of it. So what we're going to have to do is draw a certain line and force him to go to sleep at a certain point with his ringer on, of course, so that I can call him in case I cannot wake him up by simply shouting. So when it comes to Aristides, though, what puzzles me is with something like that was said that was so egregious. Brendan Zogit, I will talk to about this as well, but I think his situation was such that with everything he's been going through, you could understand how he could hear something like that and then just basically get back to his survival mode because of what he's going through recently. Aristides, of course, is putting a lot of energy into this program. It literally would not be possible without him, but Aristides, what caused you to neglect telling me about this immediately? I mean, this is something that could you not have, like, it's so shocking. It is so offensive. I mean, Brandon, what Brandon said, that when I came back from my break, if I had heard, hey, Doug,
it's like, I'm not making excuses, but it's like the Brandon train is just like, he's always going with these this shtick. Yeah. So it's like, we didn't even really register what he was saying.
Yeah,
I get that.
It was kind of in a wash of
much
of all this other stuff and you know, dolphin dicks and all this other, you know, just like, so I mean, you know, in context, it was just all a bunch of just ridiculous.
Got it. But, no, I certainly accept that, but just next time, both of you understand, if you hear something like that, definitely let me know immediately. Hopefully we don't deal with anyone like that ever again. God knows, but with the kind of show that I have, it's almost impossible to avoid. But with Brandon Young, this is what is definitive about him. He went to the dark side a long time ago because he was born into it. For those of you who don't know, the very early episodes, Brendan Zogit helped me out here. I'm sure you remember this or elements of it. The very, very early episodes on Revolution Radio, Brandon Young claimed, and I have no reason to disbelieve this, that he had been raised in an environment of satanic ritual abuse by basically people who were deep into the old family cults. In fact, this was part of his contacting me because his family was part of they had elements that had been part of this The Nine group that then was brought up by Peter Levinda, who and Brandon Young found this slanderous because it was impugning on his family name. So he wound up contacting myself and was confronted by Peter Levinda electronically. After that, there was an assassination attempt, which was proven by forensic evidence. So we know all this to be true. So he definitely comes from a satanic background, and he could never leave it. He could never leave that. He kept trying to portray himself as this investigator of the dark side. The reality was he was always their agent and considered an expendable agent because of his baseline incompetence and just he may have been born mildly retarded. It may be that his expressive aphasia is not a product of the brain injury, but he's definitely unemployable, and the only way that he can maintain himself in the inheritance is by maintaining himself in the cult. And of course he is employed, quote unquote, but that's through his familial connections that he got a job teaching children, which is the most objectionable aspect of that individual's life, is the fact that he is teaching children and they're exposed to potentially what we hear every time that he's on the show, which is just an endless stream of surrealistic lies that are told chronically, pathologically, without any semblance of rhyme or reason, like a Fellini film. It's just it's an experience in madness that has been cumulatively becoming more and more offensive over the years. But then when he appears after a long absence, preaching the Temple of Set books, preaching Chinese communism, preaching, of course, the homoerotic novels in which women are killed, tortured, cannibalized, written by a couple of people of disparate age range, a male couple with about 100 years distance between the twain, one of them ultimately going to jail for breaking into a woman's house while Brandon is on the phone with her via his original retelling of the tale. This is someone that what was truly offensive about it was when he would bring up elements such as promoting the Temple of Set, and then when I would casually recall that to him in a later episode, he would say, I didn't say that, ergo calling myself a liar when it's on recorded, published videograph, when the evidence is there against him. I mean, this is the pathology, the nature of this man's madness. So when it got to the point where he said something like that, which brings us to, of course, the awkward unpleasantries of confronting what he intended to do and has since exacerbated. I can understand what Peter Moon is saying. Maybe this is a blessing. Maybe this is
definitely it's a blessing, and I think you need to let me start talking.
Sure. Okay, take it from here.
Because we've gone for a half an hour talking about this negativity.
Yes.
And that's what they want. They feed off of that.
Yes. Yes.
Because, and I'm not going to elaborate on it, except when they shoot themselves in the foot, and they're also shooting their own people.
Yes.
You know, and these people at best are half and half. They're like, well, I'm with you, but I'm not with you. I'm with you, but I'm not with you.
Yes, that's right. Absolutely. That's what Brandon Young was. Yeah.
And Aristides is 100% with you.
Yes, he is. He is.
But if they put him in a position, or if it gets put in a position, you're saying, well, why didn't he act? Well, he's tired.
Yes.
You know?
True.
And he's not.
True.
And so, in other words, he can't be it's like he's got to be like a guardian at all times. No, it's too much to ask.
That's true.
But the thing is, they shoot themselves and their own agents in the foot because they have no respect for their agents.
That's true. Their agents are expendable to them.
This is what I was saying in the last program about cutting the negative life force. You just cut it, and the positive will come in. It's not necessarily easy. It's like the woman whose husband is beating her all the time, and she just goes back to him. You know, it's that syndrome.
Yes.
It's like that. So, and it's because these people are used and abused themselves, but we're not a mental health hospital.
Yes, that's true. But and unfortunately,
and this is what I wanted to tell Sid, because he was writing to me saying, oh, please, after I guess he said I was a member of the Kings of Edom or something. Or,
yeah, among other things. Yeah.
Yeah. But so anyway, I was, what I would say to him if he's listening is that we are not a mental health hospital. He thought he was being picked apart, but it's like nobody's really listening. Nobody really cares.
Thank you.
Go get yourself help, and in a mental hospital or a program.
Thank you.
Don't come to this forum because you're not going to get help here. It's not for people like you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it's like this is not a mental health factory. It deals with far too intense and heavy stuff.
Yes, and I will be the first to admit that I am at fault in terms of attempting to destigmatize mental illness by being kind and tolerant to obvious lunatics like Jameson Reese. And then Sid, once I found out, of course, he did not expose the himself until he came on to help. And of course, that's my fault for just bringing people on to talk. Then
Douglas, you've been between a rock and a hard place with this.
Yes, true.
We know this, and it's okay. It's like you're struggling, and we're coming to an upgrade.
Yes.
So let me talk about what happened yesterday.
Please. Yes, by all means. Thank you.
Okay.
And
so,
could you do me a favor? I had another eyelash fall into my eye. I'll be back in just 2 minutes. I just got to wash this out of my eye. I'll be right back, and then we'll go in depth into that. But in the meantime, just go a little bit into a more casual topic. Our numbers are still building up, but they're good at 250 already. So I'll be right back in 2 minutes. I just got to wash this out from my comfort zone, and I'll be right back. Let you know when I'm back, and then we'll go into it. Okay? That's,
okay. Go ahead.
Bless you. Thank you.
Yeah. So we've been, Douglas has been dealing since I was, as I say, it took me years to be able to get into his, circle of communication. And that was immediately cut off when Laura Lee Solomon became his handler. And she was keeping me as far from him as she could. And, it didn't help anybody except her. It ultimately didn't help her because she ended up trying to commit suicide. And I didn't realize it at the time, but she was a member of the OTO, or Ordo Templi Orientis. I had no idea she was. And not that would have meant one thing or another, except I would have said, what the hell is she doing helping you? But in any case, once she left, our dialogue became much more happening and eventually constructive and resulted in the book. But and he's often complained that he had, he'd have agents of Michael Aquino sent to him because it's not like he can afford to pay people. So what choice does he have? And he's getting free help, and they're always trying to fiddle with him or monitor him or just basically mess with him. And as he's telling stories after stories, I could tell stories after stories too. I don't choose to remember them in as great a detail because I don't put a lot of, I guess what you'd say, historical importance on them. It's just like a football player who ran over the guard to make a touchdown. He doesn't really necessarily remember who the guard was or whatever it was. He remembers the touchdown. That's what's important, not who he outmaneuvered to get there. And I've got some very, very, very positive things. And then, we have to spend a half an hour talking about the negativity, which is okay, I guess, because it's real and it's cathartic and he discharges it. But we're going to get to a higher level here. That's certainly the intention, because and I'll just comment it while I'm filling time here, is that when as soon as Douglas put Brooke on his life insurance, she was calling him up and saying she was going to kill him, like it was a big joke or something. And it wasn't funny. Like, it's almost like automatic. He also talked about two of his friends. I put the friends in quotes, and that we're talking about, this is previous to that, killing him to get his $50,000 life insurance policy. And these are people who were his friends. And one of them still is, and supportive in some respects. It's like what you have here is personality disorders. People who are mentally challenged, mentally ill, functional, and what comes in with mental illness? Demons. And that, to me, that was one of the most fascinating things about Dianetics and Scientology, is you are taught in Dianetics, coached, suggested to go back into your mind and relieve the trauma in your mind, like what's causing the trauma.
Okay, I'm
and
back.
Then as you,
Go
then
on.
I'm just talking about mental illness, or like say,
Yes.
well, like with Dianetics, you're taught to go back into your mind
Yes.
and relieve the, the stress in your mind through abreaction,
Yes.
recall therapy. And once you reach that and you've relieved your mind of all the self-induced traumas, mental traumas, or through suggestibility or environmental stimulation and whatever, then as you move into the higher levels and you begin to move, then you see there's the influence of spirits. That's the whole point.
Yes.
And you see that there's spirits that influence the mind, the thinking processes. And to the degree your own mind is cleared of that stuff inside of your own head, then you can see what's going on with others. And others can be much more challenging than yourself, because you don't have as much control of others as you do your own. You can control them to some extent. And we're going to talk about that now that you're back.
Yes.
Okay. So I went on an adventure yesterday
Mm.
to the Comac Public Library, where I was intending to meet up with Maria D'Andrea, who you're familiar with, and she's
Yes.
been on the show 2 or 3 times at least, and my friend Yonda Ashley, who's been on the show twice. And Yonda was going to come out from Shoreham and meet me there, and I wanted to introduce her to Maria.
Yes.
And Maria, I was a little disappointed because she said she would talk to me on Monday. She had texted me, and then I told her that I didn't get any more texts from her. I said, what's going on here? So I was a little disappointed. And then I showed up, and she said, somehow she sent me all these texts, and I didn't get them.
Wow.
They got to the vapor. She did leave me a message telling me she'd sent text. I found that out. But it's like, this is not the first time it's happened.
Yeah.
The communication between us was blocked, whether it was on her end or my end. And this happens with her. This happens with her. So that was a fact. Yonda was there early. I introduced them, and they finally deduced that they hadn't met each other before at my house, because they both used to come to the talks I'd have at my house, and we remembered that the medicine man was the common denominator. They were both there. They didn't necessarily interact because there were a lot of people there, and that would have been back in probably 2008 or something like that. And so they had met each other, but now they connected really good.
Good.
And now I'll tell you, it's amusing what happened during that. So Maria was talking about dreams, which really helped Yonda, because Yonda had a dream she was trying to work out a resolve, and she answered her questions just in the process of her lecture. But when we got about, probably 2/3 of the way through the lecture, I needed to use the restroom. I came back in, and I'm sitting next to Yonda, but she's a little in back of me, just the way the seats were positioned. And then right in front of me to the right was this lady. And the first thing I want to say about the crowd, I've made fun of library crowds before, because you go in and if you're talking, you don't notice it so much if you're a spectator because you're listening to the speaker. But they tend to be, in my experience, it's like talking to living stiffs. And it's kind of like weird because you're talking to like stiffs, like, okay, mannequins, it's like good practice. It's practice for somebody who's not used to public speaking. And I never had any issues with public speaking. I just, found myself being informed and talking. I remember in Scientology being informed and talking to people because I knew what was going on, and I talked to our group and said, and they're learning things they didn't know. I'm just talking to them as if I'm talking to a bunch of guys on my football team about, that team does this, that, and that, and they want to hear me. It's like that. So it's just like it was very natural, and it just, never was a big issue for me. But if you need, people get nervous about it, and if you want to get practice, I guess it's good to talk to some mannequins. And I will say, to this crowd's credit, they really weren't like that.
Good.
But as is typically the case, they're older in library crowds, and a lot of canes.
Wow.
Oh. And this is where, and I might be older than them. I don't know, because if I didn't check ages.
Yeah, well, of course, chronological age wouldn't matter. They're spiritually, you're much younger, and they're much older generally, simply because they just don't have that sense of, joy to live. Yes, or that joy of life, joie de vivre, however the French pronounce it.
Well, I mention this because then this lady in front of me, she gets a phone call on her cell phone. It's irritating. Okay. So, of course, you expect to be irritated when somebody gets a phone call on their cell phone. They didn't shut it off. And instead of shutting it off, she answers.
Yeah, by the way, that is such bad form. Go on.
That's violation number one. And violation number two is when she says hello. And then I don't remember, I could feel Yonda next to me kind of wince.
Yes, that's cringe. Cringe.
Cringe. And then she told me later, but the two people behind her were, they were cringing. They were besides themselves. I didn't notice that. And and then she not only, takes the call and says, well, I'm in a group right now or whatever. Then she has the audacity to hang up the call and make another call.
Oh! I
was about at that point to gently go up to her and say, you should take this outside.
Yes, this is why they need security in presentations, is to do just that, is to escort people out.
Let me finish the story here, because I said, I was going to be very gentle and just, kind of like lead her out, and not thinking at the time that, she had a cane. And that's probably why she was felt so entitled to conduct her business.
Jesus.
And then, and this is characteristic of Yonda, which you haven't seen before. Mm-hmm. She says, that is rude.
Oh, cool.
she just lays into her.
Good for her. Good for her.
And she lays into her, and the lady was kind of beside herself, and then she kind of, struggles to put the phone away. She might have made 2 calls. That might have really what she overreached her bounds. And then she kind of like gets in her cane and hobbles out. And as soon as she did, Maria says, "Thank you so much."
Yes.
Maria's middle speaker. She says,
Yeah.
"Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I didn't have, I don't, she didn't have the temerity to just lay into her." She says, she says, and people could not hear. So that was, and so then afterwards, I said, after that group ended, I said right away to Yonda, I said, I was about to go over and I would have dealt with her a lot more gently. And she says, "No," she says, "I'm a teacher. She says, you can't have that. No, I'm a teacher. I know how to deal with this."
Yes.
And I said, well, the fact that she was, she had a cane, and I said, she was, she was challenged. I said that might have made her feel sorry. She says, and Johnny goes, she says, "I don't like Crips. I don't like Crips."
Crips. Oh, cripples? Shit. Oh, man.
Now, Yonda used to work with developmentally challenged people when I first met her.
Yeah.
She worked with people that were like really challenged, and
Wow.
it really took it took somebody who was very sensitive to deal with them.
And patient.
Yeah. But she says, no, I don't. And then she was saying, "I don't like all these canes,"
Wow.
She was ragging on him for having canes,
Ooh.
And well, this is just kind of what we got started off to. And then I told her a story of when I was coming back from Montauk one night with Preston. It was like late on a Sunday. It was daylight out. It was probably a summer day. And Preston at that time had been in an accident. He had some challenges, and he had a handicapped card on his windshield. So he could park in handicapped places.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But I was driving in my car, okay?
Yeah.
And I was driving, and he says, "Can we stop?" We were not far from his home, but he says, "I need to go to the restroom. Can we stop at this pizza place?" Or maybe he needed some pizza for his blood sugar. I don't really remember. But it was like he wanted to go to this pizza place. And I stopped, but to let him off, I parked. There were these 2 or 3 huge handicap spaces. And there's nobody there. It's a Sunday. There's nobody there. I parked in the handicap space to let him out.
Yeah.
And there's nobody there. And this handicap guy saw me. And he started like shaking his fist at me.
Oh, fuck him.
Like,
fuck him. Oh my God.
Yeah,
But by the way, that reminds me of my own experience. I'll relate later. But yeah, go on.
Go ahead.
Oh, it was when Beaver, my gang brother, I was paying him based on the income that was supposed to be going back to the state of California. There was a way that I found to divert it, elements of it, to him so that we could just get him to help care for my parents. That was rationalized as relief work. And so when he was helping to, it went through the state of California, of course. So ironically, at that point, he was technically an employee, but it was never anything that he had to pay taxes on because it all went through technically myself. It was just incredibly part of the bizarre nature of it all. But he would drive my dad and mom around constantly because they were just, the hospital was like a second home to us. It was, every day was practically a trip to the hospital. And so when it came to the one time we were going to the VA, and the VA, of course, is at Fort Miley in San Francisco, and the parking is a nightmare. And you have some staff that have assigned spaces, and but other people just know to park half a mile out and just walk into work. It's like a hike or something. And but when it came to the patients, you know, they're left fighting with each other. And when he and I had found a space, and bear in mind, Dad's in the car with us, and usually he would be riding in the shotgun seat, where, yeah, the suicide seat, the passenger seat next to the driver, whereas I would ride in the back. I'm pretty sure that had to be the case this time as well. I don't see any other reason why it wouldn't be. So he's visible, an old veteran, you know, and you could tell because he's wearing, like all the veterans do, the hat, you know, that in his case he would prefer the missing in action hat, like never forget that thing, or always remember whatever it says. I've certainly bleached all that out of my mind. But elements of that kind of veteranoid behavior. But at any rate, this other veteran, fat white guy in a van, then speeds up behind us and says, "Hey, I'm a veteran!" And it's like, we're all veterans, you dumb fuck. You know, this guy's an old veteran we're bringing to the VA. What do you think he is? And it's like, then I'm handicapped, which of course my dad was. I mean, the guy's, you know, my dad's 80, right? In his late 80s. I mean, Jesus Christ. It was just the insanity of the man's attempts to one up his neediness, as opposed to our passenger. You know, I'm a veteran. I'm handicapped. I've been waiting 20 minutes. You know, with each answer, you know, with each demand, Beaver responded with a "so's he." You know, I'm a veteran. So's he. I'm handicapped. So's he. I've been waiting 20 minutes. So's he. Of course, we maintained and kept the space and brought my dad into the VA. But just the idea of someone in that environment being so, the idea, like, who do you think you're going to run across that's also there except other handicapped?
Well, it's entitlement. And I will tell you what L. Ron Hubbard said about all this stuff. Yeah. He says people will use a disability. This was part of what it's called grade 4. Yeah. And the N phenomena, when you went through it, was called an ability release. Yes. You regain abilities that maybe you didn't have. Maybe now all of a sudden you can be a public speaker. You can play, well, say if it's baseball now, you can bat left-handed or something when you couldn't before.
Interesting.
Whatever it is, it's like you get a rehabilitation of abilities. You do things you couldn't before. You just pick up chemistry or something. But in any case, disability is what people use to make self right and others wrong. And it's very prevalent. It's like, it's a disability. So in other words, it's something like you got sympathy when you were a kid for being sick. All of a sudden people are paying attention to, you know, mommy and daddy paid attention to. So, oh, you know, nobody's paying attention to me. You know, my brother is the valedictorian. Now I'll get sick and they'll pay attention to me. That's sort of a mindset. Yeah. And this is what happens, and it can become very compounded as people grow into life.
Well, my dad's favorite joke was that if Jesus Christ walked into the VA, everybody would be running away from him as if he carried the plague, because they all valued their disabilities and none of them would want him to heal them because they needed their checks based on their disabilities. He would be depriving them of income if he cured them. So
I think that's a very intelligent observation.
Yes, thank you.
You know, and the counter to that is if you invest truly in your own ability, you will gain far more from it than by investing in your disability. and you'll see this with people who are on the dole, and they sit their whole life, so they'll make a X amount of money, but that X amount of money isn't enough to really live on.
Of course
but
not.
If they get a real job and have to work, they won't get that money. And it's just like this happens with a lot of different people, and it's a mindset that the person it hurts the most is themselves.
Yes.
And this is what happens. But to get back to this was the precursor to what became a very productive day.
What about the fist shaking? Was there a response to this idiot shaking his fist at you? Did either one of you have like?
No, I mean, this is, I mean, him shaking his fist is like, a kindergartner flipping the bird at him. It wasn't threatening. It was like, I mean, he was being threatening, but it was like, I mean, don't make me get out of my car, mister. It's like, this is just, no, I mean, he was, he was trying to engage me.
Right.
And I wasn't going to let him engage me because there wasn't anything to be gained by engaging him, only by disengaging him. And here again, it's like, pushing the eject button.
Yes.
This is why with people like that, you have to push the eject button.
Yes.
Because they're ejectable.
Yes.
Worthy of ejection.
Got it.
So this is this whole mindset. There are, so many productive things to deal with. But so anyway, then we went out for what turned out to be, I guess, a early dinner. That wasn't the original intention, but we wanted to go sit and talk, and we ended up, having dinner and just, we must have talked for 4 hours, Jan and I.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
And it was excellent because it's like we got to go track back to how this resurgence of her in my life began. And she calls me a few weeks ago and says, I've been thinking about you for like 3 days. And I was going through some healing stuff, physical healing stuff with my body and whatnot. And so then, she ends up, being on the show again and getting really engaged with Douglas and working energy on Douglas. And that was really positive. As you said, you felt the difference.
Oh, yeah.
She's quite an energy worker. And so she has a lot to tell me. She wants to talk to me but not only did she talk to me, it's like we started going back to the beginning of our association together and all the Montauk stuff. It was like an intense review. Now she's on here whenever she was on last a week ago, and she's talking about her adventures with Preston and Duncan, some of which were independent of me, some of which were with me. But we started talking about like kind of the bigger picture of what we're doing, what we've done with Montauk. She works the energy. I'm working the energy from my own perspective, not exclusively, but a great deal of which has to do with writing the books, because you're changing the Akashic, you're restructuring the Akashic when I do that. So she has been reading my and Douglas's new book. I have her reading that because she is reading it chapter by chapter and working with the energy. This is what's exciting. So look, I've written this book I've gotten up to 15 or 18 chapters, whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
I think Douglas has read through 15, and I've been struggling with some of them. And I can go into another sort of the theme of because I just finished my newsletter before transmission.
Excellent.
It's due every spring, and I'll talk about that because this ties into that as well.
Absolutely.
But she was like, if she reads the book, now I had to pin her down on how far she got into it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she couldn't even remember. Well, I'm on page 30. I said all the pages start with 1. I mean, all the chapters start with 1. There's no page count yet. And I finally got it. She read about the nanoblood experiment.
Okay.
So she got that far.
Yeah.
She hadn't got to the Ardalek part, but she knows something about it. But she's really keying in on your mother.
Okay. Yeah.
And yourself.
Yes.
And she had nothing but beautiful things to say about the both of you.
Oh, wow. That's so wonderful. Thank you.
It really is. And see, this is what I'm talking about, the difference. Yes. You're not going to get this from other people.
Yes.
You know, you're going to get patronizing bullshit from most people. And she's talking about you energetically. She's not talking about what occult secrets she can get from you.
Thank you. I mean, that is so refreshing. Yes.
Or what sexual vibe she can get from you. Whatever. Or what life insurance she can get from you. You know, she's here to do energy work. You know, and her and I are so connected on the work. It's really funny though, because, you know, I've been off doing my own thing. Yes. You know, it's like we really were probably closest around 9/11 when my friend Clyde was staying with me and they went into 9/11, and we went out to Montauk several times, the three of us. And yeah, so and it's like yeah, it's so anyway, and I guess we come and go, but now it's time for her to, you know, come back and basically I'll say this is that her and Maria and I have agreed to work together.
Excellent.
I should say this is before the conversation, before I went out to dinner with Yonda. Maria, you know, we said, because Maria and I used to meet long ago, once a month. And we would meet with the head of the Dowsers Society, which I allowed, you know, because we were in another group which had no interest in doing anything but kvetching, talking conspiracy, and eating at the food table. And Maria is sitting across the coffee table from me, and she just looks at me like astounded. She says, "They're not paying any attention to you." Yeah, she was just like, these people are out to lunch. Yes. Actually, they were out to dinner. And, you know, and they just, you know, people look at, like right now we're going through situations with social media, and people are very lonely.
Yeah.
Social media makes them more lonely.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. And if people are lonely, I recommend them to go out and listen to the record from, I think, 1964, Bobby Vinton, Mr. Lonely.
Yeah.
Go listen to Mr. Lonely. So, ridiculous song. But yeah, people are lonely. So, you know, if you get them together, they're going to want to socialize. It's only natural. When we went to Qigong, socialization was very minimal. You know, we go and we do Qigong.
Right.
There was some socialization was inevitable, but it was usually very businesslike. And I'll never forget that his assistant, who was the most social and she really made it homey and made everybody feel at home, and everybody liked her.
Mm-hmm.
She was torpedoing the teacher.
Oh.
Went around and telling everybody how bad the teacher was.
You're kidding. Why?
Oh. Well, she had her own designs on him, even though he'd saved her life. I mean, they had a personal. Well, he was her assistant, you know, and it was, you know, it just what she was doing was not right.
Mm-hmm. Of course not.
So finally, when he jettisoned her,
mm-hmm.
you know, she was doing a whispering campaign on him.
Of course.
But I didn't find out because, you know, she was telling me, and I'd always, you know, she'd tell me about her problems with him, and I'd say, go tell him.
Mm-hmm.
And she'd say, that always helps, you know, because she was having issues with him.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but when she was jettisoned,
mm-hmm.
A lot of people laughed because, but the teaching, the quality of the teaching just went, wow.
Got it. Yeah.
Went way up. It's like, well, it's too bad for whatever ill feeling she had. You know, people get concerned about, oh, what about her poor feelings? He's mean to her. I don't know what that was about. To this day, I don't know what it was about. I don't care.
Yeah.
I wasn't there to assuage her feelings,
mm-hmm.
or to work out his personal relationship or his difficulties with his assistant.
Right.
You know, that was not my concern. And people, they get into this phony human sympathy sort of thing.
Right.
It's detrimental.
It is. It certainly can be. Yes.
Yeah. In other words, what are we there for? And, oh, the teacher's mean. Now, he could be a ball buster, but I never really saw him being a ball buster out of line that I can recall. You know, so, you know, but it's like, okay, you know what? There's a line when, you know, one has to upgrade and not fall into this human bullshit.
Yeah, the drama.
Yeah, it's in, and I do remember one time when he was really feeling bad,
mm-hmm.
because his cousin had died, and I was the only one. I got up and I said, listen, when somebody died, what he would do, when somebody had a death, he'd say, okay, you know, everybody give Jim some money. Go reach into your pocket and give Jim some money.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make Jim feel better. So, you know, he'd pass around something. So I'm sitting there and I said, listen, I said, Sifu, which means teacher, I said, Sifu always, you know, has us give a donation when somebody dies. I said, let's give a donation for Sifu.
Right.
And if somebody was passing around this sympathy card for him, I said, you know, this bullshit sympathy card. So I put the sympathy card, I put in $20. I said, here, you know, showed everybody I was putting in $20. I said, here, pass this around. He really appreciated it.
Wow.
You know, in other words, sympathy is genuine.
Yes.
It's not like, you know, it's not like we weren't supposed to have sympathy, but I'm saying it's like when you know, it's like what bullshit games they're playing to have sympathy. It's like somebody who goes around and saying, you know, my husband's doing this to me, my husband's doing that to me, or my wife, or whatever. And why are you telling me?
Yeah.
There are places where people need to discharge their emotions and all that sort of thing. But be that as it may, we had, so basically, Maria and Yonda and I have agreed to meet. And
excellent.
Now, I said, look, I said, there's two ways to do this. Because we will all help each other.
Yes.
But the work we're doing, and the work I always did with Maria and with Yonda both, is like we're working the grid, so to speak.
Right.
Now, right now, this work is focused on you.
Thank you.
And what all of this, it becomes all of our work. And I said, we can do this two ways. I said, we can meet at Maria's house, which is middle, you know, that you know, it's between you and me, or you can both come to my house. And you can come early, and then we can do Douglas's show together.
Right.
All three of us.
Yes.
They love that.
Excellent.
So we'll have them in the future. We'll have both of them.
Yes. Good. Good.
I can go sit on the couch and rest. No, it'll be a very dynamic energy to have both of them, and they're both up for it. It's just a question of, you know, what day is good. Now, I should mention, and this is a personal communication to you, Douglas, and we can clarify it afterwards.
Okay.
But Yonda wants to meet with you and I on Skype. She'll come over to my house, and so you need to pick a time or some times that are good. You don't need to say it over the air.
Right.
But you can let me know what times would be good for you, what time of the day. I would imagine that probably, I don't know what time of day is good for you, evening, morning, probably the later part of the day would probably be the best time.
Yes.
When I say the East Coast, 6 o'clock and afterwards.
Got it.
Maybe even 5 or whatever, but and she'll come over and she wants to talk to you vis-a-vis what she's reading in the book.
Okay.
And the energy. It's about energy. It's not about mining you for data.
Understood, which is refreshing. Yes.
Yeah. And because she doesn't need data. She's got all the data she wants. She's out there, in outer space.
Yeah. Got it.
Communicating. And she said so many things to me. She says, now, I don't want you to talk about this, but you can talk all about this and talk all about what I have to say about Douglas. What she had to say about you was not confidential. It's just personal stuff about, not so much about her, not at all about her, but about various people or entities she's reading.
Interesting. Yes.
Which wasn't really that. I really wasn't that interested. It wasn't. It's anything that I wouldn't even want to tell anybody because it was so, I guess, compartmentalized. But
right.
It was. So, what she said about, she focused a lot on your mother.
Okay.
And she said your mother had a very pure energy, and your mother comes to her.
Excellent.
Your mother comes to her and talks, and she's very pure energy, very unique energy.
Okay.
And she said the same about you. She says you both have very unique energy. I think I had to put that words in her mouth. She was like, I said unique. She says yeah. And that you are a flame of truth. She sees you as a flame of truth.
Excellent. Thank you.
And she said the problem in what she was hearing you say, nobody is listening.
Yes.
Nobody is
That's
listening.
Right. That's correct.
And then when I was telling her about the challenges I have had in promoting your work. She says, well, it's the same. Yeah. Nobody's listening. Nobody's listening.
That's right.
And there are people listening.
Yes.
But there's not enough people listening, and the people who should listen don't listen. And by the way, while it's on my mind, I heard from our friend who wants to do the interview with you.
Excellent.
Who come out of San Francisco. She wrote to me today. She got out of her 8-day hiatus and said, I haven't heard from Douglas. I said, well, you contact him. I said, I reminded him that you might be out of range if you're at the estate. But she wrote to me, and she's reading the book. She got the book. She got the physical book.
Excellent.
And she's going to read it. She says it really looks interesting. It's all sounds very plausible, and she's really on board with it.
Excellent.
So that's really good. These are and these people are like, I can't compare these people to what we were talking about before. We're not even going to discuss it.
Yes.
These are,
well, with this individual in question, let her know, of course, I would be eager to contact her myself if I had her contact.
I don't know if I gave it to you. I thought I gave you her contact info.
But then, of course, you may well have done that, but I was under the impression, as you said, that she was on an 8-day hiatus, so there was no point.
Was.
Yeah.
She's back.
Yeah. So I'll see if I can dig that up and see if I have it. If I don't, don't be afraid to send it to me again. Yeah,
I can send it again.
Yeah. So go on. Yeah. So she's gotten into the book.
Positive, and she sees you as a flame of truth.
Yes.
That nobody's listening to.
Yes.
Or enough people are listening to. But as we got into the conversation, it just got deeper and deeper.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like so look at this. For me, there's, from one perspective, I'm having to drag myself to go down there. I think, what is this going to happen? I feel everything's a little off because Maria's not writing back to me, but then I find out that's been stopped. Right. I don't let it stop me. And Yonda was totally into going. And then, I was going to talk to her afterwards, but it just got really deep, and it got deep into, the energies and the histories of Montauk, me telling her stories, me telling her certain things that have happened. And then, and this is where I'll talk about how this all began, and this is in my newsletter. This concerns my dream in 1989.
Yes.
Of the white bat.
Yes.
Now, it's like to put all these different elements together. The headline of my newsletter is it the red thread of fate? Because excellent. I see all the people that my red string has been tied to.
Yes.
And it ties to, not exclusively, but included are, L. Ron Hubbard, Preston Nichols, I can't exclude Aleister Crowley because I did the Montauk shaman, the Montauk medicine man, Roosevelt Gainey, Preston Nichols, if I didn't mention him already, David Anderson, Joseph Matheny, and of course yourself.
Thank you.
And also Radu Sinamar, whoever he actually is, and the Solomonari, the indigenous spirits of Romania themselves, the inner earth. But I have this dream now. So if I go back in time, I have this dream of the white bat in 1989. Now, that dream is, at that point in my life, I started studying Aleister Crowley in 1987. And that was because I had, read the book L. Ron Hubbard, Messiah or Madman, that had just come out. I bought it at the Forbidden Planet bookstore in Manhattan when I was just leaving this, company I was involved with. And I had time, read that, and I said, well, if Hubbard knew all this stuff about Crowley, I wanted to read about Crowley. So I started to read Crowley. Now, in the process of reading about Crowley, I decided I wanted to exercise my writing skills. I wanted to effectuate my dream desire to be a writer, and I started writing about Atlantis. Not because I was interested in Atlantis particularly. I wasn't. Not particularly. But because I said, you know what? That's a sellable topic. There's so many books on Atlantis. Okay. And in the process of writing about that, I had my dream. I was activating my writing muscles. And in the process, I had a dream of the white bat, Dracula turning into a wolf and a bat, and then a white bat, and then a white version of Dracula, who said he was the antithesis of Dracula. And that dream, okay, so I had that dream, 1989, about a little over a year later, I encountered Preston Nichols. 6 months later, I signed a contract with him and began to tangentialize my writing skills. I had written the story of the white bat. Made one attempt at getting it published. It was not successful. One of the comments by the reviewer was, "It's not like Stephen King." In other words,
you need to cater to a bunch of beer drinking.
Well, it's like, why does it have to be like Stephen King?
Thank you.
It's a sellable name. That's why.
Yes.
It's all about.
It really does come down to that.
Yeah, and it's what it comes down to. So anyway, this is not going to work, but that was okay. But and I was very busy with my activities at the time. But then I got a real hook with Preston Nichols. That was a real hook, and it just fit And I would also say, I didn't mention her in my newsletter, but my ex-wife, she was a red string, tied to the red string, because, we not only had a child together, and we were very much in love with each other when we were in love.
Right.
But we were destined to be together, and she was a big part of helping me start, get this first book off the ground, and several of the first others. She was part of the learning process. She was learning as well, but very well equipped to, engineer, especially the initial book or books, which needed whole, what do you call those, graphic boards?
Storyboards. Yes.
Not storyboards, mechanical boards.
Oh, you're talking about in the old days, the technology that was used back in my day.
You didn't do there was no we didn't have desktop publishing.
Yeah, that's right. No.
You had to go to a typesetter and get the stuff and then put it on a board, and it was.
By the way, I was very impressed that when Aristides went to engineering school, they still made them do a little bit of drafting. So that's cool. I'm glad to see they're trying to keep some of these old skills alive. It's so important. But go on. Yeah.
I did drafting in high school.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's very different from mechanical art.
Of course.
Which she was expert at. But in any case, so all these like red strings of fate, and then from Preston Nichols. Well, the occult stuff I studied kind of landed me at Montauk.
Mm-hmm.
Hubbard was like, it's kind of like if you were on a boat with Hubbard, you wash up on the beach, and there's Aleister Crowley. You go sailing with him, you wash up on the beach, and there's Preston Nichols and the Montauk Project.
Yeah.
And then you go and investigate him. I don't know that I washed up on the beach. Maybe I docked in the beach and I met David Anderson, and he takes it up a notch to actual capabilities of time travel. And then, he brings me to Romania, and then I become all involved in Romania on a very, very deep level. And there's remarkable stories about Radu Senemar and the intelligence of the inner earth coming forth and manifesting itself in a much more coherent way than certainly Guy Ballard did in the 1930s with the I Am movement. And I mean, those are energies kicking off and speaking, but they're not speaking quite coherent enough.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not the same as the Space Brother stuff, but I want to satirize the Space Brother stuff. I'm not satirizing the I Am movement. You get the person channeling, the Space Brother. Hello, Space Brothers. Hello, my friend. Oh, my friend. You've come to learn, the secrets of the universe. We want you to know that we of the Ashtar Command believe in universal love.
Oh my God! Yes.
And you could go off with this stuff, and each one of you is a willing aspirant to the higher dimensions. Gosh. And as I talk, I'm getting the gas is lifting up out of my anus. It's like I'm getting high on myself.
Yes, this is what they. Yes,
the internal etheric fumes of my own Kundalini, and I'm, and the more credence you give me, the more self-belief I'll have in myself.
It's
eventually, if I can contain this act long enough, I'm gonna ensnare you all into a trap to where I can make money or get sexual attention or some other way to gratify my lower chakras.
Yes, that's what it comes down to. Oh my God,
and that's where, and I could have used a much more stilted voice, but this is inevitably, what can take place. But with Radu's work, he goes into some very cogent scientific stuff about the inner earth, and it's remarkably elucidating in its own right, and he deserves a lot of credit for that. But there's a little more to the story, and of course, if I take what I've been told at face value, and I can't say with 100% certainty that it's true, just because I can't. But basically, what I was told was that the Montauk Project probably is true. My publisher was working as an editor, and he was given the Montauk Project to read and tell him if he should publish it in this Romanian publishing house. He read it. He says, "Yeah, you should publish it." Publisher didn't want to publish it, so he started his own publication company. He published the book, and then it was read by the character we know as Radu Senemar and said, "Will you publish my book?" And that's how the book Transylvania Sunrise found its way into print. And that book, when it was published, there was a reaction in the media, or there was a reaction. There was people wrote into the publisher and said, "We know XYZ to be true." So it was based on, like, if the story is not precisely true as it's told, it was true enough so that people wrote in and said, we know this to be true, that to be true, and this to be true. And those articles are featured in the beginning of Transylvania Moonrise, the second book.
Mm-hmm.
The original title, translated into Romanian, was called 12 Days in the Mysterious Lands of the Gods, which is a completely untenable title. And I called Transylvania Sunrise because the title for that book was originally called The Enemy Within. That was changed to a title which read in English as Death's Head Future.
Interesting.
Now, but even nobody in Romania even knows what that means.
Right.
I asked Paula, what does Death's Head Future mean? I don't know. I don't know. Nobody in Romania knows what it means. Death's Head Future. But that, I didn't find that out until later. But the book, The Enemy Within, doesn't make any sense in English because the enemy within is the enemy within Romania, not within America.
Right.
That just confused everybody.
Yes.
And I picked Transylvania Sunrise because of my dream of the white bat. When I'm penetrating in the dream, I go into Pânārī Fortress, which is, they now call it Pânārī Castle.
Interesting.
It's not a castle.
Right.
This is the actual fortress at the top of the Carpathians that Vlad Tepes, or the character we think of as Dracula, built a fortress to stop the
Turks.
Ottomans from coming in.
Yes.
And that was his fortress. He didn't have a castle. He did found the city of Bucharest.
Mm-hmm.
Any castle he had is not preserved today. And the castle the Bran Castle in Brasov is not his castle, but it's a tourist
trap
attraction. They might have a lot of literature. Stuart Swerdlow, long before I got involved in Montauk, told me that they do rituals in the basement of that place. I don't doubt him. I don't doubt him at all. Negative rituals.
Yeah.
Because I do know there are negative rituals that are done in Romania. And if you wanted to have a place to do them, that'd be a great place to do them.
Yes.
So I give Stuart 2 marks for saying that one.
Wait, wasn't that
5? 10 marks.
Isn't that the place where they have the wax figures being tortured and
No. No, that's ⚤ Castle. ⚤ Castle is in ⚤, which is in Transylvania. Okay. And that's where I believe Vlad Tepes' father was imprisoned. Vlad may have been born there.
Okay.
I don't know. And would give some credence to the theory of the idea that, he had to be buried with dirt from Transylvania because that's where he was born. Mm-hmm. But I don't know that he was born there. He was the Prince of Wallachia, which is outside the Carpathians, and Transylvania is pocketed within the Carpathians.
Yeah. But
be that as it may. And then I have a book. I don't have her name. She's written all about how the Dracula story by Bram Stoker was to basically, what's the word? Discredit Romania and Transylvania.
Yeah, kind of like a character assassination.
Yeah, exactly.
Of a nation, of a culture. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And there has been a lot of that, but that's not our subject tonight. So, I go and I didn't know there was a fortress, but the dream is when I saw that fortress for the first time in picture form, I said, that looks just like my dream.
Excellent. Yes.
So, or close enough. The dream didn't look anything like the Bran Castle, and I don't even know if when I dreamt it, I didn't even know about the Bran Castle.
Right.
But I go into and it was like was more like a movie. You go inside and it's not like everything's nice and ornamented. Like, you know, kind of like dusty. And I see this. I see his brides, and they're in the form of ether, and they're feminine and they're flowing.
Cool.
And yeah, they're sexual.
Yeah.
They're sexual, and this might have been a residue from reading Aleister Crowley.
Well, you certainly got that John Evans, the blind bard, all freaked out about it, and he said
that image upset him so much that he thought that I was trying to
be Dracula. Yes.
Steal his Dracula's brides.
Yes. Yes.
I never really thought about it. It's just that I penetrated that energetic sexual field of what it was. It was a sexual field, but I would later, many years, realize that dream was the pattern of a plasma field that was generated by the time reactor.
Wow.
Now, the plasma field by the time reactors does not necessarily undulate like these sexual brides, ethers. No, it wasn't quite sexual in the time reactor, but the circular rotating field of it is what it was like. Because it was movement, it was in motion. So, but as soon as I got through that field, then Dracula comes out of the corner of the room and he sees me, and boy, there is a territorial issue between me and him. Well, it's not between me and him, it's generating from him. I violated his territory.
Yes.
I'm in his territory.
Yes.
And he has superpowers. And I said, I got to get the hell out of here.
Yes.
So I run out of the castle, and I'm running very fast, and I get to the edge of the forest, and he's about to get me. But as soon as I get to when I say the edge of the forest, right where you enter the forest, all of a sudden, it's daybreak.
Wow.
And I turn around, and this is why I called that book Transylvania Sunrise.
Ah, that's where it comes from.
Because it reveals a whole bright light coming out of this country that is associated with darkness.
Yes.
And the book lives up to that. So I gave it that title. And then I turn around and I begin to chase Dracula. He turns into a wolf because a wolf runs faster than a man.
Yes.
And when I grab his hooves, actually grab the hooves, then he turns into a bat, a black bat, which then he can get away, and then he turns into the white bat. And when he turns into the white bat, then he manifests as a Dracula dressed in white, and he is saying that he's the antithesis of the Dracula that I would have known in the movies or whatever, and this is the inverse, the yin and the yang.
Yes.
Finding the good and the bad, so to speak. Now, it was just a fascinating dream to me. I didn't think anything more of it. And then I remember, I think I read it over the phone to my friend Tantra, who had been to Romania with me. And she had introduced me to the Solomonari through an article. That was the first mention of it. And she wanted to know if she could publish it in whatever internet stuff she was doing. I said, no, I'm going to do it myself someday. And that was years before I actually did it. And then it's interesting what prompted that book to be written. It was Radu had published 4 books. The Mystery of Egypt was the 3rd book. The 4th book was The Secret Parchment, but he was dry after that. He was dry for years.
Right.
And I said at the end of that book, I said, there will be a 5th book, whether it's by Radu or myself, I don't know. But he was dry. And he was just not doing anything. So I wrote The White Bat. And The White Bat was, I'd already had several trips to Romania. And I remember when I went to visit Paula in 2014, in May, I was reviewing the book and the cover while I was there. While I was there.
Yeah.
I was, you know, in the bed and breakfast we were in, I had her laptop and I was, you know, they were screwing it up badly.
Oh my God.
And that's what's screwing it up inordinately badly. You know, I got him to do it right. And that was that. But yeah, I have something else to share about that book in context. So this White Bat dream that book was published in 2014, and that summer I had visited Paula in May, and I went back in the same year in the summer to Atlanticron, and with two of my friends, we went up to Transylvania, and we visited Paula and her family, and that was the trip on which this archaeologist Daniel had taken all of us to Choclovina Cave.
Ah.
He took us to the cave. He says, okay, we're going to go to the cave. And we went to the cave.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. And he told us lots of stories about mythology. And I said to him, I told him about the stuff, because he'd never read Radu's books.
Right.
And he says, the things you're telling me make a lot of sense because I hear stories from the people in the valley about this.
Yes.
And he said, but they don't talk about it.
Ah.
They don't talk about stories because it usually is associated with the death of a loved one, maybe an ancestor, and they don't feel comfortable talking about experiences in caves or anything like that, generally speaking. So that was the introduction to the cave. And then that same year in December, Paula arrives in New York. We get married in January. A week later, you know, David calls me on my birthday, David Anderson, to congratulate me on my marriage. He didn't know it was my birthday.
Ah.
And then, you know, I write to him an email if he'd like to be on a podcast, and that leads to hours of discussion about a month or two later. When I write my newsletter, I figured out his time travel theories. Figured them out by reading his website, looking at my old notes and books, and going in the Qigong dark room, and going back to his website and using Paula as a sounding board. She's very helpful just in terms of listening. And I wrote this newsletter, which he loved. He said, this is the only time somebody's had enough patience to write this down and keep it so simple. And he wanted permission to use it. And I said, well, of course, it's your work. And his work dumbed down, but made easy to understand. And that led to the videos.
Right.
But in the process of that, he told me, I said, well, can you tell me about Romania? He says, Choclovina Cave. He says, this is the most important place. And I said, David, I was there last summer. And then this is what prompted all my interest in the cave, of which when I was there in 2022, just 2 years ago, that's when I discovered there were white bats in that cave from the biologist who let us in.
Yes.
I'd had other reports of white bats, but this was in the very heart of the cave that he said was so special. And so this white bat thing is fascinating to me. Now, there are other diversions to that. But while I was writing that book, I was writing a chapter on it was about my trip to Bulgaria in 2010. But I was writing about the dictator's daughter who'd done a special expedition to the tomb of Bastet.
Ceausescu's daughter?
No, the Bulgarian dictators.
Okay.
Her name was Ludmila. But that's a whole fascinating story. But I'm not going to go there tonight. We can do that another night. But when I was writing that chapter, which is a part of the White Bat, I had a dream. This was different. I just finished writing about the chapters in Bulgaria. In the dream state, I found myself amidst ruins that were reminiscent of the tomb of Bastet, which is in Bulgaria, by the way. The Egyptian goddess Bastet was from Bulgaria. I saw Dracula, and he was the same Hollywood version I had dreamt about years earlier in my dream about the White Bat. This time, however, he was strictly evil and sinister looking. He was accompanied by an assistant of some sort. The assistant did not, before I could contemplate any horror, Dracula had suddenly and unexpectedly acquired a Siamese twin version of himself. They were joined together at the side. Surprisingly acting like a vampire himself, the assistant then bit the neck of the Siamese twin version of Dracula, which began to shrivel up like an old corpse. Dracula was so horrified and confused by what had happened that he did not know what to do. There was so much confusion going on between the three entities that it was like an explosive pinball game. I was able to exit without being noticed. Now, it was very evident to me at that time, I didn't put it in that book, but I did put in the newsletter, that Douglas was the assistant, Dracula was Aquino. And Douglas was biting the neck of the vestigial or Siamese Aquino, which freaked out Aquino. That was definitely what I knew, but I was putting too much of a different element into the book here. But then I found myself on an athletic field with a friend. I could not, now an athletic field in a dream is a contest of life. I could not recognize his face nor identify him in any way. I only knew that he was a friend. And this friend, which I didn't identify at the time, is Douglas.
Thank you.
It was nighttime, and I'm not sure whether we were in Romania or America. It could have been a combination of the two. We then saw two phosphorescent green streaks in the sky, which we recognized as UFOs, that were probes sent to look for us. Telling my friend that we should move so that they could not find us, he said they would find us anywhere we would go. The green streaks then became recognizable as skyrockets, and one crashed and exploded into flames about 20 yards in front of us. Despite the flames, nothing caught fire, and the apparent probe had utterly failed. The other skyrocket fell far away and was even more harmless. We were free and unencumbered. This represents the lame fire rockets of Peter Levenda.
Thank you. Excellent.
This is a dream that was umpteen years ago.
Right.
So anyway, with this dream of the White Bat, so basically what's happened, Radu came out with this excellent book about inside the Earth, the inner Earth, the fifth book in the series, which I think is probably, to me, the most remarkable book that he ever wrote, and is the most remarkable book ever on the subject of the inner Earth because of the way he addresses the fauna, the flora, and the science of the issue. The anecdotes are good too. Then he wrote Forgotten Genesis. and then which is about the history of how DNA was formed on this planet, the evolution of DNA. And then the 7th book was the etheric crystal. Now, he's promised a book for over 3 years, and he's not delivered. It doesn't, 3 years to write a book is a long time. It's a long time, especially when you don't have a day job.
Yeah.
And he has plenty of activities to keep him occupied. But when we read the 7th book in the series, The Etheric Crystal, there is this purported altruistic attempt to jumpstart the consciousness of mankind, which is predominantly coming from a lady named Mentia from the Inner Earth, who's an expert in medicine. And she wants to jumpstart the consciousness of mankind. And it's like critical mass time. And there's a debate between her and Eleanor, the alchemist. He's saying, well, you have to, do it the old-fashioned way. You have to earn it. But they're trying to reach a happy medium. And Radu had stated to my publisher that it's a very difficult book. It would be his last book, like he's losing interest in the process. And there are other reasons that he could be impeded, but he said it was a very difficult book. Now, maybe I'd like to think that he's having the same difficulties that I've been having with this book in terms of finishing it, putting it all together, because there's certain energies that are challenging associated with the book, aside from just getting all the data down and all the hard work associated with compiling, recording, and editing. But what I feel is, I talked about washing up on the beach. It's like with Radu stuff, I've been on this stuff for a long time. And I was talking about that healing group where I said they were all going to the food table and whatnot.
Yes.
One night this girl walked in, Heidi. She's very cute. She's young, well, relatively young. And she says, I remember you many years ago, and you were doing a talk at a bookstore, and she was psychic, and she says, so she inserted her psychic reading into whatever. She says, you have a new deal. You have a new deal. The new deal she was talking about were the Radu Cinemark books. That became the cornerstone of Sky Books it has been for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Or so.
Yeah.
Now it's like, okay, so now we wash up on the beach. And now this is causing me to revisit the dream of the white bat. I focused on the white bat, the time travel aspects, but never the vampire aspects.
Yeah.
I said, okay, white bat is cute. But the vampire is sitting there from that dream looking me right in the face. Of course, Transylvania or Romania or Dracula are associated with vampires. But now we're dealing with Douglas Dietrich, who tells us the truth about vampires.
Yes.
And that's just a part of, and see, so this caused me to revisit the work, which is I'm mentioning in my newsletter. And this was really great. I have a friend who's a real journalist on Long Island, and he's been listening to the transmissions.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, and he's a real good journalist. And I don't think that makes it easy for him to find good journalism work, because they don't,
Well, they don't hire real journalists anymore.
They like bullshit journalists.
Yes, that's right.
But he's certainly worthy and capable, and he's done some very good work. But he made this very interesting comment, and I had a very good answer for him. He said, he had written to me and said that the Battle of Los Angeles was on the History Channel.
Okay.
And I told him, I don't get it. I assume it's the same standard bullshit. Please let me know if it's anything interesting.
Right.
He started to watch it, and he gets a call from his daughter, but he says, they repeat these things, so I'll watch it later. Maybe it'll come on again.
Uh-huh.
And he says, he says, by the way, I've been regularly listening to your duets with Douglas. He says, I find particularly interesting your accounts of the Sea Org and such. Then he says, and how the hell is Dietrich the son of Hitler? Because apparently he hasn't heard the story.
Okay.
So I wrote to him, which I said, well, this is what I just put in the newsletter.
Uh-huh.
Emperor Hirohito specifically chose Diana Dietrich to serve as a translator to the Japanese diplomatic envoy sent to Berlin.
Yes.
Having an excellent grasp of several languages, including German, she directly interacted with Hitler and developed a close personal and sexual relationship with him. Her mission was to secure his sperm and preserve it in a ginseng solution and bring it to a lab in Manchuria. While she did so, she also kept some for herself, as her eventual spouse, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, was infertile as a result of having been exposed to atomic tests. She used the preserved sperm of Hitler to inseminate herself with both Douglas and his older sister. The emperor was also aware that Diana was part of the Kyushu dynasty, a royal family that traced back to Chinese royalty.
Yes.
I gave him an answer right away.
Yeah.
Because I just copied and pasted out of my newsletter.
Incredible. How did he respond?
He hasn't responded yet.
Okay.
I answered his question. How can he respond to that? I wasn't going to say, no, that's not true. No, how can he respond? It's like that's the story. Doesn't mean it's true, but that's the story. And so he's been informed. And of course, it's a story that people don't challenge.
Thank you.
He claims his son was Hitler, or his father was Hitler.
Actually, Peter's quite right. Strangely, people do not that they should, but I'm surprised, actually, considering what people get triggered by and what they do challenge, the stupid things that they fixate on. You would think they would challenge that. And of course, what Peter said, all of that perfectly communicates what needs to be communicated. It's a very succinct and good way of putting it.
Yeah. Newsletter.
Yeah. Just to put out there, again, my mother's death day, the 13th anniversary of the day that she died being yesterday, falling as it does on the ystara, which is what many consider a pagan or Wiccan holiday, which happens just before the Japanese national holiday, celebrating the same thing, which is the vernal equinox. My mother died at a time of new beginnings, which of course is profound.
So that was March 13th?
March 19th. March 19th is
March 19th.
Yeah. And so March 19th is when ystara fell this year. And like I said, it's mostly celebrated by Wiccans in this day and age. But the Japanese national holiday for the vernal equinox falls today. It was today. So it's essentially a blending of the twain. They're both celebrating the same thing. For some reason, the West was celebrating theirs first. My understanding was that the ancient tradition was to celebrate it during a full moon, but it was not a full moon on the 19th. So the Wiccans are following something else, probably just tacked it onto the Gregorian calendar on March 19th. And so it's coincident with the day my mother died, in which case that in and of itself is profound. But she died just before the Japanese national holiday date, which is, can change depending on each year, but never more than by a day or two. So it's around this time of new beginnings. So that's poetic and mythopoeic. But so just to kind of just a few points to be made is that of course, Hitler was himself no racist. He was a racialist, which is different. People may think that it is a slim difference, but it's not. It's a profound difference. And he understood the difference between races and their genetics. And most people, of course, had the impression that Hitler disapproved of certain friendships that German actors or actresses had with many of their international counterparts, but it was never anything that was really enforced. And what my mother developed with Hitler fairly quickly was definitely she seduced him, and it was definitely something which he confided in her a few things. He really kind of let loose around, how would I say it? Kind of melted around her and really cut loose, just kind of became much more infinitely relaxed. Of course, she had that ability, and she even talked him into, of course, donning that kimono she took a photo of, which later on, when I shared it online with people like Laurie and Ann Fenton, it wound up online. No doubt through Laurie and Ann Fenton, because it was only after my working with her that came out online. That was never online before I worked with Laurie and Ann Fenton. So I have no doubt that she did that. But when once it was unleashed on the public, of course, you had all these half-assed attempts to deconstruct it or discredit it, but nobody's ever done so definitively, because they cannot. It's a genuine historical photo, and my mother took it. So, but basically, there were 2 sexual episodes with Adolf Hitler. Both of them were essentially blowjobs, and each time she collected a test tube or a vial of his sperm, which I think what happened was she transferred it from her mouth to the test tube after the blowjob, essentially. So, without over-dwelling on the gory details, so to speak, the test tube was filled with a ginseng solution that preserved it each time, and each time she took it immediately to a refrigeration unit. The first unit was, of course, shipped directly back to Tokyo to Emperor Hirohito's laboratories. The second time she kept it for herself, where, of course, it wound up in a building in San Francisco, which I've gone into some detail about in the past. We don't need to cover that right now. Just so that people know, a lot of this was kept hidden for obvious reasons. For one thing, my mother was underage, though, again, it needs to be emphasized that in Europe, there's very much a much more practical attitude about this. A good point to make is like legal age in France is something like at least, maybe younger, but it's at the oldest, it's 16 or 17. And there was this Swedish boy who became a international fashion model. I would have to look up his name, but he inspired Japanese anime profoundly when he visited Japan. A lot of Japanese aesthetic is influenced by him. But he was dated by various men at that age, and it was legal. So Europe has always been much more, because of their high death rates from wars and their history of constant warfare, plagues, and various other things that shorten lifespans.
I can also tell you something else about Europe, is that Europe was based on a culture of apprenticeship, not going to high school, which makes people neurotic, basically.
Yeah,
High school is designed to make people neurotic.
Yeah.
But in other words, when you would reach your puberty, you'd then go into you'd end your schooling, and then you would go into an apprenticeship, either as a cobbler, a mason, a bricklayer, whatever you're going to be. And the woman would be fully woman, and she'd be ready to have children. She would have children. Yeah. The women didn't go to high school.
Yeah. That's right.
This is a European tradition. So women were women when they were women, and men were men, but they had to, work in an apprenticeship.
Yeah.
And then they would become professional. So this is the tradition of Europe. We never had this tradition in America. Mm-hmm. So America formed a different culture, whereby
profoundly different. Yes.
When you're fully through puberty, you're procreative material.
Yeah.
And so that's the logic And we have, and even culturally right now, it's not really good for people to be having babies before they're 18.
Right.
It's generally speaking, I mean, there's plenty of exceptions, well, there might be exceptions, but culturally, you know, we're in a very neurotic situation. And of course, people will do all sorts of things to justify what would, you know, pedophilia with younger kids and stuff. But
Right.
anyway, I just wanted to say that.
No, it's important. It's well taken. It's a well taken point. And so just to clarify as well, one of the reasons why nobody really knew about this at the time, or it certainly was not emphasized, the person who did know about it the most was Otto Dietrich, who introduced my mother to Adolf Hitler. So Otto Dietrich was Hitler's press chief, and he was a member of the SS. And so people can look up Otto Dietrich. He was one of the first people who published a book after World War II about serving with Adolf Hitler. And so Otto Dietrich, of course, was where my mother first encountered an important Dietrich. She also became familiar with Sepp Dietrich, who was the leader of Hitler's personal bodyguard. And both these people were, of course, related to Marlene Dietrich and George Dietrich, my legal father. They were all related to each other, not just by the name, but actual extended bloodline. But when it came to my mother's relationship with Adolf Hitler, it was more like he was intensely excited by her, very passionate, and shared some things with her that he wouldn't normally with other people, like telling her about his fascination with the movie King Kong, as just kind of like a wind-down conversation where they were kind of a warm-up or wind-down conversation in their activity. He spoke to her about how he was convinced, of course, that the Americans had produced the movie King Kong as a allegory for their enslavement, for basically the transatlantic slave trade. That King Kong is captured. He's this potent image. The natives on the island are definitively black. They're not like Polynesian. They're black. The natives on the island. So it's like it's Africa, but it's supposed to be a Pacific island. But Kong is captured there with this atypical population base that is worshipping and tending to him. And then Kong is enslaved. He is brought to America. And then busts loose, and every white man's fear, he goes after the white woman, and so this was a powerful allegory for slavery and America's white population's fear of blacks. This is how Adolf Hitler interpreted it, and he was sharing that with my mother during their casual conversation. Something, of course, most people would never know otherwise about him. And but such being said, aside from the age factor, which, like I said, is not that sensitive, it's but what was more sensitive was simply the race factor. Many Europeans would have found it hypocritical or distasteful if they had found out Hitler was having sex with her, not because it was scandalous particularly, he was a single man, but rather that the racial factor would have made it so. It would have been too controversial. So for that reason, it was...
But she was Japanese.
Yes.
And Chinese. That
Yes.
would have been outrageous.
Yeah, to them, yes. To most Europeans, because many Europeans, of course, took what Hitler was saying. What I've just shared with you shows Adolf Hitler was far more nuanced and far more sensitive to race issues than anyone knows. It'd be simply because they simply project onto him this mindless hatred, this mindless racial hatred, which is not at all what Adolf Hitler was about. But they project onto him the concept or the persona of the greatest race hater of them all. But the reality was he was far more nuanced than the overwhelming amount of any Americans at that time. And indeed, Nazi propaganda posters produced during World War II, people can look this up, would portray Americans wearing Ku Klux Klan sheets as racists. So there you have that, and people can look that up. That's a fact. It's not something I'm making up. These were actual World War II propaganda posters produced by the Germans, portraying Americans as Klansmen. So they knew what the Americans were really all about, but the Americans didn't know what they were about. And so in terms of that, it was basically, furtive rendezvous, where these rendezvouses would be a liaison that happened at least twice, each time a full sperm sample was taken. And as I said, she pretty much transferred it from her mouth to a test tube while he was, shall we say, kind of too lost in post-orgasmic glow to notice. Thereafter transfer it to, the ginseng solution kept it alive well enough for hours.
You have to keep in mind that she was a ninja.
Yes.
And she would have been very expert at being discreet.
Absolutely.
Extremely so.
Absolutely. That combined, of course, with the vampirism, where she did tell me that she did give him bites, and this, of course, injected the dimethyltryptamine, which had him essentially high. So he was in a literal state of ecstasy. There was multiple factors that prevented him from noticing what she was doing, really. So there you go. That's the general situation. And just for future reference, and certainly we will, if not in this book, then in another one soon, articulate that. And so, such being said, back to Peter. And,
yes, but I want to digress for a minute because
Sure.
you brought up a couple things, and I meant to mention this to you. I've kind of came to a conclusion with this white bat stuff about coming back to the vampire thread.
Yes.
And why I'm working with Douglas, and Yonda is going to be working intensively with the both of us, which is a great gift. But that's what she is a gift.
Yes.
Is a gift of both of us, and working on the energy of the book and getting, we even talked about, I said, I want to bring Douglas here. I'd like to be able to get him to come here and, raise money to bring him here and sign the books that we're the special edition we're going to put out. But I said, the main barrier there is not raising the money. It's the security stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's the security issues. And she says, well, she'll take care of that energetically.
Great.
Energetically.
Yeah.
It's more about energetics than it is about, security.
Yes.
Not that that's not unimportant, but so anyway, that was very good. But there was a couple things I wanted to mention in the news. First, I'm going to mention that I've been getting feeds on YouTube. I watched one of them, and it was about the devastation Ukraine is inflicting upon Russia and their YouTubes. And they're coming out repeatedly. And when I saw the first one, I said, well, that's very interesting. You don't hear this on the mainstream. And when I saw the second one, I had to wonder if the news was being manufactured to feed somebody who wants to learn about, Russia taking it on the chin. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know if it's true. In other words, the footage they show is not necessarily fresh footage. They're saying Ukraine did this, they unleashed so many drones, and, Russia doesn't know what to do, Putin doesn't know what to do, and it's like, how much of it is propaganda? But there's now consistent news coming out on how Ukraine's taken it to Russia. But we live in an era where news can be manufactured. I'm not saying it was manufactured, but it was definitely, I could just see, I want to read more about Ukraine beating the crap out of Russia. It's like, the first one I watched, and I said, is it real? I don't know. And then I saw something on CNN tonight which was, this I don't question as being manufactured news at all, because first, they weren't only talking about it, they were showing the reality of it, that Gaza has basically been laid waste, and the Israelis are now coming in and ready to move settlements into Gaza, especially, and that they're going to put this whole, this wasn't on CNN, this was an astrologer talking about it, but she said it's right, they're building a whole canal, and it's to another, it's going to bypass the Red Sea, and they said this is like something like $5 million a week or something like this in revenue, and they're going to bypass the Red Sea, and this was all from the result of the Gaza war.
You mean the Red Sea Dead Sea Canal? It's called the Red Sea Dead Sea Canal concept. Is that what you're talking about?
I don't know. You probably know better than me.
Okay.
And she says you can look all this stuff up. She said, but it's like it's all of a sudden there's going to be this big money-making enterprise as a result of the Gaza war. But there's also this settlement coming in, and they interviewed the lady who's spearheading the settlement, and the CNN reporter who was saying, "Well, isn't this genocide? Isn't this?" And she says, she doesn't like that word. She says, Palestinians. She didn't say the Palestinians. She said the Arabs lost every right they had on October 7th. This is what she said. And she talked about all, the families that are moving in, and she wouldn't reveal the big financial supporters. She said in the United States, big financial supporters. We have lots of money. But this is, they've leveled, from what I see on the news, they've leveled Gaza, and now they're going to move in. The Israelis are going to move in with settlements. And this is, and just do it, and basically, the reporter says, what about the Palestinians? She says, what about the people who've been displaced? She says they've lost their rights when they attacked, when on October 7th. So that's a justification for, she says, she basically says they're trying to commit genocide on us. They want to get rid of Israel, which is true. I mean, they want to get rid of Israel. So, but I'm saying the audaciousness of this, one has to wonder what the consequences will be, and if there will be consequences. It will certainly generate hatred across the Mideast and the whole world, the whole Islamic world.
One would hope. Go on, yes.
The most you're going to get out of Biden is a frown and a disapproval, shaking his head. That's the most you're going to get out of him.
Yeah, he's like Mark H. He's just impotent.
And Trump, well, he's not even in the picture yet. And by the time he gets in the picture, it'll all be done. If he gets in the picture,
Right.
It'll all be done. So it's like, what can he say? It's like, you can't go and raise the Israeli settlements to bring back in the Palestinians. At least if you're the U.S. president, maybe the Iranians could do it, but they don't have the resources for that.
No.
So it's like one wonders what's going to happen to these Palestinians. One would wonder if they're going to be able to fill cities in Saudi Arabia. These new cities they're building in Saudi Arabia, maybe they're going to fill them with people.
It's the, how would I say it? That is one of those incredibly logical solutions that would actually make a certain kind of sense if the House of Saud were truly serious about building a mile-long linear city and beyond. These incredible, and they're growing ever more insane, their plans for various structures in the... I guess it's some kind of desert madness that has creeped into them. These things are totally unrealistic, these constructs. They're not going to be...
What are they building a point? Like, and what would the Palestinians do? Eat sand?
I don't know.
What are they going to do?
Well,
why are they building these cities?
Theoretically, the cities are supposed to be self-sustaining in the sense that the cities would be, of course, piping in water from other areas, obviously. So they would, and by the way, I'm not using that tone of disdain towards yourself, of course. I'm using that towards the very concept. But there would have to be an enormous amount of piping in of water. But what they are what they're theorizing, what they're conceptualizing, and believe me, they haven't gotten very far with their conceptualizing. They're only like conceptualizing this in this, like, what you would call, in the old days when you had private space companies, they had what they called the infamous ABV, which was the airbrush vehicle. They would have pictures of these airbrush spaceships that they would be launching if only they could get enough funding. So this was like going on in the 80s and 90s, the ABVs, the airbrush vehicles that were infamous, notorious. Engineering companies were trying to scare up support. And then finally, a couple of maniacs got rich enough to make their own dreams come true without consulting these private startups trying to get unicorn money. But in Saudi Arabia, this is all really ABV shit. It's just airbrush vehicular cities, ABC, airbrush vehicular or airbrush cities, ABC. It's just not. It's not going to get past that point because these are physically impossible structures. The environment is so foreboding that to extend this out there. I would be amazed if construction started at all. And if it did, it's going to be something that is just a complete and total waste of money. But the concept is they're going to pipe in water, and therefore the cities would be on the interior because they're essentially a linear city. It'd be like construction on both sides. It's basically a giant Great Wall of China, except it's hollow on the inside. So people would be living on the walls facing each other. These would be like the Garden of Babylon. They would have all this water that would be piped in so that they would have gardens that would be essentially terraced. So these would be terraced, and therefore they'd be growing food for these people theoretically within this environment. None of this is sustainable or possible, but the displaced Palestinian population seems like it would be ideal, yes. But to just verify everything that Peter Moon is saying, now notice the source that Peter Moon sourced may not seem like it's particularly, shall we say, reputable, but she's completely right. Jared Kushner says that Gaza's waterfront property must be taken. He says Israel needs to finish the job by moving Palestinians to the Negev desert. Now that's in Israel. But nobody lives there effectively. And it's supposed to be the wilderness, theoretically, that the Jews fled to during their time of Exodus. But Jared Kushner, he's praised the very valuable potential of Gaza's waterfront property and suggested Israel should remove all the civilians while it, quote-unquote, cleans up the strip. Now, this is not something that is to be taken lightly. Kushner was a senior foreign policy advisor under Donald Trump's presidency, and he was tasked with preparing a peace plan for the Middle East. This is it. This is it coming to fruition. The critics of this plan, which involved Israel striking normalization deals with the Gulf states, bypassed questions about the future for Palestinians because it was proposed there would be none. So in an interview at Harvard University held this month, on the 8th day in March, the former property dealer, married to Donald Trump's daughter Ivanka, made some comments. His remarks at Harvard gave a hint of the kind of Middle East policy that will be pursued in the event that Trump returns to the White House, including a search for a normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel, which might involve a transfer of population. Now, Donald Trump's son-in-law also says Israel should bulldoze an area of the Negev desert and move Palestinians there. Kushner told his interviewer, who was Harvard's Middle East Initiative faculty chair, that's Professor Tarek Massoud, that Gaza's waterfront property could be very valuable if people would focus on building up livelihoods. Now, Kushner was lamenting all the money that had gone into the territory's tunnel network and munitions instead of education and innovation. Of course, he discounts the fact, or doesn't bring up the fact, that, this is an occupied territory where people are enslaved, quite literally. They're wage slaves, but they live in a giant open-air prison and consistently have their power manipulated or browned out or cut off completely by the Israelis. I could go on and on about what it's like to be Palestinian, but Masood replied that, there's a lot to talk about there. And then Kushner also said he thinks Israel should have more civilians from Gaza to the Negev Desert in southern Israel. He said that if he were in charge of Israel, his number one priority would be getting civilians out of the southern city of Rafah, the last stronghold, and that with diplomacy, got a cough there, it could be possible to get them into Egypt. And now, Egypt will not accept the Palestinians. Anyhow, to quotist Kushner more in detail, he said, "It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation there, but from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up. But I don't think that Israel has stated that they don't want the people to move back there afterwards. But in addition to that, I would just bulldoze something in the Negev. I would try to move people in there. I think that's a better option, so you can go in and finish the job." And he reiterated...
Let me say something, Douglas.
Yeah, of course.
If I were advising Kushner,
yeah,
and I'm going to try and calculate what his response would be. I'd say, the things you're saying, aside from the fact that they have no regard for the Palestinian people,
thank you,
are very politically volatile.
Thank you.
And they could, this could involve, there's really negative implications here, and it could ignite real problems in the world. And my guess his response would be, I don't really know him, I just know that he's allied with Israel. I mean, he sounds like their personal frontman.
Yeah.
But I would expect him to say, well, they don't really have any say in the matter. They're just, they don't have any power. They don't matter, because, and even if they do matter, there's no power. Somebody can do anything. It's like nobody's supporting them. They don't. They're just basically. He would say it as politely as he could. He'd just say they're just shit.
Yeah, yeah.
And like, I've seen this done before. I saw this done with Scientology. What happened to people, human beings in Scientology? And to go that route is very perilous. And as they say, people can get away with a lot for a long time. It eventually catches up, though. And this is what I would tell him. And he really seems to have his head up his ass in terms of being, immune to, or, oblivious to human suffering. And the territorial imperativeness of the Israelis, who are, and this woman is saying, she's just drawing the line in the sand, saying, it's us against them, because they lost all rights when they attacked us. That's a great justification. It's not a great justification.
Well, it's right. It's their rationalization. Yes, go on. Yes.
Yeah, and it's like it's like they're creating their own poison. My question becomes rhetorically, like, how much can you get away with before it all backs up, before the drain backs up on you?
Well, as you well know, we're all going to find out. We're all going to find out. We're all going to find out firsthand. The interesting thing is, Peter's got a lot more years left, barring some kind of violent assassination or terrible accident. Peter's not going to be taken out by COVID, that's for sure, or some kind of other kind of disease or something like that. So Peter's going to live to see this, along with the rest of us. And what it will involve ultimately is a world war, but not because of the Arabs. Here's the most important thing to explain that sadly most Westerners don't understand. Most Westerners, meaning, shall we say, both sides of the Atlantic, the British, of course, at least always their elites are a little more geopolitically sophisticated. Simply because of history, their connections to that area of the world. All of the nobility of the Arab world trains in Sandhurst Military Academy in England. They call them the Sheikhs of Sandhurst. So every member of importance in the Arab world speaks the King's English. So going back to the days of their man in the desert, Lawrence of Arabia, the British acquired that. They got that at least. So they have some ability to profoundly manipulate the future if they put their minds to it. But what happened was, after the Suez Canal fiasco, they've been very reluctant to become a world mover and shaker again, and that's going to have to change. And I've explained reasons for that in another episode to our Englishman friend George Knight, but I'll explain it later again if we need to, if it arises organically. Happy to do so. But that aside, for now, is something to remember for later. Compartmentalize that. The Arab world, the horror is that they've all abandoned Palestine. They don't give a shit. They've thrown the Palestinians under the bus. Those days are over. Back in the day when Peter Moon was about 20 years younger and I was just growing up, the Arab world was definitively behind the Palestinians. This was the pivot point of what divided the world. There were two major factors that divided the world Peter Moon and I knew as creatures of the 20th century. And remember, Peter Moon has the same vampire phenomenon as I do in the sense of time displacement. This is why Peter Moon can so relate to the phenomenon of time travel, is that basically he and I are creatures out of time. We were products of a different century. And in that century, there were two major dividing lines of the world: the Warsaw Pact and NATO, the confrontation between East and Western Europe, and the Middle East issues between Israel and everyone else in the Arab world. So much of this had to do with, indeed, it's what, to a degree, prevented the Israelis from finishing the job, exterminating the Palestinians in toto. Those days were ended when Israel became very sophisticated, which of course they always were. The Israeli culture is a product of Eastern Europe. Were overwhelmingly Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews from the beginning. They have become more Russocentric now than ever before. As I said, when Russia when all these Jews were leaving Russia and the Americans were bringing them to the United States, where they had such a profound impact on our civil defense infrastructure that nobody's aware of, and I've gone into, but just briefly so people understand what I'm talking about. When all these Russian Jews were being brought over by Pat Boone in particular, and all these other kinds of glaze-eyed, pie-eyed, moon-eyed intellectuals, or pseudo-celebrities, has-beens and never-weres, and all these kinds of pathological bleeding hearts. They basically would say, donate so much money and you'll save this many Jews. Donate this much money and you could save other Jews. And it was like it was Schindler's List or something. Like these people were going to die or something. And as Peter Moon said, he was personally witness to commercials where they would claim that these were Holocaust survivors, that they would, or at least bring up Holocaust survivors as a
they're still on all the time.
Yeah, as a front for these commercials. And but basically Americans were acting on this, donating just hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they were bringing these people to the United States. And what happened was, somebody who was working with the civil defense infrastructure, for those of you who do not remember, civil defense infrastructure was a big thing in the 50s. And what we did was we built many mass bomb shelters. The apartment that I grew up in the Tenderloin of San Francisco had a bomb shelter, meaning that theoretically, if there were a war, we could all the tenants could retreat into the bomb shelter. And it was, these were required by federal regulations to be stocked. They needed to be stocked with first aid. They needed to be stocked with, believe it or not, lots and lots of alcohol. It was very important in government, by government mandate, you had to have lots of alcohol because people were going to need to drink. And so they were stocked with booze, they were stocked with canned foods, they were stocked with, and this was all over the country. And when the Russian Jews came over, they found out about this and somehow were given access to quote unquote act as inspectors, and they emptied these bomb shelters of everything. They are now completely denuded. Every bomb shelter across the United States, other than maybe private ones, privately owned ones on private land, all the mass public shelters were completely denuded of all stocks, which the Russian Jews took and then sold on the black market to the Palestinians, like first aid and shit, or basically, for the wars that they were waging, and all these Palestinians and Lebanese that were getting all fucked up, then they'd sell them on the black market, all these first aid packs that they stole from American bomb shelters, and also the booze, etc., and the canned foods, because they needed to eat. It was disgusting. In other words, they were wiping out the Lebanese and the Palestinians and selling them all this shit from American bomb shelters that they needed to sustain survival. It's beyond disgusting. It is beyond sick. Don't tell me about what the Nazis did to Jews. Don't even tell me what Hitler did to Jews. My biological father did everything he had to do because he knew he had to do it. Because he knew these people had written off their rights. How's that for my argument? These people had written off their rights when they declared war against Germany, which was on the headlines. Judea declares war against Germany. At that moment, they had written away their rights. So there you have that. But then it comes to the point where the Americans had to stop it. And they finally told Israel, you start taking these people in or we pull our support. They did present that ultimatum. I don't know which administration, but one of them did it. And it was fairly, it feels recent to me, but then I'm a creature of the last century. At any rate, what happened was Israel started taking in all these Russian immigrants. Now, 1/3 of the population of Israel, their Umgangssprache, their native tongue, is Russian. Therefore, when they hold elections, everything is bilingual. It's in both Hebrew and Russian. So you've got 1/3 of the population that speaks Russian, and they pretty much run Israel. They are the majority of people who run Israel. Israel is a Russian satellite state. So all they do, their entire foreign policy, is cyclopean slave circuited to Russia. And so they're a Russian ally. They're an enemy of the United States. Everything that Netanyahu has done has been hostile to the United States and completely antithetical to our interests. They are the only ally that we have that runs an aggressive espionage campaign against us. The Japanese, of course, have been caught with industrial espionage. The communist Chinese have been caught with academic espionage, other forms of espionage, such as trying to intimidate Chinese who live in the United States or anywhere else in the world, just as the Russians and Asian Indians assassinate their people who live outside of their country, who are living in other parts, like the guy who got killed in India, a Sikh leader who was killed by the Asian Indians who was living in Canada, got offed by them, and that's what got Trudeau so angry against the Asian Indians, and the Russians assassinating people living in Britain. The Chinese assassinate Chinese people who live in the United States. And don't think I haven't been targeted. But such being said, I'm so aware of how they operate that, and they're pretty naive and they're pretty boorish, and they really don't know how to operate in this environment with the level of nuance I do. So it's not too much of a threat, but I always have to be wary of it. So such being said, the Israelis operate that kind of campaign here where they kill people who are viewed as a threat to Israel. And that includes myself. The assassination attempt against myself the other day while I was taking out garbage could have been the Russians, could have been the Israelis. Either one of those people has plenty of blondes. And the more I think about it, the more it seemed like a brother and sister team. The sister running reconnaissance to confirm I was taking out the garbage, then the brother trying to take me out. This is something that, of those of you who haven't heard about it, we don't need to go into it. Just roll with the fact that it happened. Now, in terms of the situation with the Arabs, unfortunately, what happened was the Israelis, with all this influx of Russians, began to develop into the world's feistiest flesh pot. They basically got an endless supply of Russian heroin addicts. And heroin addiction is so bad in Russia that if you went into the old areas of Chernobyl, these irradiated areas, people were injecting what they called hot shots. That was opium poppies that they could grow in the Chernobyl area because it was so radiated, none of the police would patrol it. So they would grow all the opium poppies there, process that into heroin, and it'd all be highly radioactive, but they would use that heroin and inject it in their veins till their veins literally glowed in the fucking dark. That's how bad the heroin problem is in Russia. So
let me qualify one thing, Douglas.
Yeah.
You say it's bad, but it might be better than being Russian.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, there's a reason Russia has the highest abortion rates in the world. I remember when my father was alive and he was going, why? And I was like, how could you ask that question? But it's who wants to bring a baby into that hell on earth? Besides that, the chances are it would be retarded. During the time of Mikhail Gorbachev, the Soviet state invested heavily into researching the cause of retardation at birth due to damaged sperm from men who had drunk so much that their sperm was deformed by vodka alcoholism. And so they're the only nation on earth that needed to even research a phenomenon like that. That's how bad it is. Forget whatever you saw on St. Patrick's Day. Russians drink like they breathe. They drink like it's oxygen, like it's an oxygen tank. Then they're on Mars. They're sucking at those bottles. So at any rate, such being said, the Russian girls, before they get to the point of injecting radioactive heroin, they're addicted to heroin anyway, the majority of them. And so they ship them to Israel by the thousands. So these Russian women are exploited as prostitutes in Israel as part of their foreign policy. In other words, this is where everyone has been going to in Israel. If you ever wonder about vacationing in Israel, it's a lot of people may be going there for the beaches or even for skiing. Yeah, there's snow in Israel. But the Arab people in particular go there for the Russian hookers. And these women are locked in rooms where they're kept injected full of heroin. That's their pay. They're paid only in heroin and food. And they're raped multiple times a day by Arab visitors, scores of them a day. And these are the Arab elite. And they just go in there and they fuck Russian hookers, and they eventually are compromised because the Israelis filmed them, because they're all fucking idiots. The Arabs in this case. And then the Israelis compromise them. This is the entire Arab world, short of maybe the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan under the king of Jordan. Other than His Highness the King of Jordan, the original guardian of Mecca, the true descendant of the Prophet Muhammad, other than that, and he's the direct neighbor of Israel, he hates them and makes certain his people don't go there. Another good example would be Oman. If you ever know Oman, is the Portugal of the Arab world. They're the people who Islamized Indonesia and much of Southeast Asia. That all came from Oman, the sailors of the Arab world. And Oman, they had like all these, they're poor. They don't have oil. Oman is on the edge of the Arabian Peninsula, but the oil's everywhere else. And Oman maintains as a strategic chip this little jut of land that chokes the Persian Gulf. The only reason Oman exists is because they can threaten everybody else on Earth by shutting down the Persian Gulf with this little piece of land they own in the Persian Gulf. One of the most strategic pieces of land on Earth. And Oman otherwise is poor. And but they're honorable Muslims, and their king is gay. I don't know if he's still alive, but at the time he was alive. And remember, these people are absolute monarchs, and they rule their entire life. But he's gay, and he hates the House of Saud. This is a result of what happened was, for generations, his people went to the House of Saud to maintain their hotels, their hospitals, and all of their scut work. They did all of the housework. And then what happened was, when he went to visit Saudi Arabia, they really rubbed his face in it. The House of Saud, put him in a room alone with a bunch of crying babies in cribs and said, "Don't forget to change their diapers." And then they kept throwing these dustbins at him and shit, saying, "Don't forget to sweep the floor." And when he went home, he sent a letter to all his workers in the House of Saud. You return home within 6 months, because he was given leeway to many of the workers who had been impregnated by their Saudi employees. He was giving them 6 months to come home. He said, get your things in affair within half a year, get all your affairs in order, and you come back to Oman, and we're cutting all ties with them forever. And that's when all of the workers left the House of Saud, and the House of Saud was drowning in its own shit. Nobody could collect the garbage. That's when they began to hire all these Filipinos. That's how the Filipinos became the labor force for the House of Saud, and they're treated as slaves. They're treated subhuman. They're whipped. They're locked up to sleep in closets at night. At any rate, literally, I'm not joking about any of this. This is no exaggeration. But anyhow, the House of Saud is completely corrupted by the State of Israel. The United Arab Emirates is completely corrupted by the State of Israel. Every single member of their ruling family in both cases has been filmed fucking Russian hookers. So all of their faces are identified by facial identification recognition technology, and they can be exposed at any time. So they have completely united behind Israel. This is the case with the majority of the rest of the Arab world as well, except for Oman and the Kingdom of Jordan. The rest of the Arab world is rock solid, locked behind Israel. They will do anything the Israelis tell them, because the Israelis have them all literally by the balls. So that is how Israel has got the Arab world to unite behind it. And in exchange, they've all signed away the Palestinians. And they said, fuck the Palestinians, you can do anything you want with them. That's why the Israelis are acting with total impunity. No one will take a hand against them. The only people who stand against them are, as I said, Oman, the Kingdom of Jordan. Kuwait protested. Kuwait, of course, is got a city that's quickly becoming uninhabitable itself, so it can relate to the Palestinians. Climate change is making Kuwait City, which my unit was one of the Marine Corps units that was involved in the Desert Storm operation that was propagandized as having liberated Kuwait City. Kuwait City is now completely uninhabitable. It's like every day you're baking at 200 degrees. People just cannot live there anymore. So they relate to the Palestinians, and they've protested to the United Nations. But you'll notice it took South Africa to file a complaint of genocide to the United Nations against the Israelis. Not some Arab nation, South Africa. And so that's because South Africa is now a communist Chinese colony, and the communist Chinese have landed on the side of the Palestinians simply because it's political, some kind of political expediency that resulted in that. But they're not doing anything because the communist Chinese as an ally aren't worth a fucking shit. So they've just taken the side of the Palestinians, quote unquote, morally. But because of that, South Africa lodged the protest. They got communist China behind them. But such being said, this is the situation right now, and it's one that the evangelicals of America want realized an Israeli genocide against the Palestinians because they think that the Israelis are going to bring Jesus Christ back. The Palestinians are nothing compared to the Jews in the eyes of evangelicals, who are literally breeding red heifers in Texas for the Jews to sacrifice once they rebuild the Temple Mount. This is not rumor or urban legend. This is what the Texans are doing. They're breeding red heifers specifically for the Israelis to sacrifice unto God once they rebuild the Temple Mount. The American evangelicals worship the Jew as relatives of the boss, and what they are engaged in, their entire religion is a form of Jew worship, and it's nothing to do with Christianity. So that being stated, Trump caters to them, and Jared Kushner, of course, is economically involved with them. So that's why Jared Kushner, what he was saying, of course, was shocking. I mean, he reiterated the point I've already articulated a little later in that interview, saying, I do think right now opening up the Negev, creating a secure area there, moving the civilians out, and then going in and finishing the job would be the right move. And it's so ominous. Finishing the job, just those words. And so that suggestion did draw a startled response from Professor Massoud. And that's when Dr. Massoud asked, is that something that they're talking about in Israel? I mean, that's the first I've really heard of somebody aside from President Sisi, Egypt's leader, suggesting that Gazans trying to flee the fighting could take refuge in the Negev, because he sure as hell ain't going to take them in Egypt. Are people in Israel seriously talking about that possibility? To which Kushner simply shrugged his shoulders and replied, I don't know and I don't care. And Massoud asked, but that would be something you try to work on. And implying, of course, that he will be working with Trump as president again. And Kushner said, I'm sitting in Miami Beach right now, and I'm looking at the situation, and I'm thinking, what would I do if I was there? And I'm thinking, it'd be so much better without the pesky Palestinians. And now, asked by Massoud about the fears on the part of Arabs in the region that the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, would not allow Palestinians who flee Gaza to ever return, that's when Kushner paused and then said, maybe. Then he went on to say, I'm not sure if there's much left of Gaza for them to return to at this point anyway. If you think about even the construct, Gaza was not really a historical precedent. It was a result of a war. You had tribes in different places, and then Gaza became a thing. Egypt used to run it, and then over time, different governments came in. And when he was responding to a question about whether the Palestinians should have their own state, then Kushner described the proposal as, a super bad idea. That would essentially be rewarding an act of terror. As if Jews coming in and buying up all the property beachside wasn't rewarding an act of genocide. We're essentially living in a new Gilded Age. Go on, back to Pete.
But the thing is, the problem here is not that anything you said was wrong, but see, it's they're prejudiced towards their view. It's a theological view. It's, appears to be very crazy, but nevertheless, it's their worldview.
Yes.
And what it all comes down to is leverage. It all comes down to, can they get away with this? As far as they're concerned, they can, because they've done so. See, with all the rhetoric that's gone on, it's almost as if the rhetoric has served to inflame their opponents in such a way as to pacify their opponents. In other words, what's happening there is outrage, but then in the end, it's kind of like, okay, well, here's Gaza. What about the Palestinians? It's like they'll probably be sending him over the border and having him immigrate to the United States.
That's
terrorism in the United States.
Your point is well taken, And I think everybody should take that into consideration, especially the conservative right should be talking about this. Why are they not talking about this? That's the only thing that I can think of really happening. Let me give you an example. We were just sent, I was sent in Skype a link from Brendan Zogit, in which Brendan Zogit was pointing out, this link is basically talking about the Rafah area, where all they've taken over 1 million people, almost 1.5 million people are stuck in this one concentrated area. They're packed so tight that when the Americans said, hey, let's airdrop in some aid, you know, like the Berlin airlift, and they started dropping these heavy crates full of shit, you know, medical supplies and food and shit, they wound up literally, these crates falling from the sky landed on all of these crowded Palestinians who have no room to move away, and killed them all. They just killed dozens, if not scores, maybe hundreds of Palestinians dropping aid crates. How do you like that? I mean, this is the Americans' idea of trying to help. Hey, have some of this. And it's like, so this is how crowded the Palestinians are right now. All experts on food supply are working with the United Nations have said we have a famine condition, disease conditions, plague conditions emerging in this hypercrowded, constrained area. These people can't shit or piss except on each other. This is like, they have no water to drink. You have children drinking their parents' urine to rehydrate. This is, without exaggeration, this is what's going on. This is hell on earth. And the horror of it is that the Jews are responsible for this because, first off, the attack on October 7th was completely orchestrated by Netanyahu. But beyond that, even if it were not, and I'm going to say something very different from what OJ said in terms of the real weight of what's being said. OJ would say something like, even if I did kill Nicole, which he said on record, it would only mean how much I loved her. He said that during a group talk, you know, classic psychopath. This is nothing like that. Here is the posit. Even if this were an attack orchestrated completely by the Palestinians, meaning Hamas, which is, some people would argue that they're inseparable, that Hamas could not exist without the popular support. There's no reason it shouldn't have popular support. They're a resistance army against an occupying force that is literally choking the life out of their people. Everything they do is justified. So the idea that even if this were a real attack, orchestrated completely by them, it would still be justified. Everything they did would be justified because of the horror of what it's like to live in Palestine, which none of the Americans or the rest of the world has any idea what it's like. I've gone into some detail before, but at this point, they're not even being allowed to live at all. This is something which, this is the horror of the situation, and it's the reality is that it will impact us here exactly as Peter said. What Peter said is the future. I mean, basically, where are the Palestinians going to go? They're going to go, right now, we have Chinese coming through Mexico. Big increase in Chinese coming through Mexico. It'll be Palestinians next. And like Peter said, they'll have every reason to commit to terror here. Why would they not commit to terror here? Terror will be brought home here because of what the Americans are doing to help Israel exterminate these people. It will come back to bite us. Then it will be part of our civil war dynamic. Those who understand what the Palestinians are doing and those who do not and side with the Israeli or Zionist paradigm. So you notice that I'm being cautious enough or considerate enough to not say Jewish as a blanket statement, because, of course, as Peter said, certainly there's Jewish people who are antithetical to what's going on, but they're not doing enough, in my opinion. I don't see them doing anything. Maybe some people... I
don't know what they can do. What you have is I mean, you've just got this aggressive behavior taking place.
Well, they could lobby
Which
for
was
America.
also interesting. Pardon me.
Go on. I couldn't resist. They could lobby for America to stop supplying Israel with weapons at the very least.
Well, I think there have been certain efforts in that direction, but lobbying is just, it's for rich people that can give a lot of money.
Well, we do have to agree the majority of Jewish people are not poor in America.
I'm talking about, yeah, but most of the Jewish people are rich or not going to be of that sentiment, in my opinion. But
I mean, probably correct, probably right. Go on.
But and they're going to have a lot of money because there's a lot of rich Jewish people that aren't going to be able to compete with the big ones, So what's disturbing about this equation, and there's a lot of things that are disturbing about the equation. What's very curious about the equation is Iran was really shooting their guns off. Now, that's all stopped. You don't hear anything about Iran. Iran was ominous and threatening during the Hamas attack, or right after the Hamas attack, if it was indeed a Hamas attack. But, you had all of this warmongering going on by Iran, and all that stopped. It's like they're being good little boys. Like, where did they go? It seems like, it was orchestrated, is the way it seems.
Interesting. I mean, certainly, I can see what you're saying. Iran's efforts, and believe me, they're all fucked up. I mean, the Iranians got so many internal problems. They're so fucked up. They're just...
well, we know that, but why did they all of a sudden stop?
Well, in a sense, they didn't. They're still supplying the Russians with drones, for what that's worth. They're still supplying the Houthis. So the Houthis are definitely sponsored and supplied to a great extent by Iran. And by the way, this is not to try to vilify the Houthis. As people know from my position, I sympathize with the Houthis to a great degree, and I certainly feel that you should have a redivision of Yemen into North Yemen and South Yemen, because the Houthis essentially dominate North Yemen. But all such being said, it's not that they've stopped in a sense, but I mean, they're still active, but it seems to have it doesn't seem to be as aggressive as before, and I think probably it's due to internal problems more than anything else. But as opposed to some kind of orchestration, say for instance, coordination with the Sino-Slav-Indic Synaxis or anybody else. But
the church certainly changed the whole landscape in the favor of Israel.
It did, yes. Yeah, well, the Iranians have always been just like a paper straw giant anyway, that the Israelis just keep propping up to try and rationalize or justify their, how would I say it, insatiable aggression that they have. And now that they've placated the Arab world and brought it generally under their yoke, they are determined to destroy Iran, or rather have America do it. I can go into that later, but everybody knows the Israelis have been trying to manipulate America into war with Iran forever. They have all kinds of shills in America who speak endlessly about Iran as this incredible threat. And believe me, I'm no fan of the mulocracy, the government by their mentally retarded clerics. But Iran is no great geopolitical threat. It operates by a bunch of proxies that are impotent themselves. The Hezbollah, the Army of God in Lebanon, the Houthis, Hamas to an extent. They're just got these like miniature resistance. They call it the axis of resistance. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. So that being said, however, just to throw one more factor in, so Peter Moon understands this other factor, North Korea is gaining an enormous amount by firing off its ballistic missiles in Ukraine. they've given their ballistic missiles intermediate range to the Russians, who are firing them off in Ukraine just to test them. They're not nuclear warheaded, but they have warheads. And they're getting more than just weapons operational proof of concept in warfare out of this deal. They're of course using this as a direct threat against the rest of Asia. So this is already a world war. This is and as for the Israelis, this is going to result in a lot of horrible repercussions here in North America. Aside from that, I'm glad Peter brought it up. It's an important point. It's all a very important topic, and Peter's point is pointing out the collateral damage that no one else dares to talk about. So thank you, Peter.
Okay, I'm going to say goodnight.
Okay.
And I want to remind everybody to donate to Douglas.
Thank you.
And donate to him, and DouglasDietrich.com, upper right-hand corner, yellow button. Douglas, I don't know if I'll be on in the morning,
okay,
but I want to remind you to give me a time when the three of us can meet, Yonda and you and I.
Yes, we'll get together and talk about that. Yeah.
Maybe I'll be back on Sunday.
Yes.
But maybe we'll be back with next Wednesday. It depends on their schedules. Maria and Yonda. Maybe both of them. I would like that. But we'll have some exciting times and some good energy and some healing and some. And I'll get back to working on the book now that my newsletter is done.
Wonderful. Well, as always, it's been a gift to have you. As Yonda is a gift to all of us, you are a gift to all of us as well. And certainly the red thread in your life and mine are now intertwined in this project that now has a lot of energy work to bolster it. And that will help us with our other book as well, in dispelling the suppression energy, of course, that's been placed upon it by the enemy. And all such being said, love you dearly, Peter. You have yourself a blessed night. Sweet be thy dreams and blessed be thy slumber, okay? All right. Okay,
good night. Good night to everyone.
Yes, blessed night. Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to bring on Aristides. Peter Moon at skybooksusa.com. Thank you so much, Aristides, for those links. And thank you, of course, for all that you do. We're going to try and get you to bed earlier tonight. And, oh, God, don't let me exploit you like I did last time. And I just kept you up all throughout the night. So let's start calling the others. I like that. Yeah.
Yes, happy to help, but I don't think I can quite pull it out that far tonight.
Yes. No, that was, you were so energetic. It was hard for me to tell how bad it was going to impact you. I found out from Amy.
Right.
Amy says you're a sweetheart. Amy says you're a sweetheart. She called you up and she said, "Oh, poor Aris." She told me the hell you were going through. Oh my God, I felt so bad.
I don't think I complained that much to her.
She said you were like I said. She said you were a sweetheart. She said, no, you were so kind to her. But she said it was obvious you were suffering from lack of sleep. Yes, and
it's to be expected. And what is it you just? I just happened to be scrolling through some stuff, and the red heifers.
Yes.
Israel and. What is this? Pictures right on CBS of this altar they're going to use to sacrifice them? Is this? I'm trying to look into it right now.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that disgusting? I mean, it's not the sacrifice per se. It's the retrogressive nature of it. The let's do like they did. Give me some of that old time religion. Let's get back to Mosaic law where we stone adulterers and shit. This is like Who the hell needs that? It's all right. I'm pressing the add button now. I called all the usual suspects. Let's see who responds, and hopefully cross ourselves. We don't get like, knock on wood. Hopefully we don't get like last time where no one responds. Oh my God, that was a nightmare. Not really, because Aristides handled it so well, but he handled it too well. He handled it so well, I forgot about the fact that he's merely human and not some creature of the night like myself, and needs to obey his biorhythms. You know, surprisingly, Peter Moon goes to bed at 10 o'clock every night, except on these nights, except on Sunday and Wednesday. Troy says he'll call later, so let's heart that. You know, anybody we can take, and Troy's always welcome. Let's hope the others respond. And God, it's be so. Just so, yeah. Did you try to reach out to Brooke, or you didn't get a chance? You probably were too busy.
Okay, so I sent a text because the last time I had tried to call her, it went right to voicemail, and
according to her, yeah, and according to her, she doesn't review her voicemails.
Right, that's what I figured. I figured it unlikely she would answer the call, so I figured the text would be more likely to be seen. I tried that, but no.
Yeah. By the way, nobody has answered. Well, you have my essay. You have my essay that you can start with. Oh my God. And of course, Trillion Phoenix, let us know if you want us to call, if you're out there. So Nolani Bouchard says, thank you, Douglas and Peter. So informative. Great corroboration. Sheila Govin says, thank you and good night, Peter Stone. Cool. Peter Stone. Wonder where that comes from. But that's cute. I like it. And so kisses to the ladies. To Sheila Gavin.
Are you guys able to hear me? I was getting patched.
To Nolani. Yes, we hear you, Brendan. You have no idea how glad we are to have you aboard. Oh my fucking God. Not that I mind.
The feeling is mutual.
Oh my God, what happened? Did I alienate you?
No.
Yeah.
No, I'm being facetious.
So
I figured since Brooke's gone, I might as well take up the void. Being cynical.
Well, let's hope that this can be resolved. How did you try to reach her?
The same way everyone else did. I used all my available communications.
Okay.
She never gave me her phone number, so that wasn't possible.
Oh, I'll give that to you. I'll give that to you right now. Let me enter that into the text box here.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm up to try it, but I don't want to catch a case or anything. You know?
I'm gonna give it to you in the private messages. But Aristides, you have her phone number, right? Yeah, he's got her phone number.
So I do have a cool story though. I was in
that.
the art room.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And there were these two vintage books thrown in the trash, right?
And
it says Designs and Patterns from Historical Ornamenture.
Oh wow.
And then a similar one of hand-drawn designs for a designer's notebook. And I'm like thinking to myself, like, why would they just throw this away? Why would an art teacher throw this away? And I open it and it's filled with swastika designs.
Interesting.
Historical periods.
Oh my God.
It's like, so people are deleting history because they're so triggered by just beauty of nature and these different patterns.
Fuck them.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you were able to rescue.
Yeah, I saved it and I'm gonna.
Yes,
yeah.
Please.
There's like one that says Japanese manji and it's very beautiful.
Oh, incredible. Thank you.
But you know that's why they threw it away.
Yes.
I almost guaranteed.
Oh, no, guaranteed.
One of the kids opened it and was like, look, there's a swastika. And they were like, just straight to the trash. Nothing, no lesson was learned that day.
No, disgusting. Yeah. And this has got to stop. And it's to cater to a genocidal culture. All to cater to a genocidal, racist, elitist culture. Yeah. Yes, that's... Oh no! It's horrible. I'm appalled, and all I can do is give you the same emoji I gave you earlier of the guy slapping his forehead. Yes, but there's Brooke Gibson's phone number, and you've got that now. And yes, but
like I said, for the record, I'm not stalking her in case we catch a case or something.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a case. Jesus Christ. That's if anything, she'll probably, if she's going through real trouble.
I mean, her record's longer than ours. So,
yeah. Yeah.
The rap sheet.
Yeah, I mean, come on, we're talking about a lady who threatened to kill me.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, I'm just being facetious. It doesn't translate well while I'm this tired.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm turning into, like, I had to fill Brandon Young and Brooke at the same time. It's a hard position to fill.
Yeah, oh God, no, it's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, what would that even be like?
To sound, to be, like, cynical and jaded and telling horrible jokes in a flat affect.
Yeah.
It's not possible. You're right.
Yeah, no, it's just not possible. One is too emphatic and too enthusiastic, and the other is just too psychotically dissociative. That's what he.
Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Yeah, that's right.
That's what I turn into.
Yeah, that's what he is. He's dissociative. That's got to be one of the symptoms, because that's what he is, right? He's like totally.
Did he ever complain to you, or did he just leave? Like, he's just gone?
He
didn't pull a Sid and was like, "What are you talking about?"
He left a message in the chat that very episode where I had gently confronted him, saying, "You're right, Douglas. My humor is in bad taste, and I need to stop." Well, at that point, it's too late. I mean, and I didn't even yet know the gravity, the enormity of what he had said. I wasn't even aware. Maybe he was considering that. He must have had that in mind when he said that. And but he basically works for the enemy. He's trying to start a flame war in Camp Dietrich. We can't call it Team Dietrich when we're counting in both Brooke and Peter, who hate each other with the passion of 1,000 suns. But we'll call it Camp Dietrich, and I guess kind of like a concentration camp, and we're all kind of stuck in it. But it is what it is. But oh my God! Of course, I do want her to live up to a promise that she made, and hate to have her break that. It would make me lose respect for her. But other than that, she is also to be credited, as I said, the only person I know of who was confronted by the enemy and stood up to them. Every other person who was approached by them just, I'm in. I mean, everyone. Yeah, everyone except you.
Yeah,
except you.
Well, let's put it this way, they didn't have much to offer.
Which begs the question: why does everyone else join? What is it that?
That doesn't make sense.
But remember, they thought that they were going to have the GERN, the Global Entertainment Radio Network. They were all going to be given a show. Remember that? That was.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and that's why I had to report that Daryl Neely's basically he potentially killed that cop because the cop was dead, and they don't know who killed the cop. But he certainly stripped the body. He potentially killed the cop. But Daryl Neely's going to be paying for that the rest of his life. And for those of you who don't know, Daryl Neely, who was running GERN, Global Entertainment Radio Network, which had Penny Bradley on it, which he turned into a vehicle to attack myself. They brought on Salman Sheikh, who had maybe 1 or 2 episodes. And he was on their network with the anti-Dietrich show.
People are unlistenable.
Thank you. Miguel Andahar had his own show. And but it was all stopped, of course. It all shut down with that. Yeah, these are not people. Imagine tuning in.
By show, for Miguel, it's just like him talking about his shroom trip.
Basically. Yeah. Thank you. And like I said, then Trappist Nicholson got inducted by the Church of Ambrosia and was given a podcast, but I don't know where that's going to go because obviously he's going to use it and just bitch about me, and I don't know if the Church of Ambrosia is going to tolerate him using it as a hate platform for a personal vendetta. So we'll see what happens with that.
I like what Pete was saying about how like everyone's like, I don't know if you were there when he was saying it, but like everyone is like on the spectrum of mental disease.
Yes,
like,
yes, I wasn't there. I missed that. So tell me about that, because you're glitching terribly. Find a better cell reception area or something.
Oh, he was just saying like they were some classification in Scientology that was like irredeemable, and I was hoping maybe he could just give me mine at one point. I wouldn't take offense to it. Even if I was in the irredeemable category, I'd just be like, interesting to hear their version of.
Oh my God!
Whatever they have.
That would be intriguing.
Dianetics or whatever.
Yeah,
no, not Dianetics. Is it Dianetics?
No, it is. They just changed the name as they see fit. Amy Como had a incredible observation she made, was that Peter tends to, without being conscious of it, he tends to audit people, and that he basically audits them, and many people respond violently. That and she doesn't think Peter is cognizant of this. That he's but
yeah, it's just part of what he was in. But
yeah,
you know.
But
he has me on like a level that's like outside of it. So
yeah,
I kind of want to know where I'm
at. Well, another point Amy made was that when she was young, she picked up the Dianetics book, and she said, "You can't just walk up to somebody on the street and say, 'Hey, let's do this. Let's sit down together and experiment with auditing each other.'" She says it's something that's not applicable in the real world. It takes a cult environment for this to work. So she said that is it, but it's only in that world that it does work. Is the point that that was her observation. I thought that was profoundly astute, really. But by the way, Aristides went silent. Are you okay, Aristides?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Running around getting a last snack here and whatever else before he goes.
And I'm chill with Peter. I like the whole qigong angle he brings in, and we've had good conversations before, and you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. No, I mean, he's like the qigong bit. Of course, I have my own reading on that.
Well, I'm saying from my perspective, like I don't have anything against him.
Yeah. No, it's good to emphasize that, and it's I just wish.
And I'm sure I've said some what are the kids nowadays, they say out of pocket, but that doesn't make sense. But I've said some things, like when Brooke was on, but that was really just. None of that meant it. I was just joking.
Well, she brings that out. She brings that out in people, and
maybe I went a bit too far. We'll see what happens. So am I free to take a refreshment break now, or have you guys got this? Or I mean, you might lose viewers because I'm like mopping the floor.
So how many minutes? How many minutes do you need before you kind of settle into a place where you can kind of hold?
Maybe like 10, 15 more minutes.
Okay, so I'll try and hang out for 15 more minutes. So let's and
otherwise we're gonna have to like tell a bedtime story about like I'm a pirate on a pirate ship, like swabbing a bag or something. And then we'll really lose everyone.
Oh shit! Yes, don't want to do that. So here we are. We've got. Let everybody keep us up to date on our quality of sound, because YouTube is saying it's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. I'm gonna take a look at my. We seem to be okay with the online broadcasting software, but we've got a question in the chat from. Sheila Gavin says, "Kiss, kiss, kiss, Douglas." Yes, mwah, 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 in return. Anubis Publishing says, "Douglas, what do you think of Yonda talking to your mother?" It's fine. I think that's wonderful. If she feels she's in communication with my mother, I think that's great. That's what Brooke Gibson certainly had an experience where she felt my mother had communicated to her. So did other women in my life, Judith Agert, these are women who, or Vanessa Ann Clark is V's full name. Anyhow, these are all women who at one time or another definitively felt my mother's presence and received communication from my mother. So Anyhow, Anubis Publishing says, sounds good. So, yeah, Yonda receiving that seems almost obligatory because she's a psychic. So it seems almost like what you would expect. I don't know if Crystal River ever felt she sensed anything. Hopefully she's doing okay. I haven't had a moment's chance to reach out to her. Last time I did was the day that she ghosted Peter and myself. And I simply said, are you all right? She hasn't responded to that. But she seems to be around. She apparently put something up on Facebook that Peter said something to her to the effect of, why didn't you show up? And no response. So all that being said, oh my God, I better turn my electric blankets on. Okay, so I'm starting to freeze. Temperature's dropping. We've got an accident on the I-80 W here in San Francisco. And just reporting that because I'm getting the notification about it. Other than that, yes, we don't want to lose the numbers, so I'll try and let people know that I'm going to try and go a little bit into geopolitics tonight, maybe some ideology. As always, kind of a general overview.
The 80 in SF is just like, it's just the Bay Bridge, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I don't think that's...
Yeah. There's always an accident. There's always an accident on the I-80. Yeah, I always get that notification to pretty much, I think every time that... every time I'm on screen doing the show, I get that notification, actually.
Especially the way people have been driving lately. It's so bad. It's insane.
Yeah. Yeah. And just so people know, V was talking about coming into San Francisco, and she said that everybody's driving crazily, and she thought it was her imagination. I said, no, it's not. My gang brother Beaver confirmed that what happened was, after all the defund the cops movement, the SFPD responded by, okay, we simply won't enforce the law anymore. And they just kind of retreated, and nobody's enforcing traffic. It's basically the cops have withdrawn from traffic enforcement duty. So everybody's just crazy. They're just driving like Mad Max in San Francisco. And since it's the most congested city in the United States next to New York City, it's a death trap, so be careful before you come in here. Be prepared for going into survival mode. You're going to be like, there was some science fiction story about a future where people were allowed to kill each other on the highways and freeways, the highways and byways of America. I can't remember the title of it, but I'll have to look into that someday, because I always wanted to finish reading the story, and I never even had a chance. I started it and never had a chance to finish it. But it was about a father who was looking for the man who killed his son on the highways and freeways of San Francisco. I mean, America. And his son got killed because people were seeking other people out and killing them as like a sport. And it was allowed, that the government was allowing this, that if you go on the freeways, you're on your own, that they were not going to enforce speed or traffic laws anymore. And so everybody was just everybody needed to use the highways or freeways, but nobody was policing them. And so the science fiction short story was about the father trying to find out the man who had killed his son. And so I'd like to read that someday, finish it up, the story, bring that to resolution. So other than that, Anubis says, I've been to San Fran. You are welcome, Douglas. Thank you. And so yes, I'm sure you understand then what it might be like when the cops are no longer patrolling in the sense that they did before. They're essentially holding back and waiting until they're called. Let's just put it that way. So call them when you need them. That would be my advice. Aristides. Yes, do me a favor and tell people about the upvote, please.
Yeah, never got a chance to do that.
My fault. That was my fault. My fault. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was very preoccupied there in the beginning. To provide an upvote on YouTube, from what I have seen, you need to be logged in with a YouTube account. I'm not sure if you can do it otherwise, and you can provide additional votes by creating a sub channel of your main account. You don't need another login and password. It's just under your main account, and you can go into the little settings in the upper right and says switch account, and then you can switch between, and you can create a new channel, they call it, and each one of them, if you switch between, can do their separate upvoting. So that's how I've been doing it. I probably should make another. I've only got 2, so I should probably make another one to get you a couple more votes there.
Thank you. Bless you. I appreciate that profoundly. And everybody take that as exemplary. Take that as an example. And and everybody hit it from every IP address that you have, just in case. That may also help. Probably it's like our man Aristides says, you really just need to set up a number of different channels and use those different channels to give the vote, and so that helps immensely. By the way, before I go, I've got a perfect subject for Aristides and Brendan to speak about, and when they're ready to talk, I'll let them know what it is. But I think it's fascinating myself. And I'm sure they can. To me, the answer is obvious, but it still begets good conversation. There is what the economists have found. But by the way, can you hear me talk, Brendan? Let me know, and we'll see if Brendan is able to hear myself. And
I can hear you.
That's you, Aristides, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening. That's how I responded to the thing about the traffic.
Okay, good. Good.
Here.
Excellent. Thank you for letting me know that. Just in case you went into a bad cell reception area or something. So
that's a valid point. This shit's haunted as fuck.
So here's the subject. The economists have found one of the keys to longer life is high unemployment. It just goes to prove that work fucking kills you. I mean, obviously, of course, there's a reason why governments spend so many taxpayer dollars digging their economies out of recessions, because families lose their homes and children go malnourished, and new graduates spend years struggling to get their careers back on track, foregoing marriage and kids and home ownership. But there's this growing body of research that proves that recessions are good for at least one thing: human lifespan extension, longevity. It's economic downturns actually extend people's lives. So the latest evidence I'm sourcing comes from this study titled Lives and Livelihoods. It's this new paper by 4 researchers that's led by the renowned health economist Amy Finkelstein. And they found that during the Great Recession, from 2007 to 2009, age-adjusted mortality rates among Americans dropped half a percentage point, for every jump of 1 percentage point in any area's unemployment rate. So the more joblessness, the longer people lived, especially adults over the age of 64, who should already be retired, and those without any college education, who probably would have to work scut jobs. But at any rate, the economists had this conclusion that reads, these mortality reductions appear immediately, and they persist for at least 10 years. The effects were so large that the recession effectively provided 4% of all 55-year-olds, which would be about my age, with an extra year of life. And in states that saw big jumps in unemployment, people were more likely to report being in excellent health. So recessions help us stay fitter and live longer. Imagine that. The real key, people, is to just stop working. I mean, obviously, look at all my gang stalkers. They're all fucking unemployed, and they live forever. Then all they do all day is gang stalk Douglas Dietrich. This is, and they're all on welfare. That's the key, people. That's the key. It really is. It's yeah. When I take my refreshment break, this would be the perfect starting point for conversation between Aristides and our man Brendan Zogit. He says, I'm sure Australia agrees with that study. Makes sense. Excellent. Thank you, Anubis Publishing. Appreciate that. Yes, work kills, people. Stop fucking working. You're only going to die. It's like, then you take a look at the people who don't work at all, and they're also fucking fat and happy and on drugs, and they're all like, playing video games and just, online 24 hours a day, gang stalking Doug Dietrich. And, aside from all that, I guess there's some other benefits they get with it. But lack of stress has got to be it's just like it means work is far worse than looking for work. It's pretty bad. What we need to do, we need a universal basic income. And of course, universal basic income is the key. You'll notice all the idiots that were brain damaged people on my show kept pushing that. jöRΔHÆ, so-called Sid, Trappist Nicholson. That they, of course, would say such a thing because they've never worked a day in their lives. But when it comes to, maybe that's unfair for jöRΔHÆ. jöRΔHÆ would work, but then he would do stupid things like injure himself at work or get arrested for harassing various females at work or something like that. Get kicked out of the workplace. They never bothered to arrest him because they just figured he was brain damaged. For those of you who don't remember jöRΔHÆ, you ain't missing shit. Claimed he was Taiwanese. I'm certain he was a plant just to make all Taiwanese look bad. But in a population of 24 million citizens, you're bound to find a few idiots. Okay, so such being said, can't wait to take that refreshment break. We'll wait till Brendan Zogin is finished with his work.
What you said, it made me think of trying to look up some. I think there's a quote or two by Buckminster Fuller. You know who that is?
Yeah, go on. As an engineer, you would know about him. And what was your impression of him? Did you learn about him before engineering school or in engineering school?
No, not too much. There might have been some mention, but he had a quote about work. Basically, his attitude was like, with all the advances in technology, I don't know when he said this. It must have been decades ago, but, with all the advances in technology, we should have a future coming that, where we're not all just laboring away so much, and somehow the opposites happened. Seems like some kind of scam was involved along the way. Here's a quote here. We should do away with the absolutely specious notion that everybody has to earn a living. And it is a fact today that 1 in 10,000 of us can make a technological breakthrough capable of supporting all the rest. The youth of today are absolutely right in recognizing this nonsense of earning a living. We keep inventing jobs because of this false idea that everybody has to be employed at some kind of drudgery. Because according to Malthusian Darwinian theory, he must justify his right to exist. So we have inspectors of inspectors and people making instruments for inspectors to inspect inspectors. The true business of people should be to go back to school and think about whatever it was they were thinking about before somebody came along and told them they had to earn a living. Right?
I mean, beautiful sentiment, of course. Yeah. Obviously, that was, of course, all it was a sentiment. It's no plan.
Right. And I mean, we were supposed to have, flying cars and all that too, Jetsons cars.
Well, of course, we all know why that's never going to happen unless there's a change in human nature. You can imagine, you see what people do with cars on the road. You can imagine what they'll do with cars that are flying. But if it comes to cars that are flying, one of the prescient things or commonsensical things that they showed in cartoons or early comics or Art Deco concepts of the future was that these cars would go on an invisible highway, that they would basically lock onto like a tractor beam where they would, the person who's the passenger is not really driving. So in that sense, the passenger is stuck until the destination is reached. They cannot jack the car and pull a suicide run or something. That is the impression I always got from what the art was portraying, was that there was a relinquishment of control, so that because your average person can't be a pilot anyway, so you're going to have a car that basically takes over when you press the fly button, and from that point you lose all control of the craft, and it just follows a tractor beam or a trajectory beam, not something, a beam is not pulling it, but rather the beam is simply the laser guide, where it follows the guide beam to its destination. So obviously there would be a grid, a kind of invisible grid, and this would prevent the cars also from crashing into each other, because the grid would make certain that the cars, according to some artificial intelligence that would calculate this, which I always presumed was foreseen by these people who gave us those visuals. And you can see the old visuals where you see the cars going in line, that they're always in line and they're in different lines and at different levels. So you have regular traffic, but none of them are colliding. So it was foreseen that there would be some kind of artificial intelligence that would be calculating all of this and making certain to prevent collisions. Of course, we would need greater advances in artificial intelligence and greater advances in a lot of things, but not too many things. It's conceivable. It's actually doable. We can do this. But such being said, what it also brings to mind is how primitive artificial intelligence is right now. And of course, it's not artificial intelligence. It's an expert system. A good example is for all those people out there who say, oh, it's incredible, and oh, it's indistinguishable from or better than human writing or something like that. Oh my fucking God, you've got to be kidding me. I like great example was Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory warehouse in Glasgow. So in Glasgow, they had this abandoned warehouse that this right-wing scam artist who pushes anti-vax conspiracies and shit, all of them written by AI. He used AI to create an entire fundraising campaign for a Willy Wonka chocolate factory event that he was charging people outrageous sums for, like 45 pounds sterling for adults and 25 pounds sterling for the kids, some bullshit like that. And he had this abandoned warehouse, and he put up this total AI campaign, completely generated by AI. And it was producing the imagery, and it was producing the text. And it was all shit. It looked like shit. It was like, I looked at it and I said, man, that's shit. And yet, all kinds of people responded. Thousands of people, apparently. Adults. All right, I'm going to take my kid. And there was no photographs. Not a single photograph. But just AI-generated pictures of chocolate gardens and milk chocolate fountains and chocolate swimming pools. And it's just shit. It looked like if you'd have said, hey, this is a shit garden. It's all made of human fecal matter. It would have looked more believable. That's how crappy it looked crappy. And literally crappy. Literally like crap. But all these people came. It's incredible that this guy even had anything there. That he had anything. There was some decorations and actors. A poor bunch of actors that he hired. And one of them was Willy Wonka. a couple of chicks supposed to be the Oompa Loompas, but they changed their names because apparently Oompa Loompa is copyrighted. And this poor black chick who they hired to be the ghost, and she scared the kids to death. They all started crying. And then the parents called the cops because, you know, they were all ripped off because it was just like this empty warehouse that had some weird-ass decorations and a bunch of poor, dejected actors and shit. And they all became memes. The funniest meme is the Oompa Loompa lady in despair at this lab where it looks like she's cooking up meth. Oh, by the way, they had to give each kid one jelly bean. One jelly bean. That's all they had. So they gave each kid one jelly bean and a little paper cup of lemonade. That was the Willy Wonka experience. And and this guy made bank. This guy made bank.
This was
yeah.
so this was a fake fundraiser?
No, it was just some stupid event that he said, you know, and apparently he's run scams before, but this was the ultimate. This was like his masterpiece, and it was all AI generated. Yeah, and it was, you couldn't even read the text. The text is illegible. I mean, the AI, it misspelled everything. It was like, you know, instead of, it said there's going to be catchy tunes, and it spelled it TUNS. Catchy tunes and shit. You know, like, shit like that. It's like, who would fall for this? I can't understand why this is, if AI works, it's not because the AI is smart, it's because people are so fucking dumb.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking God. So, yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, but people look up that dejected, look up Oompa Loompa in despair at Glasgow Willy Wonka Chocolate Factory. You'll laugh your ass off. That woman's like a universal meme now. It's like, they're making action figures of her and shit. And so, Brendan, are you ready to join us so I can take my break? Yeah, that'd be, yeah, AI is no threat, people. There's, if it's only a threat, it's because, oh my God, it might be a threat simply because so many people are so fucking stupid. I can't believe adults who could afford that money went there. Anyhow, so Brendan, are you ready to sit down for?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, all right. Okay, people, I'm gonna do my lines of coke. I'm gonna.
Apparently the original Oompa Loompas in the first edition were like actual they were like pygmies from Africa or something crazy. They were like, yeah, they were like described as like black and swarthy and small. Like this is real. Like you can look it up.
Oh, you mean in the novel, or what this guy was trying to get for the warehouse?
Yeah, no, in the Ronald Dahl novel. Like,
yeah. Oh yeah, in the novel, he calls them niggers. In the original German novel, they're called niggers. Nagers. Yeah.
And they were from Africa, like pygmies or something. Literally. So
Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Anyhow,
they were like mini chocolate people. Making
yeah, they're like chocolate people making chocolate. Yeah.
And then when they did the Gene Wilder one and like the subsequent printings of the book, they like made them orange for some reason.
Yeah.
If that's better.
Yeah. No, because it seemed less racist. They didn't want them any ethnicity, so they made them Donald Trump's people, except they're short.
Right. Exactly. And then in the new one with Johnny Depp, or the newish one, with Johnny Depp, they brought in like the Indian midget, the East Indian midget, you know, or whatever, little person, you know.
Oh shit! And how did people respond? Yeah, how did people respond to that? Did anybody call that out?
When I was a kid, it was like the funniest character. Everyone loved that one.
Okay.
Like those.
Yeah. At any rate, with this warehouse experience, it just goes to show. Well, the young lady who scared all the kids to death and had them all crying, one of the reasons they called the police, she was like 16 years old, and she was wearing a silver mask, but she would move in this spastic manner with which made her look very frightening to people. So she looked almost like somebody suffering Parkinsonian symptoms or in some kind of spastic fluctuation. So everybody was freaked out. So she's this beautiful 16-year-old black girl. There's nothing neurologically wrong with her. She was just acting the part. So that was funny as hell. Okay, I'm going to refresh myself. I'm going to go mute. Now, get into a better place or where we can hear you better, because you sound kind of like you're telephoning in there, Brendan.
I mean, this is like the best I can do for now. Is it?
Okay, it's
is it
okay.
really bad?
It's okay. It's okay. If you had earbuds,
Wait,
it's
I hear an echo though.
yeah, a little, but don't worry about it. I think you're all right. If you had earbuds, it would be perfect. But if this is the best you can do, we'll be satisfied with that. All right, Aristides, you ready to talk? Okay. I'm
Yeah,
gonna go mute.
I'm
Mute. Everybody, you gotta love these guys. These guys have got this. They're the best. They're the best. Yeah.
We're all he's got left.
What?
I said we're all he's got left.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah, they're all I got left. Yeah, that's George Knight's supposed to be with us all night Sunday. We'll see if they cut him off. But he should be in for a little while tonight, some point soon. All right. So I'm gonna go mute for now. I'll be back. Everybody stay here. These guys are worth listening to. Believe me. And okay.
Yeah.
Wait, don't hype it up. Don't hype it up too much.
Don't raise hopes. Yes. Okay. All right. Go on mute. Bye for now.
All right.
Good luck.
Okay, Brendan, you there?
Yeah, I was messing with one of those whatever AI image generators like you were telling me about.
Yeah.
And I typed in a cat that is also a pirate that also has the power to free people with the power of the sun.
Yeah.
And it kind of worked. It's not what I would have imagined, but it kind of
Right.
It took everything and just combined it into
yeah.
a
Well,
bunch of photos.
and if you use something abstract like with the power to free people with the sun, it might have a tougher time with that. The more descriptive you are, and spell it out exactly what you want, the better it can do.
Yeah.
And probably not so much with abstract concepts like that, but or it'll just find something. It'll just be kind of random. It'll do something.
It did a good job where I was like if I just typed in like a cat pirate, like that was pretty.
Yeah. Do you know which one you used? Do you remember?
I'm not sure. Maybe the Microsoft one.
Yeah, there's a Microsoft. There's a couple by Microsoft. I think one of them you don't have to log in. Well, if you got Skype, you have a Microsoft account, and if you have a Microsoft account, you can use the Bing one.
Yeah.
So
I was using it off someone else's device because I personally won't download it. I just don't want to do that.
Yeah, you don't have to download it. If you can go right to their website, and you can use the Bing. If you have your Microsoft account, which you do because you have Skype, because you have to have one to sign up. And I know some people that that's like a whole hobby. They're just really good at generating stuff.
Right. Which it's got its appeal, but I don't feel that I could see how it's going to become big and people are lazy, but I don't see it being. It doesn't give the flavor that I want it to have.
Right. Yeah. It's.
And I don't want to give it prompts that I know about that I don't want to do. Does that make sense?
That
there's stuff I want to keep proprietary that I don't want floating around in there.
Right. Well, you can also state, if you don't state a style, it'll just kind of make it somewhat realistic, but it won't really look realistic. You can also.
I was using was giving me different styles. It was
you can actually. It's very good with styles and materials, and it's more good for artsy stuff, rather than trying to make something really realistic. You can ask for different art styles, different. You could say make this so and so scene in the style of this artist, and it'll go and look at what that artist style is and imitate it.
Right.
It just kind of takes a knack for being able how to talk to it. You can just go put in anything, but it gets better when you know kind of how it works, how to ask for stuff. I don't know, it's kind of fun. people have been doing some messed up shit with it too. So,
Yeah, go ahead, talk about that. What is that about?
What?
What is some of the messed up stuff they're doing?
Oh, I mean, just
What kind of lewd shit have you done?
Well, I don't know. I guess I've never seen that, but people, they do have some limitations on, hate speech and various, a lot of other terms.
Or I thought you meant it was like generating porn, like what they did with all those activists and stuff.
I don't know. I've never tried or known anyone that's tried. I think we were talking before about how it supposedly it was trained on lewd images, of some kind. So but
of course it was. That's like the whole internet. That's what's funny is like, how are people shocked about that? Like that's like 99% of the internet is just porn sites.
Right.
And like weird advertisements with like anime chicks bouncing around.
Right.
Right. It's like, of course it's gonna learn that immediately.
Yeah. It does real well generating anime stuff.
Yeah.
I do know
especially
that.
Hot anime chick. That's like probably the most searched version.
Well, because there's just it's easy, because it's like a it's just an easy style to replicate, and there's so many examples that you can go see. It's just
who doesn't like seeing like big titty anime chicks? I mean, there's like not many people can complain about that.
No, there's certainly has its appeal. Oh my gosh.
Are you saying you're not into it?
What? I mean,
Are you saying you're not into it?
I'm not gonna hate it. I mean, stuff that's made, very, very exaggerated just for the purpose of trying to be ridiculous eye candy. It gets kind of stupid, but
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
There are animes like that where it's what do they call it? Where it's just they kind of slip some gratuitous, tits and ass in there. What do they call? I know some friends are really into it. I'm not super into it.
There are different genres, but it's generally just like if it's a normal show and they like go really hard with like the bouncing tits, it's like called fan service.
Yeah, that's it. That's the term. I had to ask that about that term. I'm like, guys, what's fan service? And they're like, it's tits and ass. Or
it's basically they just like make the hot chicks ridiculous to get people interested in the show.
Yeah.
Or mainly just young dudes that have nothing else better to do but like look at that.
Right. But it's not.
But also, I'm not against it.
Yeah. But it's not the whole show. It's still like a whole story. It's just they got a couple pieces.
It's like you gotta fluff it. Yeah, you gotta like fluff the show a bit. So you throw like a couple hot.
Right.
And then like even like depending on the demo they're trying to hit, sometimes they're furries, sometimes they're like whatever they're trying to go for.
Furries? Did you say furries?
Like animal hybrids. People.
Yeah, I don't know. That shit starts to get weird real quick.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's what happens.
I don't know. There's certain lines you don't want to cross. I mean,
there's lines.
Yeah, there's lines you don't want. Even if you're into anime, like I mean, to some people they would have no idea and they think all anime is just like degenerate, and but
like that, when I grew up it was like like if you watched anime you were considered like a creep, like a straight pervert.
Right. But I mean,
and it kind of like changed a little bit though. Like if you're watching like battle shonen and stuff, battle anime, like that became so popular. It was like most people are okay. Like you're watching like ninjas and Dragon Ball Z, like they're blasting.
No, there's so much out there. I mean, the people who think that way just don't realize.
But if you're like an otaku, like they call it otaku, like these people that are like obsessed, instantly like you're like straight perverted. I remember in computer class when I was in high school, I sat next to this one chick, and we were jiving pretty well. Like I would have,
Yeah.
if I was like smart at the time, I would have like, probably got with something. We would always like crack up at different like things, because back then the internet was like, people think it's easy to access shit now. Back then it was like in the school computer we could get to sites that are like so crazy insane right now, like no one would ever imagine.
Oh,
and
right.
Watch, like, she would be like scoping mangas with like naked shit that were like pretty much, definitely not. It wasn't.
Right.
It wasn't PC for sure. But that was just the style of the art.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, for sure.
That was fine. No one got in trouble for that.
Yeah, before they locked the internet down.
We're
Right.
talking like 2008, 2007.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Right. Right. The early days before they really locked everything down.
It was like in this gray area of like,
yeah,
those
you'd
were
be
the
in
good times of
be in school, just the site to go to in the computer lab.
Yeah, we were watching like so many pirated mangas and like all kind, like when YouTube was still new, there was all kinds of stuff happening there.
Yeah.
And we would like crack up so much, like laughing in the back of the class, like we get like kicked out and shit.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
but then like once they found out we were looking at like anime, it was like, you guys are fucking crazy. Like,
right. Well, they don't get that it's, some of it's legit and it's not all just like creepy, I don't know.
Well, in their defense, it was like naked chicks.
Right.
Like, have you ever heard of Elfen Lied?
What is it?
Elfen Lied.
I don't think so.
It's an early 2000s anime. That one was intense. And if you're like scrolling through the manga, it's like naked chicks killing people. And so I could see why people would get whatever weirded out. I can see that.
Yeah. What's the name again? It's not like I'm about to type it in the computer or anything.
Yo, dude, I'm pretty shy about it. It's Elfen Lied.
Elfen League.
Yeah, it's actually partially based off of like what Doug is exposed. It's like this chick who's a government experiment. This like creature. This like genetic experiment or whatever she is.
Lead. Oh, as in Lied.
Lead.
Lead.
Yeah, Lied.
Yeah. Okay.
It means song in German. The elf song. But basically, she escapes from a government program, and they're like trying to hunt her down, but she loses her memory.
Yeah.
And becomes like more, becomes childlike. Like she doesn't know where she's at. She gets adopted by this family.
Right.
And then the kids that adopt her like find out pretty quickly, or like at some point, that she's just like a vicious killer.
Right.
And so it gets pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's a good story though. It's really intense.
Right.
But that's the one I was talking about, where they basically like the modus operandi for the whole John Wick series, where like why he's like on a rampage because they killed his dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole trope came from Elfen Lied, basically.
Oh,
like
really?
She's like in her whole her powers don't reactivate until these bullies like beat up her dog, and like they literally like kill the dog in front of her, and so she goes like full rage mode and kills all these little kids in a classroom because they like killed her dog, her little puppy. So they whoever made the John Wick like screenplay saw that anime for sure, 100%, and just took that as like his main motive for killing all these people.
Right.
And it is kind of funny. It's like after that, it's like fair game. Like, like, okay, I get why she's, just slaying souls, because that's how she thinks all humans are now. Like, like they can just kill puppies, like you'd be killing people too after that. You'd be like, yeah, these people are shit. See what I'm saying? It suspends the empathy, because it's just like, yeah, fuck these guys.
Right. I'm just scrolling through images of it.
Yeah. Don't get too excited.
Yeah.
But so it's interesting. No, it's a really good art style, and they use like lots of classical art. Like Gustav Klimt and kind of things.
Yeah.
In the style.
Yeah,
In the
that's good.
intros. Yeah. But the
I
story's
like-
good. Like if you want to watch it. Yeah.
I like the.
But these like niche ones, the niche anime like that are like super violent stuff, you like no streaming service will ever pick them up. Like you have
Right.
to like know someone with the DVDs or something.
Yeah. No, I do like some of those. I don't know if it's quite the ones you're talking about. Like they might have them on like a paid service.
Yeah, you could go like the Crunchyroll and pay or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I know some friends that get at that stuff. I've watched some.
You dabble.
Hmm. Yeah, and a lot of those, it's like they don't even have like over sexualized characters. It's just more like the story and the violence.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For sure. To
Which,
say the least.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think a lot of people wig out about anime because I think people aren't familiar with it, and like, okay, you got to admit a lot of the, I guess they think that all the females are little girls, and if you're watching it, you're a pedophile, like, which isn't true.
Well, you kind of have to. Okay, there's many factors here. Some of it is really sketchy, like deliberately so.
Right.
Like some of it, and Douglas knows about this, but we won't dox him.
Right.
But yeah, so some of it is shady like that. But then there's like the other aspect that the age of consent in Japan's different. That's one factor. Yeah. There's also this other factor that naked people in Japan, like they go into like the baths and stuff. So there's like a big scandal out about One Piece. Like there's this one character who she could like change her age, right?
Right.
And her actual age is like 10 years old, but she can change her age with her powers, so she looks like she's 20. But then they all go into like a bathhouse and they're all naked, and then so the Western people were like saying like, oh, that's sick, like you guys are sick. But in Japan, certain parts of Japan, especially in the rural areas, it's like the whole family goes into the bathhouse naked, and it's not a big deal. It's just kind of like,
right.
It's like swimming or it's like taking a bath. It's not, no sexuality is ever, like it's not a sexual thing at all. So when Western people see that, they're like, oh my God, it's like shocking to them. But when a Japanese person sees it, it's like, oh, that's sweet. Like they're like a family. They're all in the same bathhouse. So it's a lot of it's cultural, and some of it's sketch, but most of it is this cultural thing. And also, like, nudity in Japan is different. Like seeing tits is not as crazy as it is out here. Like out here, it's like, oh my God, it's like that's the biggest thing. Ooh, naked, someone.
Well, I mean, there are characters that do seem very young, but you hope those are not ones that are portrayed sexually, and you hope the ones that are portrayed sexually are more adult-like characters. And as long as that distinction is kept,
Yeah.
But I mean, people that aren't familiar with anime, they look at it and they can't tell the difference between what's supposed to be an adult character or a girl or
I mean, there are creepy animes. Like there was one I was watching. I was watching these like on YouTube. They'll put up like vintage cuts of. It's like on Cartoon Network. They used to run a spot called Toonami, which was like super late at night. They would do like the more adult cartoons, quote unquote, which at the time was anime.
Yeah.
So they would run those like super late at night. And, But we all as kids, like people my age, we just sit and watch. We don't care.
Well, I mean, didn't on Cartoon Network didn't they do the Adult Swim?
Yeah, that's
exactly. So I mean, that's
so early on it was anime, and then they slowly changed to like really fucked up shit.
Yeah, no, I was watching. I actually watched a lot of shit there, man. I think they had like Full Metal Alchemist. Ghost in the Shell.
Those are some of the best anime.
Ghost in the Shell, Cowboy Bebop. I watched all that shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, so those are some of the hitters, like the best ever made, pretty much. So I was rewatching one of those old cuts. Someone had like a videotape or whatever, they like redid it. But on that, there was like this old harem anime where it was like the OG, like the first harem anime where like this one dude gets a bunch of chicks following him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what the plot line was exactly, but it was like this dude has like his first girl is like a witch and she has magic powers, and then somehow he gets like tons of chicks after him. Like, that's the whole premise of the show, is there's just like one guy and 10 chicks obsessed with him. And then they do get pretty weird, like when they're in the bathhouse, there's like the sister, and then the younger sister comes in, and then it gets pretty weird. You're like, okay, this is kind of like a little too much, you know. And but that stuff is deliberate, like, you know, that stuff is deliberate by the Japanese, whoever's drawing it, you know. There are tons of creeps in Japan, just like any other country.
Tons of what?
Creeps, like creepy.
Yeah.
So like some of them are deliberate. That's why it gets a bad rap, because like, imagine like you've never seen anime and then you see that shit and you're like, man, this is sick. Like, you know, these people are sick.
Right. Now some of the shows do have.
That's kind of what happened. Is the stuff that came here early on was just kind of raunchy, and so that kind of created that stigma. But now it's more normalized. Like, everyone watches anime now. It's like super.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't watch anime, you're considered like, wow, like something's wrong with you or something.
I don't know. There's for and against. There's a lot of people that watch it. I know them, and there's a lot of people that, you know, just think like they don't get it at all. You know, they're like, why? Or I don't get those cartoons. You know, why are you watching cartoons? You're a grown up.
Yeah. yeah. And there's many factors to it.
Yeah. Right.
Well, also the funny part is, like, they always say, you know, like the oh man, I lost train of what I was saying. But
yeah. I don't know. Some of them are so well written though, like with such like really good plots, and it's like the people that are critical of it, like, I'd like to know what they're watching, like some stupid sitcom that's like completely like low IQ.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's like the stuff that's on TV now, quote unquote TV, like streaming, is so just bad. Yeah, it's like I can't even watch some of it because the quality is like.
Yeah.
It's like I kind of miss when like TV shows had to have a big budget to even operate, because like some of them are like really like I don't watch TV like that because of that too.
No, I gave up on TV a few years ago. Just I don't even have one. You know, if you got a computer and a big monitor and you know how to type words into search, you can find anything you want. Like, you
can get whatever you need.
You know, you could just be on YouTube alone and you could find stuff to watch all day. You know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But YouTube's getting ruthless with those ads and shit.
Yeah.
Like, you have to like skip like 3 or 4 per minute. Like, it feels like after a while you're just like,
right. Yeah, there's people that run like the ad blockers and stuff.
Yeah, I do ad blockers, but they actually are trying to like completely eradicate those. So it's kind of tough.
I know it's gotten.
But also, it's like, even if you like, for example, if you just straight up paid for whatever they were asking, like YouTube Premium.
Yeah.
If you just straight up paid them for it, like $18 a month, that's like way less than cable ever will be. You know, like if you get a cable box and sign up with their whatever.
Right.
They're doing, you know.
Yeah.
Still cheaper than. Yeah.
I guess if you watch a lot of YouTube, it's $18 a month.
Yeah, I thought I had, when I first saw it come out, it was like 10, but maybe it's gone up. I heard 18 recently. Yeah.
I don't know. I just manage.
Cheaper than.
Yeah, I noticed some things are really ad heavy and other things are not.
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I just manage.
Yeah.
I guess.
The best thing about this program is there's never any ads because.
Right. Yeah.
There's no viewers. Not as many viewers. Sorry.
Yeah. No problems with ads here, huh?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Right.
Which is, I mean, it's in a way it's good for the people that want some, you know, some like. The thing about Doug's program is like you have to kind of have some intelligence to come, you know, to actually make it this far. Let's say.
True.
It's a heavy topic. Topically, it's heavy.
Very true.
Heady and heavy, because it's like, and I don't know if you've encountered these people, but there are like people out there that have never even looked at history. Like people that are like scientists that have gone to college and they've done whatever, they run businesses.
Yeah.
And then you ask them about, you mentioned something in history and they say, oh, I don't really know anything about history. It's like,
right.
To me, that's baffling, because it's like, seems
or just whatever they learned in grade school.
Yeah. And
which is not much.
Super manipulated. Yeah, I get that, but
I mean,
I
think
you kind of have an idea of the past.
I mean, they say, you know, a long time, 100 years ago, this stuff that people used to learn in school, you know, history, math, you know, they'd be learning calculus in 8th grade and stuff, and where are we now?
Yeah, I knew it was bad when I went back recently. I finished one final class for my degree, and I knew it was bad when I was like the top of the class of my statistics class. I was like, shit's getting bad, man. Because like when I first went to school like 10 years ago, it was like I was the worst person in the class. But now I'm like the top echelon. So it's like, I know it's bad when teachers are coming up to me and being like, you're actually present and you're not on your phone and you actually listen. And it's like, we're doomed. We're fucking doomed.
Yeah.
No one's gonna learn anything. In a few years, the attention spans will be like marshmallows and shit.
Oh, it's you know, it's the TikTok culture now. It's like, you know.
Yeah.
It's like attention span.
It's worse than drugs, actually. Like it's like a slow drip, like, and you can get it anytime. You just gotta charge your phone.
Yeah.
You know? And
and
they've proven that it is like a dopamine kind of.
Right.
Like it literally activates dopamine receptors, so it might as well be a drug.
But
like whatever drug you're doing right now, definitely activating some dopamine or whatever's going on.
Yeah. But it's all built around like a 30-second attention span, you know.
Yeah. Well, now it's less, right? It's like, I think, what's the target? Is like 60 seconds?
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah. And then even they have like videos within videos now. You know, I don't know if do you ever peruse like those kind of things? The
like
shorts,
what?
TikTok?
Like what's this?
TikTok or those shorts? Those. Do you ever
TikTok.
look at them?
Shorts.
Short videos, like.
Yeah. Right.
Okay,
no,
so,
everything's reels, man. Everything's like, you know.
Yeah, reels. So they have those, but there's like the ones that are split in half, where it's like there's a guy talking from a podcast, and then there's someone playing a video game underneath it. And like nowadays, like people have to have like all that going on for them to even listen to what's in the clip. Like it's getting worse. Like it's getting pretty bad. You know.
Right.
Like there's two videos happening, and then you have to like have both of those going to even listen to a podcast. Like that was the joke. Someone made a joke. They were like, they were somewhere in the mountains of Santa Cruz over here in California. And they were like listening to this natural.
What was that hissing? I just got back and I heard Brendan say, "Yeah, they were somewhere here in the mountains of California," and then there was this.
I don't know. I might have yawned.
That's Aristides looking at the elephant lead like B-roll. He's getting excited.
Cool. He's heavy breathing. All right.
Yeah. Well, if yawning is heavy breathing, then yeah. No, we were talking about anime though.
Okay.
And.
Great. So, thank you. And Brendan, so go on with the thought. Yeah. So, the mountains of California, go on.
Yeah, I was just saying the short content's gotten so bad that there was this naturalist, he was like explaining something in the forest, and he like pulls up two teenagers from the crowd, they're like 14 or something, and you could just see like this glazed look in their eye, and then you scroll down to the comments, and they're like, they're like, these girls don't know even what he's saying because there's no video game just like playing on the bottom half of the clip. Like, because like they're on TikTok all day that like they have to have like that extra video to understand like any speech that's coming through. And it's like it's a joke, but it's like there's some truth to it. There's some truth to it.
Yeah, that's
that like. And I made a joke. I was telling them about how I went to the stats class recently to finish out my degree, and 10 years ago I was at the bottom of my class in math. And now when I go back to school now, the teacher's like praising me. They're like, "Oh my God, you're the only one that shows up or like actually cares or like looks at my slides." And you know, and I was at the top of the class, and I'm like, "Yeah, we're fucking doomed." Like, like if I'm the top echelon in the math class, like it's over.
No, that's delightful. By the way, I'll read some of the. Jesus, what is that noise? It's the school, right? You're still at the school, right?
No, that was my tea kettle, and someone actually told me it looked like a genie lamp earlier.
Okay, yeah, probably does.
A genie escaping.
There we are, and so delightful. So you're at home. You made it home.
No, this is just in my mobile. This is my mobile teapot.
Okay. So are you in the car, or what? How is this? Like, what's your setup?
I don't have a house because your cultists are, or not your cultists, but the cultists that basically what would be the word? Like the cultist chlamydia I caught from you is now like seething into my life to where I'm getting gang stalked and they're walking into my house trespassing.
Yeah, that's true. Did you tell everybody about that?
No, I haven't said anything about that. No.
Tell people about that. By the way, Anubis Publishing in the chat room says, "Night, you all. I'll be back when Douglas is back. No offense. I don't want to hear about AI cats at this point. I'll be back when you guys stop talking about adult hybrid films. Gross. Please, Douglas or Jen, please save us again."
Oh, sorry. Can't please everybody.
Hey man, we're working for free.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. They are volunteering. These are volunteers. It's like volunteer firefighters. You know, don't expect your house to get saved. You're lucky they get you out of the burning house. Okay.
Right. We'll get there eventually. Yeah.
Tell everybody about what happened about the Manson sisters. He's got these senior Manson, the senior Manson sisters. The senior Manson sisters are stalking.
So not only is my house that is being, you know, supposedly I'm able to live at this house, right? But in the meantime, there's a bunch of like the city is coming out and stopping like any work or any painting. Like we can't even paint the facade of the house. Apparently you need permits for like just fixing dry rot now. So and then there's like this unknown lady that is like walking around the neighborhood, just walks into the house and is like interviewing the people there, like the contractors or whoever's working. These like poor Mexican guys that are just trying to work, and she just does it with impunity. These like gang stalking looking old ladies. You know.
Tell them about the uniform look and clothing.
Yeah, and then the same thing is I was staying at another place for a while, an apartment complex, and a similar lady comes in while I'm sitting there, and she looks directly through the window, like walks up and looks through the blind, which I've never had before. And I open the door and I'm like, "Who are you? What do you want?" And she's like, "Oh, I'm Nancy," and I'm like, "Okay, well, get the fuck out of here. I don't know who you are."
Well, get it, Sid and Nancy. Get it, Sid and Nancy. Go.
Yeah. I don't think that if people know that reference, good for them. Geez. But yeah, that's basically what it was. Yeah. Except this time they're lesbian. So then, but the thing is they both fit the same exact demo description. Both like middle-aged, maybe 60-year-old lady, salt and pepper hair, a black puffer jacket and sunglasses, like John Lennon sunglasses.
Yeah.
You know, so but these were supposedly two different ladies, but they targeted me at two different homes that I was staying at.
Yeah.
So who are these people? We don't know.
But the reference I was making was to Trampas Nicholson. Trampas Nicholson kept going by the alias Sid. So and then she says she's Nancy. Yeah. So just so people understand who are listening who may not have gotten that. Yes.
Yeah.
So.
But Sid and Nancy is Sid Vicious and Nancy. Yeah. But anyways.
By the way, in the chat, Anubis says, "Wow, a lady looked at you, Brandon. His name is Brendan. Brandon, not Brandon. I know. I did that before myself, and I'm it's too easy to do. I know it's terrible.
Like, Doug, do you know? Like, is this Anubis person new? Because like they're using my moniker.
Are they? Oh my God."
Yeah, because I was using Anubis to counter Miguel Andahar a while back.
Interesting. That's right.
And this person sounds suspiciously like Sid himself.
Yes, it could be. It could be Sid. It could be Sid. This could be Sid. So
whatever, man.
Yeah. Well, if they get out of hand, I'll block them. If this is Sid, we certainly don't. We don't want Trampas Nicholson in the chat. We really don't.
Yeah, I get it.
And that is a little. And that is, shall we say, that is a little. How would I say it? Feisty for someone who is new in the chat. That's a little feisty for someone to just come in and just be that casual. And
but I'm not against criticism, like I was saying. Like
yeah. You know. Yes, I mean we all appreciate, of course. At least so far, it's actually at least witty. It's witty.
Exactly.
Yeah. So far, it's at least witty. So which we didn't get from other people. Yeah.
Like out of context, it sounds like okay, like there's a crazy Karen lady that's like reporting this house, and then another lady. Yeah, but I'm saying like this is like an apartment block, and a random person comes up to your window and looks in. Like, if it was a dude that did that, it would be, like, instant jail time. Is what my point is.
Yeah.
So it's not something to be scoffed at.
Yeah, no, by the way, just so everybody knows, also this is in context of an incredible campaign of harassment that has been suffered by Brandon Zogit and ultimately Jennifer as well. Anubis Publishing says, my first time here, sorry. Maybe your first time in chat, but obviously you are familiar with Jen, so you've been listening a few times. Which they said earlier. In all honesty, they did say that earlier. They'd listened to a few episodes, but not whole episodes. So, but definitely, I want everyone to know that in Brendan Zogit's case, believe me, these things are it all piles up on you. It really does. By the way, Anubis Publishing says I'm just an old lady. So,
do you fit the description?
Hopefully, you don't fit the description that was just provided by Brendan.
Yeah, no, I'm just being facetious.
Yes. Oh, what was? I just got a notification. Where did that note? Oh, here we are. Okay. So Nemo observes that Anubis Publishing made their channel February 18th, 2024. Okay. Join us, Nemo. By the way, do join us when you possibly can. And so I want to thank him for that observation. That is always sus, of course, and we do try to pay attention to this. And
it's Trampas and drag.
Quite possibly. I'm trying to go to their channel. Do I have that option? Because go on. Yeah.
But it's like you said, like it's like if you pile up all the shit that's happened.
Yeah.
And that's not even including like when they were hurling curses at me and shit and almost killed me.
Yeah.
That was before, but the last like few months after they activated the Stanford scientists.
Yes.
Like they really don't want me in a house like living normally. Yeah. Like that's their main goal is to keep me
homeless
living in my car until I die.
Yes. You know? Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Like this is what they did to Amy Como for a long period of time. Just so people understand, if you are new, What's
and what they're intending to do to Jen as well. They want Jen
that's
without
quite
a job.
true. Yes.
She'll be,
That's quite true. That is quite true. And so everybody understands what it is that these situations of targeted individuals force us all to use a new channel or here we are. I was getting the instructions from Nemo when I said that. Just click on their name, then you'll see the option to go to their channel. Right click. I got it. Thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. So when it comes to the situation at hand, we have this whole terminology that itself may sound paranoid to people, and the terminology is things like activated. This is when somebody's behaving one way and then they start behaving completely differently. Just for new listeners, when it comes to things like I could go on, but the reality is we live lives that are under extreme stress because we are basically gang stalked. And as a result, when it comes to here we are. Let me see if this gives me the option to right click on it.
And I think it's valid to mention that.
Yeah.
Like, and even like I was hoping to tell Peter too, because like I think he kind of knows briefly, but the whole reason you're on YouTube is because I helped you get onto YouTube. Not that I'm taking credit, because you do a lot of work as well, but I'm saying like the initial situation when you lost the Mystic Warrior and then all the fiasco happened with Pavel and all that.
Yeah.
Like I was actually the one that helped you set up your own live streaming. I don't know if you remember that. Like,
yeah, no, it's all true. Of course, how could I forget?
No, I know. I'm not saying that you forgot. I'm just saying that.
Yeah. No.
Like,
yeah.
Rhetorically saying that. Yeah.
Yeah. No. It's not that he's fishing for compliments. Yeah.
They'll never forgive me for making you self-sufficient. That's like the last thing they ever wanted.
It's so true. No, it's all true. What Brendan Zogit did was he taught me how to fish, so to speak. And so that was the last thing they wanted. They wanted me to be dependent because they kept throwing people as quote-unquote producers to me. It was Brendan Zogit that helped to train me to be independent. And so this would not be possible without him. And he is targeted because of that. So, and now they're targeting Jennifer Hawkins. And so as a result, what we've got is a situation of, we have to keep our guard up. And in Brendan Zogit's case, there's been so much that has happened that is inexplicable. It's not synchronistic. This is also the case with, of course, Jennifer Hawkins. And then we bring up terms that sometimes people might misunderstand or not understand at all, such as curses or magic. Understand that the concept of magic is simply applied quantum mechanics. And I certainly learned all about this when I was working for years with Michael Aquino. This is a situation where your average person in public is simply not, obviously, they're called a cult for a reason. Things are secreted. That's what a cult means, is to be occulted is to be secreted. A revelation means exposure, a kind of revelation of the occult. That which was occulted becomes unhidden. That which was hidden becomes unhidden. That's what revelation means. So this is a revelatory show in the sense that we speak of occult matters. And George Knight says, about to set off on my travels. I'll be on with you as soon as I arrive. Excellent. Okay, so we're going to hold off for George. And by the way, our man Nemo says, I fully removed Sid from all the previous channels, by the way, just in case you did not know. Thank you so much. I had no idea. I wasn't even thinking about that. So thank you very much, Nemo. You are the man. Understand how much we appreciate you.
I sent him a message earlier.
Yeah.
Said I appreciated it because it was like, dude would just like keep using them for ad infinitum.
Yeah. Yeah, he's were you getting any messages via those other channels, Brendan, from him?
Yeah, for a while I had to block the Skype profile and leave all those chats myself, but there were like a few that slipped through the cracks that Nemo hit. So
thank God.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank God, Nemo. Otherwise, yeah, it's just it's you see these people come in and they just insert themselves. I can't seem to reach. Give me a link to his channel, Nemo. Give me a link to the Anubis Publishing channel. I need to take a look at that. So this is something that, of course, no matter when I'm right-clicking or left-clicking, I'm not getting that option that Nemo's talking about. View page source, maybe? So if I take a look at the page source, no, that doesn't help. Then it's just a bunch of crap. And so if I get a link, then I'll take a look at the channel. It's important that I do that.
I just went to Google on my phone, and it says our systems have detected unusual traffic from your computer network, and it basically has me blocked like a Chinese communist server.
Holy shit! Holy shit! That's incredible.
I'll try and screenshot it without my IP address.
And okay, so great. Nemo's given me the link. Thank you so much, Nemo. And Nemo's operating pretty effectively for somebody who's not part of the conversation. Okay, so I got this from Left Click, he said, sorry. Okay, and then Anubis Publishing I got from Aristides. So Aristides has been there. Thank you, Aristides. You are the man. And so the other thing I'll try is the left click, since our man says that might work. Let's see if that works. I still can't seem to get rid of what came up originally. All right, so left click, and no, it doesn't give me that option. So the left click doesn't work, the right click doesn't work, none of that works. So what I got was from Aristides. How did you get there, by the way? Did your clicks work as opposed to mine? Or? Yeah. Wow, cool. Okay, so I'm taking a look now at the channel, and
yeah, I think our left clicks are different, Douglas.
Yeah,
I've tried to do that myself.
Okay, yeah.
Nemo's in Australia, so he's upside down. So his right click.
But by the way, yes, the Anubis Publishing channel, I'm sorry, does look extraordinarily suspect. There is nothing on this channel. There's nothing. Not even a single subscription. So this is alarming, yes. And so what I'm going to do is basically hide the user from the channel. I'm sorry. You have to have a real channel to come here. It's just, we've had too many bad experiences. So cultivated, but while they were here, they were funny. They were funny. Cultivated image that says, hello, hope everyone is doing well. And thank you. Welcome aboard. So let me give him that, and then I'll take a look at what our good friend Nemo sent. And then I'll take another very short break, just extraordinarily short, but be right back.
Okay, because I'm going to have to wrap it up.
Okay, so let me take that break and leave when I come back, okay? Can you hold for a few more minutes? Okay, so let me just get this message to Cultivated Image, and then take that short break just to do something. And aside from that, where you're going, you're at home, right? But you have to leave because of what? What's going on? Oh, you're not at home. You're in the car. You have to go. Yeah.
No, because of this whole fiasco, I'm stuck sleeping at a friend's house.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe when you get back, I'll tell you a cool story about my tea adventures.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to hear that. And so what
you would think it was funny. You would think it was funny.
Right. So what Nemo's showing me is this. Channel activity, go to channel. See, I don't get that option of go to channel, Nemo. Yes, this is
manager. As a manager, you'll have to go through the back end, and that's a little more tech while you're on air.
Oh shit, that's so stupid. The manager should have it easier.
I know.
That's so stupid. Okay, so I'll be right back in a few minutes. And I'm going mute for now, but these guys have got this, and I'll be right back. Thank you.
Yeah, so I was just looking at who's on here with me. Is this Aristides?
Yeah, still just me.
If you have to sleep, you can. Okay, so there's apparently an earthquake that hit in Kanto region, Japan, near Tokyo.
Oh, I hadn't heard of that.
It's a 5.3. It just happened an hour ago.
Oh, wow.
No tsunami, so it wasn't too strong. But but a 5.3 on the Japanese scale is relatively strong. But because they have architecture that supports that is like earthquake dampened and stuff, it's basically this won't affect daily life there.
Right.
So as of right now, but there are a lot of aftershocks, it looks like.
Yeah.
Japan has an extraordinary amount of these like earthquakes.
Sure. I mean, they're used to it, but I should bring it up when Doug comes back. I don't know if he's heard of it yet.
Yeah, I'll tell him. And then so we got.
So what do you do? Are you're not staying in the warehouse with just a light bulb anymore? Or?
Well, basically yes. Like I do have that as an option, but it's like the weather's been crazy, and now that it's warming up, there's like all kinds of bugs and mosquitoes and shit. It's like, so if I have like the one light bulb in the warehouse, it just creates like I just get attacked by mosquitoes. So I have to go to my friend's house, or like he's renting a place, but the friend that he's renting it from is like, they just have like kickbacks all day, every day, like every night. Like there's people over like smoking and drinking. So it's like, it's never a restful thing. And it's not that they're, I'm not like hating on them or anything. I appreciate they're letting me stay there for free and all that, but it's like, it's not easy. And it's like a total, like, what would be the word for it? Like a frat house type situation. There's like, the bathroom is unusable, like by normal standards. Like, like I couldn't take a shower there if I wanted, like, or anything like that. It's bad. There's like mushrooms growing out of shit, and like it's bizarre. Yeah.
Any prospects for something else soon?
Yeah. Well, I was supposed to have something set up for me where I would take care of some family members, but it's been getting delayed because of all this crazy shit that's been happening. Like the city has come in and shut down. Basically did like a cease and desist order that they had to fight, and all this stuff just out of the blue. I mean, it's obviously deliberate ever since I was like, I even mentioned me staying there, and then it creates this whole soup, right, of just madness. Yeah. So in a normal situation, like you wouldn't need a permit to like paint the front of your house, like obviously this is just bonkers.
No.
And it's not an HOA. It's not like an HOA or something. It's just like a normal public. It's just a normal public street. So,
right.
Like I said, it's nothing new. I'm being targeted just because I'm helping Doug. So that's.
And what, they were trying to stop work that was happening there, and that's.
Well, actually, I'm back now, and what I will say is this. What is probably going on is, if that woman is indeed part of the cult, and it does seem quite possible because of the nature of the uniformity of their appearance, both her and the other lady, what she would be doing is she would be entering the house and basically either installing some kind of occult object that is meant to bring bad luck, or basically cursing the place by installing something within the very foundations of the house, so that it never knows peace. Something that would fuck up the feng shui. If anyone's familiar with Chinese geomancy, she would be doing something to try and deflect the nature of positive feng shui in the house. This is, and old ladies are good at this. So, and by the way, just so people understand, even though this individual who was coming in as the Anubis Publishing was extraordinarily funny, but there was a contradiction in what they said. I'm actually sad that when I blocked them, hid them from the channel, that all of the former messages get blocked too. They essentially get hidden because they were actually quite witty, but it exposed them as being very familiar with everything about what goes on here. Familiar to the point where they could speak quite casually with witty jokes that hit the mark. So that's very suspect in and of itself. Why would they try to present themselves as somebody new? See, there's no need to present yourself as somebody new. So that and the channel being just having nothing on it. I mean, nothing. Yeah, that it almost certainly was Sid, but the only thing that that strikes me as that not resonating is the person was too funny. The person was witty as opposed to it's like, you know, Sid wasn't. Yeah, it's like that was beyond Sid's capacity. So it's like you get what I'm saying, right, Brendan? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So whoever
he didn't have the verbal capacity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Or the rhetoric. He didn't have the rhetoric.
Yeah, dude, that guy can't even do his own emojis. He had to cut and paste Brendan Zogit's emojis, thinking that he probably assumed Brendan Zogit and I had some kind of code, and that
pretty much.
Yeah, and that these emojis meant something that would like program me, like I would respond to some kind of key programming, like like the key you press in a door that's got all the numbers on it, like if you hit the right combination. He was probably told by his programmers that it was something like that, and that would now Douglas will respond. Because that's how Brendan controls him. That's what they told him. You can bet your ass. That's what they told him.
There was a while there when I was really emoji heavy, and it was like, but it had nothing to do with that.
Right.
And he even tried to appeal to like the Hitlerian thing by putting the two lightning bolts.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
No, specifically.
Like the Zigrunen. He was trying to replicate the Zigrunen.
Yes. That's right. Yes.
Basically, they're just reading, like you said, they're just reading the dossier, and they're just like,
Yeah, they're just hitting the point. And we know, of course, he's got to be pressured into doing this because there's no other reason the guy keeps coming back. You know, it's like they're telling him you had one job is what they keep telling him. You had one job, and so he fucked that up, and now the whole reason for his existence is gone. So tell us about this story if you can before you leave.
And just on a side note, once this place is finished, I'm gonna have to do like a dowsing rod just to like exercise whatever that bitch did.
Yes.
My house.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So, but that's something I can easily take care of later. You know.
Yeah.
So, and if it gets really bad, I mean, you know, it's just it's fixable. Everything is fixable. Let's just put it that way.
Yes.
But as far as the tea story goes, especially when you know about it, that's what's interesting about the occult is the whole point is that it has to stay hidden for it to be effective.
Thank you. Yes.
Just like you've brought up before, like once you know the demon's name, it no longer has power, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
So it's kind of like now that the jig is up, like her whatever spell or sachet or whatever they put in my house is not going to be as effective as it.
Yes.
But the point is, the point I'm making is, it's ineffective. Your attack was ineffective in Pokemon terms.
Yes.
So when you were gone, I was describing I'm staying at this like friend's house that's like, one of my friends rents from them, but it's basically like a frat house. It's like a bunch of people that they just sit there and party all night, just drink. There's different people coming in and out, but they're generous and they let me stay there for free, right? So if I need a place to sleep or whatever,
thank God.
So that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine. But like on the weekend, I was there, and my friend and I were having like some gung fu cha, and then like all these people come in, like basically like a whole party of people,
right.
And I'm sitting there making my Chinese tea.
Yeah.
And then all of the chicks like flock to the table, and they're all like, I'm like serving them tea.
Yeah.
And then I get this like mutiny of angry boyfriends like within minutes.
God. Oh my
God.
God.
So, like, all the jealous boyfriends are coming up like, this shit tastes disgusting. Like, you know, like
what a bunch of losers! Yeah. What a bunch of fucking losers!
And I'm like trying to offer them tea. I'm like, no, dude, like this is like it's like good energy. Like you know, it's positive. You know, it'll help you out. Like, especially with the alcohol, the Chinese consider it to be like good for when you drink alcohol too.
Yes.
It can like regulate the alcohol.
Yes.
But these people are so like American, like macho idiots, whatever's wrong with
No,
them.
no, it's
They're like,
it's
"Oh,
true. It reminds me of just so people know, when I was drinking at that Pure Tea place. That's what's the name of the establishment owned by that Jewish lady I told people about that was trying to redefine the dead people's money by papering the walls with it. I remember a bunch of the construction workers working in area were trying to come in and put the make on her and the other ladies that she hired. But every time they came in, they'd say stupid shit like, only faggots drink tea. And it's like, this is like, and they're just so fucking stupid, and it's
like,
this.
what are they drinking? Like fucking Diet Pepsi and like tobacco spit?
Oh, yeah, well, they all got diabetes, right? They all got high blood pressure and diabetes. You know, kind of like Peter Moon's Tai Chi instructor, who seemed to be hit by all these health maladies that, you know, a martial arts instructor really shouldn't have, because they wouldn't be indulging in all that shit. That's, so it's,
something's wrong there.
Yeah, that's a big red flag. And to the point where he's losing limbs, no less. And at any rate, so these losers, you know, so where did it go from there? I'm so glad that the girls noticed you, and we're going for that. This is a killer way to get chicks, people. Just you know, learn the tea ceremony. This is why the Jewish guys do it. Tell them, Brendan. This is why the Jewish guys do it, so they can look deep. So, you know, because they got no Jewish culture that any girl is going to get attracted to, because the Jewish culture would be, you know, wrap yourself up in a semi-burqa and let me beat you. That would be the Jewish patriarchal culture. So they got to steal some Chinese culture to make themselves look deep and shit, and then say they're Buddhist and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Dude had to go to China for 9 years just to get some culture. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then now that's his adopted culture, which I'm not hating against that. You know, that's fine. But it's just funny, like you're saying. It's like,
yeah, you know why they do it, because, you know, as a baseline.
Judaism.
Yeah, because as a baseline Jewish guy, they're not gonna hit it with all the blonde chicks and they're gonna have to stay in their own culture. You know, they can't make it with all the shiksas, which is the goy girls. And so they got to pick up some kind of mystique. That's you know, they all go to India, China, and India, so they can
to use a Yiddish word.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, and exactly like Oliver Stone, you know, becoming a Buddhist and shit. You know, it's always the same. Yeah, all that crap.
I think we talked about this before. The jump, but when the Satanism burns you back, they always like default to like Taoism or Buddhism.
Yes, thank you.
That's like, so they can say like, oh, I was just chaotic neutral, like you know.
Yeah. Well, I knew so many Jewish guys, because I live in San Francisco and we're just loaded with Jewish people, and they all went to India, all picked up some stupid Asian Indian name. One motherfucker called himself Bodhisattva Freedom. He changed his name to Bodhisattva Freedom. I mean, oh, please. Yeah. It's like, really?
If you have to call yourself that, like, you don't have it. Like,
thank you. And they don't. These guys got no game. Their only game is, you know, I'll pick up, you know, some other culture's, you know, shtick. Just like, anyhow, so Brendan, so what, anything else?
The same thing they did in the 60s.
Yeah.
Like Ram Das, Krishna Das, they were all Jews from New York.
Were they really? I had no idea. Idea. Oh my fucking God.
Ram Dass was a Harvard-trained doctor who was Jewish.
Oh my God!
I think he was from like maybe Maryland or one of those, you know, one of those New England areas.
So he still couldn't get laid,
Yeah.
So he said, "Man, I gotta pull up a new game, a new gig," and so oh my God! Then he went for.
And then Krishna Das he was basically like a flunky Jewish dude that like he didn't like Judaism, so he flew to India, and then he met up with Neem Karoli Baba, and basically the guru was just like, just all you got to do is chant this mantra and wear red, and that's like what he did for like 30 years.
Holy
and then
shit.
Finally in the 90s he gets famous because he was like hanging out with Ram Dass the whole time.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and now he's like obligated to go to all these like these what are they called? Kirtans. He has to like do a bunch of kirtans while he's like 80 years old because that's his shtick. You know?
Fuck. These fucking it's pathetic. It is pathetic. It is repulsive, and it's always the same shit. And it's like and these chicks fall for it because they're dumb,
Right.
and they fall for it. It's always the same thing. By the way, I met the brother of Ram Dass, and that guy is really fucked up. And the brother of Ram Dass is got no spirituality. He claims that Ram Dass took all the money. He claims that Ram Dass took all the family money, and he calls him Ram Dass. He calls him Ram Dass. He says, Ram Dass, all he does is fuck man up the butt. And apparently that's what he does, because there's this one poor bastard I knew named Floyd Buckland, and Floyd Buckland was really getting into the ashram shit. And then he was taken into the room by Ram Dass, who told him he had elevated to a certain level of the initiate and some shit. And then he brought him in and kneel before whatever, and then apparently started trying to poke him from behind and shit. And that's when Floyd Buckland ran out of the ashram. But there you go. So he really is Ram Dass. And
now, That's why they have such a bad rap, because it always ends up like that.
Thank you. Thank you. And well, they should. I don't think their rap is bad enough. They really need this rap.
But what it does is it detracts from like the true Vedic knowledge, like the Aryan core of the knowledge.
Of course. Of course.
That's what they want. They want that completely obscured from people.
Of course.
The truth.
Yes.
Matter.
Yeah, it's true. So they try to jack it. They're trying to jack it. It's like instead of hijacking or skyjacking, it's some kind of culture jacking. You just shake your head.
There is some kind of irony to it. Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
But so at this place, or this party thing, it wasn't a party. It was just like the girls. They're all like sitting there talking to me.
Yeah.
Like, and I'm pouring them tea, whatever, and I'm like so tired and burnt out. I'm like, I'm not even ready for this. I'm not trying to hit on them. I could care less at this point. I'm like, in fact, I'm quite jaded because I'm just trying to like get off work and not deal with people.
Uh-huh.
And then these chicks are like, I'm trying to like go outside and stand by the fire, and they're like, why are you walking away from me? Like, why don't you stand closer? I'm like, bitch, you have a boyfriend. What are you talking? First of all, what are you talking about?
Because their boyfriends are like sets of clothes, dude. They just change them, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was just cringeworthy. And then I'm drinking tea, and this one chick is like, she's like all about it, like just really trying to. And I'm just like, whatever, you can have more tea if you want. And then she's like, oh, I love the way you pour it and like the way you move your hands and all this shit. And I'm just like, and of course the boyfriend's getting more and more pissed. The boyfriend's getting more. She's like, it's so much grace and whatever. Like basically, she's ready to like take me with her, and I'm like,
cool.
So the boyfriend convinces her to leave. They like go back to their house.
Oh my god.
And then 30 minutes later, she like complains up a storm.
Yeah.
And he has to bring her back.
Cool.
She wants more tea.
Oh my god. Cool. Cool.
And no, it wasn't cool because one of the chicks was the guy that owns the house. So I'm like trying not to cause this fucking thing to blow up my face. And then meanwhile, the chicks aren't catching the hint. They're just making it way worse. Because they're all drunk, and then, like the mirror comes out. Everyone's on the mirror, and I'm just like, fuck, man. So basically, at the end of the night, so I didn't get like kidnapped or like some chick would end up. So I didn't have like a chick, and this, trust me, this is not what I wanted to do. This is just what I had to do. I had to sleep in a massage chair because that way I wouldn't wake up with like the dude's chick next to me and like get fucking murdered. Because I was in his fucking house with his chick like grabbing onto me and shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
So I had to like sleep in this like this one person massage chair with like blankets, so like no one could like sit on me.
Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. At the same time, it's cool, and at the same time, it's so awful at the same time because You can't take
was
advantage.
bittersweet.
Yeah, bittersweet. It's bittersweet. Thank you. Excellent word for it. Just really bittersweet. Oh my God. Aristides, tell us about your experience like this. Come on, the time you were designing some kind of engineering thing, and all the chicks came up to you.
You best believe when I'm all like settled and actually like sharp enough, I'm gonna just break out that tube set every time.
Oh fuck yeah, fuck yeah! That's the way it's done. That works better than that. Let me teach you how to breathe.
You know what's funny? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let me teach you how to breathe.
What's funny about that is even the Chinese chick knew it when I went to the Chinese medicine shop.
Yeah.
She was like, okay, so where's your Chinese girlfriend? Who are you impressing?
Right.
Who are you trying to sleep with? She basically said that. She was like, who are you trying to sleep with? And I'm like, no, it's like, honestly, I just like tea. And she didn't believe me. She was like, you're trying to impress some Chinese girl. And I'm like, if you have any, you could send them my way. But I mean, I'm not like actively searching at the moment. So
that's so
now
cool.
I know why she said that.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's so guys, take a hint. This is what you need to learn to do. I mean, don't let those Jews steal all the fucking flame. Yeah, it's men can do this.
Oh, and the tea pet. Oh my God, that one gets like all the chicks every time.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, it's like a little pet, and you like feed it tea for like abundance and good luck, and that one gets them.
Yeah.
Instant.
Yeah. Tell people about that. How that works. Tell people about this.
So so in the Gong Fu Cha style, you have like the tea set, and for very ancient teas like the Gushu Pu'er, these like ancient Chinese teas that have like 1,400 years plus of history, the way you pour them is the first pour. What it does is like you get the raw leaves or the processed leaves, but they're like dry. So when you start them, the first pour doesn't get consumed. So you pour the boiling water and you have to pour it out. And so sometime in the past during like the Tang Dynasty, there were these literati, scholars. They didn't want to just waste the tea. So they went to the person that makes the clay, the potter, and they said, oh, can you take some of these old pieces of clay and fashion little animals from Chinese mythology, like the dragon, a pishu, a fu dog, like these different animals were fashioned out of the leftover clay in order for them to feed, quote unquote, feed the tea pets the first pour of tea, because this is like really expensive stuff. This is like really pure ancient Chinese tea. So they developed this tradition of the first pour always gets poured onto a tea pet. And that's carried on to like even the northern, the Beijing Ren style. So all of China knows about this. Like if you do Gong Fu Cha, you'll have like a little tea pet on the table. And what you do is you pour a little bit of it, or the first pour gets poured onto the tea pet, and the clay absorbs the tea. And over time, it gets this patina. And it's shown the more colored, the more varying colors your tea pet has, it shows how refined you are. And what it does is it brings, because of the flowing of water in Feng Shui, it's considered to be this like it increases abundance, because it's like this constant flow, of good positive energy, positive chi over the tea pet, which the tea pet could be like a golden frog or a dragon turtle, and it'll generate wealth for you and good luck and whatever you want it to generate, as per Feng Shui.
Excellent.
So,
go on.
So that's the history of it, but it's actually like a nice little quirk, and it's fun for new people that don't know anything about tea. You have to feed the tea pet, and for some reason Westerners like that. They think that.
Oh, they think it's the most adorable, cutest thing in the world. Yeah, the chicks appreciate it. Of course, most men are oblivious to this sort of thing. They're just,
Yeah, the dudes didn't even like, I told them, and they didn't even like, they were like, oh, like money? They were like, yeah, money.
Yeah, that's
what they said. I was like,
oh,
that's all they heard out of my whole speech. They were like, ooh, money. Yeah, okay, good. Money, good.
Yeah, it's just so fucking sad. Oh, I mean, really, But you know, that is super cool, and I'm so glad that you at least have a friend's place to couch surf in. And like you said, it's bittersweet that so much more could be done if you know, you just you know, had your own place. And like you said, when you have your own place, you're never going to be lacking, especially after the grandparents die. Yeah.
Right.
So
yeah, we'll see how that episode goes, you know.
Yeah. Well, one thing, you know, just to make a joke, like I was making a joke about, this is like what I'm concerned about is Brandon Young calling up Brooke Gibson and telling her what that idiot Trampus Nicholson said, that we were trying to frame him for murder using Brooke Gibson. She strikes me as someone too intelligent to be scared away by that. But it was probably combined with further occult incidents, as you can imagine, Brendan. She's probably been as freaked out as Jennifer Hawkins. Does that make sense? That's really the only thing that makes sense.
That's the only reasonable thing, yeah.
Yeah, and oh my God, I mean,
it shows how depraved these people are, that they'll attack, like, you know, it's fair game to attack us dudes, but like to attack the chicks, especially with occult means, it's just, I mean,
it's disgusting.
That's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, it's unspeakable. It's literally unspeakable. So, hey, Aristides and Brendan, both of you, what are your thoughts on this? Just very general, remain vague. Just, you know, what? Why the depth of hatred between those two? What is with that?
Well, yeah, it's...
I don't get it.
Right, there are details I'm not going to bring up, but mainly it's it's something to do with their, basically they have the same birthday.
They have the same birthday! Yeah!
So whatever sign, I think it's Capricorn or something, whatever sign it is, it doesn't get along with itself. I think it's something to do with the chart. Because it's like, it's almost irrational. They just like have it just is trigger. It's an instant.
Yeah, it's just instant. It's just instant, and it's total.
It's like, I don't think it's anything really. There's no details to it per se, other, you know, beyond what we know. It's basically chart, whatever their astro chart is. It's conflicting.
That makes sense. It's the only thing that makes sense. It is so disturbing. Yeah. It is so disturbing. It's like, oh my God.
Their charts are, or if you want to put it in like a Western terms, it's like their chemistry is the exact opposite, polar opposite.
Oh my God! Even though it's the same
like
birthday.
It's like a magnet. It's like a magnet. They're both like negatives. Or positives or whatever.
Okay.
You know, they repel each other instantly.
Jesus Christ! Yeah, that is so. And it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, I'm.
Which is why they're like, that's why they were used as a foil to like create an explosion. It's like antimatter and shit.
Yeah, and it's
bring up those two at the same time, so we bring it up later. Equals.
Yeah, and people might say I fell into their trap by doing this, but it had to be done. It has to be brought up so that people understand the level of malevolence that we're dealing with.
And to your credit, you weren't going to mention it until she's gone, like whatever happened.
Yeah. No, I honestly tried to call her first to talk to her about it.
Yeah.
And that's how I found out I was blocked. But that I didn't find out about it until recently, and I couldn't talk to her about it until today when I came home. So when I came home today and then tried to talk to her, I found out I was blocked. Anyhow, both of you gentlemen, please continue trying to reach out to her, okay? I'll try to convince George Knight to do the same thing. But she doesn't look at her Skype. She really doesn't look at the Skype at all, so you've got to do it through the phone. George Knight, of course, can't contact her on the phone. He can only do so through Skype. But, you know, who knows? Maybe she'll look at the Skype if she sees it's from him, because she might find that intriguing or something. So there you go with that. And hopefully,
by the way, I was going to say, that same day that you told me about Jennifer, and the spiders.
Yeah.
Did you? Am I supposed to bring that up? Is that cool?
No, you can bring that up. Yeah, it's the other animal. Don't bring up the other animal, but the spiders are fine.
Yeah. So ever since that happened, there's been a spider in my car that crawls on my windshield while I'm driving. So that's definitely part of whatever spell they cast. Honestly.
Interesting. Holy shit.
So it's like, and it only comes out when I'm like in traffic. So it's like, just like how it affected her transportation.
Yeah, that's right. Or was supposed to affect her transportation, but then the wheel.
Or it did.
Yeah, it
right?
did.
It made her late or something.
Yeah, no, what happened was she was supposed to go to this introductory session of her new job. Her only transportation is her bicycle. She has no car. She lives out in the middle of nowhere in this trailer. And so she's going miles to work and miles back, kind of like Brendan's been here before when he was walking that far. And so she's using her bicycle, and then almost halfway to her job, then the tire exploded. It burst open. And so she rode home. She turned around and rode home on the rim, canceling her first session with work. And when she rode home on the rim, she went to her trailer, encountered the other thing I had described there, and stayed in her trailer for only a little while trying to deal with that, and then came back out and looked at the bicycle, and that's when it was at that point alive, just seething with red spiders, like fire ants over the carcass of an animal. And of course, she wouldn't go anywhere near it, refuses to touch it again. But she says the horror is if her tire hadn't burst, she would have been swarmed by those spiders on the way to work, because she feels that the spiders source from inside the tires. She's convinced that the spiders were, and I thought later on that maybe the spider egg sacs were they could have been inserted into the hollows of her tire. That is why it burst. See, somebody could have cut open the tire to insert the spider eggs, and that's why it later on burst on the way to work. That makes sense. But the spiders survived because they were probably in the rim of the tire. You know how the tire's got this hollow kind of rim to it, that they might have been inside that crevice. But in terms of the what I'm thinking as well is that, what's the other thing that came to my mind with this? Oh, yeah, she has no transportation now. She has to walk to and from work. Either that or call an Uber, which eats up money that she's earning. Yeah. So she's like really just left with either taking a cut in her pay by spending a lot of it on Uber transportation or walking to and from work, which for her, for a lady, is incredibly dangerous, especially living out in the middle of nowhere. She's, really in a position of vulnerability. This is the horror of what they do to people. And and so hopefully we can get you to give her some occult protective advice as well. We tried to give what we could that night, and oh God, there you have that. So that's the general story. And any observations there, Brendan, or any other thoughts? Of course, go ahead and share them.
Well, no, other than while we're talking about it, the spider's walking around.
Yeah, there you go.
I've been trying to get it out of my car, so hopefully it doesn't get killed by the heat. But,
right, got it.
But it's definitely, it's almost like a residual of the spell cast.
It is.
Somehow I got part of it, yeah.
It is. It's true. And for those of you who think that, these guys are on this paranoid fantasy trip and they're just interpreting everything, it's like, all we can say is you haven't suffered this in your life because you live lives that are lives of quiet desperation where you do nothing. That's why if you have that attitude towards us, it's because you've done nothing with your life to disturb the status quo, and that's why nobody bothers you. Nobody bothers you, right. And then you can maintain this skepticism and think that we all read too much Harry Potter or something. But but that's because you guys aren't doing shit out there. And if anybody says I do stuff, actually anybody who's truly a fireman or a cop or a paramedic, you would know more about what we're talking about than most people because you see it. You see people in incredibly unusual situations, and you know that there's certain nights, especially when there's a full moon, that you're going to see people behaving in manners that normal people cannot behave. In other words, you'll see people do things that normal people cannot do. And a lot of times you can explain it away by drugs, and other times You can't. You really can't. So yeah, anybody who really is in an action type of profession, they know what we're talking about to a degree. So the rest of you are just like, I don't know, your lives are Netflix or something. And
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And anything else comes to mind, Brendan, that you can think of?
Yeah, it was like, there's one thing that anecdotally kind of proves the point. Is the day I fell and almost like broke my neck and hit my head.
Yeah.
Is I was actually cleansing the house with an incense stick and some mantras.
Okay.
And whatever that entity was that they conjured, or the jinn or whatever it was.
Yeah.
That basically caused me to trip and almost crack my neck.
Yeah.
It was like that was almost proof of that, because it hasn't happened before or since. Only when I brought out the big guns and like brought some incense and some music and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was reacting violently to that. That was a violent reaction. That reminds me.
Like a poltergeist.
Yeah. That reminds me, not that you are in any way like Lou Gentili, quite the opposite. But Lou Gentili, you remember what I said? He was this. Yeah, he went out and he provoked.
And they tried to give you the tapes.
Yeah,
Give you the tapes.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. It's but the
like, why would anyone want to watch fucking Slender Man in a forest? Like, like,
yeah. Thank you.
Like actual footage, no thanks.
Yeah. Thank you. By the way, I appreciate what some people have told me. There was this one woman who was a sponsor for a period of time, and she said, I believe you could watch that and nothing bad would happen to you. And I understand why she would say that, and it's probably true, but the point is I really had no interest. I don't have interest. Right. Why would I find it intriguing to watch some, poor fat son of a bitch get thrown around, by... Yeah, it's like just sad. Yeah. I'm sorry. Were you saying something? Yeah. Go ahead.
I was just laughing. I was just laughing.
Okay.
Trying not to.
Yeah. Because it's just fucking sad. But what was going on was there was something similar happen when Brendan Zogit is basically doing a cleansing, and this entity responded. So it's like a deployed entity, and they certainly were hurt by what you were doing. By that I mean, like, they were trying to stay in place and settle in. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And so definitely stay safe and be well. Everybody maintain Brendan Zogit in your thoughts and prayers. He's going through far too much. It's of course a hard life already. Life is already hard enough. And Brendan's not seeking this. This is the tragedy. It's not like, John Evans, the blind bard, who says, hey, it's not enough difficulty in my life to be blind. Let me go fuck with this supernatural cairn site and knock down the bone edifice so that I can fuck up my life even more. That guy's begging for it, okay? That guy was asking for it. And, the one thing I noticed was that whenever that story was relayed, did you notice that Brandon Young never relayed that story with any iota of sympathy? There was never a sense of sympathy when he it was always just purely funny to him.
He thought it was great. Yeah,
it was like.
And then what's weird is like when we bring it up recently, he says, "Oh, that nothing happened to John,"
Yeah.
Like, I find that weird because when he first brought it up, he thought it was hilarious.
Yeah. And not only that, he was like basically presenting it in such a fashion that it sounded like John Evans was just getting worse and worse. You remember that? He was describing John Evans as basically walking practically naked onto a bus with nothing on but a G-string and combat boots and his blind man sunglasses and his cane. You remember that? He was like saying shit like that and saying, yeah, he's all fucked up. Yeah. And it's like, man, hate to see what he says about us. But then it's just like, it's like Brandon Zoget said, the guy's unemployable, Brandon Young, and he's just, he's got this teaching job, which he should be barred from. He should literally be barred from. They had to make sure he was working with children because that's part of their agenda. That's part of their child abuse agenda, was to, get this guy working with children. That's abusive right there. So,
yeah. For other middle school teachers, I mean, like, it's pretty much, it fits the bill.
Yeah, good
that's
point.
like a bare minimum is to be like him.
Yeah. Your point's well taken. Yeah.
Sadistic, dry humor, madness, general qualities.
Yeah. Well, let's remember, don't use the word dry, because that's like that's almost dignifying his sense of humor.
He's a wine or something,
Yeah. No, it's not dry like some fine beer, like Asahi from Japan or something super dry. No, it's not like that. No, he's just pathologically. The best thing I think was Aristides said toneless. He's just toneless. It's he's just awful. It's just awful. It's just terrible. It's painful. Cringe. It's cringe all the way. Every time the guy opens his mouth.
Right.
I
miss the old Brandon that was into Tolkien.
Yeah, I know. That's still, you can dig aspects of that out of him, but it's like
the accident like wiped that part of his brain for sure.
But he was talking like that after the accident. It's not an accident; it was an assassination attempt. So we don't want to fall into even his own pattern. After the assassination attempt, or abortive assassination would be another term for it. He was still able to pull that out of his ass. He was still able to maintain that kind of talk for years, but he's got a degenerative condition.
Yeah, I was gonna say it slowly waned, right?
His neurological condition is degenerative. The comatic state put into motion something that he never treated at the time it needed to be treated, and since then he's just on a spiral. And it's just he needs to, like I told him, get treated for that, and he needs to see a psychiatrist. He definitely needs to see a psychiatrist. It's outrageous, just outrageous. But yeah, aside from that, fortunately, with the people we have left in Team Dietrich, this is the unkillable core, really. And so we'll work from here and expand from here, but. It needed to come to this point. Certainly the three guys that I purged. Oh, George Knight joined us. George, you've got to learn to just interject. Just interject as soon as you're here. Like, I'm here. Don't be afraid to say it, please.
I've just joined. Thank you, Douglas. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for showing up, because, just the way things are going tonight, I do need to go to take a leak, so I'm going to leave you talking with Aristides for a few more minutes, and then we're going to try and tuck Aristides into bed. Because I used him to death the last episode, and Amy Como told me that she called him the next morning and she said he was so kind and gentle, but he was crying. She said, "Oh God, it was just terrible." He said, "I can't sleep." He was like, I have no sleep. Can you hear me, by the way? It just clicked.
Nemo, Nemo sent something in the chat. I was looking at it.
No, okay, let me take a look at it.
But it was from the Anubis Publishing. It says, "Please, Douglas or Jen, save us again." And then the last message says, "I only know Peter and Douglas." So very strange. And then they said they were an old lady, but then they said LOLJK, which no old lady knows that slang.
Oh my God, where did Nemo put this? I can't even see it.
In the Skype chat.
In the Skype chat? Oh, that. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, and then the rest of it got covered up by what he was trying to show me. Right. And so...
I must have just gotten this, which is also odd.
Yeah, that's right, because he put that in there earlier. And I was, I don't get anything he sees. So you and I, privately, you'll have to show me how to hit somebody's channel unless we have to be on the call. And we probably need to do that while we're live on air, but you're probably too tired to do that right now. So maybe on Sunday, do that next Sunday. You can teach me how to ask this. Yeah.
Well, that's another point, is like why they want me living, in a freaking warehouse with a single light bulb, because I can't help you on your channel.
Yes.
Like that's part of the reason why they're pulling all the stop on the shit.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. They do want that, and they want to destroy Brendan Zogid.
Like, I'm not trying to be, what's the word, like self-aggrandizement. Is that?
No, it's true. Brendan Zogid is one of these indispensable people, as is Aristides, as is George Knight. This is truly the unkillable core. These men are indispensable to me. And without them, none of this is possible. But Brendan Zogid definitely made this possible at all. Brendan Zogid is the one who made this channel possible, made my production possible, and they've been out to destroy him ever since. And it's been nonstop. So people and now Jennifer Hawkins is beginning to feel, but Brooke Gibson has also felt the occult assault. So all credit to her. She suffered the occult assault terribly, and she stood up to them when they called, trying to seduce her into coming to their side. We are all aware of that, and yet Peter Moon hates her. My saying that just, and he'll just put it all, he'll say, the money she gives you is manipulative. And it's like, yeah, but without it, I'd be homeless, right? So it's like, she saved my ass twice, okay? It's,
right.
Yeah, at least. So there we have that. And
yeah, she was like sending you blankets and stuff too.
Yeah, she did. She did. Yeah, she did. And oh man, so I hope he chills in that regard. I just hope he chills, and let's all just try to passively try and get him to chill in that regard. Just get him to. Yeah. Oh man,
it's kind of like at the point where we it's like two people with dementia. They hate each other. You can't bring them up. They forget about each other until you bring them up, and then it creates like a whole.
Oh, you don't dare to bring up their name in front of the other. You just don't dare. Yeah.
But if you don't mention it, then it never gets.
Yeah. But I had to bring it up concerning what Brandon Young said, because it was just, I can't believe I know he said it. But it's so outrageous.
No, he definitely said it. Definitely said it. But it's like, I don't remember consciously when. Well, it would take me like hours to find it.
Oh no, it was. You could find it easily. It was right after you left. It was right as soon as you left, basically, because it was my break.
I've been on like 4 hours of sleep for like almost a month and a half, 2 months.
Yeah. It was after you left when I took another break, and so so Aristides could probably find it in a heartbeat. But I know these situations are sensitive, Aristides, but don't let the sensitivity or the awkwardness stop you from just saying it. I mean, some things just need to be said. Oh my God! But I get it. He was exposed to so much. He was tired himself, and he was exposed to so much shit from Brandon. That's what makes it so sinister. Is Brandon couches that in a sea of other bullshit, so that you don't really think about it. You get what I'm saying? You're just what is it? You're there's a word for it. Overexposure or something. Information overload. It's like disinformation overload.
Yeah.
He was exposed to disinformation. Yeah, just oversaturated, and just and that alone leaves you with your mouth, your jaw hanging, and you're drooling just listening to this.
That was my defense. Is like he was just saying so much stuff like that like it like went one ear in one ear out the other. I didn't even question what he was saying. Yeah. I heard it and it processed, but I was just like, it was just like, okay.
Oh man, Brandon. Yeah. So, of course,
I think he even said something about the reason why he said it was to get Brooke to come on, and that's what he said. Actually,
that's
enticing.
Like, that was his intent, is to like coax her out of not being on air.
That is so bizarre. I mean, I can see that. At the same time, no, it's you got to know better than that. There's got to be. Got to be better ways than that. He could have said something like, Douglas has got another yeast infection. And this time we know Brooke is responsible. He could have said that. But to go in the other direction, there's no good will come of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, so he's definitely malevolent. He's definitely malevolent. He's he can't just couch it in something. So George.
Right, so I'm gonna go to sleep. Everyone have a good. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap myself in Hakenkreuz blankets.
Yes, please. Good. Well, tell George Knight about the books. Tell George Knight about the books you found in the trash at school.
Oh yeah. So George, I was cleaning out one of the art rooms, and there are these two books. I have them with me. Designs and Patterns from Historic Ornamenture, and then another one called Designer's Notebook. And like they were literally like thrown in the trash with no care whatsoever. And I was like, what kind of art teacher would do this? And I flipped open to the first one, the Historic Ornamenture. And it's full of swastika designs, like different Roman, Græcorōmãn swastikas, like Japanese swastikas. So one of the kids was like, "Oh, look what I found in here," and the teacher just grabbed both these books and threw them in the trash. Yeah. Totally deleting history, totally no care whatsoever that it's a historical document about what the designs were supposed to be. And how beautiful these designs are. They're like actually aesthetically pleasing. Yeah. And just because they were triggered, quote unquote, because it. Yes. And it's not like a Hakenkreuz. They're like built into like Celtic swirls and. One of these days I'll put them in the chat when I get it.
Please do. Yeah, take the proper screenshots. Yeah. Also, Aristides and Nemo, both of you do me a favor. Trace the channel of this other person. I do not have the capacity to do this. Brendan Zogit, do it if you can. Anthony D. King 33. They've been in the chat and they're basically left 3 comments. Trace their channel, please, and give me the link so I can look at their channel. Of course, they're sounding reasonable, but it's also unreasonable. This is not something where I'm tormenting myself by overdwelling on something. This is a new development. I have been blocked by Brooke Gibson as a result of this. Right. This is an ongoing crisis right now. Yeah. This is something that has now impacted another area of my life because Brooke promised to do something for me and I want her to eventually do it. So I've explained this, and if you don't understand that, you're trying to project onto the victim. Not that I'm trying to fill the victim role here, but you're trying to project onto the victim as if they're somehow overdwelling on their victimization, as if it's an unhealthy obsession, and that's not the case. This is something where we're dealing with this as a team. We're trying to find out what's going on. So this seems to be a legitimate channel. But my first look at it is this looks legitimate. His extended family subscribed to him, and he's got about 3 videos. One of them, of course, is his dog. One of them is a very colorful looking character. No comment otherwise. And okay, so they look real enough. So yeah, hopefully my explanation puts it in context for you. So El Nemo's also trying to put it in context. But just so people understand, the last time somebody told me something like that was concerning Jameson Rees. And what happened was it was right after Jameson Rees went into his I'm on the enemy's side now mode that this man named Pánthēon Morales, who had an incredibly occult background, Pánthēon Morales had a boy child. Brendan, help me out here. Tell everybody this guy kept putting his naked child on Facebook just like he was a piece of boy meat, and just kept putting this boy up there, and he wanted Jameson Rees to visit him at home even though he had a young boy child, despite the fact that Jameson Rees was open and adamant about wanting to kill all children and kill all life on Earth before he would flip and say, "Oh, I love children," which would become even more sinister in the tone with which he would say it. This is like the hideousness of what we're dealing with here. this same guy, Pac-Man Morales, kept saying, oh, this guy's living rent-free inside your head. Bear in mind, this was a few days after Jameson Rees left, and I had to continually put into context his assaults, his attacks, because he went very active attacking myself. And then Pac-Man Morales ultimately brought Jameson Rees to his home, where he tried to rape this guy's child, and that's when Jameson Rees later said, and Brendan Zogett saw this, via John Warrington, oh, your assets, Solomon Shake and Pac-Man Morales tried to destroy me, but, you know, me and my friend Richard K. Cole Jr. got rid of them now. And that's, you know, this is all true, right, Brendan? Yes, back me up here. Yes.
Well, yeah, Jamo said something like that. And yeah, that Pac-Man guy was sketchy. He was on air saying that he was like, his family was into Santeria and like those other, those other voodoo kind of cults.
Oh, everything imaginable. And remember how he said it? Like, one guy would constantly come to his house and take a shit and vomit and shit all over the place. And he found in the closet all the Santeria cult curses and shit. And just it went on and on. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I like had to unfollow him because like he friended me and I accepted his request, but it was like every picture he posted was of his kid, which is fine, but it's like him holding his kid with no shirt on, and it was like okay, one time, a couple times you're at the pool, whatever, but it was like becoming so often that it was like, all right, this is weird. Like,
it's like this guy's walking everywhere with his half-naked son in his hands.
Yeah, it was bizarre. Yeah, so I was just like, yeah, I can't have this.
I know, it's disgusting after a while because the kid's big and meaty, and it's like he's proud. Oh, look, my kid's big and meaty and hairy, and I'm holding him like a teddy bear. Everywhere he goes, it's disgusting.
Yeah, and in this book of designs, there's an Egyptian swastika, arabesques of different, really nice Egyptian ones. I'm gonna probably start making prints out of this, and maybe that's gonna be my wallpaper.
Excellent.
But yes, please take some prints of those, Brendan, and please share them.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'll try to get some high quality scans for you guys.
Yes, get some prints.
I can't believe they were just gonna throw it out. Like, they literally.
Oh, I believe it. I believe it. That's what they do. Dude, they burn books in America, like you wouldn't believe. Modern German.
Like there's even there's even historical there's actual text in here. It's saying illustrations include ancient Egyptian patterns from the ceilings of the tomb of Siut, borders and bands from Greek vases, fret patterns from Pompeian mosaics, interlaced Celtic designs, Japanese powder ornaments, illuminate manuscripts, 14th century Alhambran and Persian designs, wall tiles, Sicilian mosaics. So all these idiots now, especially Americans, they're saying every time they see a swastika, they get butthurt and they freak out. It's like, this was literally a motif that was used on everyone's home to protect it.
But these were wards against the anti-gods. The anti-gods, yes. Which, by the way, how do you like the way Peter Moon said that, the amount of money that Brooke Gibson sent you was the number of the anti-gods? Holy shit.
Right, that's bizarre.
Yes, oh my God. Oh.
And by the way, the money that whatever Sid sent you, the $27, that was probably just to bug me because 27 is the
number.
Yeah.
Yes, but not only that, it's also the year that all rock stars die, right?
Yeah.
Age 27,
yeah. Age 27.
It's basically one celestial cycle.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my God.
But in Vedic astrology, there's 27 signs called the moon signs, Nakshatra.
Interesting. Thank you.
So it's an occult number. 27 is an occult number.
Oh, of course. It's a very occult number. Yeah. Go on.
And Brendan.
So the symbolism would be. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Go on, George.
No, sorry, Brendan. I was just going to also add that it was on the date of the 11th of March, that episode. So that transmission was on the anniversary, the 13-year anniversary of the
9/11. Yes.
3/11.
It was the 13th anniversary. Yes.
Thank you. Very important point. And that's why Brandon Young and the idiot Sid, Trappist Nicholson, were working together. They were definitely working together. And for all intents and purposes, Mark H. was working with them. Because, when you do absolutely nothing, it's the equivalent of being on the other side. So that's where he's at. Like Brendan said, you can't fence it with these people. They take the white surrender sign not as any sign of neutrality. They take it as you are the enemy. Yeah. And
yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah. So
I'm gonna send you guys this medieval design real quick.
Okay, so he's gonna send us that. How long do we have with you tonight, George? Yeah, let us know.
I think another 45 minutes, Douglas. Thank you.
Okay,
another 45 minutes.
We're gonna try.
Please take advantage.
Yeah, we're gonna try and take advantage of that. I'll take a short break first. And
good night.
Yes, and to Brendan, blessed be thy slumber and sweet be thy dreams. Okay, stay safe and be well.
I think it was.
Go on.
It was divine intervention that I found this book because then I'm able to use it properly.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
Absolutely. It's true. It's the sign of the higher and divine that you're being watched over.
Yeah, synchronicity.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gratitude for that, Douglas.
Yes.
Okay, the picture finally sent, so you guys can take some solace in that.
Thank you.
It's like a medieval ward. Who knows where it comes from, but
exactly.
It just says medieval design.
Yes. Thank you. And what I'm going to do now is thank you so much, Brendan. We're going to tuck our man Aristides into bed soon, but let's check if he's still awake for now. Aristides, are you still awake for now? Let's hope. Let's fucking pray. If not, George Knight can talk. He knows how to talk. George Knight can hold a monologue of his own when speaking to a subject. Okay, so I'm taking a look at this wonderful pattern sent to us by Brendan Zoge. It's beautiful, beautiful. And Aristides, how are you, Aristides? You're off mute. Jesus Christ! I hope he didn't die. That's okay. So just so you know, the latest phase in the crises, George. What happened was that, so I attempted to contact, I came home because today is a national holiday in Japan, or it was, it still is, as far as I'm concerned, but we haven't hit midnight yet. When it comes to, it's celebrating the vernal equinox. This, of course, was celebrated the day before by the Wiccans, and all they're playing off of is the ancient Teutonic holiday of the ancient goddess of new beginnings. But this is kind of like pagan Easter, and it's kind of like Japanese Easter. So what happened was that after I came home from first honoring the anniversary of my mother's death, so this is the 13th death day after her passing, within a week of Fukushima Daiichi taking place. So she died on the 19th of March, and so I was in communion with my ancestors throughout yesterday. When I was done back from the estates from that affair, and of course taking advantage of that time to teach the blood boys about the vernal equinox and the history behind it, I came back and I tried to call Brooke Gibson, but as soon as I was home, but she blocked me. So do your best to see if you can reach out to her through Skype, and she hardly ever looks at her Skype, so I don't expect her to respond at all, but hopefully she will. And do your best to try and intervene on my behalf. What had happened was, of course, that Trappist Nicholson has continued to try and contact Peter Moon, myself, and Brooke Gibson. And at this point, we believe that based on what was sent to me by Trappist Nicholson, that Brandon Young has also reached out to Brooke Gibson. And Brandon Young was on this show, and he started a flame war by saying that he claimed, while I was on break, that he had a tape that he had uploaded of Brooke Gibson having sex with Peter Moon. So you've heard this.
Yes, because I reviewed that. That was on the 11th of March, that episode, and I did review it a couple times, Douglas.
And I wasn't
here either.
Yeah, that was right after Brendan left. It was right after Brendan, but Brendan heard it. But I didn't hear about it myself until very recently. I was simply told this just with the last episode before tonight's.
I found that very odd. Yeah, I found that
Oh
very
yeah.
odd.
Oh yeah. Thanks, George, for confirming that because I wasn't sure.
Yeah,
It was because I reviewed it twice. So I can remember.
Yeah.
saying that.
It was
And I
like
thinking,
pretty much
what's the
moments
context?
after I left because I was still on the call or something.
Yeah, was it moments after he left, George?
Oh yeah, it was. Oh, Brendan wasn't there. Yeah, you wasn't there, Douglas. Brendan. But the what was the thing he said? Oh, Sid goes, well, who's on top? And he goes, oh, Brooke was on top of Peter. That was what he stated. I do remember that part
Oh my
of
god.
the conversation.
Oh my god.
Yes.
If I had known
It's
any
just
of
out
this,
of context.
yeah,
Don't tell Pete that shit.
of course I will. Of course
It's
I will.
on air. It's on public record.
It's on public record.
I know. I'm being facetious.
Yes.
I'm sorry. but-
Yeah, no, but we all know what's going to happen with that. I would be surprised if Peter Moon doesn't hunt down Brandon Young at this point and blow him away. I mean, this is like Peter Moon has such a visceral response to this sort of thing. But this is if I had known this, I would have kicked Brandon Young off the show that night without even having a talk with him. I simply would have expurgated him from the program. I had no idea it was that bad. Go on.
No, you carry on, Douglas, because I was just going to say, because just before I come on, I didn't listen to the show, so I didn't catch any of that.
Yeah.
So when I came on, eventually to talk about daylight saving time,
Yeah.
I missed all of that, so I had no idea what was said before. That's why I went back to review it twice, because I caught the gist that there was some awkward tension going on prior to my arrival. So
Right.
that's the reason why I went back to review it, and I reviewed it twice, just so I could put into context and fathom what was going on.
So it's outrageous. It's outrageous. The whole thing is outrageous. And
it was offensive, yes. And when because Sid then went, he mentioned Doug splaining, and he goes, who did you just say I'm everybody's ass?
Yeah, he's crazy.
And you were like, it was out of context. That's not something Douglas would ever say.
Thank you.
It was preposterous. The whole thing was just a sham, like a complete
It was an ambush. It was an ambush.
Guys were disrespectful. Yes, I caught it as that. That was how I perceived it, Douglas. It was certainly. But please carry on. Yes.
And beyond that, it was if I do think of anything else to say about it, I will later. But people who feel that, oh God, you're overdwelling on this. I mean, please, it's not your life. This is
exactly.
my life is this program. And when I have people who are ambushing me on my own program, this is something that bears talking about, and it's something that it's just outrageous. And the fact that that I finally found out what had happened, because I had no idea what they had said, and I had no idea it was that bad. Then I find out days later it's frustrating. It's very frustrating, because I never would have been. But this is my understanding, is that Brandon Young and Sid, or rather Trampus Nicholson, called up Brooke Gibson and told her I said that. This is what happened. Of course not. Yes. And then she blocked me. This is the what I have to contend with. So and this is everybody needs to understand why I need to tell my team about this, and they're going to try their best to work with this situation. So so what I'm going to do is go on.
Yes, I was going to say I would have confronted him if I caught what I heard. Later on, I would have confronted him before, whilst I was there. I missed all of that. Otherwise, I would have questioned Sid himself.
Thank you.
I would have questioned what he said and how just how disrespectful he was to you, Douglas.
Thank you.
And that really offended me. I was offended because this is your livelihood.
Thank you.
And he's compromising that. He was compromising your livelihood. So no, I found that very offensive, and I don't take that lightly at all. So no, please continue. Yeah, have a break, Douglas.
Yeah, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to count on you to hold a monologue, so to speak. Both Brendan and Aristides are on mute.
Brendan's happy. Yes. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Yeah. Brendan, you're asleep now, right? And Aristides, I take it you're asleep now. Now I saw you go mute, and you weren't mute earlier, so I take it that you're checking out. Because I did tell him he needs to go to sleep earlier. And
Yeah.
the other day he stayed up too late, and it was hard on him. Amy called him the next morning and said he was a sweetheart, but he was obviously very, very tired and very impacted by the night before. So do me a favor. I'll be only a few minutes. Take advantage of that time to talk about current events or historical events, whatever you feel is relevant. I'll let you know as soon as I'm back, which will be very shortly. So just cut into whatever subject you feel is most important. Now, I understand that the Minister of Parliament, Theresa May, whose life was consumed, her career was destroyed by Brexit. I understand that she only recently has actually given a farewell speech, that she still was in apparently some position of responsibility after all of that. And has since I don't know if you're aware of any of this, but that might be a good start to talk about.
She has she's what was she gonna say? She's has made the headlines. She's come back up after departed and not been on the limelight for a little while now. So there's so many things that it's weird here in the UK what they seem to go on about on a tangent. One of the latest things that you'll see just repeatedly, and they create memes about it, is the Photoshop from Kate, the William's wife, Kate Middleton. That's her name, Kate Middleton. They'll just do
right.
Like
that is what the fuck is that about? And so
they
go.
Can't stop talking about it. Yes, no, they just can't stop, and it's just.
And what they're saying is that she manipulated her photos, like used some CGI or something. It's like, who the
Jesus
fuck
Christ,
cares?
everybody. Yes, but everybody does it. Everyone who's on Instagram is photoshopping or editing their photographs that they upload. So it's just preposterous. It's just like everyone adds a filter, everyone adds a light, and everyone adds all these additional apps to their photos. So there's all these features that people do. So it's just hypocrisy.
Yes, no,
it's just like they can't let go of this. Yeah, do apologize.
It's so bizarre. It is outrageous, and it represents something I don't know.
Anti-monarchy. It's this. It's anti-monarch trope. And I know you aren't. I think you asked Jennifer, but sorry, I'm holding you up, Douglas. But
go on. You remembered I was asking.
Were you asking?
I was asking Victoria. I was asking
Victoria.
Yeah, what her position on monarchy was, because I would be interested in that. Of course, Victoria is a work in progress. Victoria is, very much a. Of course, she understands the. I sent her my essay. On the astrobiology of God. Hopefully that she'll go through that, and I'd like to see what her response to that is. Yes, do me a favor and speak to anything you want, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. Okay, I'm gonna go mute, but it's all on you. You've got to hold a monologue for a few minutes. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back.
Absolutely.
Bless you. Thank you. Thank you, George.
Thank you very much, Douglas. Yes,
love you.
You're very welcome, Douglas. Yeah, love you too, Douglas. Thank you. And yes, just to go off the bat, what we were speaking about earlier regarding the Hakenkreuz or the swastika, maybe that's a good turning point to dive into, is the origins of the swastika and where the meaning behind it. And as Douglas and Brendan mentioned earlier, it is a ward. It is a repellent. It is a sigil, a shield that is repels against diabolism. What the American High Command referred to as what they worship, the cultivated worshipping of the anti-gods, the antimatter, what you would refer to as the elder gods, in the what people conflate with the Howard Phillips Lovecraft mythos. This is how the common day culture of Western civilization and society, they have cultivated the Howard Phillips Lovecraftian mythos as their worship of the elder gods, the anti-gods. And the swastika, in the only novella that was published in his lifetime, Howard Phillips Lovecraft, The Shadow over Innsmouth, one of the paragraphs, one of the chapters states that when the stars are aligned, then this is, I'm trying to remember off by memory the exact quotation or the exact transcript of the paragraph, but it's along the lines of when the stars are not right, that's when the anti-gods can come forth, but the stars are aligned correctly, so this repels the anti-gods. So this is the obvious, the Ursa Major constellation in the sky, what people colloquially will know or refer to as the or reference as the Big Dipper, and then you've got the Little Dipper. This is something that me and Douglas both have contempt for. This very word. It's the Great Bear. The reality is it's the Great Bear, the Ursa Major constellation, which forms the swastika in the sky, and this is aligned with Polaris. Polaris is the North Star, which sits true north onto the axis of the Earth, of the polar axis of the Earth, and it's true north. And this never dips beneath the horizon. And this is the origin of the Hakenkreuz, the swastika. And this is aligned in the skies, and it keeps the anti-gods at bay. It keeps the anti-gods beneath the Earth. So it is protecting humanity. It's protecting the Earth from the anti-matter, the anti-tree of life itself. Whereas what people would, this is just from my own observations, my own expositions of the cosmology of the demons and angels. They are part of the ecosystem. They are part of what is the ecosystem of life itself in our universe, with all matter around us, and without them, life is impossible. And in the dark reaches or voids of multiverses or multi-universes, there are no stars, and this is the deepest recesses of the universe itself. Men like Michael Aquino will tell you there is only one objective universe. But the reality is he's fully aware that there are other universes. Other universes do exist. And this is where the anti-gods are at bay. And this is where they harbor.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm back.
Oh, I'm glad you come back.
Continue.
Douglas. Yeah,
continue. Yes. You're going.
Just literally, yes, rambling on. But thank you. Yes. So this is what Michael Aquino will disingenuously portray in, like, certainly what I have through my own due diligence and research through these online forums that he submitted years and years ago. He will tell you there's only one, and what he outlined in the book Mind War, that there's only one objective universe. Of course, this is conflacious. He is being disingenuous. Yes. And in the multiverses and the multi-universes out there, they don't have stars, and without stars, you cannot have life. They don't even have matter. But this is where the anti-gods are harboring. This is where they have it.
Yes.
Inhabit.
And there can be yes, matter in such universes, but there can be no life. The matter would is simply not without stars there's no life, definitively. We know that much. Yes. So continue, please. Yes.
Thank you, Douglas. And I was just trying to explain or articulate the origins of the Hakenkreuz, the swastika. And I'm trying to remember. I tried to remember, and I didn't say it correctly, but I'm trying to remember that in the actual transcript, in the title of the novella or the book, The Shadow over Innsmouth, where the stars are aligned, when they are it's to hold the elder gods or the anti-gods at bay. I'm trying to remember I have the exact screenshot of it. Right. I couldn't remember off my memory.
Well, I believe, so just so everybody knows, within The Shadow over Innsmouth, which is the only novella that was ever published during H.P. Lovecraft's lifetime, and he had short stories that were published, but never a novella in a book form. Yes. That was the only novella, and all the short stories were published in pulp magazines during his lifetime. So he was known only as a pulp writer during his lifetime. But the novella that was published in book form was The Shadow over Innsmouth. And what that stands out for is the character Zadok is speaking of the elder sign, which is the ward against the anti-gods. And he states specifically this is a swastika. And so that's what's pointed out in the shadow over Innsmouth. But it is in the Call of Cthulhu that H.P. Lovecraft articulates that the stars are not yet right for the rise of the anti-gods. So that's when he articulates the fact that the stars must be right for the anti-gods to emerge. And so by that, what he means is, of course, that the Thor's chariot, which is what is the true name, or the Viking name, the Nordic name, for the what we call the Big Dipper in America, but what is known elsewhere as Ursa Major or the Great Bear. This rotates in the heavens around the North Polar Star. The central star of the North, our pole star. The pole star is the nexus for the swastika of the skies, and this Hakenkreuz rotates with the seasons in the very shape of what we would perceive at this point in history as the Nazi swastika. The Germans call that the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross. This is the sign in the sky which Constantine saw when he heard the voice from the heavens, under this sign, conquer. Now, understand that what he had in that moment was a vision of the stars spinning in the sky with the kind of enlightenment, the burst of consciousness that comes with a person who is experiencing a religious revelation. He could see the stars spinning to the point where he saw the swastika pattern. This is something that the anti-gods who are trapped in their various caverns or beneath the sea, these are how they perceive the heavens, is that Hakenkreuz constantly spinning in the sky with the seasons. So to them, that is the ward that keeps them from breaking their bonds and unleashing havoc upon the world. That is why the only way to unleash them would be to make the stars right, which would mean to change the orbit of the Earth itself by basically hurling the Earth out of its orbit to the point where the very heavens look different. This is
and they're falling.
This is what is very possible, made possible by certain man-made constructs that are impacting the wobble of the Earth in its orbit, and such as the Three Gorges Dam. The Three Gorges Dam in communist China has collected so much water in one area of the northern hemisphere, and believe me, China is north of the equator, so it's collected so much water in one area of the northern hemisphere that it is throwing the Earth's wobble out of alignment. It threatens to change the orbit of the Earth itself in the sense of throwing us off of our present tilt, which gives us our seasons. All we need to make it happen is a earthquake of proper proportion. And this is why the Americans have invested in scalar technology to upset the very motion of the Earth by generating enough earthquakes with scalar technology. Originally developed by Nikola Tesla, the Americans have the ability to take advantage of the displacement of weight created by the Three Gorges Dam in particular. And this would change the Earth's orbital pattern in the sense of throwing our tilt and rotation off, and this would make the very heavens change. With the stars would look like they were falling from the sky to us as this took place, if enough earthquakes caused enough damage to the Three Gorges Dam, where we would have the Earth actually change its position in its orbit around the sun. Not that it would be changing its orbit itself, but it would be changing its position in which it orbits. The Earth would tilt. It would retilt in a different direction, and there would be a change in the poles. There would be a new polar shift in the world. And this would remove us from the present position where the pole star exactly centers the swastika in the sky, and the bond would be broken that keeps the anti-gods at bay. So this is what the Americans have made possible through a trigger mechanism. which I stole from the Department of Defense because it's integral to the Vox Arca. This is an instrument that I've spoken of in the past. We don't need to go in depth into it now. But then again, this is all part of what has happened in my life that Peter Moon is trying to make accessible to public understanding. So while this is going on, when we suffer these kinds of ambushes that we suffer that threaten this program, okay, these are serious events and serious affairs, and we do need to speak about them because this is really the only time I get to talk with Team Dietrich. It's very seldom we get to talk privately. I certainly would like to talk privately more often, but it's simply not possible. We'll try to make it happen more often in the near future, but continue, George, now I'm here with you and we'll talk together. Right. But yeah, continue on with whatever trend of thought that you feel is important. Now, of course, if you have any thoughts to wrap up about, this so-called photo scandal involving, as you said, it's anti-monarchy, it's self-loathing, British self-loathing, anti-monarchy, and it's basically, it's so stupid. It's so stupid, and it's and completely unnecessary. Please do continue. And I'm not quite sure about Theresa May's parting. She's like, apparently she still had a job in Parliament and is now like resigning or quit, retiring, I guess. And so it's just the end of an end of a period in British history. She was one of the last people to see the Queen alive. Or visit her in an official position while she was alive, so it's definitely one of the final farewells to the Queen as well, and the King, of course. What is the status on his cancer and his future so far as you know, or whatever they're releasing to the public? There must be something that they.
Yes. And do you know what, Douglas, to be completely honest with you, I have not caught up or been acquainted with what the latest development with King Charles is. And sometimes it's very hard to not call him Prince anymore because he was such the longest reigning heir apparent in history. I'm so used to calling him Prince, but of course now he's king, so it's one of those things that people have to quickly adapt to. His features, his heads are now are featured on our coinage, on our currency. So now they're releasing coins now with his facial features on there, like they did with his mother, the late Queen Elizabeth II. And absolutely. So I'm not sure. Sorry, I don't know the state of his latest on his condition. I don't know what his health. I don't know if it truly is going detrimental or if it's deteriorating. I don't know what the latest is, but as soon as I do, I'm more than happy to share it on air.
Of course.
Of course, Douglas.
Oh, also, go on, because I was going to ask you, did you ever get a chance to review that article that said that I think it was what is it, Modern Combat 3 or Call of Duty was hiding all of the Russian atrocities?
You did send it to me. I skimmed through it a couple of weeks ago, Douglas. Yes, okay. And it was just to do with the atrocities committed and the cover-up. I believe it was just outlining that in the video game itself. There were, because they've done that in the past when one of the very last Call of Duties I ever was, what do you want to call it, just engaged in, was back in 2009, was Modern Warfare 2. And this is long before I discovered Douglas. Of course, once I discovered Douglas, I stopped playing Call of Duty.
Thank God. Yes.
Yes. Because of the zombie trope, the anti-Nazi zombie trip that was portrayed.
Well, anti-German, really. It's teutophobic.
Teutophobic.
Yes.
Yes, I completely agree, Douglas. And until I was aware of that, then I stopped playing. But one of the very last ones was the Modern Warfare 2, and one of that games is what's most noted and notorious for is the one of the missions, the early on missions in that video game in the campaign was it was this airport run where it was Russian insurgents that were going in and they were conducting a terrorist act, and that was one of the it was very it basically hit the headlines because it was so explicit and so exploited. It was just, completely, what's the word? That people very sensitive over this campaign, this mission, where it was these Russian agents that were going into this airport, conducting and you're playing one of them. You're playing the role as one of them. You're playing a first-person perspective, and you are mowing down civilians at an airport, and this hit the headlines, and they just completely. That was years ago. That was decades ago now. And they still do that even with the latest Call of Duty games. They cover up some of the war crimes, or they use it to exploit war crimes in these video games. But I just skimmed over that article, Douglas, but I didn't know what the conclusion of it was at the end. Usually these authors or these people, these editors will give you their perspective or opinion. I didn't read that part of it. Okay. So it was just outlining parts of the video game that I was unaware of, because I've not been playing them since. Right.
But I definitely appreciate later on your completing that article and letting us know what you feel about that, because I think it's definitely, an important point. And also, of course, the British army getting more recruits that it needs to fill its ranks. Whatever you have to say about that as well is appreciated. You got a chance to skim that as well. I take that.
Yes, I did, Doug. As a matter of fact, I still have the tab open on my tablet. Okay. Opinion: Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 whitewashes the Kremlin's crimes. Yeah. So yes, and this person, he's stating his what do you want to call it? His opinion, and he's given off his omission. I started the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 video game campaign on the evening of November 10th, 2023, in my apartment in Kiev. So he's Ukrainian.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes, with the aim of finishing it in a single night. I was 2 hours in when Star Wars star Mark Hamill's familiar voice let out an urgent warning from my phone. Attention, air raid alert. Proceed to the nearest shelter. Don't be careless. You're overconfident in your weakness. Being used to this by now, I proceeded to play the rest of the campaign with my headphones off, so I could hear if Kiev's air defenses were active or if any explosions were within earshot. Either of these noises would signal that this is a more serious situation than I really should
You really should drop the game console. Yeah, drop the game controls at that point. Yes.
Modern Warfare 3 sees a new version of returning antagonist Vladimir Makarov committing acts of terrorism within the ultimate aim of restoring glory to Russia in the mission Deep Cover. Station Chief Kate Laswell meets her contact Yuri inside a Russian base, and the two discuss the possibility of the Kremlin being involved with Makarov. Yuri denies this and ends the conversation with, "There are extremists in both our governments." Before the two are interrupted by a chemical attack, the narrative reinforces that Makarov is working on his own and Russian government is not in line with its motives or means. But why? He questions. Russia launched a full-scale war against Ukraine on February 24th, 2022, an event preceded by an 8-year war in Ukraine, the Donbass region, which is the annexation of Crimea. He just goes on to articulate that. The occupation of the Crimean has seen the indigenous Crimean Tatar population face several political prosecutions, along with countless instances of arrest and harassment towards anyone with a pro-Ukrainian position. Ukraine is not the only neighbor to have been attacked by Russia. Moscow has sent troops into Georgia and fought 2 wars in Chechnya.
Chechnya, but go on.
Yeah, I'm sorry, thank you, Doug.
No worries.
I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. Yes, Makarov's private military company, PMC, is called Konni, the Russian word for horses, and they operate completely independent of the Russian army in the Call of Duty universe. In real life, Russia's biggest PMC, the Wagner Group, which we know what happened to the head of the Wagner Group, fights directly alongside the Russian army. They had permission to recruit soldiers from Russian prisons and have become infamous for verified videos of their fighters beating people to death with sledgehammers.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, Jesus. As someone who was in Kiev when the full-scale war began, playing through Modern Warfare 3 is likely experiencing an extreme form of surrealist humor, the kind that doesn't elicit any laughs.
Yeah, something like Brandon Young would say. Go on.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Nothing funny. Nothing funny. Yeah.
Yes. I know people who are serving on the front and who have family members still living under Russian occupation. People I know and their close family friends and members have been killed because Russia decided to invade a peaceful country. There's a lot of discourse about Call of Duty promoting US imperialism and glorifying the US war machine. And those are certainly conversations that should happen. I can't imagine how it must feel for anybody who lived through the historical events portrayed in these series to play some of these games, or to know their trauma is being turned into a video game. Likewise,
that's so sick. It's so fucking. It's funny and it's horrible. It's but go on. Yes,
yes, absolutely, Douglas.
Are you getting any memories? Are you getting any memories triggered by this about your gaming experience, and any of your gaming experience memories being triggered by reading this?
Oh yeah, it just it's just reminiscent. Everything's just you do. But you're not really acquainted or familiar or cognizant of these the
context,
when you're playing
the actual context. Thank you. Yes,
thank you. It's sort of like you mentioned with surrealism. It's almost like it is virtual reality. That's just how I can remember it back then. You just don't think it's real. And that's what they want to portray to the people. And these people that sign up to be enrolled in the military, they think they're invincible. They think they have unlimited lives. They think they're going into a video game. But anyway, Douglas, I'll continue with this. So why does Modern Warfare 3 story try to paint Makarov as an extremist whose goals don't align with the Russian government's when the Russian army has committed numerous war crimes throughout recent decades? Perhaps it's a reaction to the criticism towards the portrayal of Russians in the 2019 release of the annual series Call of Duty Modern Warfare, where they are shown gunning down and torturing innocent people in a fictional country of use. Yeah, and
they just make up some name that's unpronounceable. Yes. By the way, Brendan Zogit says in the original Call of Duty Black Ops 1 or 11, you invade Crimea as Spetsnaz. I don't know if you remember that at all, but it sounds about right. You know,
Chernobyl is portrayed in it as well. Chernobyl, there's a mission where you're actually on site of the Chernobyl meltdown. You're actually on ground zero. Yes, as well. I do remember that. That was Modern Warfare 4, I believe. It was the first Modern Warfare game, Call of Duty 4. So yes, anyway, thank you, Douglas.
Thank you.
Even so, the game's antagonist, General Barkov, is said to have gone rogue and acted outside of the Kremlin's chain of command. People pointed out that the 2019's version of Highway of Death alludes to a similarly named event during the Gulf War in 1991. In real life, the US attacked an Iraqi convoy attempting to retreat back to Iraq through Highway 80 after invading Kuwait. Modern Warfare's Highway of Death got its name because the Russian army bombed anyone trying to escape Urzikstan through the road. There is a case of the game presenting a revised version of history, but such arguments are empty when Russia has no problem dropping a bomb on the Mariupol Drama Theatre or on a functioning maternity hospital still treating expectant parents.
Yes,
Russia,
disgusting.
Yes, that does. That makes my blood boil. Russia as the bad guy is a cliche that spans all the way back to the Cold War thrillers and James Bond, as anybody living in Ukraine can tell you. Russia's leaders have done nothing to prove the old cliche wrong, and there's no need for any piece of fiction to lie about or whitewash the country's imperialist ambitions. If the storytellers can't do that, then they probably shouldn't write about the country at all. And that's the final conclusion of the editor. Yes, editor's note. The opinions expressed in the opt section are those of the authors and do not purport to reflect on the views of the Kiev Independent. So yes, thank you, Douglas. That was that article, and then it goes on to state some of the Oh wow! So I'm just skimmed over the opinions of the comments section.
Those can be important. Those can be important. So please go through those as you see fit. Yes.
Shall I read this one out, and then I'll stop there, Douglas. Actually, with this, because total truth, I've never played the game, but I imagine they have World War II scenarios. If so, I doubt any SS Nazis are portrayed as going rogue, disobeying the much more reasonable Nazi central government and the So why is fascist Russia? Fascist Russia? So why is fascist
Russia? By the way, this is a term that the Americans and the British and the Ukrainians, they simply know that fascist is like a synonymous for bad, so they all use that term when they speak of Russia these days. But it's so fucking stupid and it's so fucking senseless. And eventually, all I can say is education is the key, and at some point, enough people will be educated so they don't do stupid things like that. But go on.
Thank you. Yes, because I was just going to add to it, Douglas. Yeah, because people on both sides of the political spectrum call each other fascists, and neither one of these parties know what fascism truly is or the definition. But anyway, I'll continue with this comment. The West better quit avoiding the obvious truth. Russia is a fascist state, and the Kremlin has their sights set squarely on the West's downfall. The West better wake up and realize who their enemy is. And it ain't China. Trumplicans? Trumplicans? China is an adversary.
Trumpkins.
Yes, he spelled it Trumplicans.
Interesting.
It's like,
that's funny.
Yeah. China is an adversary, not an enemy. There's a difference. China is not
God. He just doesn't get it. He doesn't get it, but go on.
And they care too much about money to want to be involved in a costly war with the West. But a fascist state must have war to survive. And the Russian people have bought into Putin's fascist dream. Oh my God. So that ends there, Douglas.
If a fascist state takes war to survive, I guess the greater British Empire throughout history must have been fascist. Not to mention the American Empire and every empire that's ever existed. This is the insanity of this, This is modern indoctrination, but yes, no. And what about the article on the British ranks? At least being somewhat meeting their quotas for recruitment. That's important as well. Whatever impression you have of that, please. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Douglas. Yes, I've just loaded up now. What I've done is I've just put my tablet on charge. So I'm just trying to get it to charge up quickly because before I die and then I disappear off the show because my tablet's died.
Oh my God.
Beg your pardon. Let me just, it was on 16% and it drains very quickly. But I've got the article here, Douglas. More than 10,000 people applied to join the British Army in January, a defence minister has revealed. During a debate about military national service, Timothy Lariston, Elliot Murray, Kinmund, the Earl of Mito, told the House of Lords that applications have been well up in the last few months. The Conservative peer said, "We had more than 10,000 applications for regular soldiers in January. There were 53,000 applications in the period of June 2021 to 2022, and just shy of 70,000 from June 2022 to 2023. The Earl of Minto went on to say, "My lords, the way we address the threat is constantly changing situation. Whether through procurement or through individual members of the forces, there is a constant ratio of training, retraining, and readdressing the threat. We want to say, I really believe that we have the right to quality of forces in place. We know that we do not have as many as we had planned, and there are some prevalent recruitment issues. Encouragingly, applications have been well up in the last few months. The debate on national service follows on from the head of the British Army's comments, suggesting that Britain should train and equip a citizen army to prepare the country for a potential land war with Russia. Only last month, the Defence Secretary said applications to join the armed forces have increased amid rising tensions around the globe. Grant Shapps said the Royal Navy had received an 8-year high in applications, while the British Army had seen a 6-year high. He also said that the Royal Air Force was experiencing an increase in potential recruits. At the time, Mr. Shapps did not put on put on a number of the applications received, but his hopes of making progress on recruitment come after warning that military personnel are leaving faster than they can be replaced. And that's the end of the article, Douglas.
Wow.
So yeah.
Okay. And so do you feel that this is a kind of stabilization of the situation, that at least we can take some comfort in
yes.
Thank you. Very
I was
important.
going to say that, yes, because I think a few weeks ago, I think the conception was, or the general, I should say, the public perception or understanding, or their feelings towards, how do you feel about being conscripted into the military, the army? They were very antithetical to that idea. They opposed it. They were not comfortable. They felt alarmed, and possibly they felt precarious as well, because we live in a world now where they're not acquainted with war. They're not acquainted with the idea of being served be recruited into a military service or a national service. They're not, and whereas decades ago they were more, like my uncle, for instance, who's served in West Germany, in Spandau prison, and it was West Germany, wasn't it?
Yes, that's correct. Yes,
it was West Germany,
definitely.
And so he actually guarded Rudolf Hess's cell. So he's someone like my uncle, for instance, is familiar with national service, whereas they've done away with that many years ago. And most people nowadays, they live in a society or a world where war is they are not supportive. They do not advocate for it. They're unfamiliar with the situation. They're not acquainted with anything that's going with current affairs and the current situation. So they've opposed this. So this, reading the article is certainly comforting, and it's certainly reassuring to know that the general consensus, the general impression is that yes, we need a stable and like they outlined, a citizen-sized army. We do need what do you want to call it? Just enough numbers in order to compensate for, like they said, a land war. They're thinking of a war on the European theatre. It's generally, I think the idea is the war will be waged in the European theatre.
Yes.
So it will be the same land that was being operated on during World War II. It will be a new version of Barbarossa.
Yes.
Just my general impression there, Douglas. So it is certainly more comforting. And even myself, I would certainly sign up straight away if the demand and the call was called for me to serve. So absolutely. And even there is, just to talk personally, Douglas, they advertised yesterday that they are looking for 50 people within my own company to sign up for a military service in communications. So it's something that a friend of mine within my company has given me the link, and so I can fill out the form-wise, and to basically I've applied. So
wow.
I can apply for it. So we'll go from there. We'll see from there, and it's to increase leadership skill sets, and you'll be conducting similar military drills and exercises as you would if you were to sign up for a military national service. So it will be interesting. So it's something to contemplate over, and so I'll see what happens, see what transpires from that, and what develops, Douglas. So
that's incredible. I'm well, of course, I'm always proud of you and always supportive, and definitely this is something that I'm glad to hear this. This is something that I think is, of course, the British have taken up the slack where America was, of course, just retreating for all too long now. And this is, for once, a reality, whereas what the British said about World War II, just basically being, Britain stands alone. Of course, I could deconstruct that as a bunch of horse shit, but certainly when it comes to the what we're dealing with today, Britain truly is in many ways standing alone. Of course, fortunately, France has been trying to talk about putting boots on the ground, and the British, of course, are talking about that. We're obviously entering a state of affairs where we are in a pre-war state, and anybody knows this, and therefore everything is, shall we say, it's the fact that they've got volunteers still is also indicative, of course, of probably the fact that a lot of these young men can't find jobs anyway. That this is probably the only employment they can find. Now, I want you to know that what happened was the other day, it was the last episode that I sent you a link to. So the last episode that I sent you a link to in Skype is timestamped. And I want you to know that I did talk about that. It's not the latest episode, but it's the last one that I sent you was a few episodes back. But that is timestamped because I haven't timestamped the last few episodes. But it's definitely something that I spoke about Britain in. So I would like your feedback on that. So I did speak about Britain in that episode. Otherwise, of course, I'm just going to try and articulate for you in brief what I had said at that time. And obviously, what George was referring to earlier was the fact that there was a survey. By the way, El Nemo is saying, a Cultivated Image saying, thank you, Douglas and Team D. Really appreciate this channel. Thank you, Cultivated Image, for being here with us. Cultivated Image is someone who has supported with contributions, and that's profoundly appreciated. El Nemo says, a reminder for listeners, please thumbs up Dietrich's live stream as he gets more recognition on YouTube through searches and recommendations. Thank you, everyone, for that, and appreciate that profoundly. And I want to know, I want people to know, I'll try and speak to, of course, the present King Charles's cancer situation, more from a political sense, of course. Obviously, I can't address this medically, even as someone who is trained in medical journalism, because there's too little information being released. Exactly. So my asking George Knight about that was, in a sense, unfair. But I do know that, sometimes people come across information, and George Knight would be one of those people who would come across more information than most, because he is in a job where it's amazing where he winds up. He does wind up in very strange places, like at Sandhurst and other places. So you'd be amazed at what he might get. He might get information just by dint of nature of his profession that many other people would not.
Much appreciated.
Absolutely. So that, of course, is to be respected, and that is something that, of course, was something that I found strange when, what were we talking about that Brooke was saying? Brooke was saying something about, George will agree with anything you were saying, but we were speaking literally about fifth generation, about 5G and shit. And it was something that George Knight, of all people, is qualified to speak to that subject.
I'm in that field. I'm in that field of expertise.
That was the power pole replacement. That was it. The power pole replacement. Yes. And how absolutely bizarre that incident was. And George Knight was not simply agreeing with me because he's sucking up to me. Oh my God. No, this is George Knight could tell that what they were doing was antithetical to common sense. Was just working on it at night, in a area that's just cobwebbed with power lines in a tree line, no less, at night, just made their work infinitely more difficult, and resulted in everything that we said it would.
Yes.
But this is, in a nutshell, what I want George and I to understand without taking up too much of his time, because we have little time with us, little time that he has with us. But on Sunday, God willing, he's going to be with us pretty much the majority of the show. As soon as he comes on, he'll be with us to the remainder of the show,
Yes.
correct?
Absolutely. If anything transpires in that time, Douglas, I will let you know beforehand, just in case if anything does come about it and I am unable to attend for that duration, but I will let you know.
Thank you.
So I don't, disturb or to interrupt anything and obviously ruin everything, because that's the last thing I want to do.
Thank you.
We've got plans, and yes, well, hopefully it will continue and proceed. Thank you. Continue.
Yeah,
Please.
and so what I would say is, like I presented to George and I before, when he read about the conscription problem, and people were saying things like, British youth are simply not motivated and all the rest of this. I pointed out, look, you've got to see it from a position of just common sense. I mean, your average British youngster does not want to die for Rishi Sunak. I mean, this is just the reality of it. This is what they're all saying is, why the fuck should I die for some yellow house nigger who's grinning all day like a goddamn monkey, like a yahoo, while British people are literally dying. And so the other, aspect of this, of course, it goes far beyond that. The military service, as I said, and I go more into it in that episode, it's no longer seen by British of the younger generation generally as a moral endeavor. It's not something that instead they remember these horrible expenditures of monetary and manpower in Iraq and Afghanistan that were completely misspent. And so when it comes to British today, of course, there's also the fact that they would essentially be fighting for a failed state at this point. Postmodern day Britain is in so many ways broken, and we have this this situation where you've got a national health service, which is one of the few institutions that has been respected in Britain, is being gutted to the point where even doctors have been going on strike at some points, or at least threatening it. And so we have a situation in which your average British person is left in the asking the real question: what am I fighting for? And I did point out, of course, the British Army is at the smallest it has ever been since the Napoleonic conflict, since the Napoleonic Wars. So hopefully this recent influx of manpower will help with that. But the reality is, you've got other factors as well. There's school absence, and hopefully these people will make up for it. I don't know if the British military takes people who have dropped out of school. I would hope that they would at this point in their history. They need to. But with the strain on the National Health Service, I think the waiting list is approaching 8 million. Of course, your wife would know about that, or certainly she's changed her career path. But definitely, it's bad. I mean, the number of people who are not seeking employment in Britain because of health conditions is now, I think, 2.6 million, up by about 500,000, or almost 25% since the pandemic. Of course, there's no doubt that some people represented in those figures are indeed unfit for work, but there appears to be a growing number of people who simply choose not to work. And so basically what this tells us is that the contract between the state and the people has been broken. And so this is why the French president Macron became the leader of the free world on Ukraine while embarrassing Great Britain by calling out his Western allies as cowards. So he gave this speech in Prague, and he scared Putin. Putin responded by saying, "Oh, I'll go nuclear," like he always does. Yes. And by the way, of course, so our friend Nemo just put in a link for you, the Viking dragon necklace link. He says he feels that you could buy yourself one of these four-headed dragons in the form of a swastika, because most people will not be able to recognize it as a swastika, so you don't need to be bothered by people accusing you of being a neo-Nazi. That's in case you go into the service. He's asking that you should bring this with you as a kind of, protective amulet. And I certainly sympathize with that.
Yes.
I don't know if you can see that in the text box. If you can see that.
I have, yeah. It's
okay.
Quite, yes, it's quite nice, actually. Yeah, it's quite, I like the look of that, actually.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Thank you. Seriously consider that. And so I definitely, as I said, I spoke to these in the in the last in that episode that I timestamped for you, the last episode that I entered into your private link. But what I do want to say about the king and the situation with King Charles is that it's something that obviously concerns me, because we have a male king in a time of war, which is apropos. It's apropos, but we need to think about the fact that the greatest threat to survival of the monarchy really comes from within at this point, and we're dealing with a lot of strange behavior on the part of the element of the family that has essentially fled to Canada. There's really no other way to think of it.
Yes, and Meghan, yes.
Yeah, but if I look back in history, just for historical precedent, on September 23rd of 1951, King George VI was operated on for cancer. Now, this was a very dangerous procedure. It was conducted on-site Buckingham Palace by, I believe the man's name was Clement Price Thomas. He was a leading chest surgeon. Now, the king, of course, was miserable. He said, if it's going to help me get well again, I don't mind, but this is hell. He was, believe it or not, he was himself kept completely unaware of the seriousness of his illness. He was instead misinformed rather, that the cause of his health problem was nothing more urgent than obstruction in one of his bronchial tubes that would require a resection of the lung, that it would cure the pneumonitis that he believed he was suffering from. Did you know this?
No, I wasn't, Douglas, no.
Yeah. I mean, this is appalling. It's like to keep a man ignorant of his own condition. But it was given out that the operation was a success. There was a day of national thanksgiving that was declared on December 2nd of 1951. But unfortunately, this was dangerously premature. The truth was actually known to those around the king himself. The politician named Harold Nicholson, in his diary entry of September 24th, said, "The king pretty bad. Nobody can talk about anything else, and the election is forgotten." Now,
that's awful.
Yeah, he saw Churchill's personal physician, Lord Moran, at a social event the day after the operation. And in response to his chances of recovery, the king didn't even open his mouth to ask the question. The doctor knew what he was going to ask, and he just gravely shook his head. That's how sad this was. And by October 10th, a formal meeting was held with the king's private secretary, Alan Lascelles. Others were present. They discussed the arrangements for what would happen in the event of the demise of the crown, which came to pass on February 6th of 1952. The king died of what was diagnosed as a coronary thrombosis in his sleep. He was only 56 years old, the age I am now, my age. And this resulted in the immediate succession of his daughter, Princess Elizabeth, who was 25. She was in Kenya at the time. And in fact, Nicholson said that she became queen while she was perched in a tree in Africa watching a rhinoceros, or the rhinoceros in a plurality, come down to drink at a pool beneath her feet. Now, this was a moment of seismic change for the British Empire, for the world.
Yeah.
You had this young, untested Elizabeth II who took on these unimaginable responsibilities at a time when questions were being asked about the point of the monarchy, even then, and whether in the post-war era there was any need for it, or if it was simply this backwards-looking anachronism. Everybody was pointing out, oh, the United States hasn't had a monarch since George III, and look how good they're doing. Yeah, if only they knew.
Yes.
The reign of Elizabeth was, of course, a great success, both in longevity and in terms of reputation. When she died on September 8th of the year before yesteryear, at the age of 96, she was widely hailed as the most consequential monarch since Queen Victoria. Now, in many regards, she was even more impressive. She not only revived the reputation of the British royal family from the doldrums it had declined into, but refreshed it. She put any suggestions of Republican sympathy in the shade. Even at the low points of her reign, the annus horribilis, the horrible year of 1992, the anger at her slow public response to the death of Diana in August of 1997, there was never any serious suggestion that the royal institution was not fit for purpose. Now, 18 months after her death, things have really changed. You've got this soap opera between Prince William and Prince Harry that's everybody all over the world is looking at. It doesn't show any signs of coming to any end. Harry's decision to write there's no other word for it, self-aggrandizing novel, really. It's bizarre. If anyone's ever taken a look at it, the title of this memoir is Spare. I mean, what the fuck is that? Spare. What does that mean? Does that have meaning to you? I mean, what does that mean to you? To you? Nothing, right? It just only further damaged relations between him and the rest of his family.
Yes.
Now, the media, of course, has just feasted on this seemingly endless story of his estrangement from them, all exacerbated naturally by the influence of his wife, who remains, I personally get the impression she's almost comically unpopular in Britain. She shows few, if any, signs of attempting to improve her standing in that nation. She seems to regard it as backward and racist, which, I mean, really? Really? I mean, honey, you just married the fucking prince and you're telling us how fucking backward and racist the British are? Jesus Christ. That's like, you're fucking the prince, for Christ's sakes. You're sleeping with this guy. It's like, how backward can they be? It's offensive. Yet, even this is really paled into insignificance since the recent revelations that King Charles is suffering from cancer. This is the first time a monarch has been this seriously ill since his grandfather, George VI, 70 years ago, which means since World War II. So there's been a steady drip feed of information into the public domain from the palace sources, but it's really an uneasy balance between obfuscation and candor. The previous details about the royal family's health issues were always shrouded. The Queen Mother had cancer twice, once in her 60s and once in her 80s, but none of this was reported until years after her death, despite public rumors. Now, Charles has decided that openness is the best policy. On January 17th, it was announced he was going to enter the London Clinic, this exclusive private hospital, for a prostate operation. But then, on February 5th, the news was broadcast on live television that the king had cancer. The type was never revealed, except to clarify that it was not prostate cancer, which we all naturally assumed. Because prostate cancer is nothing. But they said the treatment has begun immediately. And then it didn't help that the Princess of Wales has also had to enter the London clinic in January for an operation and prolonged recovery. I don't know if you were aware of this, but
No.
the nature of her illness has never been disclosed publicly, except to clarify that it's not cancer. Now, we've got stories circulating, but the dual indisposition of two of the main working royals, having left the firm at the moment in terms of active operations. The firm, of course, for those of you who don't know, is what the royal institution is familiarly known as, colloquially, or at least among the staff. This is an issue. Should the likes of Prince William and the Queen take on ever greater responsibilities, or should other currently minor figures like, say, for instance, Princess Beatrice or Princess Eugenie be pressed into public service, taken away from their demanding jobs in art and software companies? I'm being facetious. I think they can afford to leave that shit. But there's going to be assholes suggesting that the royal family should simply do less and gradually withdraw from public life. Now, nobody seriously advocated that latter course of action yet. It's known that it would be increasingly difficult to find widespread support for an institution that takes public money, and a lot of British people think it does little to repay it. Of course, the fact that the monarchy is good for tourism, obviously a lot of Republicans or self-loathing Britons have taken advantage of COVID to try and argue against that fact. You've got them doing that, but really there's been no serious public attempt to disprove the fact that basically everyone goes to Britain essentially for the monarchy in general, overall. Yet if Charles's illness proves to be more serious than is hoped, he must either scale back his responsibilities or follow the example of, I think it's his great uncle Edward VIII, and abdicate in favor of his son, the Prince of Wales. And of course, there's going to be, until such a point, either recovery or that happens, that there's going to be increasing questions about whether the monarchy can sustain a second period of change. Now, as a historian, as a present-day chronicler of contemporary affairs, I can't pretend to be Cassandra, able to predict the future. Of course, I've always erred on the side of pessimism, just so people can prepare for the worst. That's why I once suggested that Elizabeth II's death was likely to be the spur that might lead to a rise of Republican sentiment in Britain, but thank God. In fact, any fillip that the late Queen's demise produced instead firmed up public support for the monarchy. Always better the devil you know. The British at least know that. They had Oliver Cromwell to contend with, so they know what it's like when you don't have a king. You have a tyrant. Yeah. At any rate, nobody seems to want a presidential system in the United Kingdom. President Rishi Sunak, really? That would be a step too far for anyone. So buoyed up by a mixture of patriotism, inertia, maybe some carefully measured propaganda, the royal family seems unlikely to be challenged by any external forces anytime soon. We can take comfort in that. We've got the enlistment up in the military. The House of Windsor looks strong from the outside, but the greatest threat to its survival is from within. King Charles is a known quantity on the world stage. Whether he's liked or disliked, everybody knows him. Whether or not his reputation suffered some insuperable blow from his ill-fated marriage to Princess Diana, something that, by the way, just so most people know, for most people under 40, that's not even an issue. They don't even know that. It's like, it's ancient history. That's like something from past dynasties. He's still king for as long as he can be, or wishes to be. His elder son, that's another matter. You've got these disclosures about William in that book, Spare, somewhere between tawdry and embarrassing, combined with various internet rumors about his private life. There's a general sense that the Prince of Wales's PR machine is not functioning at least it's not as smoothly as it should. That's fine if your father has a decade or two left to rule, but rather more difficult if there's any chance that you might have to accede to the throne in the next couple of years.
Yeah.
So what would the reign of someone... this is where I get sick. Trying to imagine a King William. It's like I'm trying to just think of what would we. First of all, I think he would be. We'd have to reference him as William V. It's presently easier to define the next monarch by what he doesn't believe rather than anything he does believe in, because I really don't know if he seems to believe in anything. He's no great adherent of the Commonwealth. He seems to have only a passing interest at best in the Church of England, of which one day he will be the head. Yeah. And he lacks his father's philosophical and intellectual leanings. King Charles had the writer Laurens van der Post as his mentor, okay? While his son associates with high-end property developers and nightclub impresarios. His reign... Yes. Oh my God. His reign...
Can you imagine?
It would be a stylistic throwback to... help me out here. I don't know if there's a historical precedent.
No, I just can't imagine him being king, head of state. I just can't imagine it, Douglas. And everyone's, they were more for William becoming the next head of state, king, than they favoured his father. I always told people, no, it'll be Charles next after Queen Elizabeth. When she passes, it'll be King Charles.
Thank you. You knew so much more. So many people were in denial about that.
Yeah, completely oblivious, completely naivety. Including people of my own, including my own wife. She was favouring William over.
Oh my God!
Well, why?
Yeah, thank you. Why? Was she able to tell you why?
No, I don't know. I've never been given an answer. It's one of those things. It's like a lot of questions I have for these individuals. I never get any answers. So, well, where'd you get that from? Where is this coming from?
So all I can think of is that basically, a William V is going to be something like maybe, like I said, almost like just a stylistic throwback to maybe Edward VIII or George IV. I mean, even if William himself is far more dutiful and less glamorous than either of those controversial figures, it will be his wife who is expected to bring compassion and sensitivity to the monarchy.
Yes.
And William will simply grimace a lot, like he's taking a shit, openly bored by the responsibilities that any king has to put up with. It's impossible to know when his turn to take over the reins will be. His grandmother had barely any time to acclimatize herself to the idea. Sometimes the English language is hard for my Chinese-speaking tongue. While his father had decades to prepare for it. In all likelihood, William will have something in between. He'll then, in terms of time span to prepare for this. But when it comes about, he'll then be faced with a largely thankless, demanding task, which he may well cavil at, but he will also have known since birth that this will be his destiny, as it has been for all his family. The question remains whether Prince George, whenever this, some might say, poisoned chalice is passed on to him, will inherit a monarchy that is in any way recognizable from his great-grandmother's reign. After centuries of conservatism and continuity, all expressed through the adage, never complain, never explain, chances are that the excess of complaining and explaining that has been epitomized by Prince Harry will be what we all expect from the royal family in the future, especially if people keep attacking them for bullshit like fucking CGI on their goddamn photographs. So everyone, simply get on your hands and knees and pray the best for King Charles's recovery, and hope that the remainder of his reign is less eventful than the past couple of years have been, forlorn as we all know that hope is, simply by the nature of the world war we're heading into. Given how tumultuous the royal institution has become, you would not bet against matters becoming even more dramatic. So fasten your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for a roller coaster. This is the situation that Great Britain faces. And bear in mind what I've already said about the fact that climate change shows every potential of shutting down the jet stream, at which point the British Islands become uninhabitable to a great degree. And so the British have to attain a third world empire, or the British people will die.
Yes.
They understand this. The British people are armed. They have nuclear weapons. Forget Vladimir Putin. Everything he says is just bullshit. It's just bluffery. So the British are not going to go down without a fight. But the most immediate, despite everything I've said about the more diplomatic reality, the more realistic British exodus in terms of a relocation of their population en masse in the event that the jet stream shuts down would be Egypt. It would be Egypt and Libya and Southwest Asia, meaning the Arabian Peninsula. As I've said, the advantage is that all the sheikhs are trained at Sandhurst. All of the Arab elite speaks the King's English. Understand that the House of Saud is fantasizing about creating cities in the desert. The only thing that will make that a reality would be heavy British relocation. That's the only thing that could make those dream cities ever emerge out of those sands. It would take British engineering to pipe in that water at that amount from into those regions. Not saying that the British would settle for that. The reality is what is needed is something like, obviously, a reestablishment of an Anglo-Egyptian Sudan affair, a kind of arrangement. This would be the real source of British, the center of the British universe. There will be, of course, other centers such as Gibraltar, their gateway to the world, both Mediterranean and Atlantic. There will be, of course, the fact that they will be essentially, as I said, a reestablishment of Russia as the next British Raj. But that's going to be mostly like the Indian Raj was. It's going to be mostly a home for bureaucrats and their families. No British person wants to live there. That's it's honestly, Egypt is preferable to Russia. No one's going to argue with me on that. The British, look this up, George, later when you have spare time. The Egyptians want to build an entire new city in the desert. Again, this is a fantasy without British input. This the native, it's not the cultures, it's the regimes. The regimes simply cannot take their own population and forcibly relocate them. The British are facing a potential forced mass relocation. This is the only thing that's going to make these dream cities grow out in the desert the way the Egyptians and the Saudis want them to. As I said, this is going to require a new concept, a United Kingdoms in the plural, in which the kings of these various monarchies are going to be integrated into a United Kingdoms in the plural. As I said, coronate the family, the dynasty of Rothschild, for Israel. The British can come in and finally bring some relief to this situation that, I don't know if you heard what Peter Moon and I said in the opening hour, but Peter Moon brought up the horror of Palestine, where the Jewish people are now saying, the Zionists are now saying that the Palestinians signed away all right to human life on October 7th. They're going to attempt to wipe them out, finish the job, steal all of that beachfront property, and basically turn it into prize real estate. This is something that Jared Kushner, who is in bed with them, they're 6 inches up his ass. And he's basically saying that this is the solution. He's talking about finishing the job. His term for final solution, get rid of the Palestinians. He's saying literally put them in a camp in the Negev desert of Israel. If so, it's only going to be a death camp. This is the insanity that we're speaking of, that which the evangelicals, the American Republicans, the Russians, and the Israelis are operating at this point. This is something that could only be solved by the British coronation of the Rothschild dynasty and turning Israel into a kingdom, a monarchy, in unison with a true United Kingdoms in the plurality with England, where the British can come in and do some serious policing and peacekeeping, and end to the inequity. The Palestinian people would forever be loyal to them as subjects of the crown in such a scenario. In the present scenario, they're simply going to be shipped to Mexico to come across America's border, and they will wreak rampant terrorism in America in vengeance for what the Americans did to them. And they will be justified. They will be completely right in doing that. This is something that would be the only other realistic conclusion to the present course of affairs. So, of course, unlike anybody else in the world, George Knight is one of the few people who is gifted the privilege of being on speaking terms with the son of Adolf Hitler and hearing these solutions to our world's problems. Understand it's very similar to the children of Napoleon, who ultimately went on to become later presidents of the French Republic. Not all of their rule was appreciated. Most of their mistakes, however, were in foreign affairs as opposed to domestic policy. So the French, of course, understood eventually the need to bring back Napoleons into power. Whether the Germans ever understand that about myself as the heir to the Hitler bloodline is another thing entirely. And it really doesn't matter so long as the American situation disintegrates to the point where I'm given opportunity for secular power here in North America. But honestly, we need men like George Knight across the Atlantic to act as my spokesman, people who can spread the word. How long do we have left with you? Do you need to go to work now?
I do need to, obviously I do need to make a move as soon as possible, Douglas, unfortunately, but I don't want to do a Mark H and just leave you hanging. So I do want to, I'm here to support you. So whatever you need me to do, I can hold off for a few more minutes.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Nothing needed. Just appear with us on Sunday and, of course, inform us if that's not possible or if there's any changes.
Yes, absolutely, Douglas. And what you just said, I completely agree with you. And myself, I am here as your spokesperson. I am reiterating and relaying what I learned from you over the past almost a decade. So I do that on a daily basis. It's my passion. And that's why we do need more people such as that to relay this information to the populace, to the people around them. It's inevitable, and that's why I understand I understand the significance and the importance. I understand your significance, Douglas. I understand why you are so important. I'm one of the only people that realizes that truly, and so that's the reason why I'm here to support you. And I do completely value and appreciate everything you just said. And this is what I want the rest of you guys listening in to realize just how important this is. And we're giving you an education. We're here for you, and just realize that we are your benefit. Without us, what would you have else? You have the people that we are warning you against. You'll have the enemy, the people who worship the anti-gods that we articulated earlier.
Yes. The Edomite and Herodian insurgency. Yes.
Exactly, Douglas, and that's the other. That's how I. Yes, and that is what I refer to them as the Herodemites, the King Herodes Magnus, the man who tried to kill your god.
Yes.
If you're a Christian, so yes, thank you. I could go on and on for hours, Douglas. It's something that we will reframe and we'll continue on Sunday, which I'm looking forward to.
We'll come back to. By the way, someone was asking me why I pronounce Moskva, the capital of Russia, in the Russian, but I don't do that with St. Petersburg. The reason why is because just as Hitler had ultimately intended that if the Germans were to stay on the surface world, Russia would be managed from its older capital, the one established by the Tsars, was St. Petersburg. If there is to be a new Russian Raj for Greater Britannia, they will administer it mostly by staying in St. Petersburg. I use that name. That would likely, I think, should be changed to Mauleyborough, is what I would call it. After, of course, the British fascist leader, Robert Mosley, or Lord Mosley. And Lord Mosley, of course, deserves a city named after him. I see St. Petersburg in the future, which had always suffered name changes. It was Petrograd, Leningrad, St. Petersburg. It's never really been permanently named, I think. Mauleyborough would be an excellent name for it for the British administration of the Russian Raj. So, love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Douglas.
And
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And please support Douglas.
Thank you.
Financially or physically, anything that you can spare. Spare!
Yes. That's quite the pun. Yes, the fitting.
Yes.
Yeah, we still don't know what that title means. We still don't know what that title means.
No idea. I'm intrigued with that too, Douglas. I'll have a look into that later on when I get
you.
5 minutes. But I will tune in to listen if I get some spare time, or I might rejoin. I'll see how it transpires, Douglas. But I'm looking forward to joining you on Sunday. We can go into depth on many, many topics, and as regarding this and regarding Britain's future in on the globe, on the world surface, on the what do you want to call it? What's it on the stage, on the front stage of yes, I would call it a prosperous future. Certainly, if we go by our own expositions, certainly it's the only solution.
It's the only sustainable future. Our future is the only sustainable future, and So, again, all my love. Stay safe and be well.
Thank you. On the world stage, yes.
Take care.
Thank you, Douglas. Love you and appreciate you. Take care and speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Yes. Bye for now. Bye-bye. So, that's our man, George Knight, our man in England. And, of course, I'll attempt to go into monologue at this point. Definitely appreciate people who have been patient with that and understand that, of course, these things take time and they take effort to get into. I want people to understand that it saddens me to talk about the royal house with anything negative because, of course, at heart, I'm very conservative. This is what people don't understand. People think of me as some kind of liberal progressive or some whacked out social experimentalist. At heart, I'm a conservative who is trying to sustain constitutional monarchies in general as the norm. They are far more stable than almost any other form of government. So you want to, of course, encourage people into appreciating them as the manifestation of culture, a kind of apex of cultural display that, of course, provides it's kind of like an endpoint for artists, for instance, when, this may sound strange, even trivial, when you had shows like Britain's Got Talent, the ultimate objective of Britain's Got Talent was that they would perform before the House of Windsor. And so this is, of course, far more meaningful than even entertainers being invited to the White House. It's a kind of cultural apex And it's something that other cultures maintain, such as the Japanese with their monarchy. And it's something that, of course, their monarchy is much more different and much more, shall we say, protected and definitely secretive. T-Tank Berry says, support these transmissions and DDD. It's the only solution we have. Bless you, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. We will, of course, I'll try to breathe here, get into the rhythm. I want people to know that because of all the stresses of social obligations and just other things, such as trying to get this interview to happen that ultimately did not because of the literally the terrors that were suffered by our dear Jennifer Hawkins. We had a situation in which I was stressed enough where the cold that I caught during that being caught out in the storm of the century, where the hail just saturated myself in liquid as if I had fallen into the sea. That cold essentially resurfaced, and it's just taking a while to heal. I'm getting over it even as I speak with all of you now, because as I do before these transmissions, I tend to inundate myself with supplements. And just so people understand the physiology of a Dampfire, a quarter vampire myself. My mother was also a Dampfire, half vampire. A true vampire, of course, is full-blooded, to use the term. The people who are interbred with other, human beings, the subspecies of vampire, when they breed with human beings, the result is called a Dampfire. You can look that up. And for those of you who don't know how to spell it, understood, it's not a term many of you have ever come across or heard of before. It's spelled in different ways. You can spell it Dhampir, or you can spell it Damphyr. Several variant spellings beside that, but altogether it's a subspeciation of humanity that is manifest in my person. I am a Damphiel, and they were believed to make the best vampire hunters because of their having the best of both worlds, or the worst of both worlds, so to speak. But one thing that I do process far more efficiently than solid food is supplements. So supplements are important, but I don't take them every day. So I basically take them, I try to make it 3 times a week, but lately it's only been twice a week, which is why I haven't gotten over this cold very well. And it's usually been, I usually take them before these transmissions. So prior to these transmissions, I load up on the supplements. I try to eat, load up on the supplements. And so I did today before transmission, and I feel so much better just because I did that. So they work. So believe me, people, take your fucking vitamins. Don't overdose on them. But of course, look into superfoods. It's not just vitamins. I take all kinds of supplements, superfoods, antitoxins, like chlorophyll, liquid chlorophyll, and the like. So all of this is helpful to me. And a vampire cannot live on blood alone. A true vampire also needs hydration. Yes, they also need water. But a few other supplements do not hurt them. And so prior to supplements being put in pill form, they would nibble at certain herbs. And every once in a while imbibe in meat to a limited degree, small amounts, but not human meat. Just so you understand, they're not cannibals. I do want people to understand cannibalism and vampirism are not the same. Cannibalism truly implies anthropophagy, or the eating of human flesh. That's not really what werewolves are into either. As I said, my 3D graphics modeler, also a neighbor a few doors down, I'll never give his exact address or his identity away, of course, is a lycanthrope. And, of course, it's inevitable we would meet in San Francisco. San Francisco is where else would we meet? At any rate, it's not like he eats people, but he does kill them. It's culling. He works on instinct, and he culls people who are dying. Won't give away too many details, of course, because I don't want to implicate him in murders, but the dead that are found as a result of when he rampages, the forensics experts, or the coroners, rather, they're not really forensically investigated. They're just delivered over to a coroner. The coroner will always note that they were dying of usually hepatitis, usually pronounced liver degeneracy is what seals their death warrant. This is the culling of the human herd, and it's done instinctively. There's a lot more to it than that. Maybe one of these days, when I'm in a less guarded moment, I'll share the dynamics behind that. Never in a way to compromise my friend's security, of course, but at any rate, I still owe him $300. Still owe my game brother Beaver something like $200 or $300. But of course, he's given up on that by now. The other man hasn't, so I've got to get my shit together enough to supply him with that one of these days. Hopefully when the book comes out, that'll be made possible. Hopefully sometime before then. Right now I'm just trying to make rent, and I'll count on all of you to help with that. So let me see if I can get into the mood for monologue. Of course, it won't hurt if I speak a little bit further with, someone before going in all the way into the monologue moments. So, if anybody in the chat cares to join me on the mic for a little bit, maybe about half an hour or so, that'll give me a good chance to prepare for the night, for the rest of the night. Let's see who's out there. Anybody want to come on with us? Brendan Zoget says he's active, but of course he's dead to the world. I hope and pray our man Aristides is sleeping, and certainly. What about you, Nemo? Nemo, let me call him again. We'll just give him a try. And let me push that button, or let's see, Nemo. All right, press that ad. Hope that he responds. Talk to him a few minutes and prepare myself for the monologue. That'll work out best. It's dialing. And he was awake a few minutes ago. We know that. So let's see if he can help Douglas Dietrich into the gentle night. And come to think of it, he's got the four-dragon swastika as his icon. His sigil for his Skype account. That's spinning all right. See if he answers. Or He says, eating dinner at the moment. Sorry. Let me ask. Can you come on when you're done? Let me know if you can come on when you're done. Yeah, let me know. And otherwise, fuck! Did he just block me? Brendan Zoget, I mean. He put on Do Not Disturb. Poor son of a bitch. He was still awake. Holy shit. Yeah, either that or one of those girls came back for more tea. And I only wish the best for him. I hope he's getting some action, but he's probably too fucking exhausted. He says, I can. Okay, good. Just let me know when you can jump on, and I'm not quite sure I can interpret what I can means other than you can jump on. So just jump on when you're ready then. I'll just kind of meander until you do. Do my best to hold on my own. As soon as you come on, just let me know you're here. Just jump on. Just jump on when you're ready, and let me know that you're here. And even then, it won't be for too long. It'll just be until I'm ready to, dive in and suck all the oxygen out of the room. So I'll go on about a fairly unimportant topic about the fact that, it's important enough. Let's take a look at our calendar and what's going on for tomorrow. As a matter of fact, it's today. I want you to know that yesterday, the National Cherry Blossom Festival began in Japan. And so it's something that is a season in which the Japanese, of course, definitely you go out and view the cherry blossoms. And I, just to let people know, for Tokyo, the main capital, the cherry blossoms are predicted to start flowering on Saturday, reaching full bloom by the end of the month. In Kyoto-shi, the ancient capital of Japan, the first blossoms are expected on March 23rd as well, this Saturday. 3 days sooner than usual, with peak bloom hitting around All Fool's Day, April 1st. And in Osaka-shi, they're likely to see their first flowers around March 25th, or Monday, which will be the day after my Sunday transmission with George Knight. That will also be the International Day of Remembrance of the victims of slavery and the transatlantic slave trade. So understand that much, and it's so while the northernmost prefecture, the island of Hokkaido, that will be the last to see cherry blossoms. Sapporo-shi, the main city on that island, will see the start of Sakura, or cherry blossom season, beginning on May 1st, with full bloom predicted to hit around May 4th, because they're in such a colder climate zone. Japan is enormous. People think of Japan as this tiny island. It's far larger in land area than Great Britain, far larger in land area than United Germany or France. Just so people understand, it's a big place. Such being said, we have our own equivalent here in the United States, here in my state nation of California, which is the engine of the economy of the American empire. There's a California super bloom springing to life, and the best is yet to come. So this California super bloom springing to life will soon blanket some of our state's dry landscape in vivid displays of abundant wildflowers. I will obviously be taking the Blood Boys on a number of field trips to take advantage of this. It's something I do indeed look forward to, our version of the cherry blossom season. These colorful blooms are notoriously sensitive to weather conditions, just like cherry blossoms in Japan, so there could be a short window to bask in their beauty, but come to California. It'll soon be decorated with a rainbow of wildflowers, after drenching winter rain set the stage for a spectacular spring super bloom. Now, a super bloom has no exact criteria, but it's thought of as a particularly vivid display of abundant wildflowers blooming all at once, a sight that is already starting to take shape. Wildflowers began to bloom this February in some of southern California's low-elevation deserts and will continue to inject new life into the dry landscape throughout the spring, likely reaching a peak in scope and color around April. Neighboring mountains, where snow and chilly conditions reign supreme through spring, won't bloom until the summer. The phenomenon isn't unique to California, of course. Wildflowers can paint parched desert landscapes, mountains, and grasslands in Arizona and Nevada as well. But some of the most dense and therefore spectacular displays are found in Southern California. Now, wildflower blooms are never exactly the same from year to year. The number of wildflowers and when they bloom depends heavily on weather conditions in the winter and spring, so it's unclear if this year's bloom will rival last year's. Wildflowers need plenty of water to bloom en masse, and this winter delivered after a series of atmospheric river-fueled storms with soaking rain to, well, they flooded, literally flooded, the Southern California deserts. And these flowers that are released thereby, in terms of their seeds and seedlets, are notoriously sensitive to weather conditions. So again, I would invite you to visit California to see them while you can. There's a Goldilocks zone of rainfall and temperature that some native wildflowers need to thrive. And I'll see if I can look up any of these wild flower experts that can provide me some further insights into this. But what I can tell you in terms of what I already know is that more heavy rain in the coming months could cause problems for the flowers. Temperatures must also hit a certain threshold for wildflowers to bloom and remain mild for the plants to persist through much of the spring. So any heat could do tremendous damage to the blooms. The displays are also not guaranteed in coming years as climate change tips the scale toward more frequent extremes, so see them while you can in your lifetime. Because as the atmosphere warms, because of human-driven climate change, it's able to soak up more moisture like a towel and then wring it out in the form of heavier gushes of rainfall. But extreme drought has also plagued the West in recent decades, and scientists say the region is becoming more arid as our planet warms. In extremely wet years, non-native invasive plants can expand their territory and compete with the native wildflowers as well, like the California poppy, for space and resources. But individual poppies have already begun to dot the landscape of the Antelope Valley Reserve, located north of Los Angeles, with the possibility of a widespread bloom being in limbo because of record rain in the area earlier this year. So bear in mind that humans also have a hand and a foot in the wildflower survival. Anyone headed to a California park to bask in the beauty of the season or capture the perfect social media worthy photo is urged to stay on designated trails to protect the wildflowers. Picking wildflowers is also highly discouraged. Now, according to Callista Turner, a ranger with Antelope Valley, California Poppy Reserve, she's one of the experts emphasizing that there's beauty beneath those colorful blooms as well. And observing that there's hope for another brilliant super bloom following the wet winter, and that the bloom was already off to a lovely start in parts of Southern California. Evan Mayer, a botanist and the executive director of the nonprofit Theodore Payne Foundation, gushed while cautioning, and here I quote his T, "We don't know as of yet if it's going to be a good year for the poppies, given the rain, but it's definitely looking like it's going to be a good season. Last year was incredible. It was one of the best blooms in many years. If we get a really big spike in temperatures, it could end a bloom in as little as 3 days. The desert is a harsher environment than the average place, and many plants have adapted to that. But the wildflowers aren't used to having these progressively bigger swings in hot, dry years, followed by the really wet years that climate change has given us. When people step on wildflowers, it damages the flowers, compresses the soil, and leaves bald spots. We want the flowers to be there for everyone, to live out their natural cycle and then produce seeds so blooms continue year after year. I look out and think, man, there are billions and billions of seeds being produced right now, and that's just as amazing as any stretch of colorful wildflowers. The deeper your connection to these natural systems, the more anything you see is going to be meaningful, beautiful, and inspiring. So how's that for a nice start to an evening? And hopefully you all appreciate this as much as the blood boys do that I take to see these plants. And I will definitely keep you up to date. I wish this was a medium in which I could easily share photos. Of course, most of the time the blood boys would be in those, and sometimes I share pictures of the blood boys, but I always want to be cautious about that, considering the violent nature of our gang stalkers, the psychotic nature thereof. For those of you who don't know, the madman who was on this program, who called himself Sid, and his real name is Trampas Nicholson. He's a violent felon with a criminal record who is literally sentenced to rehabilitation. He assaulted his landlord, who took pity on him and dropped the charges in exchange for his promising to enter rehabilitation and stop drinking, which he has not done at all. He's only exacerbated his alcoholism by taking every other drug imaginable as well. This is not defamation of character or slander. It's simply a fact. It's something that is more than evinced by his messages, which, of course, I will, if I had to bring that into a court of law, I'd be happy to do so. At any rate, we'll basically start while waiting for Nemo to check in with us by saying, think about what we said earlier in the opening hour, Peter Moon and myself, about people like Jared Kushner just callously and casually speaking of genocide and taking advantage of that genocide to exploit beachfront property. Okay, Cultivated Image says, dogs are walked and I got my smoothie going, listening to the D-Man, thumbs up. Let me thank him profoundly for his input with that, and yeah, profoundly appreciate it. Thank you so much, Cultivated Image. And, well, what Jared Kushner personifies is the fact that we are essentially living in a new Gilded Age. Let me try and call our man Nemo again. Here we are. I'll press that button, the add button. All right. Nemo, come on. Here we are. Why isn't he showing up? Here we are. Okay. Gonna press the button now. There we are, dear Nemo. Okay.
I'm in now.
You are doing good. Thank you so much. Love the facial expressions. I'm sorry, what was that?
It took me like 4 tries to join when I clicked on join.
Sorry. Oh, no worries, no worries. By accident, you probably hit a bunch of facial emojis that all came up with this grimace. It was cute. It was cute. I like that. At any rate, welcome aboard. Oh, my God. So were you able to hear the opening hour?
No, because I didn't wake up till like between 3 and 4 this afternoon.
No worries. So I'll just rehash a little bit of that for you, and I'll multitask while I'm talking to you and prepare myself psychologically to enter into monologue soon. But happy to speak with you for a few minutes so that I can breathe, center myself, and get ready to do that. I want you to know that in the opening hour, I brought up to Peter Moon what I wanted to bring up to Brooke Gibson first, about what was said while I was gone a few episodes ago, where I don't believe you were on with them. I believe it was Aristides, Sid, and it was just all the idiots. It was all the idiots. It was Mark H., the Three Stooges, Trampas Nicholson, which is the real name for the violent felon who goes by the name Sid. And he's using several other aliases while trying to contact me again, and various other people. And there was, of course, the who was the other individual? Mark H., Mr. I Won't Stand for Anything. And then there was Brandon Young. And then there was Aristides, who, of course, is just needs to really adjust to, how do I say it? Not being intimidated by these people, and not allowing himself to doubt himself. And that's important. Now, when I went for my break the other day, before we were joined by Jennifer Hawkins and George Knight, those four idiots were left alone, and there were things said that were simply unacceptable that I had no idea about until I was in...
I was listening then. That was the time when I was telling him to change the topic, wasn't it?
No, you were, no, the time that you might have been listening then, but there was another time you were telling them to change the topic that you might have done that. Maybe you inserted some messages into the text box, but you certainly did that. You certainly did that another time when those idiots were, it was Brandon Young and Sid alone another time.
All right.
That you were doing that. And may have even been on with them and were trying to tell them to change topics, because that was I remember it was a few episodes before the one that was really controversial was when they were talking about the dolphin, what Amy Como references quite accurately as drugged dolphin rape. And so it was like those two episodes preceding the truly impacting episode where I had to purge three individuals, take their wrenches away, and block one of them. And when it comes to the situation that you may or may not have heard this, I was only told that on the last episode before tonight by Aristides that while I was gone, Brandon Young claimed that he had a video that he had uploaded that was of a pornographic film of Brooke Gibson and Peter Moon fucking each other. At which point that idiot... Trampas Nicholson said, "Who's on top?" I mean, in other words, he's obviously working in tandem with Brandon Young. And Brandon Young said, Brooke was on top. Brooke is on top. And so this is just unacceptable. If I had been told about this when I came back from that break, I would have just kicked him off the show right then and there. There would have been none of this talk down. There would have been maybe it all worked out for the best because I wound up purging three assholes. But I certainly would have blocked him right then and there if I had known about that when I returned. I wasn't told about that until the last episode before tonight's. And I tried to, of course, after that last episode before tonight's, there were, several things that came up. One was the death day of my mother, the 13th commemorative anniversary, the memorial of her death in 2011, a week after Fukushima Daiichi. And that was in the year 2011, 3/11. And so this is the 13th anniversary thereof yesterday, which also fell on the pagan Easter, ystera. And when it came to that, my mother's death day was on that date, on the pagan celebration of the vernal equinox, which is a national holiday in Japan that takes place the day thereafter. So I was dealing with both of those because on those days I spent my time at the estates teaching the blood boys about these cultural events, the historical meaning of Easter, ystera, how it originally comes from, of course, the Norse pagan goddess of that name. All you need to do is, anybody, Nemo and anybody else listening, look into the summary of today's show. All you need to do is press the text box, and you can look at the full summary of today's show where it says more. You just go to today's show and press the more button, and you can see the poem I wrote for my mother, plus a good summary of what this holiday is about, its ancient Aryan roots, etc. And of course, I invite everybody to review that because it's educational, and I went into great depth with the Blood Boys about this. Cultivated Image reminds us that the moon is waxing. Good time for planting. Thank you. And aside from all of that, when I returned home, as soon as I returned home, I called Brooke, and she's blocked me. And so if you do have contact with her on Skype, do reach out to her and intervene on my behalf. I doubt she'll review her Skype messages. She doesn't usually do so, but doesn't hurt. And at any rate, hopefully...
I can try and contact her through Facebook.
Yes, please. Yes, that would help. Please do so. And I appreciate that profoundly. But here's what I pretty much surmise happened based on logic and clues provided by the gang stalkers themselves. Trampus Nicholson, under various aliases, has been reaching out to myself. Peter Moon has most definitively reached out to Amy Como, because I saw notifications in Skype to that effect, has reached out to Brooke Gibson, and working in tandem with Brandon Young, what he's called and told her, or Brandon Young has done so, based on messages he sent me, this is the impression that I get, is effectively they've told her that I said she had made a pornographic film with Peter Moon, which is why she blocked me. This is the nature of the malevolence that we're dealing with. This is the nature of the people that we're dealing with. So this is the what's going on now. In the opening hour, this subject was broached with Peter Moon because obviously he needs to know about this because he's one of the people being slandered. Here we are dealing with true slander, defamation of character, true character assassination. We're dealing with an assault on the senses from Brandon Young. He's exposed himself as the enemy. He is definitively the enemy. Trying to start a flame war between Peter Moon and Brooke Gibson, who, for those of you who do not know, they both share the exact same birthday. They had a kind of conversational friendship that ended in acrimony, and since then they both hate each other with the passion of 1,000 suns. There's no other way to describe it, and that was, of course, manifest in Peter's reaction. So I did need to tell Peter about this so he understands the true depth of Brandon Young's depravity. So judging by Nemo's surprise and shock, Nemo did not hear this. So that is...
Yeah, I don't remember hearing this. So yeah, thanks for informing me.
Yeah, so it is on record. It is on record. They said this on record, and it's been confirmed, of course, by 3 different people. George Knight listened to it several times to make certain he was hearing what he was hearing. Brendan Zoget heard it, and of course Aristides was there, as was of course Trampus Nicholson, but that doesn't count. He was operating with Brandon Young in this by extending the horror, saying who was on top, this kind of shit. This is so this is the enemy at work. And so when I brought it up to Peter Moon, of course, he was upset. That there's no hiding that fact. And but of course he was very hostile to Brooke Gibson as well as Brandon Young, equally because they have a history of hostility at this point, which I think is tragic. But such being the case, it is the reality, and I'd like them to overcome that, but I'm afraid that that's not possible. Never give up hope, of course, for, at least they're not, neither one of them is Edomite, even though Peter Moon insists that Brooke is. Brooke is, if she's an agent of chaos, she's an agent of her own chaos. She is not, a member of the cult. She is the only person to stand up to them when they called to recruit her, aside from Brendan Zoget. So understand she was called by both Richard K. Cole Jr. and Jameson Rees multiple times in which they attempted to seduce her into the Herodian insurgency, into the cult of the kings of Edom and the worship of the anti-gods. And she stood up to them brazenly, bravely. Of course, she made me a promise that I would hope I'd like her to keep, and if she's blocked me permanently and refuses to talk with me, I would be profoundly disappointed, because she would no longer be a woman of her word. That means she would not have kept her promise. So I'm hoping that she does get back to me and prove herself a lady of honor, and live up to that responsibility. Otherwise, that would be sad. But aside from that, of course, she always had my respect for what she did, and the fact that she's now alienated for whatever reason. The sad thing is, the last time I called her or texted her daughter when she went into this mode, her daughter intervened immediately and maintained contact with me immediately. And this time, however, her daughter has not responded. So things look bad. It means that Brooke has somehow poisoned her daughter against me with whatever... she has possibly suffered further occult attack, just like Jennifer Hawkins did. And maybe she's found it beyond her tolerance level and decided that since I am, in a sense, the cause of such, she would simply block me. But that's the stupidest thing in the world to do. That's not going to help her. That won't make her immune to these attacks. Because once they start, they simply continue. As Brendan Zogit said, he tried to be neutral, and they just increased their attacks. The white flag is taken as no surrender. They simply take that as a sign of weakness for them to press their attack on. So everybody understand this, and you have to take sides in this struggle. There's no neutrality here. As Christ said, right. Be thee either hot or cold, but if thou art lukewarm, I will spit thee out. And as I told Mark H., just because you're expurgated by Lucifer brings you no closer to God, I assure you. So, yeah, all that being said, you can review the opening hours later and find amusement, or more like bemusement, in, of course, Peter Moon's reaction to what Brandon Young said. But obviously, this is something that now you're aware of, and I want everyone to appreciate the profound malevolence that we're constantly contending with. And these are ultimately people that are, they're not simply mentally disturbed, they're pure raw evil, they're truly cultists. Years and years ago, in the opening episodes, opening years of my time on Revolution Radio, Brandon Young stated emphatically, quite openly and explicitly, that he had been raised in a satanic ritual abuse family that was wealthy and established in Boston, and that he was basically for those of you who don't know, his family participated, or members of his family participated, in an occult seance called The Nine. So people can look up occult seance The Nine, or The Nine occult seance, spelled like the number, N-I-N-E. And they brought in the New Age by channeling. Some original channelers, channeling entities, opening up the darker aspects of the New Age. They were exposited upon, or exposed, if you will, in a sense, by Peter Levenda, who painted them in a negative light. And this was, of course, taken as slander or defamatory of his family by Brandon Young. It's one of the original reasons he sought myself out. And one of the reasons why he suffered an abortive assassination attempt conducted by Peter Levenda and the cult of the kings of Edom, the Temple of Set, and the followers of Michael Aquino. This is while Aquino was still alive. So he has that background, and the problem is he's unemployable. He only has this job teaching children because of his familial connections. He's obviously incompetent in so many ways. Yet the very objectionable fact that he's teaching children, despite being a pathological liar,
And a psychopath.
thank you, a true psychotic, a true psychopathic individual, truly psychopathic individual. But of course, his family background being what it is, of course they would make certain he was working with children. Does that not make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and so at any rate, such being what it is, this individual is he has to stay in the darkness because he will not get his inheritance otherwise. He definitely needs that inheritance. He definitely needs to stay in the on the side of the family that will provide him their financial legacy, or he's just going to be homeless because this guy's just not
employable.
Yeah. He's not a competent adult. So it's I mean, imagine working next to somebody like that. I can't even begin to imagine working next to somebody like that who's just constantly rambling, psychotic fantasies.
In a gleeful manner too.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
In a gleeful manner too, like he has a sick.
Thank you.
He gets sick.
Pleasure.
Satisfaction.
Thank you.
Yeah, pleasure and satisfaction.
Gratification.
From his malevolence. Yeah.
Thank you. He is disgusting.
After everything I heard him say, I'm just like, this guy shouldn't be anywhere near children.
Thank you. No, it's beyond disturbing. It's objectionable. It's truly objectionable, and protests really need to be filed about this. But such being said, I'm definitely glad to get that across for now. And now that you're with us, let me kind of slowly multitask, check some things out in terms of current events, get ready to go into monologue mode. But while you're with us...
I just sent Brooke a message via Facebook, and hopefully she'll get back in regarding to what you said. I was just letting her know that this was all due to Brendan Young, who was starting trouble between you, Brooke, and Peter, and he's trying to sabotage your reputation and your show.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and hopefully she responds, and everybody pray for that, because it would be sad otherwise. It'd just be sad. And of course Peter says this is for the best, and she is of the anti-gods. It's just what he says. He truly they truly, I mean, oh my god, but he seems to hate her more than she hates him, to tell you the truth. But
his hate for her isn't reasonable. Like,
thank you.
She hasn't done nothing to him, really. Like, me and Brooke have had our differences, but I don't hate her. It's just I get over it easily, and I appreciate her on the show because she helps burn time and carries conversation with you.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that profoundly, and of course, some things just can't be helped, and it's just the way the world works, or doesn't work. I mean, human nature is, of course, fickle, and it just is what it is. But we'll see what happens, and in the interim, thank you for your attempting to intervene. So I do want people to know that other than that, for the moment, I'm just gonna, as I said, kind of breathe, center myself. In the meantime, Nemo, tell us about anything in terms of historical or current events, or anything else that you feel we need to be paying attention to. By all means, I'll, like I said, I'll multitask while I'm speaking to you, but go ahead, take it anywhere you wish.
Yeah, I've just noticed Putin's back in. He's like he was voted in to stay as a leader by a landslide, so-called, because everyone's been programmed to think he's a great leader and he should be the only person running Russia because of all the psychological warfare in the media, mainstream and alternative media, programming everyone to think he's a man of God and he's the only one fighting against diabolism when he's really aligned with the diabolism.
And Israel.
Yeah, just
go on.
Yeah, and Israel. I was going to say, they keep just constant post all over social media about how pro-Zionists are trying to program people into hating Palestinians and portraying them as all as terrorists, and it's justifiable to kill them all and take their land. It's just sickening and disgusting. I try to post what I can to counter that and inform people of the facts of all the crimes against humanity that Israel is responsible for.
Well, you must be confronted
getting away with it.
You must be confronted with a lot of hostility. Do you get that?
Sometimes, but they can't really argue against what I post because it's irrefutable once you look into it all and do your own research from a non-biased perspective. Just meaning like when you look at it without the programming point of view that's been instilled into their mind.
Yeah, definitely. And so...
there's a scumbag Shmuley, Rabbi Shmuley. You heard of him? He used to work with Michael. I forgot what he was doing, but he was close with Michael Jackson. But Michael Jackson eventually removed him, put him on his enemies list. And even after his death, Shmuley just kept demonizing and slanderizing Michael Jackson and all that. And he's been doing debates on the mainstream media against anti-Zionist people. I forgot the name of this other Jewish individual he was having a debate with. And they were just going on the topic about this war against, the IDF versus Hamas, which Hamas is controlled, funded by the IDF, Mossad and Netanyahu. All Shmuley did in this debate was a character assassination. That's the tactics they all use, is just try to target your character and make you look like the bad guy when he didn't even want to dwell on the primary topics that was supposed to be debated on. But he's just a pure scum, and he runs a company I think it's called Kosher Sex. He just sells dildos, butt plugs, and all this
Jesus
stuff with his daughter.
Christ! You said this guy's a rabbi?
Yeah. He's anything but. He's definitely an Edomite, imposter, Ashkenazi piece of shit.
Oh my God.
He's despicable. Just in his eyes, you see he has no spirit. He's just fucking demonic. Very ugly too.
Mm-hmm. Well, that almost goes without saying, but go on.
Yeah. And he's been going around posting a lot of slandering posts about Candace Owens, this black lady. I think she's Republican, but she does a lot of shows talking about the conflict with Israel and Palestine, and she seems to be anti-Zionist to a great extent and brings a lot of the evil crimes into light. And Shmuley, he's just gone all over social media demonizing her, calling her anti-Semite, a knuckle-dragging fucking monkey and all this shit. Just true, assassination of her character. And she did another interview / debate with another Rabbi Michael something, I forgot his name, but I'd have to go back and watch it again. And he's going around calling her an anti-Semite. Like, when you start speaking the truth about the corrupt Zionists, all they do is just label you as anti-Semite, which is obviously not an applicable term because they're not Semitic people.
Thank you.
They're not Arab.
Well, some of them may be, usually Sephardim. Obviously, most Ashkenazim are not. Yeah. But understand that by using the term anti-Semitic, all of the Arabic people are also Semitic. So what does that mean? It means you would mean that you're anti-Arabic as well as anti-Jewish.
Exactly.
So they've jacked and the Arabs are in the majority. Yet somehow it's used as being antithetical to a minority. This is the insanity of jacking that term. They're jacking the concept of what Semitic even is. Who is Semitic? It's it's beyond offensive. It's this image of course, entitlement that they have. So here we are. Let me
you read that, and I'll just. Yeah. I'll just say Shmuley, Rabbi Shmuel and his daughter even directly was attacking Candace Owens, direct messaging her, saying threats, threatening, "Oh, we'll make you look like a bad person, and we'll try and ruin your career and all this stuff," because obviously they have power in the media. And even his Rabbi Shmuel's daughter messaged her and said, "Oh, don't mess with the Jews. Like, you don't want to mess with the Jews. Like, they're just trying to intimidate her and threaten her constantly, and she's trying to defend herself."
Right. Who is this lady again? Who's this lady?
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens. I know, I've heard that. That's right. Candace Owens. Yeah. Was she with the Congress? One of the squad, or something else? She was with something else. Candace Owens.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
I remember the name. I remember the name. I'd have to look her up right now. Let's see.
She's pretty young.
Okay. Yeah. Candace Owens. And how did she get in trouble? Pro-Israel, right? Cancels Candace. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, Candace Amber Owens. Farmer. Is an American political commentator, author, activist, and television presenter.
Oh, that's right. She was on Fox News. She was on Fox News.
All right.
Yeah, of all places.
Well, that makes sense because she claims to be Republican.
Right. And but of course, because she's black, she at least is. Of course, there are blacks that are stupid and would be pro-Israel, but they would be self-loathing and idiots. But Candace Owens has her head screwed on right, and she understands that having a history of slavery and persecution in her lineage, she understands, in her heritage would be a better way of saying that, she understands what the Israelis are doing is wrong. So, yes, I do know of her, and now that I've looked her up, I do recognize her, and this is something that hopefully people will understand is you need to be supporting this young lady. Yes. She needs our support, and so please continue. Yeah, what other thoughts you have on the situation?
Well, they're just constantly trying to attack her. I just see a video, pro-Israel right declares war on Candace Owens. They're just trying to destroy her through all the media. It's like, as soon as you take a stance and oppose Zionism, you expect to be slanderized and have your reputation and career trying to be destroyed by these vile pieces of shit.
Yeah. I, of course, always understand that try and, if you're speaking publicly, obviously on my medium to limits, to a certain limit, I use such terms myself and I cut loose, but always just for future reference for when you're speaking publicly, because that time may happen where you get an opportunity to speak publicly. Remember not to use such terms. You just say, you'd use different terms. Just say that. Yeah. But other than that, you've managed to avoid saying something like that up to this point. But understand that what you said is damning enough. It's damning enough. Right. The name calling becomes. It defeats what you're evincing or what you're presenting evidence of. It defeats what you're presenting evidence of because the evidence itself should be damning enough, which it is, and it's obviously the Jews have and this is a way I should not express it. So I should say the Zionists, or people who support Zionism. Zionists and pro-Zionists are, they're on the side of evil. And it is, if you don't understand that, you're simply ignorant. With everything that's being exposed at this point, we've got to, at some point, act. And, So back to Nemo for a little bit as to what else comes to your mind to emphasize, because so far you're doing well. You're bringing up important topics, and take us further. Other places that come to your mind.
Off the top of my head, I don't have any other topics that I can fully go in depth on, because I've just been struggling to have any energy or whatever. I'm just been.
What's been impacting your energy?
I just haven't been able to sleep properly because old shitty mattress. I can't get good sleep with. My fucking grandfather, he got a new mattress because he's old and getting cropped, and he needs something to support his back well. He just gave away his previous mattress, which was a good, high-quality mattress, to someone who's barely a part of the family. My father informed me of, and I'm like, why the fuck would he give it to someone like that instead of his own grandson who needs a new mattress?
Jesus. Have you spoken to him and told him about your need?
Yeah, I should have, because once a week my father visits him, but I usually unable to do so because I'm usually asleep. But yeah, I regret not seeing him before then, because then I would have told him, if you're going to give anything away, fucking give me whatever you want to give away. I could use it, because he had a bunch of his other property, not stolen, just like his brother and his brother's son took all of his power tools and all this shit, because he can't use it anymore because he's old. But I'm thinking, me and my father could have used some of that power tools, but they just went and took it all. I went and looked in his shed, and it's nearly empty, because he's a handyman, my grandfather, and he just had workbenches and a shitload of tools, power tools and all this, and it's all just been ransacked. Like, they didn't even think to consider that, me and my father could have used some of that. Yeah, so just other people, part of the family, are just trying to take what they can get before my grandfather passes away whenever.
It is so fucking predictable. This is all just so, it's predictable. It's so disgusting. Just really sad.
As soon as he passes away, I'm immediately going to tell my father, send me to his home, and I'm going to stay there for a while to make sure no other family member comes to take anything that doesn't belong to them. They should wait to hear the will, which is most of the rest of the stuff that he owns should only be going to me and my father. Fuck everyone else. Because a good while ago, when I was younger, my father won a bit of money on a jackpot, and he gave half of it to his father, my grandfather. And that was how he was able to buy his own little home and car and some other nice things. So when he passes away, that should rightfully go back to my father, because he's the reason why he even owns a lot of that stuff in the first place. And I suspect my grandfather's brothers will try and take as much as they can, and whatever. And they should just fuck off. It's just, they have no right.
Yes, thank you.
I have a feeling they're going to do this. I can feel it.
Well, I will, of course, take your word for it, because you have plenty of experience with them. Let's take a look into the chat room. A Cultivated Image says, I like the poem, Douglas. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And he says, great point, Nemo. Exactly. How selfish. Let's see. So Blow Me Sacks said something earlier that they then retracted. Yes, just so you understand, let me do a screen share now so that you can see this. Can you see the cursor moving?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I'm going to take us to the studio page. We're doing good. Concurrent viewers, you can see the number of views here. Average view duration, fairly long. So with that being said, we have this individual here. And when I click onto it, this is right click, which is nothing. That's nothing. When I do a left click onto the three buttons from this individual, this is what I get. Report, put user in timeout, hide user on this channel, add as moderator. There is simply no option to go to their channel. So one of the things that was brought up by Brendan Zoget is that for the manager of the channel, see, this is as much as I get. Pin message, report, remove, put user in timeout, hide user on channel, or add as moderator. So Brendan Zogit says he'll teach me later, but I have to go in backwards to reach their channel because as the channel
that
manager...
That person's channel is kind of new. It was just created on March 21st, 2024, which is today.
Okay, so could you give me a link, please? I'd like to take a look at it myself, and then I'll make a decision. Mary says, I'll get him to write a will straight away. Yes, that's it. She suggests you get him to write a will straight away. An excellent point.
Like he has a will, but he put his fucking brother in charge of the will as well for some reason. The guy that took as much of his power tools and all that shit as possible.
And okay, this is the same gang stalker. To say the channel's kind of new, like you said, it's created today, and you see this is gang stalker. This
just remove him.
Definitely. So let me take a look. What were the old options we used to have? It used to be that you were given an option of pressing a flag and doing that on their channel. I suppose if you go to home, that option might be there, but this is the home. So you're left with doing so on your own channel. You need to, not you, I'm speaking to myself, I'm thinking out loud. So they give you an option to report the user, which of course is, I'm not interested in that because it's like, that takes effort. So we're just going to hide user on this channel. That's the option that I've given. And so that worked. And so just another freak. Another fucking freak. They're just, yes.
Could be Sid.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. But it's like I told Brendan Zogit. I don't know if you heard me say that earlier, but there was someone in the chat room who was actually funny. They were making comments.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, and they were actually funny. But then I blocked them
because
they
were too witty to be.
Yeah, they couldn't be Sid. No, there you go. They just Sid does not have the vocabulary level to do that, and this might be Sid, but not really. It's just like it's almost like the only thing you're gonna get from Sid is just like, let me back on, or fuck you, or it's just begging or insulting. It's one or the other. It's so it's he's incapable of any form of nuance. So there you go with that. So whoever this is, it's almost certainly someone else, which is even more creepy. But so they found a new gang stalker, and they've assigned them. They've assigned them because I've gotten rid of 3 of them. 3 of their basically 2, Brandon Young and Trappist Nicholson. But for all intents and purposes, Mark H might as well be one because he's too chicken shit to do anything about them. And unlike he's like I said, unlike almost anyone else who's been on my program, including Brendan Zogit or Brooke Gibson, who have suffered from crises in life that are profound. Mark H has been the only guy with a steady employment without any interruption all his life. When he transfers jobs, there's no interruption. He's like,
he's well off.
Yeah, he's well off. And if you're not going to support me morally, at least make some contributions to support me financially. And he doesn't do neither. It's like, why are you here? If you're not going to support financially, at least support morally, and stand by me. Instead of some, the bullshit that he does, which renders him irredeemable. So there you have that. Such being said, glad I checked the chat room, and it's important to educate people about these sorts of things. And so you've got, of course, this thing about your mattress, and it seems to be bad. Are you sure it's not the bed frame, springs or anything? It's truly the mattress.
Yeah, it's just the mat. It's old and it's hard. It's just shit.
No,
it's dirty too, because I spilled a lot of food and coffee and bottled water on it over the years.
Yeah, this is like, this is what happens. It's like single men do this. And obviously
it's queen size too. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yes, of course. Well, thank God. I mean, I
need a large bed because I roll around a lot.
Yeah, same here. Same here. I mean, I could, but it'd only be an overnighter or for a very limited time, sleeping in a single bed, but definitely need the queen. So with a queen size mattress, how much does that cost? Is that prohibitive enough where you just can't buy a new one yourself? You don't have the automobile to transport it? Or
if I just stop spending money on fucking games and wait for a sale, then I'll get a new mattress. Because usually there's 50% off sales on mattresses, and that's ideal time to buy a new one.
But of course, you don't want to do that with your health. You want to do this as soon as possible. If you're unable to sleep comfortably, you're not getting quality sleep. Look, this is serious. This impacts your health. So I want you to take care of this as soon as possible. Please make this a priority. I
just won't spend any money on things I don't need for a while.
Yeah.
I have this nasty habit of buying new games, and then I only play it once and never play it again. Well, most of them.
Yeah, please don't do that. That's like no. This is like not right now. You've got to put your health first. Put your money where your body is. This is beyond your body, of course. This is psychological health as well as physical health. So aside from that, has there been any television series that has stood out to you? Or now, if you're like myself, you probably don't watch television at all, and you just look at things on YouTube. But does your dad watch television?
Yeah, he's got a TV in his room.
He's older. He does that. He's still on the TV tit. He's still on the TV tit.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't have his own computer.
No, of course
he wants one, but
Does he really?
Yeah, so he can just watch like shows that he actually wants to watch or whatever. Because it's mostly just shit on TV.
Well, yeah. Yes. Does he channel surf a lot?
Well, he's just usually on the news or whatever. He has an Xbox 360 sometimes play.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. What games are his favorites? I'm just curious.
Just like racing games or just simple games, pretty much.
Okay. Wow, yeah. That's cute. That's cute. He's a product of a different time, of course. With that being said, of course, if I would hope that if he got a new computer, he would enjoy himself, actually cruise for some porn. I mean, it's what I'm honest about. Of course, you'd probably have to teach him how not to fuck himself over. Don't download anything. You'd have to teach him that.
I think he's turned off by that at this age. He's just not into it.
Jesus Christ, I'd hate to be... I cannot imagine myself ever getting to that point where I would be like that. Oh my God. Hate to even imagine being in that space. Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck. Go on. Yeah.
So he smokes pot every day, so that helps him kill the boredom.
Ooh. Sorry to hear
He needs it to help with his pain as well.
Yeah. And so how do you feel about his using the pot? Do you think that just turns him into a zombie, or you feel this is like he's better on it?
Yeah, he's better on it because he has a lot of anger issues. It helps him stay calm.
Shit, he's one of the few people. That it benefits, and
he has a wicked temper. Fucking
from what you told me, this is beyond wicked. It's like he's fucking possessed. It's
like he's Satan incarnate.
Jesus Christ, this is just awful, just terrible. I'm so
I share his degree of temper too, but I can keep it in control. I can control my emotions better.
Yes, yes. Well, you definitely were forced to mature because you're dealing with someone who is unpredictable and obviously violent. I'm so glad
he's been through hell in his young years because he left home when he was 14 and he had to fucking live with a bunch of different people over the years.
Mm-hmm.
Like one moment he had to live in a tent in the back of a biker gang's fucking yard and all this shit, and he had to live on farms. He used to go pig hunting when he was a teen, and all this, had to gut the pigs, shoot the pigs, gut them, carry their corpses. And he told me there's a lot of scumbag pieces of shit on those farms, just from the stories he told me. True pieces of shit.
What were some of the stories?
Oh, well, one farm he was on, he was telling me these dudes, they were threatening to pump his ass with molasses, but luckily he had a good friend on the farm. He was a big dude that told them to leave him alone and don't bother him and don't try to do anything to him, because if they did, they'd get a knife and stab him anyway. Kill him.
Good God! Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
And
that's just the outback. Like, there's a lot of vile scum out there.
Jesus.
They act like they're good, hard-working men, but they're just garbage humans.
Well, these are the descendants of people who were exiled for criminal reasons. Apparently, they've only gotten worse since then. Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah. I would never want to live out on a farm in the outback, especially with other people.
Yes. Oh, my God. What about firearms? How are they with firearms? Do they possess arsenals?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's a lot of strict gun laws now, but back in the day, they were heavily armed.
Uh-huh.
Like, just a lot of powerful rifles, and some of the people, my father, when he was working with on the farms, they used to make their own bullets. They'd put extra gunpowder in their bullets and all this shit.
Right. Supercharge the bullets, so to speak. They're charging the bullets up and overloading them. There's this term called overloading. Mary's talking about here we are. Oh geez, patience. I agree, nothing worth watching on TV. She says she agrees, nothing worth watching on TV. Everything now is pay to watch platforms. And Cultivated says, I agree, Mary. She says, same with my sister. She's always cranky without the pot. Oh my God, there's people out there, the pot doesn't help at all. It just, they're just...
it's definitely not for everybody.
Yeah, with most of these people, it's just like they're swimming upstream all day. They are swimming upstream. At any rate, continue a little bit about some other horror stories, like with the pig farming. Have you ever seen the horror story Razorback?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay. Australian horror film. Kind of like Jaws on land. And,
right.
Of course, the old Australian desert eccentric out there hunting a giant razorback. By the way, let people know. Now, Nemo said something that was bears consideration. Australia is known as the Lucky Nation, and there's reasons for it. The British Empire exiled a majority Irish population of people that they considered pickpockets, minor criminals, perhaps even political rebels to a degree, to Australia. And they basically, of course, it turned out in some ways to be the fortunate ones, the lucky ones. Obviously, the climate could be argued to be much better than England's. Believe me, there's an argument to be made there. At the same time, an argument to be made in on the other side as well, in the sense that, Australia is very hot, and it really kind of discourages people from being active. Let's just put it this way. Australia's bad when they think Americans are hard workers. Okay, so Australians like Americans because they think, hey, they're going to work hard, and Americans, of course, do have kind of like a puritanical work ethic. They come from a different climate, but Australians are used to not, generally in the majority of the continent, except the parts that are closer to the Antarctic. They generally, it's so hot, they just learn not to move very much or very fast to conserve energy and just not overheat themselves. And then, of course, they go and drink all kinds of beer and dehydrate themselves to death. So what can you say, right? I mean, it's but at any rate, as for the payoff, or there's a price to pay for everything. Pretty much at least half the animals in Australia are actively trying to kill you. So you've got, it's kind of like that. It's like, you've got a choice. So that being said, let people know a little bit about just the casual problems you have with wildlife almost no matter where you are in Australia. There seems to always be something. So, let people...
Yeah, it's common to get people getting spider bites. It's inevitable, really. You just want to hope it's not a highly venomous spider. Like, luckily in Queensland, we don't have this spider called funnel web. That's down in New South Wales and I think Victoria, and they're horrible. They like to hide in your shoes and shit. So you always want to, when you're going to put on your shoe, just shake the shit out of it and make sure there's no funnel web dwelling in there. They're like these little black spiders. They have these nasty looking mandibles, fangs. Yeah, real creepy looking.
Oh fuck! What are these guys? Are these the funnel web spiders you said?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And they're very intimidating looking and they can kill you.
Right. There's some other kind of Australian spider. Oh fuck yeah, they're intimidating. Black and red. That's, colors of danger.
Redback.
Yeah.
Redback spiders, they're common here. Yeah. You find them all over your gardens.
Yes.
I was probably bitten by them a few times without realizing it.
Yeah.
They'll make you, if you got a strong immune system, then you're not obviously too young or too old, it shouldn't kill you, but you'll get sick.
Okay. And Australian trapdoor spiders, maybe? Let me look these up. I think it was common resident, let me see, Eastern Australia, Tasmania. Yeah. Oh, God. They are... so there's this thing called trapdoor spiders that look pretty bad. And giant trapdoor spider discovered in Australia. Spider lives in open woodland habitats. But this is big. So there you go. So
the biggest spiders we have, I think, are huntsmans, but they're not very venomous. Okay. But they're very creepy and they can move as fast as lightning.
Oh my god!
So they scare the shit out of people when they start moving and they're real big.
What are cockroaches like in Australia?
Just probably the same as America. We got the regular cockroaches.
Okay, you don't have big ass Filipino cockroaches and shit. Okay.
Yeah, not like hissing cockroaches or that.
Okay, like Madagascar. Yeah, Madagascar hissing cockroaches that they feed to fucking monitor lizards is what they feed them to and shit is let me look those guys up. The Madagascar hissing cockroaches, because I remember this is what they feed pet monitor lizards, because you can't really keep Komodo dragons as a pet. It's illegal. People still do this, of course, but it's incredibly dangerous. You wouldn't be feeding them no fucking hissing cockroaches. You
wouldn't want to go anywhere near one.
One of
those lizards.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be feeding them cockroaches. You'd be feeding them shit like cows and shit.
They feed on carrion, like dead animal carcass.
Well, they make them dead. They make them dead.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they're scavengers, but they hunt. Their saliva has a lot of bacteria that will infect their prey, and they'll eventually die off, and then the lizard starts eating them.
Yeah.
As soon as they're incapacitated and can't move, then
yeah, they'll eat you while you're
them
alive and dying.
Yeah.
They'll eat you. By the way, they'll eat you alive if they catch you. So yeah, forget the carrion feeding.
I've seen a Komodo dragon catch a large goat. Like he just fucking whipped it or some shit, and it was barely able to move, and then he just swallowed it whole, baby goat alive.
Yeah. So I'm looking at these Madagascarian hissing cockroach. Disgusting, of course, but yeah. So we have that, and let me go back to trying to prepare myself for monologue. But in the meantime, by all means, continue with some of the other. The beach, for instance, is infamous. They have these horrible things that can bite you. Australian beach fleas. Australian. Yeah, tell us about this. What do you know about them?
I've been bitten by them when I was a kid swimming in a fucking. It was like a beach pond. When it's low tide, it's like a pond. But when it's high tide, the beach reaches to it and fills it with some fresher water. But yeah, it's not ideal to swim in because a lot of bugs like to nest.
Oh fuck! Look at this. Jesus Christ! Look at this. Can you see the screen share? Can you see the cursor moving?
Yeah.
Okay. Honest, this is disgusting. This is this kid's
That's
legs.
severe.
Yeah, after he was attacked by meat-loving sand fleas, sea fleas in Australia. Australian teen just unfortunate to be attacked by meat-loving sea fleas. This is disgusting. Oh my fucking god!
I've never seen any attack like that from little critters.
Look at sea lice feeding on fresh meat in Australia after teenager left bloodied. I will put this link in the chat room. This is disgusting.
Yeah. When I got bitten, I just had a very fucking severe itch on my back. Like it was all over my back. I was scratching the hell out of it because it stung like hell. It was itchy and it stung a lot. And it was just, my back was red as hell.
And okay, so just gonna block this guy again. He's back as a friend. I'm no gang stalker. I wasn't trying to insult you. It was a sincere question. Well, I don't even know what the fuck the question was. I thought it was accurate. Excuse me for being a fan, so I'm not perfect. I thought Blow Me Sacks was hilarious. How? Why is that funny? Why is that funny? And then, it's come on, I'm lonely. I need a friend. I need help. Fuck, go to a clinic. It's like, these people, it's like, dude, why do they come to me for help? What?
Yeah.
What do you think? How do you think I can help you?
You're not their savior.
Yeah,
You're just here to teach people.
Thank you. Well, I could be a savior in the sense that I could, if given secular power, alter society significantly so you guys wouldn't be so fucked up. But yeah, that's a general thing. That's not helping individuals. I cannot help you as individuals, generally speaking, because you're individuals and you need to seek professional. Thank you. There's that. Yes. By the way, Mary says, funnel webs. When I was 5, my mum catch them in the backyard and I have them in a jar. I don't know what she do with them. Thank you for that. And she says, yeah, the Aussie ancestry thieves still are thieves. Holy shit.
There's still a lot of thieves, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely, well, like I said, I had everything stolen in Australia, but that was part of a conspiracy, really. It's not, that's not part of the Australian people, and they're not somebody, they're not, all the people that I generally met, aside from the people who organized that horrible thing like Duncan Rhodes, aside from Duncan Rhodes, most everybody was a good person. I keep trying to always bear that in mind, but it's difficult. I lost everything in Australia. So because I was meant to stay there for over 2 weeks and wound up there for a very long time, something like over 2 weeks. So we're talking like something close to 17 days, which is a very long time to be in a foreign country, especially when all your luggage has been stolen. So you can imagine what that's like. And so Mary's responding to the link I put in about those Australian sand fleas. Oh my fucking God. So you don't think that's what attacked you? Is what attacked you something different?
It would have been something like I didn't know for sure, but whatever bugs can live in the water, yeah, they just bit the hell out of me, and I just had a severe stingy itch on my back. It just made me scratch the shit out of it, and I was just in pain for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I don't know if they can burrow into your skin or.
Well, obviously they did with that lad. I mean,
yeah.
So, like you said, he stepped on what was apparently, for lack of a better word, a swarm of them. Stepped into a swarm of them. That's nightmarish. That's nightmare material right there. I would never even go for a swim. Have you gone swimming in the sea and it turned out okay?
Yeah, I rarely get bitten by anything when I did went swimming. The worst thing I had to worry about was sunburns. I get sunburn a lot.
Okay, so you burn easily.
Yeah, because
wouldn't most Australians burn easily?
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're white.
Yeah. I wouldn't wear sunscreen much, but yeah. I rarely go outside now.
Well, for God's sakes, wear sunscreen when you go outside. You don't want skin cancer. So believe me, white people need sunscreen. Though, of course, the argument is there that too may be bad for you. So do your research. But go on. What else comes to mind? Wait, you were going to say something before I interrupted. Yeah.
Oh, the last time I went swimming was probably like 10 years ago, around that.
Why so long?
I go fishing a fair bit. Oh, because I just stay in my home, in my room every day. I don't go out, do anything, because I don't have my own car, driver's license, and I don't have any personal friends, because the ones I thought I had were just pieces of shit. Thieves, backstabbers.
What did they steal?
Parasites.
What did they steal?
Oh, they just nick a little bit of shit, whether it's money, pod, or just something you own that they think you wouldn't notice would be missing. Just a bit of that over the years.
Oh my God.
And just parasites, like they just leech off you.
Yeah.
Oh, I need money, I need pot. Just all this shit.
I mean, Jesus Christ, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
You've given up. You've given up on because your experiences with these people has been so negative in general, and the negativity has been so pervasive that you've basically given up on your fellow man.
Yeah, I don't trust people mostly. There's very few people I can trust.
Oh my God. I don't blame you. It's still alarming. It's still, but obviously the majority of people are obviously, not worth anything.
I did have a few real good friends, which I should have just stayed friends with them. But I just stopped hanging around them. For some reason, I was just more attracted to hanging around assholes. I don't know, maybe I thought I was having more fun. But yeah, getting on the piss with them and all that shit. But yeah, I had a handful of trustworthy friends who I should have just chose to hang around them and keep them in my life. Like, these were people you could fully trust. You wouldn't think they'd steal anything from you. You could leave $1 million of your own money just sitting in their living room. They wouldn't touch it. Like, nice people. Yeah, I regret not just staying around the nice people. They're like nerdy. No, I'm not saying that in a bad way. Just like very tech savvy and, love playing computer games and very friendly and cordial and intelligent. I should have just chose to stay with people like that.
Yeah, I definitely am appreciating the troubles that you suffered from, and so in terms of some recent developments in Australia, the Chinese dignitary visiting Australia was confronted by, I guess, one of the Australian dignitaries, a female, who was, of course, confronting him about Hong Kong. And recent developments there. Have you heard any of this or kept track of some of these foreign policy developments?
No, I haven't heard of that topic. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Tell us about it.
Oh, not much to say, really. Basically, there's been further clampdown in Hong Kong, and the Australians, at least, have had the courage to confront the Chinese about this not being a constructive pursuit. Somebody's giving me translated conversation, request it, live CID. I'm clicking on the notification just out of curiosity. And they've got some semi-Asian, this is how desperate these people are getting. Again, just to share the screen with you for a few seconds so you can see what I'm dealing with. Let's see if I can go back to exactly what I was looking at. But, I guess I can't go back there, and that's probably for the best. But it's just somebody, trying to contact me. They sent me a contact request. And so it's, how desperate this same individual, this has got to be Sid. So at this point, it's got to be Sid because he's the person who has been exhibiting this level of desperation. So have you been forced to block him like Brendan Zogett was because he just wouldn't leave him alone, or did he just ultimately leave you alone?
Oh, yeah, I just fully blocked him after he started spamming
all
those
good.
Chat channels.
I
deleted conversation, blocked him, and removed him from all those channels.
Oh, yes. Again, thank you so much for doing that. Obviously, you have no idea. So I'm definitely just thankful beyond expression. And because he's...
Just to let...
Yeah, go on.
I'll go on.
Yeah.
Oh, just to let you know, if you want to remove someone who you don't want in your chat, you just click on the participants on top of the screen where it says show participants, and when you scroll down see the names, you'll have a option to remove that individual. That's how he was able to do that to Peter and Brandon. That's how I figured out how to remove him, because I was thinking, how the fuck is he removing people?
Thank you.
And I looked it up and I'm like, oh, you just go on participants.
Okay.
And I just removed him.
That's incredible. So he was not only removing Peter, he ultimately removed Brendan as well. That's incredible. He's just a person with nothing in life. It was always a mistake to communicate with him at all. Mary says, I'm a recluse too because of similar reasons. I just don't choose that lifestyle. It's a small loss to rid those who haven't got the same respect as you. My ex would always say, count your blessings and cut your losses. Yes, I can understand that. It's So Mary, she sympathizes with you and understands. You've definitely been through a lot, and you have every reason to be cynical and give up on a lot of the socializing in life. I definitely want you to, however. Try and exercise more.
Yeah.
And
I just gotta find a good woman.
Well, obviously, but
Someone
how?
I can live with.
No. This is not a sarcastic question. It's not a cruel question. It's a common sense question. How will you do this?
No, I don't even know. But I just know I need to find a good person to live with.
Yeah, basically every man on earth needs that. And you, of course, I have sympathy with. I care about you, so let's try and find you one. But so ladies, do take note. Obviously, if you hook up with Nemo, you could get Australian citizenship. It sounds, of course, like Mary already had that. But for ladies who don't, in case that intrigues you, it's not that Australia is a bad place to live, and he is under a roof, but they still got the dad there, so I'm not quite sure how that would be contended with.
Yeah, I would have to move out and find a place to live with a woman. Obviously not going to stay living with my dad if I have a chick in my life.
And so
it wouldn't work well.
Yeah, so, but...
and it's very unappealing, because no chick wants to get with some dude who's in his 30s, still lives with his fucking dad, has no job, and doesn't have a car.
Yes, no, all of that is, you get it. Yeah, obviously all of that is is true. So you do want to bear that in mind. And all that being said, with what you're making from, for those of you who don't know, Nemo was in a horrific automobile accident. It's all his father's fault, really, and the fault of his father's friend. These are just, he just was dealt a bad hand. Yeah, Nemo was dealt a really bad hand. It was, it's too bad, and it's so because of this a car accident, which he's lucky to have survived. But certainly did not survive unscathed. He is on, what would you call it? Social support, a social support system. Is that
disability pension?
Okay, is that enough to help you rent a new place if you had to move to a new?
Only if I'm living with someone who's
also working,
well.
who's earning money as well. Okay.
Or if they're on pension, same as mine.
Okay. Right. And God, that you don't want to get involved in a relationship like that. That would probably be a nightmare. That would that would be oh my God. In terms of fuck, have you tried meeting girls online? Like,
I've thought of it. I just haven't. I just don't. I never thought that would be a good idea to try and meet someone, but if I'm not socializing that's out in the public, then that's probably my only option.
Realistically, I can't see otherwise how it would be done. But such being said, I'm like reluctant for you to. It's definitely fraught with peril. Meeting somebody online, it definitely has its own problems. We'll continue talking about it into the future. The potential is always there. Chances are always there that you might meet somebody through this show, but it's obviously nothing to bank on. You don't want to count on that. But you never know. In your conversations with Victoria Lauren Hobbs, have they been very extended, or just your communications have been kind of like short with her? Like, you have spoken with her, right?
Yeah, we're chatting for a while, but I don't think she's active a lot on Skype or Telegram. We haven't been talking much recently. Just when Sid was fucking around and he had to remove, and that's when she messaged me about Sid and shit. But that's it.
What did she say about Sid? What was she? I understand she thought. Did she say that he had approached her and was begging her to put him back? How did she describe that?
Oh, it's just, I think she was asking about the situation when he was getting blocked on the YouTube chat. Just checking right now.
No doubt, because he approached her. I mean, that goes without saying. And
she's like, what happened? And I said, acid piss dug off in the last live stream. And she's like, oh, when you review it, you'll see. I said to her, she's like, gee, I'm sorry. I said, it's fine. I'm sure acid won't take it personal, which he obviously did.
Of course.
Acid doesn't think properly before speaking, probably due to his drug habits, messes with his cognitive function. She's just like wild stuff.
Yeah, well, definitely, the first thing that Brooke Gibson called him, you might remember, she called him Lizard Dick. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so appropriate. It's perfect. It's exactly what he should have been called. Honestly, she has quite an insight where she certainly just sees right through certain people, hopefully she will. Get back into communications with myself, because I do feel I'm one of the few sane people that she knows. Obviously, as she said, I should have had a warning label, but as it was, it would be wrong for her to break off communications with me since she was the person who instigated the communications. So after that, I went through quite the roller coaster with her, and so she owes me that much. She should not be doing what she's doing right now. But such being said, of course, don't want to call her right now. That would, of course, would be rude. But and that would be like Sid level. That would be Sid level shit. But it is what it is. You know, and like you said, you reached out to her. So such being said, I'm going to go into monologue soon. And I want to wait a few minutes first here, just continue talking to Sid for a little while more. This has been, of course, very, shall I say, comforting to me. Good to talk to
Sid.
Sid, shit. Sid. You know, and you know, I do that when I hate these people. When I truly hate them, of course, they stick in your brain and you don't want them to. So let me, I'm multitasking as well. So let me just file a few things here. I meant to say Nemo, and just so people.
What topics are you going go on through the monologue?
I'm thinking just to basically start with some current event geopolitics, and then move my way into the Russian ideology of war. That they've, you know, their conflict ideology that they're infecting Silicon Valley with. Some people might think that more important to start with than the latest current events. But current events are, of course, important because they're current, and you want to cover them while they're coverable, so to speak, or relevant. And so I'll go into that. I might be discouraged because at this point we've got 15 concurrent viewers. Which, you know, it was pretty high for a long time, but then they started dwindling down. So in the old days, this has been good. This would be good. It'd be a good number to be speaking to. These days, I'm spoiled. I'm used to higher numbers. So, okay, numbers going up a little bit, back to 18. They're never accurate, of course, and it's always depending on who's just tuning in at the moment. So, I should do it. It's how many hours do we have left? 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got 3 hours left. Okay, we've got 3 hours left. I can kill 3 hours easily. So I should do it, and then get into the ideology tonight, or potentially on Sunday. Sunday, of course, we might be joined by George Knight, who, if he can, will be spending. He intends to spend the full night with us. So we will be covering, many historical topics. Obviously, going over a lot of things, and this is always important. It's always good.
Yeah, and it's very enjoyable listening to you and George bounce off each other on subject matters, because both of you are well articulate and convey it in full detail.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Obviously, George has not had the advantage of the upper class education, so there's a lot of words that he tends to mispronounce. But he is otherwise, of course, every bit the gentleman, far more of a gentleman than most other Englishmen. Brooke Brooke was always saying, "Oh, he's so English," and I'm like saying, "Honey, you don't know what English are like these days. The majority of Brits are just, they're just like, think back to the skinhead and punk scene, and just a lot of Brits are just at gutter level of existence." And and that idiot. Do you remember, you were on with us the night that Victoria brought her friend Christine on, right?
Yeah,
you were on with us. And remember the first thing she asked George was, basically, are you in public welfare housing? Do you remember that?
All right.
Yeah.
I don't remember saying that, but yes. I was there, definitely.
Yeah, and you understand that that's something she would say just by what you were exposed to was enough to give you, I'm not lying, of course, know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. She thought everybody was on welfare, or what kind of welfare are you on? What's your scam? It's like, it was like, Jesus Christ, this is where this chick was coming from, was, everybody's scamming, everybody's on welfare. It was just, just disturbing in that respect alone, how fucked up this chick was. And it's there you go with that. And as I told our dear Victoria, who brought her friend Christine among us, as traumatizing as that event was, and it was just from the assault on the sensibilities that this young lady provided by her bullshit. The whole thing about, Chinese are Nazis, fuck them. Japanese are Nazis, fuck them. I mean, everybody's a Nazi. Fuck you all. I mean, that shit. It's like, and then I'm a prostitute, but I get no sex. That kind of shit. What was it that stood out to you about her trip? As I told Victoria, as traumatic as it was, we keep revisiting it because it was so much fun in its own way.
It was entertaining.
Yeah, for its insanity, the sheer depth of its insanity. It was far more enjoyable insanity than the insanity of, Sid and or Brandon Young. I mean, these are just crazy people who are not fun. They're just, granted, if you had to choose between Brandon Young and Trampas Nicholson, you would take Trampas Nicholson only in the sense that Trampas Nicholson had a far greater range of expression than Brandon Young. There's nothing there with Brandon Young. It's just it's just torture. Of course, with the downside, is that Trampas Nicholson is, of course, stark raving mad. And so his range of expression wears thin when you just say, I've had enough and please go away. And he won't go away. And it's, I'm lonely, I'm desperate. And he finally confronts, himself when he says that. Okay, great. You're confronting your issue. Now, do something about it yourself. It's your problem. I cannot help you. You cannot find intimacy with me. And Jesus, if only I had shown you, Nemo, the love bombs I was getting from him. His begging me to suck his blood. I don't think I ever showed you those messages where he was like saying, I use only scent neutral body products. I mean, oh my.
Yeah, that's creepy.
Oh, beyond creepy. I'm Caucasian to the core. Freckles. I mean, now, how he even knew that I enjoy freckles on the Blood Boys, he's obviously been given a dossier. I've never said this out loud. So this is like, like.
I don't remember ever hearing you describing anything about the Blood Boys in particular to that extent.
Yes. Have you ever seen some of their photographs? You have.
No, I haven't. No, I don't think I have.
Okay, well, a good example of one, I'll just put a link in the chat so that people get a good example of that. I'll just go over to the live stream here, and the last time I put up a picture of one of the Blood Boys. Obviously, this does not include my son, a category all his own. Of course, I've also put up pictures of escorts, but let me see. The last time I put up a picture of the Blood Boy, that was on as a embedded image and thumbnail. Here's one. So there we are. This will give you some perspective. And I'll give. Can you see the cursor movie?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll give our listeners the date. I'm not going to put the links in the chat room because they're just they take up. It would confuse people. They would begin to link to those things and listen to those shows instead of the current one. But this one is dated Sunday 05/21/23. So that would be, which month is that? January, February, March, April, May. May 21st. May 21st of yesteryear. May 21st of last year. Okay, so this was a young blood boy that we managed to rescue from Russia. And this is my son. And you'll notice he greeted him at the airport wearing a Russian jacket. We gave him a teddy bear. And so, of course, I've taken blood from my son before because it validated him. It made him feel like a man. He wants to be a man, and he, of course, was someone who wanted to become a vampire. So he does feel that my taking blood from him once in a while will transition him at some point. This isn't necessarily outrageous, even though it's not physiologically normal. But because of the nanoplasma, definitely something's changed with him physiologically. That being said, I've gone into some detail about that before, but this would be like what one of the Blood Boys looks like. Good example. So everyone, again, that's May 21st of 2023. And of course we were happy to rescue a young Russian boy who would have been terribly persecuted in Russia. You are aware of the intensive homophobia in Russia at this point in history. Yeah. And of course he could very well...
This is why so many American Christians support Russia, because they're homophobic as well. So they're like, yeah, we love Russia and Putin for attacking the gays and all that shit.
It make me sick.
It's disgusting.
It's beyond my understanding. Why would you hate someone for?
Yeah, just for their sexual preference, what they're born with. Like, you have no logical reason or rationale to hate someone like that.
The other good example of Blood Boy is to be found on the program dated Sunday, November 27th of 2022. So again, that's Sunday, November 27th of 2022. In the photograph that's in thumbnail, you can see myself. I am right there on the extreme right, having taken my blood, taken my share of blood, not my own blood, but my share of blood from the Blood Boy. So this is another example of one of the Blood Boys at the estate. So that would be an example of their sense of non-binary, gender-neutral presentation and affect. But they do basically make themselves up. They garnish themselves for me. In other words, they put on the jewelry, the makeup before I take their blood, because one of the most important aspects of food presentation is just that, food presentation. People want their food to look good. And so the Blood Boys do that for me. And of course, they are all free from drugs. They have never taken drugs or drank alcohol in their lives. So this is like spring water, okay? Their blood is sweet. The idea of somebody like Trampas Nicholson offering his blood it's offensive.
Yeah.
It's just an...
You don't want to drink toxic shit.
Thank you. He may as well be offering it for me to eat his shit, because that is what his blood is. Liquid shit. This is like the level of how oblivious this idiot is to what I am. It's like, is this an individual the worst part of it is, I do not believe he's intentionally trying to insult me. He's that stupid, that crazed as to think that he himself is in any way, shape, or form appetizing. So here's another one of the Blood Boys. This example would be Wednesday of October 5th, 2022. So Wednesday of October 5th, 2022 would be a good example of one of the Blood Boys. Again, shaved legs, generally shaved all over, shaved armpits, presentation of themselves to myself in a manner with makeup. They garnish themselves. They're appetizing to me. They're something you would want to eat, so to speak. They're definitely
like a well-presented dish.
Thank
at a fancy restaurant.
Thank you. Trappist Nicholson is like something off the street. He's like an egg was broken and it fried on the sidewalk. It's like no one wants to eat that. This is what we're left with when we're dealing with the crazies they send to us from the enemy, and he is the enemy. There's nothing here that is overly suspect, and we're not being paranoid. Just to clarify for other images that people might wonder about, my son, of course, trying on the black hair and my trying on the blonde hair, and that's of course when he was a bit younger, of course. Pretty much this was probably in the midst of his transition, and this was, of course, another time when he was afterwards. This was after his transition to a male. He's obviously older, but something that might be noticed here is just the eyes. Of course, Armenian, generally Armenian. We suspect some Asian blood because of what happened with the years that he was, of course, a girl. I was sexually intimate with him when he was a she. And this created some changes physiologically that we believe was due to the transferal of nano particulate matter, nanobots, essentially, through my sperm. This resulted in certain things, like at various times his eyes will change color to a red, as if he were infected by Kawasaki syndrome, which is theoretically, specifically an Asian disease, something that is supposed to be congenital. It does not, of course, it's not something you can catch. But Kawasaki syndrome is something that does manifest like sickle cell anemia in blacks. It is genetically specific. So we do believe he has some Asian blood, but probably a small amount.
Well, the eyes look a bit Asian.
Yes, definitely there's that. Definitely there's that. Understand that he himself does not know his true parents. He grew up with some people who were consistently very abusive, but his understanding was that he was given to them as an infant. So we do not know who his parents are. And therefore his genetic lineage is almost, it's made much more difficult to trace. You can get, general ethnicities. By the way, this Dawn Maria Beck is probably Heather Holman. So Heather Holman is okay. She's not doing any harm. If you ever see her in the future, just leave her alone. But you know the story behind Heather Holman, right?
I don't remember that name, sorry.
Yeah, might not be her, but obviously if it's her, she's had surgery on the eyes. Who's
Heather Holman?
Heather Holman was this chick who was just a stalker, but not in the sense of the gang stalker. She was madly in love with me, and I told her she had to get a life. And she basically, have you heard of the comedian, or do you know of the comedian Marty Feldman?
Yeah.
So Marty Feldman was famous for having just bug eyes. And the tragedy of Marty Feldman was that once he became famous enough and wealthy enough to have surgery on his eyes and correct his eyes through plastic surgery and make them normal like everyone else's eyes, no one would hire him for comedy movies after that. And he was completely impoverished and he killed himself. So the tragedy is that Heather Holman was born with the same genetic condition, the same congenital defect that Marty Feldman had. So she had fried eggs for eyes, essentially. And it's just very tragic, sad, and she just loved me to death. And we had to, I had to just say, honey, I can't, I'm not feeling it. So, so she ran away to the person she thought knew me better than anyone else alive. And that was Michael Aquino. She became Michael Aquino's care provider when he was suffering from,
her.
Yeah. Yeah, when he was suffering from intestinal cancer. He credited her with his survival throughout his intestinal cancer. She was that devoted a care provider. So in a sense, she's the enemy, but I give her a pass, at least for now, because
she's not attacking you.
Yeah, she's not like the rest of them. She's just someone who's just had a horrible life. She was raised by a Freemasonic father. And so there were times when she woke up she woke up from unconsciousness in an open coffin in a funeral home. This happened to her more than once. Things like that would happen to her throughout her childhood. She was so damaged that the state took her daughter away. If you can imagine that.
That's horrible.
Yeah, well, justifiable, but
Yeah, but sad.
yeah, it's sad, yes. So what I'll do now is I'll go into monologue. We've got our numbers back up, and so I love you all who have joined us. Thank you so much. We've got 21, 22 concurrent viewers now. I'm going to go into monologue. Do me a favor, stay with me as long as you can, and
I'll stay in chat and surveil the YouTube chat.
Thank you, I appreciate that. If you need to go, just let me know. Give me, fair warning. And other than that,
I'll
course,
just say AFK, and that means I'm just having a snack or having a cigarette.
Sure, okay. What's the acronym AFK? Does it stand for anything like?
Away from keyboard.
Okay, thank you. I never heard that. That's interesting. You live on screen. That's got to stop. Okay, that's you don't want to be like Trampas Nicholson. Don't be like Trampas Nicholson. That's
I just got to find something better to do.
Well, exercise. I mean, what you should have done while your leg was healing, that sort of thing.
Yeah. I just have very little motivation.
Yeah, so I noticed, but nevertheless, I'm glad you're helping myself. But we're gonna try and help you in return by getting you to be motivated to take a little better care of yourself. What about how bad is that game leg of yours? Is it just like a toothpick, like a bone, or?
No, it's functional. It's just if I sit on it, because I don't have much muscle around the bones of the pelvic and femur area. If I sit on a chair too long, that's not comfortable. Then it'll start pressing on nerves, and it'll be like just sitting on my bone for too long, and it'll get very sore.
Yeah, go on.
A few months ago, it was so bad, like just I think around a week or two every day, I just kept getting severe sharp and pressure pains from the femur to the shin bone, like it was just a long lightning jolt of pain, and I could barely sleep. I'd just be rolling around in agony.
Sorry to hear that. Drugs? Don't you get any prescription fucking drugs?
I don't take I'll just take a weak one, like a Panadol.
I don't understand. Why don't you take painkillers?
I try to avoid taking pharmaceutical drugs as much as possible. The only ones I do take are like anti-acid reflux pills and just Panadol once in a while.
But why is this? Is this because of what? You feel that somehow you'd be supporting the pharmaceutical industry or something?
Just out of the risk it could do more harm to my health and immune system.
Has somebody diagnosed that as a potential collateral damage? Has somebody said that?
I feel like a lot of pharmaceutical drugs are just not good for you.
Well, look, let's say something here. Nemo Albano, I won't give his real name, just so everybody knows he has a much better name than that, but he's correct in the sense that no drug is innocuous. Okay, everybody get that straight. Every drug has some collateral effect. So do appreciate that fact. You never want to abuse pharmaceutical narcotics. But that being said, Nemo, you've got to really you do not need to suffer unnecessary pain. So you take advantage of the fact that you have social welfare, that you should have access, therefore, to medical care and take advantage of that medical care and get prescriptions for painkillers. Victoria Lauren Hobbs is all freaked out, just like Holly Coditis Kiefer, who contributes to me, as does Victoria, about Benadryl. These ladies have a thing about Benadryl. What happened was Holly Coditis Kiefer was told by her MD that her mother or grandmother or something like that might have had, or the person she's providing care for might have had issues because of Benadryl. You'd have to be like taking like 4 pills a night or something like that. Like maybe if you had a severe allergy and you're taking Benadryl all day, it's like maybe by the time you're 60, maybe you get premature Alzheimer's if you're like doing this 6 pills a day or something. I mean, you'd have to be bathing in this shit. Okay, it's not like you take it when you need it. You obviously are not addictive. You're not an addictive personality. So just start being kinder to yourself. Okay? It's like I came to the conclusion a long time ago that there is no need for me to suffer unnecessary pain. I've suffered enough pain in my life. I don't need to suffer unnecessary pain. I take painkillers, and just take whatever painkillers you can get that are obviously, some painkillers are bad. Now, I was on ibuprofen for a long time, and that led to internal bleeding, theoretically. I only take it once in a while now. So, theoretically I shouldn't have aspirin because I had a bleeding duodenal ulcer when I was 14, but I take aspirin all the time. But, it's only like 2 pills a day, every other day. Yeah. It's something like that. Look, these things are, you just be careful, be mature about how you use it, but start using it. There's no need for you to feel this pain. It's, let's start with that. And anything could potentially cause damage, but these are from people out there are incredibly abusive. So I'm going to start monologue now. Nemo's going to ride shotgun with us. He's going to monitor the chat. Thank God. And this will give me time to concentrate on just breathing and talking. And I'm going to suck all the oxygen out of the room starting now. In the meantime,
I'm going to go have a cigarette. I'll be back in 5 or 10.
Sure. Say good morning to our audience. Yeah. Say good morning to our audience.
Good morning to everybody. Yeah. Please support Douglas any way you can. Buy his books on Amazon and send donations via PayPal. Any amount you can afford.
Bless you. Thank you so much.
I'll be back shortly.
Excellent. He'll let me know when he's back. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, all right. We are, as I said, essentially in a new Gilded Age. This is personified by Jared Kushner, who's talking about great real estate opportunities based on genocide in the Gaza Strip. And as workers are getting laid off, CEOs and shareholders are gobbling up hundreds of billions of dollars in profits. And taking a modern century spin on let them eat cake, a thoroughly misunderstood statement when first uttered by the Princess of France. Shareholders are having the whole cake, and they're eating it too. It's no shock the boardroom is able to stay above the fray as wealthy members are more equipped to weather economic downturns. But it turns out CEOs and shareholders are walking away with an even greater slice of profits than one might think. So finds a new report from Oxfam, the Oxford Family, a British non-profit think tank focused on eradicating poverty, which analyzed more than 200 United States corporations to assess their inequity footprint, their footprint of inequality. Most money ends up funneling into the mouths of those at the top as 90% or 1.1 trillion United States dollars of the combined 1.25 trillion United States dollars in net profits for those companies analyzed went to paying wealthy shareholders. So, executives are doing quite all right as well. CEO pay Chief Executive Officer salary has ballooned since the pandemic first hit, increasing by 31% between 2018 and 2022. According to my sourced report, shareholders and CEO pay have risen to record levels in the aftermath of the COVID-19 crisis. Speaking of company taxation that has gone down due to a strong corporate lobbying presence, Eirik Tamir, Senior Director of Oxfam America's Private Sector Department, tells Fortune magazine the rules are being rigged and the companies are helping to rig them. This past year has been marked by layoffs in the finance, tech, and media sectors as many CEOs claim to need to downsize in light of economic strain. But it seems as if corporations are doing better than ever. Revenue and profits at Fortune 500 companies grew significantly between 2014 and 2022, hiking even more in the years after the pandemic first hit. In the same breath that Meta's Mark Zuckerberg announced layoffs for more than 10,000 workers in the name of a year of efficiency, the company announced a fresh $40 billion United States dollar stock buyback option. Less than a year later, Meta announced plans to buy back another $50 billion United States dollars. Oh my God. Per Oxfam, while money was seemingly tight for some, it was an equivalent of Christmas for those at the top. Stock buybacks in 2022 hit a record of 681 billion United States dollars. Now, the consolidation of power at the top has been a decades-long process. The concept of shareholder primacy started to take hold in the 1970s. While companies started to prioritize this group, safeguards for workers were fading as union membership ebbed. In the 1980s, stock buybacks, once banned as a form of stock manipulation, became legal. Tamir confirms that this change specifically allowed companies to inflate their stock prices. At the same time, corporate tax rates fell dramatically thanks to a series of tax cuts, first in the Reagan era and again during the Trump administration, while corporations gained more and more ability to directly influence politics, capped off with the 2010 Citizens United decision, in which the Supreme Court gave companies and wealthy individuals carte blanche to spend unlimited amounts of money on elections. For those of you who do not know about the term that I've just used, carte blanche is French for blank check. Also, I'm checking the chat right now while our man is gone, making certain it doesn't get infested again by another crazed gang stalker, or the same one, Tramp-ass Nicholson. His name is spelled with an A, not a U. Tramp-ass. It was originally a double S, like Tramp-ass, but he changed it legally. Poor son of a bitch. At any rate, there are some signs of change. Our man Nemo is back. You know, while you're back, Nemo, I do want to tell you about something that I shared with our friend Brendan Zogit and Aristides earlier. This is something that I'd like to hear your opinion on. Basically, it's been proven that one of the keys to a longer life is high unemployment. Now, as I said earlier, there's a reason why governments spend so many taxpayer dollars digging their economies out of recessions, because families lose their homes and Yes, children go malnourished, and new graduates spend years struggling to get their careers back on track while foregoing marriage and kids and home ownership. But there's a growing body of research that proves that recessions are good for at least one thing, an extended lifespan. Longevity. Puzzlingly, it is self-evident that economic downturns actually extend people's lives. It just goes to prove that work kills you. So the latest evidence that I'm sourcing comes from a new paper published by 4 researchers led by the renowned health economist Amy Finkelstein, obviously Jewish, or married a Jew. It's titled Lives versus Livelihoods, and they found that during the Great Recession from 2007, the year my late and sainted sire, my legal father, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, died, to 2009, age-adjusted mortality rates among Americans dropped 0.5 percentile for every jump of 1 percentage point in any area's unemployment rate. The more joblessness, the longer people lived, especially adults over 64 and those without any college education, because they would normally be working scut jobs that would be killing them. So the economists concluded these mortality reductions appear immediately. Then they persist for at least 10 years. The effects were so large that the recession effectively provided 4% of all 55-year-olds, that's people my age, with an extra year of life. And in states that saw big jumps in unemployment, people were more likely to report being in excellent health. Recessions, it's been proven, help us stay fitter and live longer. So, if you get a job, it's going to kill you. This is. So,
Especially
any
if you're
thoughts?
doing labor work.
Yes.
Yeah, like working like a dog. Yeah, I can see how that would shorten your life. To a degree.
Absolutely. So awful. Just awful. It just goes.
If you're going to work, you'd want to
Yeah.
do something that's not straining on your body and psychologically, something you will get satisfaction out of, something you could enjoy. Like if I was to work, I'd choose a field just like working on computers or whatever, something I'd enjoy and be easy to learn.
Right.
Like building computers and repairing them.
Okay. And that being stated, you're obviously in a good position. You're at an advantage in some regards. So always bear that in mind. People who are working are basically dying on their feet.
Especially in places like Japan where they're just constantly working, they get fuck all sleep and they're like falling asleep on the trains on the way back to home.
No, everything you say is true. By the way, everything that Nemo's just articulated is quite true, but bizarrely, paradoxically, Japan has the longest lifespans in the developed world. There's very few places that have longer lifespans than the Japanese population, outside of a few like mountain retreats or generally bizarre mountain areas like places near Tibet or Afghanistan or Nepal or something where people like are in high altitudes and they eat nothing but goji berries or some shit, and you got these people just kind of living very simple lives that are very healthy because they're forced to walk uphill all the fucking time for everything, Aside from environments like that, Japan is like San Francisco. There's hills everywhere, so everybody's constantly walking upstairs, so that helps. They eat
and they have a real good medical system and a good diet. Diet.
Thank you. See, Nemo's got it. So that combination extends their lifespans despite what Nemo has articulated, which would otherwise kill them. Yes. Yes, if Americans worked as hard as the Japanese, they'd die at the age of 40 or 50. Which most Americans tend to be doing anyway. So that's a bit of an exaggeration, but it's not far from it. That being said, yes, wanted to share that with you. And, and of course, there were, obviously, just so people who don't get it, I support a universal basic income. I'm sure Nemo would find no argument with that. Unfortunately, it's tainted by the fact that I had two idiots on my show who both supported universal basic income for obvious reasons. They're effectively unemployable. One of them was JÖRÐHÆ. The other one was Sid, everyone's favorite psycho, Trappist Nicholson. So that being articulated, in all fairness, it does some injustice to JÖRÐHÆ, because JÖRÐHÆ actually would go from job to job, but he floated somehow without, with long periods of unemployment. So it's kind of a mystery how that fucker was surviving. Obviously, he was a member of the cult. And we know that because, like, the times that I left him alone to hold the show, he would go automatically into a Judeophobic rant, just trying to get my show taken down, my channel taken down. Not my show, my channel. So we know he was operating for the enemy, and half of his brain damage was simply affected, meaning a pretense. So that being said, okay, I'm going to dive back into it. Thank you, Nemo. And so, as I said, there's some signs of change per all of this Gilded Age that we're living in, where the CEOs at the top are stealing everything. Unionization is growing in popularity after a summer of strikes and some high-profile wins on behalf of workers, like the UAW and recently the Starbucks union, as a matter of fact. So this is important. I want people to understand how unions are important. The United Auto Workers, etc. There is a history of communist insurgency of these unions, which was why they had to be shut down. But at this point, ideological communism in America is no longer a genuine threat. So the closest we got to it is Bernie Sanders, who genuinely is a fucked up old commie. You're talking about a son of a bitch who went to the Greater Soviet Union just before its collapse and came back and said, I have seen the future, and it is the Soviet Union and Soviet communism. That's how fucked up that son of a bitch is. That guy ought to be taken out and fucking shot. But back to the reality of labor and the fact that we need to treat labor with respect. While wages remain fairly stagnant, or barely high enough to compete with the pace of inflation, CEOs have, of course, given themselves a hefty raise. CEOs were paid a combined $4.1 billion United States dollars in 2022 per Oxfam's analysis of the 186 companies that had any hard data at all. Only 5% of those companies examined publicly said they support a living wage. Imagine what I'm saying. Only 5% of companies support a living wage. A living wage, meaning just so you can buy fucking food and pay rent. Only 5% of companies support that. The rest of them want to pay you nothing. They would maintain you in chattel slavery if they could. Yes, there needs to be a revolution, and I say that in the non-communist sense, in the fascist sense, where the state needs to basically kick these companies' asses and tell them that you will pay beyond a living wage so that people can finally really live and not merely survive. Now, the wage gap continues to widen among larger companies. McDonald's, for instance, has a CEO to worker pay gap of 1,745 to 1. For every dollar that's paid one of their employees, the CEO gets $1,745. Another prototypical American brand, the Coca-Cola Company, has a pay gap that's a bit more reasonable. It's only 1,594 to 1. For every $1 their employees get, their CEO gets 1,594 bucks. And they're considered pretty equitable. That shows you how bad the situation fucking is. This divide is most apparent in the retail sector. Retail workers are often people of color and women, though the top leaders at all these companies are almost always white men. Oxfam has proven this by doing their homework. While many companies said they were looking to make DEI targets, many came up empty-handed when it came to any hard data. So, in case you're not familiar with the term DEI, you'll probably get triggered. It's diversity, equity, and inclusion. These are woke words. Oh man, go woke, go broke. That's what the white guys say. DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it's based on what white men will tell you is the insane communist idea that recruiting and supporting workers of various backgrounds is integral to a company's success and encompasses policies and initiatives designed to help all employees feel welcomed and equipped to perform their jobs at the highest possible functional level. Oh my God. The fact that I have to explain this to people makes me sad. I feel... At any rate, in the long term, even the most wealthy will suffer. Dollar Tree might be the least equitable of the companies from a gender and racial perspective, and the company recently shut down 1,000 of its stores. So it's not go woke, go broke, white guys. White men, you need to wake up. So echoing President Joe Biden's rhetoric on checking corporations more whilst qualifying that the other stakeholders, the workers, are losing out, the aforecited Tamir explainest, and here I quotest they, all of those things together have created sort of this perfect storm by which companies have gotten bigger, corporate power is on the rise, and the benefits that they've accrued in profit, they are funneling to an ever smaller number of people. There are some promising signs, but if we don't continue down that path, we are already essentially in a new Gilded Age. They are talking a good game, but when it comes to actually doing something about it, most are not doing anything that is at least transparent to the public. All of these things are technically legal, and unfortunately, to the detriment of the rest of us. At the end of the day, this is bad for business. Having wealth in the hands of fewer and fewer people is simply not good for any economy. This is why these United States are on the brink of another civil war. Now, 3 months into 2024 by now, it seems that all the dire predictions of political violence are now commonly issued both by the country's extreme fringes as well as from the mainstream. Former President Donald John Trump has been perhaps the most vociferous prognosticator, warning that there would be bedlam in the country should the criminal charges against him lead to a 2024 electoral loss. Nowadays, even seemingly mundane political procedures can also result in promises of violence. When the United States Supreme Court sided with the Biden administration in January, allowing federal border agents to remove concertina wire put in place by the state of Texas, some in elected office said it was a sign of civil war. In its threat assessment for 2024, the Department of Homeland Security forecast that, among other threats, the 2024 electoral cycle would be, their words, a key event for possible violence. In her 2022 book, titled How Civil Wars Start, subtitled And How to Stop Them, renowned political scientist Barbara F. Walter argues that we are closer to civil war than any of us would like to believe. All because of a toxic mix of political extremism and polarization, social and cultural tribalism, the popular embrace of conspiracy theories, proliferation of firearms, and well-armed militias, and the erosion of faith in government and the liberal Western democratic state. Among the factors she cites is accelerationism, which Walter describes as the apocalyptic belief that modern society is irredeemable and that its end must be hastened so that a new order can be brought into being. Now, accelerationism is embraced by a spectrum of white supremacists, white nationalists, racists, Judeophobes, xenophobes, and anti-government militants as a clarion call to revolution. Not my revolution, but theirs. They fervently believe that modern Western liberal statism, the modern Western liberal state, is so corrupt and inept that it is beyond redemption and must be destroyed in order to create a new society and way of governance that goes back 2,000 years. That whole, give me that old-time religion, let's go back to Mosaic law and stoning adulterers bullshit. With the West supposedly on the precipice of collapse, accelerationism's adherents maintain that violent insurrection is required to push democracy over the edge and into oblivion. Only by hastening its destruction can a white-dominated society and new order emerge, or so the thinking goest, if you can dignify it by calling it thinking at all. Fomenting divisiveness and polarization through violent attacks on racial minorities, Jews, liberals, foreign interlopers, and, yes, even the power elites, and thus producing a cataclysmic collapse of the existing order and provoking a second civil war, accordingly, is accelerationism's stock in trade. But this terrorist strategy is in fact part of a long tradition of extreme, destabilizing, and yes, far-right violence. To understand why, and to put those events in broader context, one has to view January 6th of 2021 as but another milestone in a trajectory that commenced in the late 1970s and gathered momentum throughout the 1980s. Its evolution slowed following the nationwide law enforcement crackdown after the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, but was infused with new purpose after Barack Obama was elected president in 2008, and the Great Recession stunned the American empire, the world, that same year. And it was subsequently weaponized in the 2010s, the teens of the 21st century, by social media, and further empowered by the febrile rhetoric and polarization of politics that continue to divide America. Now, when it comes to who's the individual that comes to my mind? Stephen Simon and Jonathan Stevenson, two former National Security Council staffers with deep knowledge of sectarian conflicts in Northern Ireland and the Middle East. They have similarly described a situation where the United States could easily tip into civil war. Now, this country, this empire, they write, now appears to be in a state of unstable equilibrium, a term originating in physics to describe a body whose slight displacement will cause other forces to move it even further away from its original position. Bear that in mind. That's social physics for you. This is the physics of social engineering, all heightening the risk that violent action could plunge these United States into the chaos and disorder that the accelerationists so desperately want. The most dismal assessment, however, is that of the Canadian journalist Stephen Marsh, who, in his 2022 book titled The Next Civil War, subtitled Dispatches from the American Future, contends that a new American Civil War is inevitable. To his mind, and in his words, the United States is coming to an end. The question is how. The United States is descending into the kind of sectarian conflict usually found in poor countries with histories of violence, not the world's most enduring democracy and largest economy. Now, as febrile and alarmist as such assertions may be, there is more than a grain of truth behind these fears. A 2021 survey conducted by the University of Maryland's Center for Democracy and Civic Engagement and the Washington Post had found that almost a quarter of Democrats and 40% of Republicans believe that the use of violence against the government is, quote-unquote, somewhat justified. This was the highest percentage of respondents to this question dating back more than 2 decades. These concerns have hardly diminished, according to a new survey recently conducted by both the Post and the same University of Maryland Center in 2024. The Washington Post reported, Republicans are more sympathetic to those who stormed the U.S. Capitol and more likely to absolve Donald Trump of responsibility for the attack than they were in 2021. But neither polls nor predictions are prophecy. While we think the likelihood of a civil war may be relatively low, in large part because America's political divides no longer fall into clear-cut geographic categories like North versus South, nor do they center around one single, predominantly contentious issue like slavery, the American empire now faces a different kind of threat. Defying simple red state, blue state differences or urban versus rural divides, a different form of violence, manifesting more as sustained and nationwide terrorism than organized separatism, is potentially more likely. Remember that the United States leads the world by far in the number of firearms in private hands. Although the United States comprises only 4% of the world's population, it accounts for roughly 40% of the globe's firearms. This is according to Small Arms Survey. That's an independent research project based in Switzerland, a true militia nation. This is a nation where everyone has firearms in Switzerland. They're all part of the military. You serve as a citizen. You do not have a choice. There is universal suffrage and conscription. There are an estimated 393 million privately held firearms in these United States, more than one gun per person. In fact, there are more civilian-held guns in these United States than the other 25, the other quarter of 100 countries in the world combined. The top economy countries, the ones that fucking count, the ones that comprise the world economy. That quarter of 100 nations, the top 25 developed nations in the world put together, have far less civilian-owned firearms than these United States. We are a powder keg of weapons of mass destruction, which is what your average firearm, at least on auto, certainly is. Ask any victim of a mass shooting. Indeed, more guns were purchased in these United States in 2020, nearly 23 million fucking guns, than any other year on record. Simon and Stevenson observe that this proliferation of privately held weapons in these United States, in their words, makes the leaderless resistance advocated by the late 20th century militia theoreticians, and now epitomized by the far-right anti-authoritarian Boogaloo boys, they of the Hawaiian shirts, all the more practicable. Indeed, among the most fervent defenders of Second Amendment rights are people who express their desire for a new civil war. Gun rights also electrified the militia movement in the early 1990s and played a major role in motivating Timothy McVeigh to carry out the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, the deadliest terrorist attack on American soil until September 11th of 2001. If, and that's a very big if, these United States avoids an actual civil war, it is not difficult to imagine instead a variety of dark scenarios spanning a range of politically violent potentialities that would destabilize the American empire, further entrench existing divisions, and severely challenge our government's ability to protect our citizens. In his 2023 book on the erosion of democratic norms in America, then Consul on Foreign Relations President Richard Hayes raised the possibility of the United States facing a version of Northern Ireland's long-standing troubles, what the Irish called the time of troubles. The aforesaid Hayes warns, and here I quotist, they, at length and verbatim, "If there is a model for what we should fear, it cometh from Northern Ireland and the Troubles, the 3-decade struggle starting in the late 1960s that involved multiple paramilitary groups, police, and soldiers, and resulted in some 3,600 deaths and a sharp reduction in local economic output. Now, leading American white supremacists, who have long been among the foremost advocates of civil war and sedition, have cited the Northern Irish exemplar and the province's preeminent terrorist organization, the IRA, the Irish Republican Army, as worthy of emulation. Under his Norse code name Fafnir, on a 1980s online forum, Robert Miles, one of the early leaders of America's violent far-right underground, wrote, and here I quote or read therefrom rather, his site, "Soon our own version of the Troubles will be widespread. The patterns of operations of the IRA will be seen across this land. Soon America becometh Ireland recreated." Despite the ultimately successful certification of the 2020 presidential election, the arrests of over 1,000 rioters who participated in the January 6th, 2021 storming of the United States Capitol, the guilty pleas or convictions of at least half of those cases, and the mostly peaceful events surrounding the 2022 midterm elections, the threat of far-right terrorism in America continues. Now, given the long historical trajectory that culminated in the events of January 6th, the continued proliferation and pervasiveness of conspiracy theories and the growing racism, Judeophobia, and xenophobia that has entered the mainstream of political and social discourse in these United States, along with readily accessible weapons, the potential for new acts of domestic, politically motivated violence, including mass shootings, attacks on critical infrastructure, so-called soft targets, bombings, and other attacks, cannot be dismissed or ignored. You need to ask yourself now, which America do you choose? Which America do you choose? After his victories on Super Tuesday guaranteed that he will be the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent nominee for president, former President Donald Trump said, "November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country." That reference to Election Day is perhaps the only line in Trump's speech that President Joe Biden would agree with. Addressing a joint session of Congress Thursday and hearkening back to President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's 1941 Four Freedoms speech, Biden made clear that he views the stakes of November 5th just as gravely as Donald Trump does. To quote his T, let me see a notification coming in. Nothing important. Bright spot in the U.S. housing market. Very little variable mortgage debt. Thanks for nothing. Yeah. Good numbers. Cultivated Image says, hope everyone has a good day/evening. Thank you for the transmission, Douglas. We'll watch the whole transmission throughout the week as always. Okay, let me thank him and go back to work, so to speak. This is my work, of course, and I try to earn my pay, and God knows I need it. So everybody, I'm trying to raise, $200 is probably all I need, but I'd like to raise $300 to be safe because I've got to do some supply runs before the end of the month. And so let's be realistic here. Let's try and raise $300. If we can raise, $100 each episode over the next few days, I should be doing well. Okay, and with that, back to work, or earning my pay. With, yes, what Biden said was this: we face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Yeah, these times are as bad as it can get. With nearly 8 months to go before the vote for president, the battle lines are clearly drawn between trois old white men who actually have very much in common. They were born in the 1940s in an America largely shaped by Roosevelt's 12 years in office, have spent decades in the public eye, have seen their flaws dissected endlessly by political foes, and share the rare experience of serving in the Oval Office. In another America, they would be collegial members of the President's Club, bonding over memories of how they overcame their thorniest challenges. Instead, they are leading bitterly divided factions that accuse the other of trying to tear down the vision of America each embraces. Presidential elections in our time are often decided by swing voters in a few battleground states, but as last week showed, in the early days of this year's general election campaign, Biden and Trump are focusing more on rallying their bases for the battle ahead. Going into the State of the Union address, Democrats were consumed by fear that Biden's age, at 81, he's the oldest president ever, would inhibit his ability to campaign forcefully. They came out of the 67-minute speech energized. Jill Filipovich wrote, Joe Biden's third State of the Union speech was a banger, and surely much will be written about how the president defied expectations, broke the stereotype of a worn-out older gentleman, and spoke to the American people with vigor, determination, and barbed humor. David Gurgin, who has served in 4 presidential administrations, himself wrote, passionate, feisty, focused, he came eager to put the gloves on. There were moments when he went over the top, promising more than he could possibly deliver, but Democrats felt energy coursing through their veins again. The more salient question is how much Biden may have changed the odds in the overall race. Political veterans tend to think that a strong performance at a State of the Union is worth only 3 or 4 days of good press before it fades. Perhaps that will be the case here. But watching as the cheers grew deafening in the hall, one had to wonder, was it different this time? Can Democrats actually turn this race upside down? And of course, there's a question of whether or not it was too loud. I think of course, Huey Lewis and the News appearing in Back to the Future, telling, oh God, the poor short guy with the Parkinson syndrome, Marty McFly, you're just too loud. In the view of Biden's critics, the problem with the speech wasn't that it backed up their familiar refrain that the president is too old. Rather, they claimed he was too loud and too partisan. Daniel McCarthy wrote, raising his voice to a sustained shout is Biden's way of strengthening his stage presence. Do voters find it firm and forceful, or do they feel like they're being yelled at by an old curmudgeon? Biden lacks the easygoing charisma of a Ronald Reagan or Bill Clinton, and this State of the Union, despite being full of usual boasts and reassurances, wasn't an address to set Americans at ease. It was a call to class war, among other things. And arguing that Biden distorted Trump's record, but many others thought he rightly called out his predecessor for a litany of failures, Carrie Sheffield observed, immediately out of the gate, President Joe Biden's State of the Union address was a cynical, partisan campaign stump speech rather than an uplifting, substantive, unifying message. Roxanne Jones wrote, Joe Biden finally has my attention. Biden sounded like he's all ready to go toe-to-toe with former President Donald Trump and win in November, challenging, taunting, and even mocking Trump at times without mentioning his name. Biden called out Republicans for way too much talk and very little action on key issues such as immigration reform and stronger border policies. But it was his focus on pocketbook issues where Biden was most effective. The president spoke authentically to Americans about his solutions for the real problems we face closer to home. Greedy landlords who charge exorbitant rents, the attacks on women's reproductive rights, and Big Pharma's price gouging, to name a few. Well, this comes back to the working class that I was explaining the situation of just earlier. Will Biden's message resonate with white working class voters? Paul Srečich noted that Biden lost white voters without college degrees by 35 fucking points in 2020. To quote his T, while the aggressive attacks on his predecessor and a focus on issues such as climate change were red meat for the more progressive base of Biden's Democratic Party, it's hard to see how it will win back the support of those who voted for Trump 4 years ago. Keith L. McGee wrote, or McGee, if the party is to woo potential MAGA enthusiasts away from Trump, it is going to have to show struggling white communities that the president not only is like them, but that he is here for them, that he is, in fact, one of them. Democrats need to do more to communicate a robust social and economic message that makes it clear that Biden grasps these trois simple but essential truths. There is great dignity to be found in every kind of work, and every kind of work deserves to be rewarded. Fuck, that sounds almost Marxian. To each according to his abilities, and to each from each according to their abilities, and to each according to their needs. Now, looking ahead to the campaign, Patrick T. Brown wrote, it is extremely unlikely we'll learn anything new about either candidate over the next 9 months. Yeah, no kidding. The most committed MAGA supporters will be counting down the days to November 5th. Some Democrats, worried about threats to democracy or eager to express their opposition to the Dobbs decision overturning Roe v. Wade, may also be excited about their chance to stand against Trump. But for many Americans, including a fair chunk of Republicans, the time between Super Tuesday and Election Day will be a period through which they grit their teeth. Now, Trump's victory in nearly all the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent primaries has united the cult party, the party cult behind him, in a way that he has not achieved in 2016. The Democrats' hope for that 4 criminal indictments and a variety of civil lawsuits might knock him out of the race has so far been unavailing, though Trump is facing hundreds of millions in court judgments against him. Yesterday, last month, the United States Supreme Court effectively gave the former president a delay in his Washington, D.C. trial by agreeing to hear Trump's claim to immunity from prosecution, with arguments to take place April 25th. And on Monday, opening this work week, the court rejected the attempt of some states to remove Trump from the ballot on the basis of his role in setting the stage for the January 6th, 2021 Capitol riot. The historian Manisha Sinha, citing Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution, has written, and here I quote as he from his writ at length and verbatim, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment to the Constitution is clear and unmistakable. Any person who has sworn an oath of office to uphold the Constitution and then participated in or given aid and comfort to a violent insurrection against the government of these United States is barred from holding office unless pardoned by 2/3 of both houses of Congress. The Republican Party of the mid-19th century, the party of former President Abraham Lincoln and big government, sought to safeguard the American Republic from all future insurrections after the slaveholders' rebellion that had precipitated a crisis of the Union and Civil War. Historians and legal scholars who submitted amicus briefs to SCOTUS, that's an acronym, SCOTUS, for Supreme Court of these United States, in Trump versus Anderson, overwhelmingly agreed on Trump's disqualification, citing copious amounts of evidence from the framers of the amendment and congressional debates. In the interest of full disclosure, I signed one of the briefs and my book was cited in the other. The Supreme Court has now rendered ineffectual its one provision that could prevent the overthrow of the American Republic. Of all the things I've read, this is, of course, the most important for you to hear. Understand, this is civil war. The Supreme Court of the United States no longer serves the people. It serves only Donald Trump. And therefore, the motherfucking Russian insurgency that is determined to tear America apart. So, are you feeling normalized yet? This is how the abnormal gets normalized. I'm going to try and tell you what to do about it. Because as we browse the news, it's easy to become desensitized to awful events. When people talk about normalizing something in 2024, it's often with a positive slant. On social media and off, I've seen calls to normalize everything from postpartum bodies to having mental health conversations at work. The idea is, of course, to break down taboos that can be unhelpful, well, even dangerous. But there's another kind of normalization, and it's one that many people are far less aware of. It is less conscious, more pernicious, and can be harmful. This is the normalization of trends, situations, and events that really shouldn't be normal at all. You also might hear it referred to as desensitization or habituation. Think of the wars in Ukraine and Israel-Gaza. Use that term when you're confronted with motherfuckers saying Israel-Hamas war. It's Israel-Palestine, okay? The shocking events at the start of these conflicts were new and unexpected, elements which psychologists know draws the mind's attention. As time has passed, media coverage still happens, but these events are now less likely to lead the news in countries like these United States, nor arise quite as often in the cultural conversation. Sadly, when a war has lasted months or years, research suggests that an extra week of fighting does not have the impact it did on day one. So, let's go from there to how not to be manipulated. In today's onslaught of overwhelming information and misinformation, it can be difficult to know who to trust. So, what I'm going to try to do in this transmission, at least for the next several minutes, is explore some smart, thoughtful ways to navigate the noise. We're going to draw on insights from psychology, social science, and media literacy, whereby I can offer practical advice, new ideas, and evidence-based solutions for how to be a wiser, more discerning critical thinker. Because this desensitization also applies day-to-day life. Inner city youth who grow up with violence are more likely to wind up thinking violence is normal. For example, while people expressed more anxiety about COVID-19 when the death toll was low than when it climbed into the hundreds of thousands. One particularly intriguing study, meanwhile, shows that people living in countries that are more exposed to the negative impacts of climate change actually see climate change as being lower risk. They've become inured to, well, flooding that causes them to walk everywhere up to their knees, well, first their ankles and then their knees in water. I guess they'll finally pay attention when it reaches their crotch. Other research proves that you can even become habituated to your own negative behavior, like Brandon Young with his chronic pathological lying. When volunteers lied repeatedly in order to get more money, their lies became bigger and bigger over the course of the experiment. And the parts of their brain associated with emotions activated less and less. This is why Brandon Young exhibits no emotions. His emotional brain has atrophied, withered, and died. The takeaway, the researchers have concluded, is that the more we do something, even something we know is wrong, the less uncomfortable with it we become. So be exposed to anything enough, in other words, and that thing winds up being normalized, even if it's bad. Of course, this has upsides. To some degree, humans need to be able to adapt to new circumstances and situations, no matter how dire. Our species likely would not have gotten very far, or at least would not have had the emotional capacity to problem solve, imagine, and create if we'd walked around in a perpetual state of shock and anxiety. But there are clear pitfalls. For one, this adaptability may be part of why humans have difficulty grappling with what sociologists call slow violence, those catastrophes that unfold without seeming urgency, making it difficult to recognize how much harm has been done until months or even years later. Think of the decades-long dumping of chemical waste that created Mississippi's Cancer Alley, or the rise in global emissions. It can also perpetuate a vicious cycle. The study on inner-city violence found that participants were more likely to perpetrate violence, if they thought it was normal, for example. But this applies to larger, more complex issues as well. If someone doesn't think climate change is a big deal, why would they be motivated to do anything about it? If their awareness of humanitarian disasters is fading, will they still be as likely to share their concerns with representatives or donate to relevant charities? So let's get on to how normalization even happens. Because when it comes to media consumption, this raises 12 questions. How can publishers cover a topic without desensitizing their audience thereunto? And as a smart, informed media consumer, how can you navigate the news to make sure you're not running that same risk? Researchers have been exploring how being exposed to the same news cycle, the same news issue, over and over, affects consumers. One study, for example, found that news consumers were more likely to become annoyed by coverage and even to avoid it when they felt like it was repetitive. It's not just that viewers crave novelty. It's also that people get especially annoyed when they perceive that nothing's changing or improving. So, to read from the researchers' writ, some users are particularly negative about the lack of progress and long drawn-out coverage of the issue, which is in part traceable to the political actors involved. Now, this point is concerning. There are various subjects where ignoring them upholds the status quo and the powers that be. Think of how much less likely businesses and governments might be to take action on climate change, for example, if no one ever talked about it. Cynically, this could mean that the more leaders make minimal progress on an issue, the more bored with hearing about it people become. Theoretically, this could lead to that issue being covered less and less, and any pressure for progress on it falling apart as well. Then there's the other issue, especially common when viewing news reports of other people suffering. If we feel too distressed by what we see, it can lead us to feel burnt out and want to shut out the coverage altogether. So, you need to know how to avoid becoming desensitized. Because the obvious question is, so what can we do? Yes, I get that a lot. How can you stay on top of the news without getting overwhelmed or desensitized? How can we navigate the many issues facing the world today, striking a balance between refusing to accept them as normal, but also managing to carry on ourselves? When it comes to news consumption, researchers suggest consuming news more mindfully, such as at more specific times, when feeling overwhelmed by a particular crisis. Given the importance of novelty, I'd also suggest that to stay well informed, Ensure that your media diet is diverse. Even if it is a particular topic or crisis that you want to know more about, expand beyond the same outlet or even type of media. If you're following the Gaza-Israel war, the Palestinian genocide, don't just doom scroll breaking news headlines. Seek out foreign policy analyses and first-person essays, watch documentaries, listen to audiobooks, read poetry, and, crucially, consume perspectives from both sides of the war. It's also important to remind yourself to zoom out. Now, maybe I'll be exploring that concept more in future transmissions, but for now, remember that a different angle on the present is to think longer term, like I do. Perhaps that's looking backwards, trying to understand how we got here by swapping out some of your daily news coverage for, say, history books or documentaries. Or it might mean looking forwards. What might this mean for tomorrow? And seeking out analyses that think about what our current decisions might mean for 1, 100, and even 1,000 years from now. My biological father, my biological sire, my bio-sire, Adolf Hitler, was able to think 1,000 years into the future. He projected a 1,000-year Reich that he realized via the Exodus, the Aryan Exodus to Unterland. But what about the present moment and our tendency to adapt to circumstances that affect us most directly, even those we should not just accept as normal? The first step is recognizing that such habituation is happening at all. Take a moment to reflect. What things are you growing accustomed to, either in your household, your community, or your country, that really you wish you weren't? Only then can you plan some actions. Some researchers suggest meeting slow violence with slow resistance, or with slow nonviolence, including incremental, everyday acts as simple as sharing knowledge about a topic. The researchers behind the lying to get more money habituation, which makes Brandon Young even more pathetic. He was lying to get more laughs. That never came because he was too pathologically unemotive. He could not emote and therefore lacked any range of expression to render his lies funny and therefore reward him with any laughs. But of course, he really wasn't lying to get laughs. He was lying to try and destroy Team Dietrich, start a flame war between Brooke Gibson and Peter Moon, a situation that is already oversensitive and on edge, and he took it over the edge. This is something that hopefully Brooke Gibson will overcome. She's obviously responded to his lies and retreated, which is not healthy. And certainly unjust to myself. Especially since she's the beneficiary of my insurance policy, and if someone ever manages to bump my ass off, she gets 50 grand. Which everyone tells me, oh, that's not much, but everyone seems to want to kill me for whenever they become the beneficiary. Imagine that. It's like, you really wonder how I maintain any faith in humanity. Honestly, if it weren't for my son and the Blood Boys, I would not. And of course, some of the members here at Team Dietrich, including Nemo Albano, Aristides, George Knight, Brendan Zoget, and Amy Como, and of course a number of other people deserving of recognition. At any rate, the researchers behind the lying to get more money habituation study have also suggested finding emotional distance from circumstances in order to view it with fresh eyes. If something you don't like about your own country is starting to feel normal to you, for example, you might talk to someone who lives in a different country. Read about how the issue is handled elsewhere, or, for those with the means, even travel abroad. Not like Christine, if you're a white woman, please don't go to Pakistan. Or even India. I would recommend you stay the hell away from all South Asia and Southwest Asia. As a matter of fact, if you're a woman of any color, I would avoid travel to those areas. And many other areas, such as Africa, or anywhere south of the border. On second thought, maybe if you're a female, you really shouldn't travel at all. Except to maybe Europe or Canada. Or Japan, of course. Not China anymore. I'd also argue that if there's an issue that is important to you, don't assume you'll feel as emotionally committed to it in a month or a year as you do now. Instead, turn taking action into a habit. Turn taking action into a habit. Put in your calendar that you'll regularly spend 5 minutes writing to your political representatives, for example. Or set up a monthly recurring donation to a charity that represents a cause you care about. Obviously, I will recommend myself. There is a auto-donation, an automatic contribution set up by Brooke Hagberg in Canada to myself. You would all behoove yourselves to do the same for me. In return, of course, I do what I do for you. And, of course, with a very likely civil war coming along and providing myself the opportunity to attain secular power by force majeure in a situation that descends into anarchy, well, I would return your investment by orders of magnitude in terms of percentage, simply by bringing order back to the world. An order that actually works. And I would say that the recurring donation, the auto contribution through PayPal, is infinitely more satisfying for you instead of donating piecemeal when the motivation strikes. And there's a bonus. Research has proven that taking action on something distressing makes burnout on that topic less likely. Perhaps above all, I'd keep one truth in mind. From the global slave trade to South Africa's apartheid, there are plenty of horrible situations that, for decades, even centuries, felt entrenched, impossible to change, and that at some point or another would have been the new normal. But they did change. And circumstances we don't want to be a part of our children's futures, or our own, can as well. Now, with that being said, I've been asked a very specific question. Well, not very specific, but specific enough. And certainly welcome. Basically by people who are scared their baby boy will grow up to be Andrew Tate. So, honestly, if you're scared your baby boy will grow up to be Andrew Tate, do this. Bully-proof your kids for life. So, let me try to articulate how to talk to boys so they grow into better men. And after all, I helped a young girl grow into a man in her own right. She had gender dysphoria and always wanted to be a male. Well, I helped her grow into one. And I can help you in the case of preventing your boy, your son, from becoming a monster like Andrew Tate. Counteracting the Andrew Tate effect isn't just the purview of parents and teachers. Now, let's start with a basic fact. Observing the obvious. Men are not okay. They're less likely to graduate high school and go to college than women, have dwindling circles of friends, and are sitting out of the labor market at startling rates. Compared with women, they're 2 to 3 times likelier to die of drug overdoses and nearly 4 times likelier to die by suicide. The disadvantages are particularly marked for working class men and men of color. And this problem begins in boyhood. And so should the solution. And I think one of the books that impressed me the most was one written by the award-winning health educator Christopher Pepper, the writer of the Teen Health Today newsletter, which I reference when I'm teaching the Blood Boys. He's also the co-author of the forthcoming book to be titled Talk to Your Boys. And in his view, a future where men are healthier and happier starts with better conversations with boys. An art I've had to learn. But technology has made these conversations harder to have. Back when family phones were in kitchens or living rooms, and casual communication usually involved talking to each other, more of the conversations kids were having with their friends and peers happened within earshot of parents and teachers. That gave adults more opportunities to coach kids on how to talk to each other. Now kids learn to communicate on cell phones and social media largely out of view of adults during the key years they're building social skills. Boys suffer the social consequences of that more because while adults typically emphasize social skills in teaching girls how to interact with each other, there's less of an imperative to guide boys in that way. That helps explain why researchers have proven that, on average, girls demonstrate better social skills than boys as early as kindergarten. And that advantage widens over the course of elementary school as boys' social abilities decline. So, to quote us the author of the book that I referenced at my son's husband's libraries on the estates, boys often don't really learn the basics of social relationships and responsibility and communication. Social skills adults may take for granted, like all the steps involved in making plans to meet a friend, are skills that aren't necessarily taught. The consequences for boys aren't good. As they grow up, they often lose close friendships with other boys, even though they really want them. The absence of clear guidance for many boys on how to be and act creates massive opportunities for internet misogynists like Andrew Tate. Tate has figured out that boys are actually really interested in talking about gender, talking about masculinity, and thinking about what it means to be a successful man. Many boys don't get much other messaging on these issues from their families or schools, leaving a void easily filled by charismatic assholes. Bad behavior among students is worse now than it was pre-pandemic, perhaps especially among boys. Although the causes are unclear, adults often blame increased social isolation and screen time, plus the popularity of figures like Tate and the viral spread of various asinine TikTok trends. On a grander scale, however, Tate's popularity proves what boys are missing. There's a real opening for adults to step up to more positive conversations about masculinity and what it means to be a man, and how they would like men to be in the world. Now, you might ask what those conversations could and should be like, what they could and should look like. So, make it clear you're a trustworthy adult before you need to have difficult conversations. Depression, suicide, substance abuse. These can be scary things to learn about or to even talk about. Sometimes adults have the impulse to rush into a conversation about a difficult topic and be very prescriptive and authoritarian to say, these are all the things you should not do. But shame and judgment tend to really shut off conversation. So instead, I would lean into curiosity in conversations before you get to the difficult stuff. When a boy invites you into his world, even in a little way, take that opening. Like if he's talking about a song or a funny meme or a video game that he's playing that he loves, be curious about it and really listen. Reflect back what he's saying. Make sure you're understanding where he's coming from. And just do what you can to keep those conversations open so that when more challenging topics come up, you still have those lines of communication open. You're still interested in hearing from each other. So our man Nemo has returned from a smoke break. Just want you to know, Nemo, I'm answering a kind of special question. I've had several people writing me that they're scared to death of their baby boys growing up to be Andrew Tate. So I'm trying to tell people how I have looked up some books about how to raise boys because, of course, I deal with the blood boys. And I'm telling people that you don't have to be... you basically... counteracting the Andrew Tate effect is not just the purview of parents and teachers. So, of course, I am a teacher in a very real sense, but I've been going into this. I've been talking, of course, about the normalization effect we have with just horrible situations, and we've unfortunately normalized these lunatic misogynists like Andrew Tate in our lives just by tolerating their presence in the media. So
it's a reasonable concern for a parent to not want their children to be exposed to that kind of content and people.
Thank you. And so I'm providing practical advice based on books that I've been reading at, of course, the libraries of my son's husband's estate. on topics of trying to counteract this kind of toxic masculinity that they get through the internet because they're essentially raised by the internet. This is the problem.
Yeah.
So hopefully you'll replay this later and listen. Just your input on this with our next episode will be appreciated, of course. So I'm telling the people out there who are concerned about this, another advisement from myself based on my reading and my experience with teaching these young lads. I mean, Nemo himself has seen the photographs of these young lads. I've given people the dates on which to look at their images on the various published YouTube videos on my channel. Earlier in this transmission, I can't imagine people wanting to kill them is simply because they are who they are. They're like my sheep and I'm their shepherd. I feel that I've been gifted by the blood of lambs to drink, that feed off of. Their blood is sweet. But beyond that, I truly care. Something that most people don't seem capable of. They don't seem to have the capacity for understanding the difference in these lads and thereby just appreciating them for what they are. And instead kill them because they don't understand. And I believe that there's a true hatred of beauty in the world. That people hate beauty and they want to destroy it. This is something that is the disgusting aspect that makes people fall prey to the Edomites and the Herodian insurgency. So to counter that in your own young men, your own boys that you're raising, model, celebrate, and reinforce taking care of other people and experiencing a full range of emotions, especially if you're a father. Because another thing you can do, and this is especially for fathers, but really for any parents, is to be reflective on your own life. Are you making time to actually see your friends and be a good support and to let the boys in your life see you doing that? Do you talk about your friends and the people you care about? One of the things that happens as boys are growing up is they learn about a very restrictive version of masculinity. A list of things that you're not allowed to do or say, particularly around emotions. You're allowed to be angry. And you might be able to cry if something's really bad. Like a sports team you're on loses a really important game. Or maybe someone died. With the first taking precedence over the other from what I've seen. But part of being a full human, and why does it take a vampire to tell you this, is being able to access and express a fuller range of emotions. So for adults, it's important to ensure it's safe for boys to do just that, that you're not criticizing them or judging them for it. If you hear other kids making fun of them for showing their emotions, stick up for them and say, hey, it's actually good and positive to be connected to your feelings and to be able to show them, so you don't become a Brandon Young, a flat, toneless, pathological, lying psychotic. When boys are showing care and concern and support for other people, celebrate it in the same way that you might celebrate more traditional things that are celebrated for boys, like sports victories or catching a big fish. You want to celebrate when they care for friends or family too, like, I saw how responsible you were with your little sister today when she was upset and really helped our family get through dinner, for example. Really recognize and celebrate those things. They might be coded as feminine, but they're really life skills that will help them grow into men who are good fathers, good partners, good friends. And when conversations get complicated, notice signals that they don't understand. Know your own mind and get comfortable with do-overs. When boys blame girls or feminism for the problems in the world, that's a big red flag. I call it a fag flag. It often happens when they learn about issues from social media. Nothing social about it. It needs to be renamed anti-social media. If you hear a boy talking along these lines, it's a good moment to engage him in some critical thinking. But rather than saying, "Oh, you're totally wrong," try something like, "I was surprised to hear you say that. Can you tell me more about what you're thinking?" And if they mention learning something from a video, you can ask them to watch the video together and talk about it. Boys often dismiss especially questionable or offensive statements as jokes. Didn't we run into that with Brandon Young? And, of course, with Trampus Nicholson, claiming his asking myself to drink his blood constantly was a joke. That's like saying, "Doug, eat my shit." And that's a joke. No, that's not a joke. That's not funny. That's offensive. Same with drinking his blood. The very thought makes me want to puke, makes me nauseous, makes me physically ill. So, Peggy Orenstein got into this in her recent book titled Boys and Sex. Exempli gratiae. They'll say something about rape or the Holocaust and followed up with, "Can't you take a joke?" That's often a signal that they want to learn more about something or that they don't understand it at all. It can make an impact when an adult takes those jokes seriously, especially when men do. You could say, joking about sexual harassment or rape is a red line, is not okay with me, and I want to tell you why. For some boys, hearing from an adult man that the subject is serious and that they want to be able to talk about it, that will feel different than hearing it from a woman. Because in their mind, thanks to Andrew Tate, thanks to anti-social media, thanks to videos all over YouTube, if a woman tries to tell them this, it's just a cunt flapping her vag lips. They're just saying, "Oh man, she's just flapping her pussy lips. What do you expect from a bitch? It's just like Andrew Tate said." So, it takes a man to sit a boy down and talks about this shit. Saying these things is a skill that gets easier with practice. And I think it is an important thing for adults to get better at. When adults are having these conversations, it's good for them to get clear about their own values. Think through what you believe about gender equality yourself, and what you understand about racism or sexism or homophobia. Recognize they can be hard, but important things to talk about. Now, being able to talk about these issues will be super useful to boys as they're going through their lives. When they repeat things they hear online, they'll be better able to decide if that's something they actually believe. Remember that as a parent, you have lots of chances. So it's okay if you get it wrong the first time. If you have a conversation that kind of goes sideways, you can come back to it and say, hey, we talked about this yesterday, and I thought about it later, and I realized I kind of misspoke. I wonder if we can talk about that again. You can apologize to young people for getting angry. Really, you really can. You can ask for a do-over of tough conversations. For a do-over of trying to understand them. In fact, asking for a do-over helps model and develop self-reflection and taking responsibility for a mistake in a way that can help boys be successful in their own lives. But what it can come down to is creating places where boys can grow socially and emotionally. More schools should have boys' groups. It's pretty easy for a boy to go through a whole school day and not talk to anyone, except maybe about the assignments that are due, or to maybe have some sort of surface level conversation about a sports game or a video game. The Surgeon General has confirmed that loneliness is a national crisis. But on the whole, schools have not been putting a lot of effort onto the social, well, they haven't been putting any effort into the social and emotional lives of boys. Schools often don't have spaces, even available, where boys can talk reflectively to other boys and talk to a trusted adult about what's going on in their lives at all. When they create these spaces, groups where boys can talk to other boys about what it is like to be a boy today and what's going on in their lives, and get help with the day-to-day struggles in navigating the social and emotional side of the world, boys love them. There are great models of this all over the place. A Canadian nonprofit called Next Gen Men has a free curriculum. In addition to their in-person groups, they have one online on Discord. In Oakland, right across the bay from my Golden Gate at San Francisco, where I live, there's a group called the Ever Forward Club. And in New York City, there's a Call to Men, which has a free curriculum. Other programs engage coaches of boys' sports teams in teaching healthy masculinity to their players. I'll try to think of some more resources. I'd like to see these kinds of programs expanded into more schools, just to encourage boys to really think about the world they're living in, how they treat people, how to make friends, and to get support when they need it. Now, in terms of the coaching programs, there's a program called Coaching Boys into Men from Futures Without Violence. There's also something called Teams of Men. There's free resource guides for running boys' groups. There's this guide called Live Respect from A Call to Men. Manhood 2.0 from Equimundo. The Next Gen Manual from Next Gen Men. And there's model programs. The NGM, Next Gen Men Boys Plus Club. That's online on Discord. And the Ever Forward Club I mentioned in New York City. Now, I might be able to provide some links just for people in the chat. So I'll do that. And thank God some motherfucker like Lunatic Sid, the idiot, Trampus Nicholson, isn't here to overwhelm you with unnecessary links or irrelevant links. By the way, Amor Fadi says, "Hello, Douglas. God bless your sainted mother. What a lovely and beautiful poem you wrote. You are such a great son and human. You are more human than humans. You are so appreciated. God bless you, sir." He says, "Truly, you are a sage among sages. Douglas, you are the manliest, most masculine man on Earth today. You are the magnanimous macho man of Earth. Bless you. Thank you. Love you dearly. Hugs. He says, we must look out for boys, children, girls, and women. We must defeat misogynistic madness once and for all. Forced rehab for misogynists. Re-education. Education on a national level. Yes, I agree with all of that. So everyone, please take into account what Amor Fati is saying. Thank goodness he has the courage to enter that into our chat room. And proud to have him as a member of Team Dietrich in his own way. You're a member of Team Dietrich if you're supporting me morally, and many people will never be able to support me financially. But your moral support is more than welcome. And honestly, without that, there would be no purpose in what I'm doing. So I've got a number of other links to put in the chat room that are relevant to the topic. I'm hoping people will make use of them. And certainly, if you can't make personal use of them, certainly make certain that you share them with others who can. And with that, let me gather a few more links that will be valuable to those who care. And again, while Amor Fati is, of course, gracious, most gracious, it should not take a vampire to teach you your humanity. But the reason that it does is because I am a shepherd to young boys who have been rejected, violently threatened with death, were they to remain in their own countries, for example. And it's amazing to me how anyone could threaten to kill children like that. I'm horrified. I'm the vampire who's horrified by humanity. Humanity is a horror film, an endless horror film for vampires. Now, Biden just canceled $6 billion in student loans for public service workers. Okay. And that's the breaking news. I'm getting notification. That's what you're hearing. Okay. Whatever. It sounds pretty merciless, but then again, how many people are public service workers? Iraq's tech sector is growing, despite a skills shortfall and a struggling financial system. That's good to know. Fuck, that's another breaking news item that you just heard the noise of. Okay, here's the last link that I can think of that's relevant to what I've been talking about. And I'm very glad that I'm able to provide these links. And this is the Ever Forward Club link in New York City. That should be enough for now. And with that, we're going to go back into some more advisement, what I've just otherwise thought of as well. A lot of you out there might not think any of this applies to you personally. But even if you do not live or work with boys, treating them like caring humans really helps. Then you don't have them grow up to be monsters like Jack the Ripper or Andrew Tate, who's just another form of Jack the Ripper. There are still lots of ways you can help boys develop into better men if you're not a parent or someone who works closely with them at all. There are formal mentoring and tutoring programs, but on a more day-to-day basis, I think trying to recognize the humanity of boys is meaningful. Sometimes the way adults talk about teenage boys, it's like they're really scary. Well, they can be. Or a different species. There are a lot of jokes about how terrible teenage boys are. It's helpful if we recognize they're human beings who will grow up to be men in our world. These are going to be our co-workers, our neighbors. It's often easier to build relationships with teenage boys individually rather than trying to do so with a whole group of kids you don't know. So treat them as individual people and be curious about them. That could mean building a mentoring relationship, but it could also mean hiring somebody for a job, like to be the dog walker, or thinking about boys as possibly being babysitters or people who can take care of things. I would encourage people to kind of check their stereotypes about who can do that kind of care work. It's not only teenage girls who could be good babysitters. Recognize everybody's different. Now, a lot of this might involve bully-proofing your kids for life. Arm your kids with the right tools, and you'll empower them against bullies. And stop them becoming one themselves. It's really all that Andrew Tate is. He's an online bully that turns boys into bullies like himself. Now, what is bullying? Some of you might be naive enough to ask, which means that, well, you're lucky. It means you've never been bullied. You've had a pretty good life. Obviously, again, I keep running back to Brandon Young because he's so exemplary of so many abnormalities and dysfunctions. But he's obviously never been bullied. He was too fucking rich. So that's why he would call kids up and say, "I'm the bully. I'm coming to kill you." Only a person who's never been bullied would do something that awful, that inconsiderate. And I mean that in the most extreme sense. Sans or lacking consideration of any sort. So bullying is a sustained pattern of aggression by a person with more power targeting someone with less power. Stella O'Malley, the authoress of a groundbreaking book published but yesteryear, 2022, the year before yesteryear, in her book titled Bully-Proof Kids, says that the key is that it's repeated behavior. But beneath this simple definition lies a complex, multi-layered situation that can be exceptionally tricky to unpack. What is the power, and where does it come from? Well, with children, it's often that they have more social status, like Brandon Young was blessed with, or have been led to believe they do. One very big issue, which the authoress Stella O'Malley returns to time and again in her book, is that bullying is always about more than what's going on with two people, the bully and the target. What about the children O'Malley calls wingmen, the bully's supporters, the enablers, the kids who think the bully is the bee's knees, as they used to say in my father's days, the 1920s, and they want to stay in their favor, the favor of the alpha dog. What's happening with the kids watching silently, the bystanders, the Mark H's of this world? Who is seeing what's happening, when it all starts to kick off, and getting out fast? Who's calling out the injustice? To understand bullying, you have to see the whole picture. Because bullying is about absolutely everyone in the group, the room, the office, or the playground. And yes, most especially the bystanders. Those who do or say nothing when bullying is taking place, like Mark H. did when jÖRΔHÆ was bullying Brooke Gibson, driving her to scream and scream, because in the end, jÖRΔHÆ, and ultimately Mark H., passively, we're getting off on it. Because, as the German theologian Dietrich Bonhoeffer said, not to speak is to speak. Not to act is to act. That's why Mark H. is the enemy. Now, could any kid be a bully and a target? Well, in her book, Bully Proof Kids, O'Malley says yes. To quote as she, I've never met anyone who I've thought could never be a bully, or anyone who could never be a target. The truth is that every single one of us has our shadow side, and it's not until we can acknowledge it that we become better people. Now, bullying behavior in children tends to be very animalistic, with a strong instinct in many kids to join the pack. Maybe it takes 18 years to civilize ourselves, and that's where parents come in. There's so much all of us can do, however, to make a difference. But most immediately, what can parents do? The most important thing is to pay attention to your child, so you can work out what their vulnerabilities are. Because if not, thanks to the fact that both parents of that mass shooter are held responsible for his actions, you are now legally responsible as well, by precedent. You know your child better than anyone. What are their emotional needs? Do they need love and belonging, or crave power, status, and recognition from others? The first of these could be a passive, gentle child who might be more vulnerable to bullying or to being recruited by a bully to be one of their enablers, or ultimately their supporters. Similarly, if your child needs power and recognition, that's a great cocktail for success in many sectors. It can easily trigger bullying behavior, and as a parent, you need to be aware of that and active in how you manage it. Especially with the legal precedent I've just mentioned, where both parents were held responsible for that child's mass shooting. Now, a kid like what I've just described has wonderful strengths, but they need to learn empathy. Empathy. That's something totally lacking in Brandon Young because he's psychotic. If you can nurture a sense of kindness in that child, help them understand how others are feeling, you'll be combating their bullying tendencies. Every child, every human being has their flaws. Bullying has become demonized, but children can easily tip into it, and we need to help them out of it. And the good thing is that it's relatively easy to help a primary school-age child out of being a bully. They're primed to be told how to behave, and they can learn to be different. But what if the parents are bullies themselves? Sometimes you come across a family where everyone is a bully. The parents, the older siblings, who bully the younger kids, and the younger kids who bully others at school. These families are very difficult to help. But they're also, well, fairly rare. Well, not as rare as I'd like them to be. What's much more common is individualistic behavior by parents that could set their child up to be a bully. Because most of the time you have a singular bully, sometimes the mother, but most often the father, who's simply observed by the child to be beating up the other parent repeatedly, emotionally, if not physically. So what sort of behavior should you be looking out for? There's a certain sort of kid that I can warn you about, who goes to school with a supercilious presumption that they're better than the others. Make sure your child is not that child. The idea that your offspring is inherently smarter, better looking, and more skilled across the board is, in fact, a facet of your own dark side. And transmitting it to your child will lead to big problems, especially potentially mass shootings among boys. So the much better approach is to think from the point of view of other children, and to encourage your child to do likewise. And in all fairness, yes, I recognize that many mass shooters are bullied victims. They are the victims of bullying. But then again, that's every reason to stop bullying. Now, as I said, think about their perspective. Get into their heads. When asking your child about their day, don't just ask about lessons and what they had for lunch. Ask them, did everyone have a friend at playtime today? And if they say someone was left out, ask them, did they give that person a smile? Or go to ask whether they wanted to play. Now, there's O'Malley, the authoress, in her book, Bully-Proof Kids. She uses a term that I myself do not prefer, but throughout the book I was reviewing, Bully-Proof Kids, she basically prefers the term tricky people to bullies. And the truth about tricky people is this: they're all around. They'll continue to be all around right through your entire miserable life. One of the biggest gifts a parent can give their child, or so O'Malley believes, is the skills to handle tricky people. It's not about being big, it's about being clever. It's about your strategy. It's about how you deal with these people. If you teach your kid that some people are pure evil and will beat you, it's realistic and it's true, but it's not empowering. But if you teach them to recognize the tricky person, to be wary, to do things out around them, that's empowering to a degree. You've taught them something massive, which is a mature recognition of dangerous psychotics in their midst. There's another term she uses, upstanders. So O'Malley wants to emphasize that the upstanders, she's one herself. Indeed, her book is kind of upstanding writ large. The upstanders weigh in. They're wired to weigh in, even when it's nothing to do with them at all. They can be really annoying people, actually. But upstanders deflate the bully or bullies, and the important thing to realize, and to make sure your child realizes, is that it can be a very subtle role. If you're on public transport and someone is giving someone else racial abuse, even by just making eye contact with the target and giving them a supportive look helps reduce the bullying. Crossing the carriage to stand beside them, maybe engaging them in conversation about the journey or the weather, will help reduce the power of the bully. So O'Malley's mantra is to embrace the role of the upstander. And in schools in particular, she thinks nurturing an upstanding culture would make a huge difference. So I certainly agree with her. We live in a prison rape anti-culture. Imagine if we lived in an upstanding culture. Well, you can't imagine it because it's almost unimaginable, because we've got Mark H. and people who don't stand up for anything. Now, has digitization changed the nature of bullying, or has it merely given it a new arena? Basically, bullying in the digital age is the same as the old, but there are important differences. First, the digital world has created a much quicker path to the dehumanization of the target. And dehumanization is the horror we are trying to avoid. Of course, it takes a non-human or someone who's not fully human to tell you this, because you humans are just... You can't see the jungle or the forest through the trees. You're too busy fucking each other up and fucking each other over. But as a shepherd of the lambs in a world of wolves, I can tell you about how you are all dehumanizing each other into something less than what you are or what you can be. It's very hard to bring a child back from being dehumanized. Which is why I advise that if you feel it's happening to your child in any setting, and if the school or authorities are not working with you urgently to tackle it, you need to get the child out quick. But digitization is already working to dehumanize people from birth, from the moment they get online. Huge swaths of social media, as I said, anti-social media should be the real name for it, for example, are all about creating a vision of someone who's very far removed from the person they are in real life. On anti-social media, which is the name for all social media as far as I'm concerned, celebrities can give the aura of being so successful, so good-looking, so much the inhabitants of another universe, that it's easy to turn on them. This is why people around me are constantly turning on myself. And I'm simply a micro-influencer, simply a micro-celebrity. But the one thing they do know, with the certitude of religious conviction, because it's true, is they can never be me. No one can be Douglas Dietrich. No one can be the child prostitute, ninja, assassin, dampfire, or vampiric son of Adolf Hitler, possessed by the peacock angel, trained in modeling and acting, and with enough combat experience to basically render him able to survive repeated assassination attempts against himself. Myself. Speaking of myself in the third person, as any professional sports celebrity would. Because that's what I am in my own field of unrecognized violence, in the sense of professional murder. Now, all that put aside for the moment, no one can be me. And knowing that eventually people around me, the losers, the insecure, the envious, inevitably turn. The tragedy of Caroline Flack would be a more publicly accessible example. For those of you who may not remember Caroline Flack, she took her own life amid fears of prosecution. I mean, oh my God. An English television presenter and actress. Really. She was facing trial, accused of assaulting her stupid fucking boyfriend. I mean, really. Then this TV starlet, this British TV presenter, died by suicide after hearing she was definitely going to be prosecuted for allegedly assaulting her boyfriend. This is just never should have happened. It's unspeakable. We created a culture where to press that like button can make you a part of the mob, render you a bystander. We need to be a lot more conscious of that. Now, of course, I've actually had someone just write me now in an email, "Can anything good come of bullying?" Well, O'Malley says absolutely. Bullying is unpleasant, but it happens. And working out what's going on and going deeper into our own roles and our children's roles is a character-enhancing exercise. Whether your child is the bully or the target, the bystander or the wingman, they can learn from it and they can come through. Being on the receiving end of bullying is a traumatic situation, and like all trauma or drama, you can come out of it stronger, especially if you have good support. It can make a bigger person of an individual. It can give them a view of the human condition that they didn't have before, and learning to manage it can lead to a better understanding of the tricky people, as O'Malley calls them, who your child will go on encountering right throughout their entire life. So, there we have that. Let me take a look at the time and get back into the international situation. Our man T-Tank Berry says, "Amen, accept no substitutes." Thank you so much, sir. Now, we lost a lot of viewers while I was talking about this subject, and it's really alarming to me that happened. I guess a lot of people just are like, can't handle it. Do they find it offensive that I speak of such things? Is this something that they simply cannot deal with, or something that they don't want to see Douglas Dietrich talking about? It's bizarre to me. This is a time usually when people start coming on because they're waking up on the East Coast. We got half an hour left, but everybody dropped out. We've got 13 people left, a core group of people, T-Tank Berry among them, God bless him. And those of you who are here, the unkillable core, thank you for being here. And we are probably going to end on that note because, we've got, another person returned. But whether I should go on for another half hour back into the geopolitical spectrum, I'm not quite sure that would be necessarily. That might be jarring to the psyche. Not my psyche, but yours. It would be kind of like, how would we get back to this and from this to talking about the crises in the Taiwan Strait and Ukraine and, we can go into that on Sunday or the episode thereafter. So I think that's fine. I think we covered quite a bit tonight, and I think we've done something pretty productive, and we've answered a question that is important and addressed a subject that my mother would have wanted me to address. And I thank all of you for being so wonderful about her and always supportive. Goddess bless you all who are supportive to myself morally or fiscally, financially or morally or both. And for those who are supportive, I love you all. And many blessings be upon you. For all of you, of course, T-Tank Berry has given more than anybody so far in terms of actual material contribution. As I said, he's provided me 100 United States dollars and a receipt that my cosmetologist V was able to return those items for a $175 Target gift card that, the more I think about it, I know I can use. I did not think there was a Target in San Francisco, but she insists there is one. If so, I'll either have my gang brother Beaver drive me there or maybe take taxis. Usually taxis are not a good idea for places like that because once you have your items, how will you catch one? Well, how will you handle protecting those items while trying to call a taxi to arrive? There's so many things. Taxis only go to a few areas in San Francisco at all. There's areas they simply do not go to, not necessarily because they're dangerous. Some of them are because of danger. Others are simply they just don't go there because they don't feel it's worth it. They go to the airport. They are obsessed with the airport because those are the big fares. So unless you're going to the airport, a lot of times, unless you're at the airport or going to the airport, you're not getting picked up by a taxi. So it's a fucked up world, and so probably it'll take my gang brother Beaver to take me there. Where this Target is in San Francisco is beyond me. Let's take a look at this and see if I find one.
I posted a link.
Oh, bless you. Thank you so much.
Apparently, there's 3 Target stores in San Francisco.
Okay. Oh my fucking God. That's incredible. That's fucking incredible. I've never seen one. So definitely I will check into that. Let me get back on call. It sounds like Peter Moon has joined us by the noise. Oh my God, Peter. So good morning. And,
good morning. Do you raise money?
Let's take a look. I may not have raised money this episode, but I'm sure it's coming. I get the feeling I will get the money to pay rent before the end of the month. I'm very confident of that. But since you asked, let me go into my PayPal accounts and let's see if something has come in. And I appreciate your asking. Very important point. And let me get to it in a second. I'm just cutting and pasting this link and putting it in a place where I can access it later. And
that I will tell you some
Sure.
news just broke this morning.
Yes. Go
on the Battle of Los Angeles Dodgers.
Okay.
The 2 Japanese, they paid something like $85 million a year for these guys.
Okay. Yeah.
Terrific athletes.
Yeah.
I think it's Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
He pitches and he hits both. He's the best thing since Babe Ruth. Just fantastic athlete. He's the big scandal. The pitcher Yamamoto, his name is Yamamoto. He bombed out in his first game. They played their first game in Korea. I think they just bombed him out in the first inning.
Oh my
He's
God.
like the best pitcher Japan's ever had. But the problem with balls in America is they're a little bit bigger.
Oh.
The Japanese tend to have smaller hands.
Right.
So he's got to adjust to that. Maybe he will. But his first 30, the Yankees are now celebrating that he didn't sign with them.
Oh,
because they offered him $30 million a year, and he wouldn't take it.
Oh.
So for 10 years, I think the Dodgers offered him 15 years or something like that, or 12 years. So, but anyway, the big scandal was with Ohtani, who has every profile of being a good guy. He played with the Angels for 5 years or something. Incredible, just incredible athlete. As they say, he pitches and he hits at the top level. And now the problem is his translator it's really messy because there are 2 wires of $500,000 each going from Ohtani's bank account to a bookie, a person who's been accused of bookmaking in Orange County. And this is a scandal. It's not a legal scandal for Ohtani because it's just bad judgment on his part, but it warrants being kicked out of baseball, or at least suspended from baseball, because this is what Pete Rose has been suspended from baseball because he gambled on games. So it's like this, and the they did a news conference, and the translator came out and says, well, you know, he helped me out, he's my friend, and it shows him just a couple hours before being pals in the dugout. And the translator, who's also Japanese, is like, now they've switched their story, they've hired a lawyer, and they're saying that, you know, the translator did this without his knowledge, which is obviously a lie. Right. And if he owns up to that, he's going to have to go to jail, because for bank fraud and stuff. It's like such a crazy situation. But what it does, what the thing is, what the real issue about this to me is big money. Yeah. It's not really about baseball. It is about baseball, but it's about big money. This guy is like, I think, being paid $50 million a year. But I think he only gets $2 million of it because he's, what do you call it, back-ended the rest of it, so he'll be being paid after he retires. Because he doesn't need the money, because he gets like $40 million a year in endorsements. He's so popular. Yeah. Probably most of which are in Japan. Yeah. And so it's like this. So, but the thing is, this guy has so much money, he doesn't need to gamble. Yeah. Now, the translator, how much is the translator paid? I don't know. If that, and usually the team, well, he's being paid by the Dodgers, who fired him when this came up. So how much could you pay a translator? $100,000 to translate, you know? Right. 200,000? That's a lot of money. Yeah. I'm sure you could find Japanese translators that would work for, I don't know if you could find them for that. But the thing is,
Jesus, you could find people hanging out who would translate for free. But go on.
I mean, they can really translate well and fast. Because,
of course,
you know, you got to work with the media. You got to
true. Point well taken. Yes.
Yeah. So you have to be professional, and you also have to understand the nuances of baseball. Yes. But the thing is that. So it's like, if he's getting paid, I mean, $100,000 would seem like a really nice job. Yeah. But okay, let's say he's playing high profile with this guy, $200,000. Could he really afford a home in LA for $200,000? He could rent easily. You know, like, what kind of life is that? You know, I mean, it sounds absurd. Yeah. You know. Yeah. My daughter's struggling. You know, she's making a life for herself, and I think she just moved into a new apartment near Dodger Stadium, of all places.
Wow! Holy shit!
So that's just a coincidence in this conversation. $3,000 a month. It's a nice place, she said, and she's cutting hair, and she'll be cutting movie stars' hair before long, because she's really good and making big money at it. She will. Oh wow! Yeah, I know that. You didn't tell me that, but I know her. Okay. And she, you might want to hire her when you get rich.
Sounds good.
She used to go up to San Francisco and do hair, you know, with her, you know, with her Chinese slave master. We'd just go up to San Francisco and work, you know, like, and give her tips. Yeah. She doesn't do that anymore. But the thing is that you have this big money. So it's like, when you have that much money, Pluto takes over. Pluto rules crime. Yes. So whether it's the translator, and this is a big mess. It's an interesting mess because of the big money and what you would say the ethical purity of the baseball player. He seems to be ethically pure. He appears that way, as many Japanese are. Right. You would vouch for that.
Of course.
There's an innocent. We saw this with the guy who played for the Yankees, Hideki Matsui. He just looked like just clean above boards. Even the way he acted. Yeah. These guys, and even if they have surly personalities, they work hard. They're, you know, they have integrity. So he evokes integrity in just the way he acts. He doesn't need money. I don't think he has a hotbed of prostitutes under his, you know, which the Dodgers have been said to have that back in the 1970s. Right. With that for a Brooke Taylor or whatever her name was. I forget her name. Bryce Taylor. Okay. She talked about that. She was a mind control victim.
Interesting. Okay.
Kathy O'Brien type.
Yes.
And so, you know, what's going to become, you know, how does this all play itself out? And then is this translator? Is he got Yakuza lineage?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it.
Interesting.
Does not look like it. And
Right.
this is something maybe you can put some attention on
Right.
some point just from your Japanese acumen, or as the story breaks, because I'm looking at it, I wouldn't even be interested in it except for the Japanese angle.
Right. Understood. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Although I did predict that this big, huge money they were spending on these players, it didn't matter whether they were Japanese, is not well spent money, because even, two great players does not make a team.
Right. That's
It
right.
helps, but it doesn't make a team, and they learned that last year. But to switch back to San Francisco,
Yeah.
I was in the post, and I meant to bring this up last night. I was with a guy in the post office just shooting the breeze because we were waiting in line, and made the wait very pleasant. He was, because I strike up conversation. I said, this place looks like the Soviet Union, because there's one postal employee and a huge, the lights are turned off, and it's like,
Jesus.
and another post office, and we can't get people to work here. They don't want to come here.
Wow.
And this is in other units, so it's like it's becoming more Soviet style post. But anyway, he said that this guy travels all across the country, and he was talking about San Francisco, and he said that when you go to park, and he says, you go to a parking lot near the Golden Gate Bridge. I said, are there parking? I don't think there are parking lots near the Golden. He said, yeah, there are. Now, this is right in the neighborhood of the Presidio. And he's talking about in San Francisco, not on the other side. But he says there's parking lots. He says anywhere you go in San Francisco, but particularly he's talking about the Golden Gate Bridge. He says there are signs that say your car will be broken into if you park here. It's not a question,
Wow. Holy shit.
Not a question of it might be broken into. Beware, it will be broken.
Yeah. Holy shit.
And in other words, this is a guy who travels around the country, and he's talking about just how bad San Francisco is. And so going to Target, you have two liabilities.
Yes.
$150 Target card. It's going to cost you at least $50 to get there, $50 to get back.
Yes.
You can buy a few cartons of yogurt. And then you come back, and then if you have, Beaver's got to sit out there waiting for you to come out.
Oh no, he would come in with me, of course. That goes without saying.
Well, Target might have a parking spot.
Oh, good point. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, yeah, but go on. Yes, please continue.
Well, this is the big challenge of. I'm going to see if they have a Target in San Francisco and find out where it is.
Yeah, what kind of neighborhood it is, yes. Oh.
Well, I see three here.
Yeah.
Well, one is down by Ingleside, and one is, okay.
I see three. I've never seen them. I've never seen these Targets.
Okay, well, San Francisco's a huge city.
Yeah.
Winston Street, one on Geary Boulevard. Well, that sounds like it's near the Tenderloin.
Yeah, probably.
Mission Street, 789 Mission Street.
Yeah, that's probably a shithole too. But have to, Beaver would know automatically. He would know automatically whether there's which areas.
The two closest ones are Geary Boulevard and Mission Street. Actually, the one closest to you would be the one on Mission Street.
Okay.
South of the Marina District. In fact, it might even be in your neighborhood.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I doubt that.
Well, I say relatively.
Yeah.
It's Mission Street. Here's Leavenworth. And it's not far from you.
Okay. Wow.
Oh, no. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It got, because you're north of Chinatown. Correct?
Yeah. Yes. That's. I think. Yeah. I mean. You remember, I'm not that good with the directions that you are as a driver. You have a real good sense of the cardinal direction points in terms of San Francisco and positioning. But
let's see. So I remember Van Ness Street go in there on Van Ness Street to get you Green Street. Okay, here's Green Street. You would come down Green Street, and why don't they have this damn thing? It's like we're going to have it here. I lost it because the map.
No worries. Yeah.
But it's south. You know, you come down, like if you, what is this? You know, it's sometimes these maps, they don't show the actual streets. They have every street but the street you want.
Yeah, that's yeah.
All of a sudden, the one you want doesn't show up. Green Street, okay. Oh yeah. Come down Kearney Street, I think. Yeah. Yeah, you come down Kearney Street. Oh, straight down Kearney Street, which is right by your house. You come all the way down. You go to 3rd Street, a few blocks, and then there's Mission Street.
Wow.
And it's not that far. Not that far.
You know, distance really isn't a problem if I'm in a car with Beaver. I'm not walking.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's like you just pop down Kearney Street.
Yeah.
You go down to 3rd Street, and then you're going to turn right on Mission Street, and it'll be another block by the Moscone Center.
Okay.
It's by the Moscone Center, if you know where that is.
Okay, yeah, definitely I know where that is. Yes, that's near the San Francisco Museum of Modern Art. So, yes. Okay, so we can find that. That's incredible. That's safe. That's comparatively safe.
Yeah,
It used to be.
It would seem relatively safe.
Yeah.
If anything is safe there.
At all, yeah. It was safe before COVID, at least. You know, COVID killed the downtown financial district, so God knows what it's like now. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
and I'm also concerned from our friend coming down there to visit you. I'm saying, you know,
yes.
You know, I mean, it's like you know, she feels safe about it because she's gone to San Francisco many times. She pops down there. You know, it's not like she's a native.
Right.
But still, I still get concerned.
Yes. Don't forget to send me her email again. In an email. Send it to me in an email, and that way I'll see it.
I will do that.
Yeah.
And then we can talk when you go off the air. We can talk about the meeting with Yonda.
Sure. Sounds good.
Because I'm awake and alive here.
Yeah.
And then also on the news this morning, and you know, I have to say Chuck Schumer, who I think he's the majority leader of the Senate, way back when, before he became such a household name. This guy, I mean, going back 10, 15 years, everything he ever came out of his mouth seemed to be just vile in terms of bigger issues. Like he was the spokesman for the deep state. That's how I always perceived him. He just made just vile.
Wow.
Now he is coming up with, to me, he's challenging Netanyahu.
Okay. Yes. Yes.
And this is it's like the first time I've ever heard him say anything I agree with.
Right. By the way, I brought that up in the last episode before tonight's episode. I did bring that up, so go on. Yes.
About Schumer?
Yeah, about Schumer challenging
the
like
despicable. I just thought he's despicable. Now all of a sudden he's doing the right thing.
Yes.
This is the nuance of politics, and he's being pro-Palestinian. I don't know if he's Jewish.
He is. He is very Jewish. Yes. So go on. Yes.
Yeah. That's what Piers and Schumer sounds like German Yiddish, you know. But it's like, what in the hell is this about? And you know, he's probably, you know, to what degree the gays or LGBTQ, I think he's very pro-LGBTQ because I perceive his own personal persuasion to be LGBTQ. In addition, his sentiment would be more towards that than it would be towards Israel. And I really don't know where Israel or Netanyahu stand on LGBTQ. I don't know if Israel is, I mean, they technically, you know, should be heterosexual per the Bible.
Let's put it this way. They have been promoting commercials before the October 7th attack. They were circulating commercials saying, trying to portray, trying to represent or redefine Israel as this gay Mecca. They were trying to say, hey man, it's safe to come here. You'll be safe partying, all this shit. You know, it was funny as hell, and it's so full of shit, and I don't think it got them very far with the gay community.
Well, see, this is the great shooting yourself in the foot, because the Republicans and the Christians will hate that.
But, you know, it's like, I don't know how many Republicans or Christians saw this campaign, and if they're aware of it, they probably think that it's going to stop as soon as they help cater to the right-wing Jews, and by that I mean extreme right-wing. We're talking like the ones who dress all funny, and the men who have the weird-ass braids and funny-looking hats and put their woman in burqas. These kinds of Israelis.
There's no way those people would publicly tolerate homosexuality.
Oh, never. This is what the evangelicals and the right-wing Republicans are hoping will be eventually the power group in Israel.
But you see, there's a problem there too.
Of course, but go on. Yeah.
I mean, not just because of that, but because of the circumcision issue and all of this. It's like there is just as the Muslims in Iran, the mullah, as I was told by this woman that sold me my kitchen from Iran, that they're all closeted homosexuals.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me.
And this is what happens with even those in that Hasidic culture, because although it's very hidden, the thing about the Jewish culture, or the duplicity in the higher levels of politics, is in any politics, you don't see what's going on. Mm-hmm. And then you were talking about all the blackmail that gets done. See, the best blackmailers usually have those proclivities themselves. They just know better to hide it.
Yes. Yeah. And just so people know, there is a god-awful streak in Mediterranean culture among Mediterranean men that is so misogynist, so male supremacist, that they actually are gay. And this is like pandemic. This is or pervasive. Honestly, people have no idea. If you go to places like in the towards the Mediterranean, deep Greece towards the sea, and also these places like how would I say it? North Africa, the Algerians. I mean, the men dance with each other. They don't dance with women. They dance with each other. It's disgusting. And it's just like but you take a look at them with each other, and their sense of patriarchy is so pronounced that for all intents and purposes they feel that men are the only people who they can relate to. They can only talk penis to penis, that a woman is just there for giving birth to children and maintaining the facade that they're straight. But the amount of like when you go to Turkey and they have these like bathhouses or stuff like that. I mean, just part of their culture forever, the Turkish bath. I mean, this is, of course, an extraordinarily gay trip. You watch Midnight Express, gives you an excellent presentation of Turkish culture in a prison where, the men are all raping each other. In these areas of the world, there's this pronounced gayness. So these guys are generally pretty fucking gay, and they act all macho. They puff out their chests, but then they fuck little boys whenever they can. So yeah, back to Peter. It's you got it down. They've got it. This is why that campaign is tolerated among them. The dumb American evangelicals and right-wing Republicans may not see that, but that's because their own stupidity, their own blindness and denial prevents them from seeing what to me is fucking obvious. And it's obvious to me because when I've sat at tables with these men where I've had to have conversations about a mercenary contract, they throw their arms around me like we're on a date. and then start breathing down my neck. Okay? So these are people who then say, well, can I contract you for some other services? And I'm like, no. Just trust me, it is like the majority of men in the Mediterranean zone just strike me as at least half of them are fucking gay. So, yeah, there you go. Back to Peter.
I'm sorry, were you saying something about Greeks?
Aristides is, of course, Greek, but Aristides, I had a Greek contractor who did my roof.
And then threw me down on the floor and did me.
No, he told me the most remarkable story of how when he came to this country and he couldn't speak English, and he was just like sitting there on this park bench, and this woman came up to him, and she spoke Greek, and she says, go over to this diner. There's a friend of mine. You can get a job there at his diner. Just tell him you're my friend. And he goes over to the diner. It's a Greek diner, of course. Most diners in America were or are Greek, and in the Northeast anyway. And he goes over there, and the guy says, "No, I don't know who that woman is, but we do need a dishwasher here." and he concluded that lady was an angel that came to save him.
Wow.
But this man, he worked his way up in America. He was a contractor. He was very good. But he didn't do any work. He would just hire people to do the work, and he did a good job, no complaints. But he was very gabby and talkative.
Well, Mediterranean people usually are, and that's what I meant, Aristides. While we're still broadcasting, I do want to say that
he had to tell me jokes about Greeks.
Yeah.
Constantly. Greeks and sheep. He thought it was so funny. He had to tell me that.
Yeah, and you say he himself is Greek?
Yeah. He thought it was funny. He's telling me jokes about, Greeks liking sheep, like to have sex with sheep. Because he thought it was so funny.
I find that puzzling myself.
It was like ethnic humor.
I get it. I get it, but I still find that puzzling. So while we're still transmitting, I do want to tell people.
But we got to hear Aristides here because he's like,
well, I just want to qualify.
To him is the point.
Yeah, I just want to qualify that what I was saying was that some areas in deep Greece, closer to the Mediterranean, deep Greece, in the sea areas on some of these islands. You get these men behaving like they do in North Africa. There's a lot of that cultural exchange of influence, and the men dance with each other instead of with women.